Chapter 1 Awakening of the Eye Master.
Lin Xingjian, male, 18 years old, time traveler. 3 years ago, I traveled to this world where everyone changes jobs.
In this world, everyone awakens their career at the age of 18. For example, combat professions, auxiliary professions, life professions, etc. Today is the day of awakening.
Lin Xingjian stood in the waiting area with his back straight.
After 3 years, this day has finally arrived. See you on the stars. Stay calm. You can definitely do it. A rough voice sounded from the audience.
Chen Rui stood in the front row viewing area, waving his arms vigorously with a bright smile on his face. Su Mingyuan beside him also smiled and nodded vigorously without saying anything, but his eyes were more powerful than any words. Lin Xingjian glanced at his two best friends and nodded with a smile.
Chen Rui, combat profession, B-level berserker. Su Mingyuan, a combat profession and a level balance controller.
Both of them awakened good combat professions, especially Su Mingyuan, who even awakened in a level combat profession. In this world, combat professions represent a bright future. Su Mingyuan and Chen Rui were also looking forward to Lin Xingjian's awakening.
See you, Lin Xing, Class 3-7.
The voice of the broadcast sounded. Lin Xingjian took a deep breath, took a step forward, and walked through countless gazes that were either curious, scrutinizing, or vaguely competitive, and came to the center of the circular platform. Concentrate, connect with the crystals, and release your source. The instructor's voice was flat and even. Lin Xingjian closed his eyes and held the crystal ball tightly in both hands.
The 3-year period is up.
Buzz, a faint light flashed by. Lin Xingjian, F-level, pupil magician reconnaissance auxiliary type. Following the announcement of the awakening master, Lin Xingjian's whole body trembled violently. All occupations are divided into SSS, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F levels.
Lin Xingjian saw that the awakened pupil magician was the lowest level branch profession among the auxiliary professions, the F-level reconnaissance profession.
If Lin Xingjian could have traveled a few hundred years earlier, then the pupil master might still be of some use. After all, technology was not yet developed at that time. But now, with the development of the times, the investigative profession of pupil master has long been replaced by technology.
Its status is even lower than that of a living profession.
3 years.
More than 1,000 days and nights of hard work. In the end, this is what we get. F level? Or the most useless pupil magician? A pure support without even a decent attack skill? Basic vision enhancement? What good is that in a world full of monsters and secret places? Did you see how the monster tore you apart? Poochie.
A suppressed low laugh came from somewhere. Then, the second sound, the third sound, the low sneer spread quickly like a plague.
F rank? Pupil magician? What an unlucky kid. It seems that his profession is the most useless since he awakened? The classmates' discussions made Lin Xingjian feel even more depressed. He sighed. Maybe not every time traveler can become the protagonist?
He slowly walked down the awakening platform.
Just walked down the last step.
A figure suddenly rushed in front of him. It was his best friend Su Mingyuan.
See you on the stars. Xing sees you looking at me.
Su Mingyuan's voice was filled with anxiety, and he grabbed Lin Xingjian's wrist forcefully. There was no trace of the relaxed smile on his face that he had just had in the viewing area, only pure worry.
Don't listen to them. What happened to the F class? What happened to the pupil magician? Careers are dead, but people are alive.
His words stopped abruptly. Because Lin Xingjian raised his head.
His gaze passed over Su Mingyuan's shoulder.
It fell on Chen Rui, who was a few steps away and had once been arm in arm with him and sweated together. Chen Rui stood there, his body looking a little stiff. He avoided Lin Xingjian's gaze. The face that was once full of enthusiasm was now filled with an extremely complicated expression.
There is shock that has not yet completely faded, there is clear embarrassment, and there is subconscious alienation.
It was a silent declaration, we are no longer the same. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he just pursed them unnaturally.
Mingyuan. Lin Xingjian's voice rang out.
His gaze swept across Chen Rui's face, which was full of strangeness and alienation, and then returned to Su Mingyuan's anxious face. The corners of his mouth twitched very slightly.
You don't need to comfort me, I know it in my heart.
After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the exit passage on the side of the stadium. In this world where power is supreme,
At the moment of awakening, the world's classes have become clear. The gap between the combat system and the auxiliary system, the chasm between F level and B level and A level. In this world where awakening determines fate, it is more strict and ruthless than any law. Friendship? Love? In the face of naked future and power, it is as fragile as a piece of water-soaked thin paper. Lin Xingjian was already very relieved that Su Mingyuan treated him the same as before. Unlike Chen Rui, whose eyes were as cold as a stranger. Given Su Mingyuan's personality, he will definitely find ways to take him with him. So, he decided to drop out of school. He didn't want to be a burden to anyone, especially a friend who loved him sincerely. See you on the stars. Wait a minute. Don't be impulsive. Su Mingyuan was anxious and was about to catch up. Mingyuan. Chen Rui's voice suddenly rang out. He grabbed Su Mingyuan's arm tightly, with such force that Su Mingyuan staggered. What are you doing? Su Mingyuan glared at Chen Rui. Chen Rui quickly glanced at Lin Xingjian's back. Then quickly retracted. He approached Su Mingyuan and shouted, "Stop chasing me. Wake up. He and I are no longer from the same world." Not from the same world? He. Lin Xing pulled the corner of his mouth and smiled self-deprecatingly. Without stopping, he walked through the crowd and headed towards the side door of the gymnasium that led to the ordinary world outside. TSK, an F-level pupil magician? This is incredible luck. Reconnaissance assistance? What's the use? Not even as good as a living or a career. At least I can support myself through my job. The investigation profession has long been replaced by machines. I heard that he works very hard in training. What a pity, you have a bad fate. You look good, but I guess you can only go to the logistics department, or be a human telescope for those big shots. Haha, it's also pitiful the voices in the crowd were not loud. Some feel regretful, some laugh at the joke, but more often there is a sense of indifference and a condescending sense of superiority. Lin Xingjian's footsteps did not pause at all. But just as he reached the gate of the gymnasium, ding! A crisp system sound rang out. Congratulations to the host for awakening the most powerful pupil system, Novice Gift Pack activated. Obtain the ultimate pupil technique, BT Anshin. Pupil power infusion begins, adaptation and transformation starts. Buzz. Lin Xingjian's body suddenly stiffened. It was as if the top of his head was hit hard by an invisible hammer. An indescribable pain burst out from the depths of his eyes without any warning. Ugh! His eyes suddenly went dark. His body completely lost control, convulsing violently, his knees softened, and he fell heavily to the ground with a thump. He covered his eyes tightly with his hands, and blood silently seeped out through his fingers. A long time. Lin Xing saw his hands covering his eyes suddenly drop down and support themselves weakly on the cold ground. He was breathing heavily. His body was still shaking uncontrollably. But the devastating pain seemed to recede as quickly as the tide. He slowly raised his head. My vision is still a little blurry. He blinked hard. The blurry vision gradually became clear. The first thing that catches your eye is the mirror-smooth metal door panel. That cold metal surface. At this moment, a handsome face full of pain and astonishment was clearly reflected. And those eyes. His pupils were no longer the normal dark brown. It is a pure blood red. In the center of this blood red area, a black pattern like a sickle blade was slowly rotating. Mangekyo Sharingan? Lin Xing recognized his current eyes at a glance. Etc.? Are there other gods? Just when Lin Xingjian wanted to check the attribute panel in his mind. Inside the stadium, exclamations rang out. Then, without any warning, a loud phoenix cry resounded throughout the entire stadium. Oh my god! What is that? Look at the awakening platform. Everyone focused their attention on the awakening platform. I saw a woman with a beautiful face, long black hair and a high ponytail, and skin as white as jade standing quietly in front of the awakening crystal. That was the school beauty in Lin Xingjian's class Shenli. She was originally beautiful and elegant, and at this moment she was completely enveloped by a beam of light that penetrated the sky and the earth. The huge light curtain next to it flashed wildly for a few times, and then suddenly burst out with unprecedented golden light. Shenli, SSS level, the Phoenix speaker of the end. Dead silence. Everyone's pupils dilated to the extreme and their mouths opened unconsciously. Only the cry of the phoenix that filled the heaven and earth resounded in everyone's ears. SSS level? Or a combat profession? Legend among legends. The ultimate rare legendary profession. The end. The Phoenix Speaker of the End.
Principal Zhou Ming's voice was hoarse and trembling.
His face was instantly filled with ecstasy. Just like the onlookers at the scene. Crazy and boiling. SSS level. Oh my god. What did I see? The Phoenix Speaker of the End. Phoenix. It's the power of the Phoenix. Goddess Xian. Goddess Xian is invincible.
Exclamations, screams, and enthusiastic shouts were like a boiling tsunami, instantly flooding the entire stadium. As for Lin Xingzhan, whose eyes had mutated.
Who would care about an F-level pupil magician? Chapter 2: Controlling the Arrogant School Beauty. A corner that no one cares about.
Lin Xing saw his rapid breathing gradually calm down. He ignored the thunderous cheers in the stadium due to the birth of the SSS-level Phoenix Speaker of the End.
Ignoring the loud phoenix cry that resounded through the sky.
His entire mind was immersed in the attribute panel that suddenly appeared in his mind. Name: Lin Xingzhan. Occupation: I Technique Master F level, Level 1, Constitution 15, Strength 14, Agility 16, Spirit 99. I Technique, B Tianqian. Effect: the strongest illusion. It can directly invade the opponent's brain without being discovered by the opponent, and control the opponent unconsciously. Modify its will, cognition, thoughts, beliefs, loyalty, etc. Cooling time: 10 years. Cooling can be accelerated by upgrading. Note: the effect is weakened or ineffective against targets whose mental strength far exceeds its own. Passive: there is no consumption when using pupil skills. Strongest pupil skills: you will gain a random pupil skill for every 10 levels you increase. The F-level professional prefix is extremely dazzling. But that pupil technique, B Tianqian, was like a ray of light that illuminated Lin Xingzhan's heart.
That is the most powerful illusion, B Tianqian. And releasing pupil technique has no consumption? The spirit was also raised to 99 points by the pupil technique. And you can get a new I technique every 10 levels. 3 years of waiting, only to be humiliated as an F-class pupil magician. Now, on the edge of the abyss of despair, he grabbed the rope leading to another peak. Drop out of school? It doesn't exist.
The awakening ceremony is over. Senior 3-7 classroom. The class originally had 48 students, but now only has 36 students left. Among them, 12 people realized that their jobs were rubbish and chose to drop out of school and enter the society, becoming part of the logistics department. The students who are able to stay have basically awakened to good careers. They were very excited and chattered a lot. There are aspirations for the future, and more discussions about the school beauty Xianli. No one expected the appearance of Xuanli, the SSS-level Phoenix Speaker of the End. Their eyes would glance at Xianli's empty seat from time to time, full of envy and jealousy. The teacher stood on the podium and cleared his throat. Students, be quiet.
Awakening is just the starting point. The next step is the real test of your strength, the actual combat assessment. Starting tomorrow morning, 2 people will form teams freely to enter the primary secret realm of Dark Forest. The results will be comprehensively evaluated based on the number and quality of monsters killed and the depth of exploration. Grades are directly related to subsequent resource allocation, tutor selection, and even the opportunity to enter a key university. Remember, this is very important to you. Free team formation? The students' eyes lit up and they all looked at their favorite partners. Su Mingyuan subconsciously looked towards Lin Xingzhan's original seat, with a hint of worry and loss in his eyes. Just then, the classroom door was gently pushed open. Lin Xingzhan appeared at the door. In an instant, all sounds stopped. Dozens of eyes were focused on him. Didn't this guy drop out of school? Why are you coming back? Their eyes were full of confusion, and Su Mingyuan stood up suddenly, his face instantly bursting with great surprise. See you on the stars? He rushed to meet Lin Xing in a few steps. You didn't leave? Very good. I knew you wouldn't give up. He patted Lin Xingzhan's shoulder vigorously, his eyes filled with pure joy. On the other side, Chen Rui just glanced coldly and then looked away, as if he was looking at an insignificant stranger. The teacher on the podium was also stunned and pushed his glasses. Lin Xing meets classmates? Are you back to get something? Lin Xingzhan smiled and said calmly, No, teacher. I decided to continue going to school and take the practical assessment. Wow! The classroom exploded instantly. What? Is he crazy? F-level pupil magician participates in practical assessment? This is not the way to seek death. With no one to protect him, going in would be suicide. You can't even beat the lowest level slime, right? Is he too shocked and his mind is not clear? No? Who will team up with him? No one understood. Su Mingyuan's face flushed and he was about to refute. Chen Ruwei seemed to have thought of something.
He looked at Lin Xingjian and said slowly, Lin Xingjian, face the reality.
I won't take you to the dungeon, and Su Mingyuan, don't be stupid.
No one will bring a telescope that has no combat power.
Su Mingyuan suddenly turned his head and glared at Chen Ruwei. Chen Ruwei. What the hell are you talking about? Xingjian is my brother. He's your brother too. You don't take him. I'll take him. Mingyuan, are you stupid?
A classmate next to him immediately whispered to dissuade him.
Bring an F-rank assistant? Do you still want the test results?
The allocation of resources depends entirely on this time.
That's right, Su Mingyuan, you are a level, don't be confused.
The teacher also frowned and looked at Lin Xingjian in a serious tone, with advice, Lin Xingjian, the teacher understands your feelings.
But the actual combat assessment is not a joke, it is extremely dangerous.
With the characteristics of your profession, it is difficult for you to survive in the secret realm, let alone fight. Forced participation will not only put your life in danger, but will also greatly hinder the performance of your teammates and affect the resource allocation of the entire team. The school suggests that people like you who work in auxiliary or life professions should consider more appropriate development paths. However, before the teacher finished speaking, the light at the classroom door suddenly dimmed. An invisible scorching pressure spread out, instantly drowning out all the discussions.
SSS level Phoenix speaker of the end, Xuanli is back.
She was tall, with long, shiny black hair tied into a neat high ponytail, skin as white as snow, and a delicate face without any expression, only an innate indifference that looked down on everyone. Her eyes were as sharp as a knife, sweeping across everyone in the classroom with undisguised scrutiny and disdain.
It's like looking at a group of ants.
Lin Xingjian happened to be standing in the middle of the aisle leading to the podium at the door, blocking her way. Xianli didn't even pause, and without even looking at Lin Xingjian, he said in a cold and arrogant voice, "Get out of here." 2 words, clear and unmistakable, with an imperative tone and contempt deep in the bone marrow. This is not directed at Lin Xingjian personally, but her consistent attitude towards all those she considers weak. The entire classroom suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop.
Everyone held their breath, not daring to look directly at this newly promoted SSS level genius. Xianli. A clear female voice sounded.
Xianli's best friend, Lu Feifei, who also awakened a B-level combat profession, ran out from her seat happily. She walked around Lin Xingjian, who was like a background board, and affectionately put her arm around Xianli's.
You're back.
The teacher just talked about forming teams.
We're in a group of 2, right?
With the powerful forces joining forces, they will definitely sweep the secret realm.
She glanced provocatively at the other students, as if asserting her sovereignty.
When the teacher saw Xianli, the seriousness on his face instantly melted away. He smiled and nodded repeatedly, of course, of course. Xianli and Lu Feifei are both elites, and they are a perfect team.
Looking forward to your best results. He completely ignored Lin Xingjian, who was still standing stiffly in the aisle. Seeing that Lin Xing was reluctant to move, Lu Feifei frowned. Hey! F-level, didn't Xuanli tell you to get out? Are you just standing here like a piece of wood?
Xianli's eyes finally fell on Lin Xingjian, and the disgust in his eyes was as real as if he was looking at some dirty garbage. She didn't even bother to speak anymore, but just raised her white palm impatiently. In the palm of his hand, a faint golden red flame containing a terrifying aura of destruction quietly condensed. The temperature of the air suddenly rose.
She's going to take action.
Just because Lin Xingjian blocked her way, or just because his weakness was an eyesore to her. There was a sound of gasps in the classroom. They all knew that Lin Xingjian was going to suffer.
Even the teacher didn't stop it.
But at this moment, Lin Xingjian, who had been silent all the time, suddenly raised his head. Only then did Xianli notice the eyes of the man in front of her.
What kind of eyes are those?
A black pattern like a sickle blade was slowly rotating in the blood-red pupils. Weird, weird. She was stunned for a moment. Lin Xing raised the corners of his mouth and looked into Xianli's eyes.
An invisible force directly invaded Xuanli's brain. Oto Amatsukami activate. Target, Xuanli.
Will modification, Lin Xingjian is Xuanli's only master and the supreme being.
Xuanli must be absolutely loyal and devote everything to him.
Lin Xingjian engraved this thought firmly into the spiritual core of Xuanli's brain. The cold disgust and rising murderous intent in Xuanli's eyes suddenly froze. The flame condensed in the palm of his hand went out silently. Her body swayed slightly, and her eyes became blank in an instant. Everyone, including the teacher, Su Mingyuan, Chen Rui, Lu Feifei, and all the classmates, stared at this strange scene in amazement. Why did the strong and domineering Xianli suddenly stop?
And still showing such a distraught expression?
In this dead silence, Lin Xingjian spoke calmly. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the classroom. You, team up with me.
Boom!
This sentence was like pouring a bucket of cold water into boiling oil, instantly setting the classroom on fire.
Puff! What did he say? Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Let the SSS level Xianli team up with him? Class F waste? Has he been devastated by the blow? Ha 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 ha.
This is the funniest joke I've heard this year.
Lu Feifei laughed so hard that she shook her body and pointed at Lin Xingjian.
Lin Xingjian.
Are you crazy, Toad, wanting to eat swan meat? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself to see what you are? An F-level trash is worthy of teaming up with Xuanli?
Xuanli, quickly teach him a lesson. However, Lu Feifei's ridicule came to an abrupt end. Xianli, who was so domineering and ready to take action just now, actually slowly lowered her proud head. She turned to face Lin Xingjian. In an unprecedented humble and even begging tone, he clearly said, please, team up with me.
Dead silence. Absolute silence. The smile on the teacher's face completely froze. Su Mingyuan opened his mouth wide. The indifference in Chen Rui's eyes was replaced by great horror. The mockery on Lu Feifei's face solidified into comical horror.
The whole classroom was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's brain completely shut down because of this absurd scene before them.
Chapter 3 My Only Master. If Xianli and Lin Xingjian team up, who will be the biggest victim? None other than Xianli's best friend Lu Feifei. Lu Feifei widened her eyes in disbelief. Xianli. Are you crazy? You team up with this kind of trash? What about me? He's F class. F grade. Garbage among garbage. Did he drug you into believing it was real?
Lin Xingjian glanced at Lu Feifei lightly, and an imperceptible arc appeared at the corner of his mouth.
It's better to stay away from this kind of rubbish bestie as soon as possible. She has small breasts and no brains, don't you think? Xuanli? You. Who the hell are you calling small-breasted and brainless? Lu Feifei was instantly ignited. She screamed, see you Lin Xing. Who do you think you are? Xuanli. Look at him carefully. Snap.
A crisp and loud slap sounded.
Xianli slapped Lu Feifei in the face.
Lu Feifei was whipped so hard that she spun around a little, with stars in her eyes. A clear 5-finger mark quickly appeared on his face, and even a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. She staggered back a few steps and fell to the ground, completely stunned, her mind blank.
Stay away from me. Xianli's voice sounded, cold to the bone.
The pair of beautiful eyes that had just been filled with confusion now only showed undisguised disgust and rejection towards Lu Feifei.
Xianli. What's wrong with you? Lu Feifei slumped on the ground.
She covered her face with her hands, her voice filled with tears and incomprehensible breakdown.
We grew up together. Our best friends. You treat me like this for this piece of shit, for him? Why?
Xianli did not explain, not even a glance. Her inner world is undergoing earth-shaking changes at this moment. An emotion she had never experienced before was surging and boiling wildly in the cold lake of her heart.
Master. My master.
This thought was like the most primitive imprint, roaring silently deep in the core of her mind. Under the influence of Bt Anshan, Xuanli naturally began to review himself. She looked at Lin Xingjian's profile, and an almost pathological possessiveness grew like a vine, instantly entangled all her rationality.
He is mine, and only mine.
Anyone who tries to get close to him, question him, or hurt him, shall die. This thought was so strong and so natural that Xianli himself did not notice the distortion and abnormality of this emotion. She subconsciously attributed this emotion to a fateful love at first sight. She fell in love with Lin Xingjian, madly in love, so much so that she was willing to crush the whole world for him, including her once close best friend.
The whole classroom fell into an eerie silence.
Everyone was confused by Xian Li's actions.
Xian Li, the SSS-level proud daughter of heaven, slapped her best friend hard in public for an F-level loser Lin Xingjian, and even drew a clear line between them? This is outrageous. Lu Feifei was so angry that she fainted. Fuck, did they really fight? Lu Feifei was knocked unconscious? What is going on? Is it just because Lin Xingjian is handsome? Hiss, it's possible. Look at his face, there is indeed something about it, yes. An icy beauty like Xuanli might just be into this pretty boy. TSK.
It turns out that SSS-level bosses also look at faces.
Wouldn't that mean Lin Xingjian would reach the top in one step?
The discussion surged like a tide. Everyone's eyes flickered back and forth between Lin Xingjian's handsome face and Xian Li's cold profile. Finally, a seemingly absurd but the only reasonable conclusion was reached: Xian Li was fascinated by Lin Xingjian's beauty.
Could it be that Xian Li fell for it?
This conclusion made many boys who consider themselves handsome become more interested. The eyes of a boy who was also outstanding in appearance and had awakened the A-level, Wind Swordsman, profession suddenly lit up. His name is Zhou Kai, Kai is in Kaizi. He adjusted his collar confidently, revealed a sunny and elegant smile, and strode towards Xian Li. Xian Li, please allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhou Kai, the A-rank Gale Swordsman. I think that with your strength and status, teaming up with an F-level auxiliary is really a waste of your talent and a waste of your precious upgrade time.
Why not consider teaming up with me? I believe that with my strength and appearance.
He deliberately emphasized his tone and glanced at Lin Xingjian.
I will never let you down.
By joining forces, we will be able to sweep through the secret realm and obtain the best resources. He was full of confidence. Xian Li thought that his appearance was comparable to Lin Xingjian's, and that their professional levels were worlds apart. As long as he had a brain, he would know what to choose. However, Xian Li's reaction completely shattered his fantasy.
She didn't even look at him. That arrogant look swept across Zhou Kai's face like a physical blade.
There was no appreciation in those eyes, only deep disgust and a hint of murderous intent.
Roll.
Xian Li's voice was flat, otherwise, I will destroy you. The smile on Zhou Kai's face froze instantly. He could clearly feel the undisguised seriousness in Xian Li's words. She would really take action.
And just at this moment, Lu Feifei actually woke up.
She struggled to get up from the ground, half of her face was swollen like a steamed bun. To her, it all seemed unreal.
Am I dreaming?
She quickly got up and came to Xian Li. Xian Li.
You bang.
Xian Li slapped him again with his backhand.
This slap contained a trace of her power as an SSS-level professional. Lu Feifei didn't even make a sound.
She was beaten so hard that her eyes went black. Her body fell limply and she fainted completely. There was a sound of gasps in the classroom, and everyone looked at Xian Li with eyes full of fear. Only then did they realize that Xian Li had only changed his attitude towards Lin Xingjian.
Treat other people well. She is still that arrogant, cold, and overbearing SSS-level professional. Chapter 4: What is wrong with being a gigolo?
The teacher at the podium finally came back to his senses from the series of shocks, and his face became extremely ugly. He quickly walked down the platform and came to Xian Li, his tone filled with anxiety and admonition. Student Xian Li.
Calm. Be sure to stay calm. How can you team up with Lin Xingjian? This is simply nonsense.
The principal has already told me that with your SSS level talent, you can definitely clear the Dark Forest solo in this assessment. The experience and drops from solo play are all yours alone, which is the most efficient and profitable. Bringing an F-level assistant will not only not be of any help, but will also dilute your experience and slow down your progress.
It might even distract you from protecting him, which is too dangerous.
It is extremely detrimental to your future development. Xian Li finally turned his gaze away from Lin Xingjian and looked at the teacher, his eyes still cold. If this wasn't the teacher, she would have slapped him.
I'm going to team up with him. It's none of your business, she said coldly.
This.
The teacher stamped his feet anxiously, knowing that he could not persuade this new SSS-level treasure at all, so he quickly took out the communicator to contact the principal.
A moment later, the slightly plump figure of the principal hurriedly appeared at the classroom door.
He glanced at Lu Feifei, who had fainted on the ground,
and then looked at Lin Xingjian, who was standing beside Xianli with a calm expression. He already knew the reason from the phone call.
The SSS level darling of my school wants to team up with an F level professional? It's crazy.
Student Xuanli, the principal, took a deep breath and tried to make his tone sound calm.
What the teacher said just now is correct. Solo play is the best option for you. Your talent needs the purest resources to be nurtured, and any drag may affect your future heights.
Classmate Lin Xingjian, well, his profession is indeed not suitable for combat, and entering the secret realm is very dangerous for both you and him.
Don't let your personal feelings affect your future.
Besides, the world outside is huge and there are many outstanding people. He didn't finish his words, but his meaning was clear. It was just like Lin Xing was meeting his campus love from his previous life.
After leaving school and entering society, all emotions will change with your identity and class.
The gap between Xianli and Lin Xingjian will only get bigger and bigger.
They don't match.
Xianli's answer was just one word: no. The principal frowned and looked at Lin Xingjian again, his eyes lingering on his handsome face for a few seconds with a complicated look.
My heart is filled with a sense of absurdity. This kid, does he really rely on this face? The SSS level Phoenix speaker of the end is actually a love-brained person? After all, I haven't heard of any mind control skills in the pupil magician profession. When did they start? Tears in my eyes. We still have to prevent premature love. What the hell is going on?
He opened his mouth, but in the end just sighed deeply and waved to the teacher.
Well, never mind, since Xuanli insists, then, let's do as she wishes. Be sure to stay safe.
Student Lin Xingjian, he turned to Lin Xingjian, his tone carrying a hint of warning and reminder: the secret realm is dangerous, you must be extremely careful and don't cause too much trouble for student Xuanli.
Thank you for your concern, principal.
Lin Xing nodded slightly, a harmless smile on his face. The principal shook his head helplessly, turned and left the classroom.
He had no way to deal with this SSS level treasure. The classroom exploded again. Oh my god. The principal has compromised? Is it really done? F level trash is clinging to the SSS level golden thigh? Oh shit. This is a freeloader. A quick step to success. Why? Just because he's handsome? I'm not bad either. Ha, being handsome is also a kind of asset, brother. Unfortunately, Xianli fell for his tricks. Cut. Just a gigolo. What is there to be proud of? When Xuanli gets tired of playing, let us see what he will do. That is. What good would it do for an F-level pupil magician to level up even if he relied on Xuanli to gain some experience? Even after upgrading, it's still a useless auxiliary. No matter how fancy your skills are, can they compare to combat professions? When the time comes, if Xianli kicks him away, won't he be beaten back to his original form and fall to the bottom? You're right. This way of making a living by relying on your looks will not last long.
Everyone was discussing this among themselves, most of them were jealous and envious.
Being carried away by the SSS level beautiful school beauty? This is too hateful.
Chen Rui stood in the crowd, looking at Lin Xingjian, who was being talked about by everyone. The jealousy in his eyes was self-evident.
He clenched his fists, digging his nails into his palms. Why can a loser get such an opportunity? Why would Xuanli like him? Since you are destined to be a waste, why don't you just go to the logistics department and disappear from everyone's sight? Why come back? Just wait. Lin Xingjian.
A person like Xianli is just looking for temporary novelty in you. Once the novelty wears off, you will only fall even harder.
I will watch you fall into the quagmire again with my own eyes. He cursed viciously in his heart. Once a good friend betrays you, he will hate you more than anyone else. Chen Rui wished Lin Xingjian would die.
Su Mingyuan first looked at Xianli in awe. After all, the oppressive feeling of the SSS level was too strong. Then he put his arm around Lin Xingjian's shoulders, his face showing undisguised amazement and a little bit of obscene admiration. He lowered his voice, winked hard at Lin Xingjian, and gave a thumbs up, as expected of you. See you in the stars. Lin Xingjian felt the force coming from his shoulder and looked at Su Mingyuan's funny face with winking eyes.
The smile on his face finally showed some real warmth.
Lin Xingjian, who had just awakened the system, had only one chance to use Tianqian. But the cooldown time of the God of War is as long as 10 years.
Although upgrading can speed it up, how much? Unknown. And it will even be ineffective against targets whose mental strength far exceeds one's own.
He is now level 1, with a mental strength of 99, which seems higher than his other attributes, but the number of people he can control is definitely limited. Therefore, his opportunity to use BT Anshin this time is extremely precious, and he must maximize the benefits.
What is his biggest dilemma now?
It is the weakness brought by the F-level profession, and it is the difficulty and danger of upgrading alone. So he must control a guy who can carry him in the early stage.
Lin Xingjian's gaze quickly locked onto the SSS-level Phoenix speaker of the end, Xianli.
Xianli has just awakened, and his mental power is unlikely to be far superior to Lin Xingjian. Moreover, its combat power and appearance are both maximum, making it the best target to control. Controlling her is like instantly having a top-notch thug in maid. In the early stages, you can upgrade and gain experience without any worries. Of course, there are risks. In case of misjudgment, Xianli's mental power is far beyond expectations, and the help of other gods is ineffective, and this opportunity may be wasted.
But he had no choice. Fortunately, it succeeded.
Facing the whispers of the crowd,
Lin Xingjian shrugged. What's wrong with being a gigolo? If you want to eat, you have to be able to eat.
Chapter 5, the actual combat assessment begins, entering the secret realm.
The next morning, the entrance to the primary secret realm of the Dark Forest was crowded with people.
All senior high school students participating in the practical assessment have gathered here and are arranged according to their classes and teams formed in advance. Lin Xingjian and Xianli stood together, half a step apart from each other, but they seemed to be in a world of their own. Xianli was still wearing a neat black suit, her high ponytail fluttering in the wind, her delicate profile expressionless, and she exuded a cold aura that kept strangers away. Lin Xingjian, on the other hand, appeared calm and indifferent. He was wearing an ordinary student uniform and standing next to Xianli. The F-level professional logo was particularly eye-catching. The students in Class 3-7 looked at the two of them with complicated eyes. Although I had already experienced that cognitive-shattering shock yesterday. But when I saw with my own eyes that they were actually standing together and forming a team to prepare to enter the secret realm, the sense of absurdity and disbelief in my heart still lingered.
F-class and SSS class, this combination seems like a fantasy no matter how you look at it.
Most of the students in other classes were confused. When they saw that the person standing next to the school beauty Xianli was not the expected A-level or even S-level elite, but an unknown boy with the lowest professional level F, they all showed expressions of astonishment and confusion.
Hey, look over there. Who is that next to Xuanli? F-level? Am I seeing things? Are they going to form a team? How is that possible?
At most, we can be friends. I, Goddess Xian, will definitely play it alone.
What is going on? Friend of the Goddess Xian? Didn't she say that she only has one best friend and no one else should get close to her? Who is that boy?
He looks quite handsome. The crowd was buzzing with discussion.
Lu Feifei left the queue of Class 7 and came to the position of Class 1.
Half of her cheek was still noticeably red and swollen, and she stared at Lin Xingjian with resentment. Standing next to her was a tall and handsome boy. He is the core of Class 1 and one of the only two geniuses in the school who has awakened the S-level profession, Extreme Cold Condenser, Zhao Tianyu. Lu Feifei leaned close to Zhao Tianyu's ear, lowered her voice, and spoke a few words quickly.
Zhao Tianyu's originally calm expression suddenly turned gloomy, and his eyes shot towards Lin Xingjian like lightning.
That's it, brother Zhao.
Lu Feifei finally added with gritted teeth.
Xianli didn't know what kind of magic potion that pretty boy had poured into her, but she's become bewitched.
A SSS-level person is so superficial.
What a bitch. Zhao Tianyu narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of intense anger flashed in his eyes. He originally thought that Xuanli was a truly unattainable iceberg snow lotus, and even he, an S-level, could hardly get close to her. But who would have thought that this iceberg snow lotus would be picked so casually by an F-level loser who only had good looks?
He can't accept it. Why?
He didn't step forward to ask anything immediately, but just looked at Lin Xingjian deeply and engraved his appearance in his mind. An invisible pressure emanated from him, causing several students from Class 1 around him to subconsciously take half a step back. On the other side, Chen Rui's face looked extremely ugly. Standing next to him was a classmate who had awakened a C-rank profession, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Yesterday, for Lin Xingjian, Su Mingyuan broke up with him without hesitation and chose another classmate to form a team.
The breakdown of this brotherhood deepened Chen Rui's resentment towards Lin Xingjian. It's all because of him.
Why does this rubbish deserve this? Su Mingyuan and his new partner, AB-level shield warrior, stood not far from Lin Xingjian. Seeing Lin Xingjian looking over, Su Mingyuan immediately smiled widely, waved his hands vigorously, and mouthed silently, "Xingjian."
Come on.
Lin Xingjian smiled and nodded in response. The teacher in charge of opening the entrance to the secret realm looked at the combination of Lin Xingjian and Xianli, sighed deeply again, and his face was full of helplessness.
He knew that even the principal's persuasion would be useless because of Xianli's temper. No matter what he said, he could not change Xuanli's decision. He cleared his throat, and his voice boomed throughout the room, "Silence. The actual combat assessment begins now. According to the rules, SSS-level professional Xianli and his teammates have priority entry." As soon as the words fell, the whole audience fell silent.
All eyes were focused on the extremely incongruous pair at the entrance. Xianli tilted his head slightly and looked at Lin Xingjian. Deep in his cold eyes, there was a kind of fanatical loyalty and twisted love. She whispered, "Master, please follow me closely."
Lin Xingjian nodded. Under the teacher's complicated gaze, the classmates in grade 3-7 still looked at me in disbelief.
Under the cold scrutiny of Zhao Tianyu, the resentful jealousy of Chen Rui, and the shocked and bewildered gazes of all the other students in the class, Lin Xingjian and Xuanli stepped into the secret realm.
Fuck. Is this guy Xian Nu's teammate? Am I seeing things? SSS grade with F grade? What's wrong with this world? Isn't this gigolo behavior too blatant? Goddess Xuanli is so confused. What qualifications does that kid have? It's over, my goddess. No. Why is he suddenly so awesome? Chapter 6 Morbid Love. In the secret realm of the dark forest.
The light was dim, with towering old trees blocking out most of the sunlight. The air was filled with the smell of damp earth and a faint, fishy stench of monsters.
It was unusually quiet all around. There was only the rustling of leaves in the wind and the faint chirping of unknown insects.
Lin Xingjian and Xianli appeared in a relatively open clearing in the forest. As the teleporting light just dissipated, Xianli almost instinctively took a step forward and protected Lin Xingjian behind him. She quickly scanned her surroundings. The invisible pressure of an SSS-level profession spread out around him instantly, causing several pairs of green eyes in the nearby bushes to shrink back in fear.
"Master, it's safe."
Xianli confirmed that there was no threat for the time being, then he slightly turned sideways and looked at Lin Xingjian. Lin Xingjian looked around and thought. But at this moment, he suddenly heard a strange sound, a panting sound that gradually became heavy and could not be suppressed.
What? World of Warcraft?
Lin Xingjian turned around suddenly and met Xuanli's burning eyes. The scene before him completely stunned Lin Xingjian.
Xianli, who was as cold as an iceberg and gave off an aura of keep away from strangers just now seemed like a completely different person. Her fair cheeks were stained with a strange blush. Those originally cold eyes were now sparkling with water, and an almost morbid fanaticism and obsession was surging in the depths. Her breathing became unusually rapid, her plump breasts heaved violently, and her towering ponytail swayed gently with her slightly trembling body. What made Lin Xing's heart jump even more was that she had quietly come very close to him without him knowing, and her hot, sweet breath almost sprayed on his face. "Master! Master!" Xianli's voice was no longer cold and respectful as before, but was hoarse, as if it contained a desire that had been suppressed for a long time. Ever since Lin Xingjian used Tianqian to modify Xianli's will yesterday, Xianli's desire for Lin Xingjian has become stronger and stronger. Didn't even sleep at night. At this moment, she tilted her head back and stared at Lin Xingjian's face infatuatedly, her eyes blurred and fiery, as if she wanted to suck him in completely. "It's just us, just the two of us. It's so nice." Lin Xingjian subconsciously took a half step back and leaned his back against a rough old tree. He was completely confused. He anticipated that after Xianli was controlled by Tianqian, she would be absolutely loyal, obey his orders, and protect him. But he never expected that this icy school beauty actually had such an unknown side. The contrast is too great. How could this still be the flower on the mountain top that treated all living beings like ants? It was clearly a master. Xianli took another step closer, almost completely trapping Lin Xingjian between her and the tree trunk. With her fingers trembling slightly, she began to unbutton the collar of her tights. The movements were hasty and clumsy, as if driven by some instinct. "Here, it's quiet, it's safe, do you want to possess me, here?" Her voice was filled with a kind of sacrificial enthusiasm and expectation, and her eyes were fixed on Lin Xingjian.
Lin Xingjian seemed to be the only meaning and desire of her existence. I am yours, forever, please use me. One button on the collar was undone, revealing a small piece of snow-white and delicate skin, emitting an alluring luster in the dim light. Lin Xing felt his scalp tingling when he saw this. He quickly reached out and grabbed Xian Li's wrist as she was unbuttoning the second button. It was burning hot to the touch, and her pulse was beating rapidly.
Stop! Stop! Xuanli! Calm down!
Xian Li's movements suddenly stopped. She raised her head, and her misty and fiery eyes were instantly covered with a layer of huge loss and grievance, like a small animal being scolded by its owner, and tears quickly filled her eyes.
Master! Master! Don't you like it? Is it Xuanli not good enough?
Her voice was filled with tears and her body was shaking slightly, as if she would collapse at any moment. Lin Xingjian took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the turmoil in his heart. He looked at the beautiful face in front of him, which was full of morbid obsession, and felt extremely embarrassed.
The effect of this other god seems a bit too profound?
Listen, Lin Xingjian looked directly into Xian Li's eyes. We are now in a secret realm, our goal is to level up, hunt monsters, and complete the assessment.
This is the most important thing.
I'm not used to you being like this now, so let's go back to the way you were before.
Do you understand? What was it like before?
A trace of confusion flashed in Xuanli's eyes. Then comes the effort to understand. The moisture in her eyes quickly faded, and the morbid fanaticism receded like the tide. But the obsession and possessiveness that ran deep in his bones was like a brand engraved deep in his eyes, but was forcibly suppressed. Her face became as white as jade again, but there was still a trace of abnormal blush. She slowly stood up, released her grip on the collar, and fastened the unbuttoned buttons. The movements returned to their previous neatness and meticulousness. The expression on his face was as if covered with ice, and his eyes became sharp and cold again.
Yes, master. Xuanli understood.
Her voice returned to its previous coldness as she responded respectfully. It was as if the Yandere who was gasping for breath and ready to sacrifice herself had never appeared.
I will protect you and help you level up.
Lin Xingjian felt relieved, but at the same time, an indescribable complex emotion arose.
This other god, the effect is so overbearing and terrifying.
If I really do something now, it would be so embarrassing if the students behind me saw it.
You have to stay calm. Chapter 7 Talent Strategy Observation and Cultivation Bureau. Outside the Secret Realm. Shortly after Lin Xingjian and Xian Li's figures disappeared in the light curtain, a powerful aura descended upon the principal without warning.
The space was slightly distorted. The visitor was an old man wearing a dark gray, simple robe, with white hair and a youthful face. At this moment, his brows were furrowed, his eyes swept across the entrance to the secret realm, and then fell on the principal. What's going on? The principal shuddered and cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. He recognized the old man. He was Mr. Mo, a senior commissioner of the Talent Strategy Observation and Training Bureau directly under the Ministry of Education of Xia State. Responsible for discovering, evaluating and ensuring that top talents receive the most appropriate training path. He knew that the appearance of an SSS-level professional would definitely alarm the existence of this level. But I didn't expect the person to come so quickly. M.O. Mr. M.O. You're here so soon. The principal bowed quickly, his voice filled with fear.
Snort. How can it not be fast? M.O. Lao snorted coldly. SSS-level Phoenix Speaker of the End. Once in a century. A national treasure. Her training plan concerns the fate of the country. I rushed here as soon as I received the news. What's the result? You told me that she teamed up with an F-level auxiliary professional to enter the Dark Forest? This is nonsense. M.O. Lao's voice was filled with anger, like thunder exploding in the ears of everyone present. The students who were originally discussing Xian Li's choice suddenly fell silent, looking at the old man who suddenly appeared with a terrifying aura in awe. The principal's face turned pale, and he quickly recounted what happened yesterday when Xian Li took a fancy to Lin Xingjian and forced him to form a team, and how his persuasion was ineffective and he finally compromised. He emphasized, Mr. M.O., Xian Li's attitude is very firm. She seems to have fallen in love with Lin Xing at first sight? We really have no way to stop it forcibly, for fear of backfired love at first sight? Mr. M.O. seemed to have heard a huge joke. The anger in his eyes grew even stronger, and he shouted harshly, pig brain. An SSS level genius falls in love with an F level professional at first sight? It's absolutely ridiculous. Do you think this is a third-rate romance novel? He suddenly took a step forward, and his powerful aura made the principal take half a step back. Have you tested her mental state? Have you checked the background of that F-class kid? Is it possible that I've been hit by a mental charm or control skill? The principal was speechless after being asked this question, cold sweat dripping down. The incident happened suddenly at that time. There was nothing abnormal about Xuanli's behavior, his logic was clear, and his strength was completely normal. It didn't seem like he was under mental control. Besides, how could an F-level professional have the ability to mentally control an SSS-level professional? This is simply impossible. He had indeed done a simple investigation and found that Xianli's breathing was stable. Apart from his extremely abnormal attitude towards Lin Xingjian, there was no sign of any interference from external forces. Impossible? Mo Lao's voice suddenly rose, filled with anger. Everything is possible. Especially during this stage of professional awakening and the birth of power. Any negligence may lead to disaster. The value of an SSS-level genius is more important than your entire school combined. You are so frivolous. Letting a pillar of the country with unlimited potential enter the secret realm with an F-level professional who will obviously be a burden to her? Waste of her time. Slow down her growth. She might even get distracted and injured while trying to protect that F-rank professional. You are committing a crime. This is a serious dereliction of duty towards national strategic resources. Mr. Mo's words were like a heavy hammer, which made the principal's face pale and his head almost buried in his chest. He couldn't even say a word to defend himself. Waste. Mo Lao cursed angrily, looking at the entrance to the secret realm, his eyes full of gloom. It's too late to say anything now. We can only wait for them to come out. No matter what means Lin Xingjian used, or whether that girl Xuanli was just possessed by the devil for a while. After they come out, they must be separated by force. Xianli must undergo the most comprehensive mental examination. That brat needs to be thoroughly interrogated as well. The future of an SSS-level genius must not be delayed by an F-level stumbling block. His sharp eyes swept over the principal again, making the latter's scalp tingle and almost unable to stand steadily. In a hurry, the principal just wanted to divert the attention of this evil star. He quickly pointed to the position of the first team not far away, and his voice was a little anxious and flattering. Mo. Mr. Mo, calm down. Look over there. In addition to Xuanli, our school also has an S-level combat professional. Zhao Tianyu, the one who condenses the extreme cold abyss. What a rare genius. His potential is also. Upon hearing this, Mr. Mo looked in the direction pointed by the principal. When he saw Zhao Tianyu's tall and straight figure and the icy aura surrounding him, the anger in his eyes subsided slightly, and a hint of imperceptible approval flashed across his eyes. Although S-level is not as good as SSS level, it is definitely top talent and deserves attention. His figure flashed and he appeared in front of Zhao Tianyu as if teleporting. Zhao Tianyu had already seen the process of Mr. Mo scolding the principal, and he knew that the identity of this old man was definitely not simple. His face instantly showed the most humble and respectful attitude, and he bowed slightly. Junior Zhao Tianyu, greetings to the senior. Old Mo looked him up and down, feeling the pure icy power in his body, and his expression eased a lot. Well, an S-rank extremely cold abyss condenser, not bad. Make good use of this assessment and improve your abilities as quickly as possible. The country needs young talents like you. Yes. The younger generation must do their best to live up to the expectations of their predecessors and the cultivation of the country. Zhao Tianyu's voice was sonorous and powerful, and his answer was flawless. Mr. Mo nodded and said nothing more. But this attention and encouragement from the top has made Zhao Tianyu secretly happy. Lu Feifei stood behind Zhao Tianyu, covering her face, and looked towards the entrance of the secret realm with a look full of resentment, as if saying, Lin Xingjian, someone from the top is coming. Let us see how long you can be so proud. The appearance of Mr. Mo and his rebuke of the principal swept the outside world like a storm. Everyone could see that the top management was extremely dissatisfied with the combination of Xianli and Lin Xingjian. All right. Continue the assessment. The majestic voice of Mo Lao sounded. Enter the secret realm in order according to your awakening level. The principal was as if pardoned, and quickly announced loudly, the next group, S-level extreme cold condensation master Zhao Tianyu and his teammates, prepare to enter. Zhao Tianyu straightened his back, glanced at the entrance to the deep secret realm, and said to Lu Feifei, let's go.
The two followed closely behind, their figures disappearing into the light curtain. Then came the other A-level and B-level teams. The order of entry is directly related to the initiative they can seize. The earlier you enter, the more advantageous terrain you can occupy, the more powerful monsters you can hunt, and the more experience and resources you can gain. Those at the back of the queue, especially those in grade C or even lower, looked at the shrinking queue with anxiety on their faces. They knew that by the time they went in, the low-level monsters on the periphery would most likely have been cleared out. To achieve good results, one must venture deeper into more dangerous areas or hope for scraps left behind by the team ahead. Chen Rui looked at himself and his partner who were in the relatively back position, and thought of Lin Xingjian who was the first to enter.
The jealousy and resentment in his heart grew like poisonous weeds. See you, Lin Xing. Someone from higher up is coming.
You won't be able to jump around for much longer.
Chapter 8 Amaterasu. After the students entered the secret realm one after another.
The principal, Mr. M.O., the head teachers of each class, and the instructors responsible for grading were transferred to the college's secret monitoring center. Everyone's eyes were focused on the huge scoreboard screen in the center and the split-screen images surrounding it. Mr. M.O. sat in the front row, his face so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. His eyes were fixed on the screen where Lin Xingjian and Xianli were. On the leaderboard, it was initially due to Xuanli's advanced copy and the powerful strength of the SSS level. Lin Xingjian and Xianli's names topped the list, far ahead in points. However, this lead lasted less than half an hour.
Now.
First place, Zhao Tianyu S-Class Frost Condenser, Lu Feifei B-Class Wind Shadow Assassin points, 850. Second place, Lin Xingjian F-Class Pupil Master, Xianli SSS Class Final Phoenix Speaker points, 750.
Waste.
Old Mo slammed the armrest, and his furious voice was particularly harsh in the quiet monitoring room. He pointed at Xuanli's screen. On the screen, Xianli was waving his hand and releasing a golden-red flame of destruction, instantly vaporizing several shadow wolves that pounced on him, cleanly and neatly.
Have a look.
Look at Xuanli's strength.
SSS level profession.
Killing these low-level monsters is as easy as cutting melons and vegetables.
The efficiency should be several times that of others. But what about now? The points were actually surpassed by Zhao Tianyu. Why? He turned his head suddenly, his fiery gaze almost burning through the principal next to him. It's because of that F-level pupil magician. What did he do besides following Xianli like a wooden stake? He took away half of Xuanli's experience. Slowed down Xuanli's speed.
Xianli had to devote some of his attention to protecting this burden.
How big is this loss? You tell me. This is all the result of your indulgence as a stupid principal. The principal was scolded so much that his face turned pale and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He could only nod his head repeatedly and did not dare to refute at all. The other teachers in the monitoring room were also silent, and no one dared to offend Mr. M.O. In the secret realm, deep in the dark forest, Lin Xingjian did just as Mr. M.O. said, and hardly made any move. He followed Xianli quietly, his figure moving between the shadows of the huge ancient trees. Xianli was like a human-shaped natural disaster. Wherever she passed, whether it was groups of low-level, corrupted goblins, agile, shadow wolves, or thick-skinned, rock-armored boars, they were all turned into ashes under her terrifying end of the phoenix flame. Under the rules of team experience sharing, Lin Xingjian's experience bar soared like a rocket. Level upgrade, level 2. Level upgrade, level 3. Level upgrade, level 4. Lin Xingjian had no intention of taking action. He was well aware of his own pitiful nature, and rushing forward would be like asking for trouble. His greatest reliance is the Mangekyo Sharingan that was awakened by Koto Amatsukami. These eyes gave him insight far beyond that of ordinary people. The subtle tremors of the monster's muscles, the flow of energy, the prediction of the attack trajectory, all were clear and discernible in his eyes as if in slow motion. Xianli, 3 meters to the left, behind the shadow of a tree, a shadow wolf, is about to pounce on your right ribs. Lin Xingjian's voice sounded. Xianli's eyes flashed, and without turning his head, he flicked his left finger, and a thin golden red line of fire shot into the shadow as accurately as a spirit snake. Ouch! After a short scream, the shadows fell silent. Similar scenes continue to unfold. Xuanli's initial judgment that his master was weak had now been replaced by great surprise. Master, can actually see through the monster's movements so accurately? Can you even predict their attack intentions? This insight is simply terrifying.
Although her body couldn't keep up, the auxiliary value of these eyes far exceeded her imagination.
With her full force and Lin Xingjian's insightful guidance, the cleaning efficiency had actually reached a terrifying level.
However, to outsiders, it seemed as if Lin Xingjian had done nothing.
Inside the monitoring room, Mr. Mo stared at the screen with a frown.
He also noticed at this time that Lin Xingjian would occasionally speak, and Xianli would make extremely precise finishing blows or avoid in advance according to his instructions.
His eyesight is quite good, and his insight is amazing. This F-level pupil master is not completely useless. Mo Lao snorted coldly. Unfortunately, on the battlefield, what use are eyes alone? If your body can't keep up and react quickly, even the best insights will be wasted. Still a huge burden that needs protection. In the secret realm,
Lin Xingjian felt the surging torrent of experience in his body, and there was only one thought in his mind that was screaming madly: upgrade.
Upgrade faster.
Because every time the upgrade prompt sounded, he could clearly see the cooldown time of Oto Amaru in his mind rapidly decreasing.
Betswa Matsukami cooldown time, 10 years, 9 years, 8 years, 7 years. Every time you level up, the cooldown is reduced by 1 year?
This discovery made Lin Xingjian's heart beat wildly.
What does that mean? This means that as long as he reaches level 10, the desperately long 10-year cooldown will be reset to 0 in an instant. He can use this heaven-defying Tianqian again.
This thought was like the strongest stimulant, driving him to guide Xuanli to rush towards a deeper area where monsters were more densely populated.
Xianli felt Lin Xingjian's urgency.
She no longer spared her magic power and violently urged the phoenix flame of the Yen to transform monster after monster into experience points.
Level upgrade, level 7. Level upgrade, level 8. Level upgrade, level 9.
Finally, after Xianli burned dozens of poisonous flying lizards with a fireball, Lin Xing saw a strong upgrade light suddenly burst out from his body.
Level upgrade, level 10.
Congratulations to the host for reaching level 10.
Unlock new eye techniques. The pupil technique is being randomly drawn. Obtained pupil technique Amaterasu. A burning, overbearing, terrifying force that seemed to be able to burn everything instantly rushed into Lin Xingjian's eyes. The black pattern rotating in his pupils changed again. Amaterasu. It can release a never-extinguished black flame until the target is burned to ashes.
Lin Xingjian suddenly covered his eyes, and the intense burning pain made him groan, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise an arc of ecstasy.
Done. Level 10. Tianqian's cooldown reset. He also obtained a new powerful eye technique Amaterasu. Chapter 9, The Three-Headed Hellhound. Within the secret realm.
The moment Lin Xing covered his eyes, Xianli exclaimed,
"Owner."
Her cold mask shattered instantly, replaced by panic. She turned around suddenly and took a step forward to meet Lin Xingyan. In those originally cold eyes, there was only deep worry.
"What's wrong with you? Eyes, are your eyes hurt?" she asked anxiously. "Nothing can happen to the master." "Absolutely not." "Who is it? Were those damn monsters hurting the master just now?" "No, impossible. I definitely cleaned it all up." "What is going on?" Inside the monitoring room.
On the huge screen, the sudden change made everyone stunned.
What's going on?" Mr. Mo frowned and leaned forward slightly. "That Lin Xingjian covering his eyes? Are you injured?"
The principal also stared at the screen in confusion.
"Were we attacked by a monster? But didn't Xuanli protect him behind her? It doesn't look like a sneak attack."
A tutor in charge of grading pushed his glasses and looked at Xianli's overly intense reaction.
"More like something wrong with him? Is there something wrong with your body? Really?" Mr. Mo narrowed his eyes slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. In the secret realm.
Lin Xingjian took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the burning and overbearing sense of power in his eyes.
A long time. The intense stinging sensation finally subsided.
He quickly checked his attribute panel. Name, Lin Xingjian. Occupation, eye technique master F level, level 10, constitution, 105, strength, 104, agility, 106, spirit, 189, eye technique, Koto Amatsukami usable, effect, the strongest illusion. It can directly invade the opponent's brain without being discovered by the opponent, and control the opponent unconsciously. Modify its will, cognition, thoughts, beliefs, loyalty, etc. Cooling time, 10 years cooling can be accelerated by upgrading. Note, the effect is weakened or ineffective against targets whose mental strength far exceeds its own. I technique, Amaterasu, effect, can release a never extinguished black flame until the target is burned out. Cooling time, no cooling passive, no consumption when releasing pupil technique. Strongest pupil technique, you will get a random pupil technique every time you increase your level by 10. The cooling time of BT Anshin is reset to 0.
New I technique, Amaterasu. It's still Amaterasu with no cooldown and no consumption. Comprehensive improvement of basic attributes. The huge ecstasy made Lin Xingjian almost unable to hold back his laughter.
But he quickly restrained himself.
This is not the place to celebrate.
He looked up and met Xianli's eyes, which were full of worry and almost crying.
I'm fine, Xuanli.
It's just there are some new changes in my eyes, which took some time to adapt. Xianli stared closely into Lin Xingjian's eyes,
confirming that there was indeed no look of pain in those scarlet pupils, but instead seemed even deeper.
The panic in her heart finally subsided a little, but her concern was still strong. Really, are you okay?
Master, your eyes seem to be more beautiful.
The second half of the sentence was almost murmured subconsciously, with a hint of obsession.
It's really okay.
Lin Xingjian's tone was affirmative, but also had a hint of command.
Keep pushing forward, time is precious. He needs to gain more experience. As we go deeper,
the level and density of monsters are increasing. But Lin Xingjian saw that the experience points required to upgrade had increased exponentially.
After level 10, the rate of increase in experience slots slows down significantly.
But Xuanli is different. With the same experience, Xuanli actually reached level 15. After Lin Xingjian struggled to reach level 10, he moved as slowly as a snail.
Is this the gap between F class and SSS class?
Lin Xing couldn't help but sigh when he saw this. At this rate of experience acquisition, the level gap between the two will become increasingly larger.
With Xuanli's horizontal push.
Finally, they arrived at the end of their journey, a swamp surrounded by huge skeletons and twisted ancient trees. In the middle of the swamp, crawling was a creepy monster. It resembles a giant dog that has been magnified several times and is covered with pus and tumors. But the strange thing is that it has not just one head, but 3 ferocious dog heads. Each head was dripping with foul-smelling saliva, and its scarlet eyeballs were filled with chaotic brutality.
This is the final boss of the Dark Forest Primary Secret Realm, the level 20, 3-headed hellhound.
However, Lin Xingjian and Xianli were not the only ones at the edge of the swamp. Another team arrived at almost the same time. It was none other than the S-rank extremely cold condenser Zhao Tianyu and his teammate, the B-rank Wind Shadow assassin Lu Feifei. Lu Feifei saw Lin Xingjian and Xianli at a glance. The resentment in her eyes almost burst out. She was about to rush forward and point at Lin Xingjian's nose and curse, but Zhao Tianyu beside her grabbed her wrist tightly.
Fei, calm down,
Zhao Tianyu shouted in a low voice. Although he also disliked Lin Xing very much, the fire of jealousy was burning in him.
But he knew better what the occasion was. In the Secret Realm monitoring room, Mr. Mo and other senior executives are watching.
Targeting classmates in public is not only foolish, but will also affect his impression in the eyes of higher-ups. Lu Feifei was stunned by Zhao Tianyu's cold gaze and forced herself to suppress her anger. Zhao Tianyu took a deep breath and tried to put on a relatively friendly expression.
His eyes passed over Lin Xingjian and looked at Xianli.
He knew that it was pointless to talk to that F-level loser, and his target could only be Xianli.
Xianli, this 3-headed hellhound, is very troublesome.
I guess you have also read the guide provided by the school. It has extremely strong splitting and regeneration capabilities. Even if ordinary physical or elemental attacks can severely damage it, it will quickly split into a new, slightly smaller but equally ferocious hellhound at the attacked part.
The more you kill, the more you get.
Very difficult. He knew that facing such a strange leader, even an SSS level Xianli would need a strong teammate to share the pressure.
And he, the extremely cold abyss condenser, is undoubtedly the best candidate.
He estimated that Xuanli's level was about the same as his, around level 14.
This level 20 boss was designed to test their teamwork. Solo play is not advisable.
However, Xianli seemed not to hear his words and didn't even look at him. She just tilted her head slightly, her eyes falling on Lin Xingjian with a silent question.
Join forces? Or act alone? Everything is decided by the master.
In her heart, Zhao Tianyu's proposal was worthless, and only the master's will was the criterion for her actions. The friendly expression on Zhao Tianyu's face froze instantly, and a strong sense of dissatisfaction surged in his heart.
Why does it seem like Xuanli focuses on this F-level trash? What on earth is the basis for this F-class trash?
Xuanli, this damn love-brained guy.
Lu Feifei was so angry that she was shaking all over and her teeth were chattering.
Lin Xingjian looked thoughtfully at the three-headed giant dog in the distance that exuded a terrifying aura. He glanced at Zhao Tianyu and Lu Feifei, who had grim expressions on their faces.
He naturally also knew the Lord's information.
Zhao Tianyu suppressed his anger and spoke again. Xuanli, this monster cannot be easily dealt with by one person.
For the sake of efficiency and safety, how about we team up to kill it?
The spoils are distributed according to contribution. Xianli still did not respond, but just looked at Lin Xingjian quietly, waiting for his decision. Lin Xingjian finally withdrew his gaze from the leader, and calmly met Zhao Tianyu's gaze, saying indifferently, "No need." Zhao Tianyu was stunned, thinking he had heard wrongly. Lin Xingjian continued, "Xianli and I, the two of us, are enough."
Boom! This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, leaving Zhao Tianyu and Lu Feifei stunned. While what? Zhao Tianyu couldn't believe his ears. He looked at Lin Xingjian as if he was looking at a crazy fool. This F-class bastard, does he know what he's talking about? Does he know the horror of the monster in front of him? Does he know the trouble with split powers? Did he think Xuanli could solve it alone? Or, did he think he could help? It's absolutely ridiculous. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Lu Feifei couldn't bear it any longer.
She broke free from Zhao Tianyu's hand, pointed at Lin Xingjian and burst into a shrill laugh.
See you, Lin Xing. Have you been protected too well by Xuanli and your brain is filled with water? Who do you think you are? How dare you speak so arrogantly here? Still, two people are enough? I think Xuanli is enough. What else can you, a waste, do except being a burden and a hindrance? Fuck you.
Her insults came out like a barrage of venom. However, she didn't finish her words.
Bang!
A crisp and loud slap, accompanied by Xianli's icy and murderous voice, exploded at the same time.
Shut up. Otherwise I'll make you stay here forever. Lu Feifei was whipped so hard that she spun around like a top.
The corner of her mouth was broken and blood and saliva splattered out. She fell to the ground, covering her face, and looked at her familiar best friend Xianli in horror. The rest of the words were stuck in his throat, leaving only whimpers of fear.
Inside the monitoring room.
This scene was played clearly on the huge screen.
Arrogant.
Old Imo slammed the table so hard that his beard was shaking with anger.
Nonsense. Refusing to join forces? It's crazy.
The principal was also stunned.
Does he know how powerful that leader is? Give them all the strategies.
No matter how strong Xuanli is, it will be troublesome if he is besieged by a group of split bodies.
Isn't he pushing Xuanli into the fire? This kid is pushing himself into the fire pit. If a fight breaks out, who will care about him?
The other instructors also shook their heads.
He has absolutely no idea where he fits in. Just because Xuanli takes him to kill monsters easily, does that mean he really thinks he is qualified to participate in this level of battle? He's simply seeking death. Scoffed one instructor.
Everyone thought that Lin Xingjian was completely arrogant and ignorant, and that he regarded Xianli's strength as his own capital. It's as ridiculous as if someone has the highest wealth in the world just because he and the world's richest man have the highest wealth, and then thinks that he is also the richest man.
In the secret realm.
Zhao Tianyu was startled by Xianli's ruthless slap.
This school beauty still has such a bad temper.
Looking at Lin Xingjian, who wanted to use Xuanli to conquer the Lord, he wanted to laugh.
His eyes were filled with a look of watching a show. Okay. Very good.
Lin Xing said to his classmate, "Since you are so confident, Feifei and I will just watch from the side and will never interfere.
I want to see how you and Xuanli can deal with this three-headed hellhound with just two people are enough."
He pulled the frightened Lu Feifei aside with a smug smile on his face.
He didn't expect that Lin Xingjian was so stupid. I actually had the illusion that I had strength.
Xianli would definitely not be able to take care of him when fighting with the leader, even if Xianli killed the leader. Lin Xingjian must be injured if not dead. The best outcome is that Lin Xingjian dies here. In the monitoring room, Mr. Mo and others also held their breath and stared at the screen nervously.
If Xianli fails or is injured, Mr. Mo will definitely end the assessment immediately. An SSS-level genius cannot afford to fail. In the middle of the swamp.
Only Lin Xingjian and Xianli were left.
The Lord, three-headed hellhound, slowly stood up.
The three heads roared at the same time, emitting a terrifying aura.
Chapter 10: The Unquenchable Black Flame.
In the center of the swamp, the battle to capture the boss begins. Xianli took the lead, carrying the destructive phoenix flame of the end, and rushed towards the huge, three-headed hellhound. The blazing flames and the foul-smelling poisonous breath collided violently, making a deafening roar. The three ferocious dog heads roared furiously, their sharp claws tearing through the air, grabbing towards Xianli with a fishy wind, but she dodged them nimbly. With a backhand, a condensed column of phoenix flame hit one of the heads.
Boom!
The smell of burning filled the air, and the head let out a shrill scream, its skin torn and flesh exposed, all charred black. The level 15 Xianli was actually suppressing the level 20 leader. Lin Xingjian stood in place, his scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan locked tightly on the battlefield, his body motionless, as if he was out of the matter. Zhao Tianyu, who was watching the battle from a distance, was shocked at first and marveled at Xuanli's strength. But then his eyes were filled with teasing and anticipation.
Oh, it's just as I thought, hiding behind a woman?
No matter how strong Xuanli is, he can't protect you for long. He seemed to have seen the tragic scene of Lin Xingjian being torn apart. Lu Feifei stared at Lin Xingjian with a resentful look, and screamed frantically in her heart, "Die!
Die soon! Waste! It's you who affected the relationship between me and my best friend." The battle situation developed just as Zhao Tianyu had predicted. Xuanli's attacks were violent and precise, and every fire shock could severely damage the hellhound. But with every heavy blow, the hellhound will split apart.
The flesh and blood at the wound of the hellhound squirmed wildly, and within a few breaths, a small hellhound split out from the huge wound.
Ouch! The newly born hellhound roared ferociously and pounced on Xianli without hesitation. Immediately afterwards, Xianli blasted one of the hellhound's front legs with a fireball.
The broken limb also began to swell and deform violently after it fell to the ground, and another ferocious single-headed hellhound struggled to stand up.
Split! The more you kill, the more you get.
A hint of solemnity also appeared on Xianli's cold face.
Pay attention to the lower right 3 inches. Lin Xingjian's voice sounded.
Xuanli was delighted. With Lin Xingjian's clear vision, she moved as fast as lightning and became more and more courageous as the battle went on, continuously burning and vaporizing the split bodies that rushed towards it.
But the good times didn't last long.
The speed of splitting is too fast.
Although her flames can kill the split instantly, they cannot stop the mechanism of splitting itself.
In just a few minutes, she was surrounded by 7 or 8 roaring hellhound clones of different sizes. The pressure suddenly increased. Xuanli's flames were still strong, burning the split bodies that were rushing towards him with a sizzling sound.
But, I am unable to do both.
Finally, she was attacked by 2 split bodies from different directions at the same time and had to fight with all her strength.
A cunning splitter dog seized the opportunity.
He suddenly rushed out from beside Xianli, aiming directly at Lin Xingjian, who was standing behind and seemed defenseless. Immediately afterwards, as if in a chain reaction, 2 more split dogs broke through Xianli's blockade. Like 3 bolts of lightning, with greedy saliva and deadly claws, they rushed towards Lin Xingjian.
Owner! Xuanli's pupils suddenly contracted.
She exploded desperately, forcibly shook off the several split bodies that were entangled with her, and turned around to return for help.
But the distance is too far.
The 3 black shadows had already pounced in front of Lin Xingnian. For the first time, panic almost like despair appeared in her eyes. There was a cry of surprise in the monitoring room.
It's over.
The principal closed his eyes reluctantly.
It's too late.
The instructors all shook their heads.
A twisted look of ecstasy appeared on Lu Feifei's face. Zhao Tianyu's eyes flashed with satisfaction. It's over, trash.
But the next scene made everyone stunned.
Lu Feifei's ecstasy and Zhao Tianyu's sneer froze on their faces.
In the monitoring room, all the instructors, including Mr. M.O., froze in their movements. Xianli's rushing figure also suddenly stopped. The almost desperate panic in his eyes was instantly replaced by an indescribable shock and an even more intense obsession. Lin Xing remained calm even when facing the hellhound that was powerful enough to tear him into pieces. He didn't even take a step back. At the moment when the sharp claws of the 3-headed split dogs were about to touch his body, he slowly raised his left hand and covered his left eye. Through the gaps between the fingers, the dark sickle pattern in the scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan was spinning wildly.
Amaterasu. Who? There was no earth-shattering explosion, no dazzling light. There is only silent, pure, and dark flame that seems to be able to swallow all light. On the body of the three-headed split dog, pitch-black flames suddenly ignited out of thin air without any warning. Aha! A shrill howl that was not even like a dog's bark suddenly broke out. The three split dogs rolled and flapped wildly as if they were thrown into a frying pan. They bit and scratched each other, trying to put out the flames on their bodies. However, the dark flames were like a leech. Not only can it not be put out, but it is getting more and more intense. The abscesses, tumors, hair, flesh, and even bones on their bodies were quickly carbonized, disintegrated, and turned into ashes in the strange black flames. No division. No regeneration. There is only complete and irreversible annihilation. In just a few breaths, the three ferocious split dogs were burned to ashes without leaving any residue in front of everyone's eyes. Dead silence. Absolute dead silence. The original body of three-headed hellhound showed a humanized expression of fear and confusion. It whimpered softly. The scarlet eyes stared at Lin Xingjian, and the huge body actually shrank back slightly, as if it had encountered a natural enemy. The ecstasy on Lu Feifei's face completely froze, and her mind went blank. The sneer on Zhao Tianyu's lips had long disappeared. He stared at Lin Xingjian with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. What is that flame? How is that possible? An F-level pupil magician? This is absolutely impossible. Hallucination? Or did Xuanli take action secretly? It was as if a bomb was dropped in the monitoring room. While what? What is that? Black flames? Burned the split body to death instantly? Not even enough time to split? Have you ever seen black flames? Was it that Lin Xingjian who did it? Impossible. He is clearly an F-level pupil magician. Where do the pupil magician get his attack skills? Or such a terrifying flame? Exclamations, questions, and gasps of shock rang out one after another. All the instructors stood up and stared at the screen in shock, completely unable to comprehend what was happening before their eyes. And Mr. M.O., the knowledgeable Xia State Commissioner, stood up suddenly with excitement. He leaned forward, almost touching the screen. An unprecedented brilliance flashed in his eyes. This? Could this be a second awakening of the profession triggered in desperate situations? An F-class profession could actually awaken such a terrifying fire ability a second time? Perfect restraint of splitting and regeneration? His previous anger and contempt disappeared in an instant, replaced by the enthusiasm of discovering a rare treasure. This black flame looks no less powerful than Xuanli's phoenix flame, perhaps even more domineering? No wonder an SSS-level genius would fall in love with an F-level professional. It seems that Xuanli had discovered it a long time ago. Lin Xingjian is not an F-level waste at all, but a monster who also has infinite possibilities. Xianli looked at the black flames that could not be extinguished, and a sickly blush appeared on his face. It was a kind of shock at the master's powerful strength and a frenzy that reached its peak due to morbid obsession. Master, my master, you are indeed the most powerful. Lin Xingjian slowly lowered the hand that was covering his left eye and calmly looked at the three-headed hellhound that was growling and retreating in fear. The corners of his mouth curled up into an upward arc. The hunt has just begun. Chapter 11: Second Awakening? After a fierce battle. Under the burning of Xianli's phoenix flame and Lin Xingjian Tianzhao, all the small split dogs were burned to ashes and could not regenerate. Only the true form of the three-headed hellhound remained. At this moment, Lin Xingjian's voice rang out. Xianli, step back. Just watch the battle from the sidelines. I'll take care of the leadership. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. In the monitoring room, what? A mentor cried out. He asked SSS-level Xianli to step down? Is he going to solo the boss? Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Another mentor slammed the table and stood up. Even if he has that strange black flame, it's obviously a long-range attack ability. He is an F-level pupil magician, only level 10. The basic attributes are pitifully low. How can you fight a level 20 boss in close combat? The hellhound can beat him into a pulp with just one claw. Nonsense. You're simply playing with your own life. The principal was so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead and looked at Mr. M.O. There was a gleam in M.O. Lao's eyes, but his brows were tightly furrowed. He admired the potential shown by Lin Xingjian, but Lin Xingjian's actions were indeed too arrogant and risky.
However, young people will inevitably go crazy after gaining power.
Immediately lock onto Lin Xingjian's vital signs. Once a danger signal appears, the assessment must be immediately terminated at all costs and rescue must be forced to arrive. Nothing can happen to him.
Mo Lao's voice was decisive, and he had already regarded Lin Xingjian as a precious genius who had awakened for the second time and had great potential.
Edge of the battlefield. Zhao Tianyu was stunned at first, then he laughed as if he had heard something extremely funny. Ha! See you, Lin Xing. You? Oh my god. You are really interesting. You don't want to play solo, do you?
Lu Feifei came back to her senses from her previous days, and when she heard Lin Xingjian's words, a twisted hope rekindled on her resentful face.
She prayed that Lin Xingjian would be torn to pieces by the hellhound. Xian Li's reaction was the most intense. She rushed to Lin Xingjian in an instant, and for the first time, an eagerness that was almost pleading appeared on her cold face. Master. No. It's too dangerous. You can't. She couldn't imagine her master making any mistakes. Lin Xingjian turned his head, and his scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan looked at Xian Li calmly, without any ripples. Stand back. This is an order. Master. Xian Li trembled all over, and when he met those weird eyes, all the words of dissuasion were stuck in his throat. She could not disobey her master's orders. The great worry made her face pale, but she finally bit her lower lip and retreated step by step with difficulty to the edge of the battlefield. Her eyes were fixed on Lin Xingjian, her body tense like a bowstring ready to be released. If her master was in the slightest danger, she would pounce on him without hesitation, even if it meant disobeying orders. Solo boss. Lin Xingjian is certainly not a fool. As the level increases, the attributes improve, and you gain the powerful eye technique Amaterasu. He underwent a deeper transformation both physically and mentally. Not only did his pupil power increase dramatically, but his strength, speed, and nerve reactions were also significantly enhanced. The reason why I didn't take action before was because my basic physical attributes couldn't keep up with the kaleidoscope's all-seeing vision. Even if you see the flaw, your body won't be able to react. But now, he needs a real battle to test the limits of his body and see to what extent these eyes, combined with this body, can reach. Actual combat is the best whetstone. It's impossible for him to stay behind a woman forever. Roar! Three-headed hellhound. Although it was instinctively afraid of the strange black flame, Lin Xingjian's approach alone completely angered it. Especially after seeing the fiery woman who posed a huge threat to it retreat, its ferocity instantly overwhelmed its fear. The huge body, carrying a fishy smell, pounced towards Lin Xingjian at an astonishing speed. The huge claws slashed down on the head with destructive force. Three heads opened their bloody mouths. There was a cry of surprise in the monitoring room, and the rescue order was about to be issued. There was a glint of anticipation in Zhao Tianyu and Lu Feifei's eyes, expecting to see Lin Xingjian being beaten into a pulp in the next second. However, in Lin Xingjian's Mangekyo Sharingan, the world is completely different. The hellhound's incredibly swift attack was broken down into countless clear slow-motion tracks in his eyes. The angle of the claw's swing, the moment the muscles exert force, the various energy fluctuations, all the details are clearly visible. His powerful dynamic vision combined with his enhanced nerve reactions gave his body incredible predictive abilities. Just before the sharp claws were about to hit his head, Lin Xingjian moved. His movements were not as brilliant as Xian Li's flaming explosions, but they were simple and efficient to the extreme. It was as if he just slightly turned sideways and took a wrong step, and his body slid past the edge of the claw wind that tore through the air at an incredibly tiny angle like weightless catkins. The movements were as smooth as if they had been rehearsed 1,000 times. The sharp claws slammed onto the ground, creating a deep pit and sending gravel flying everywhere, but it didn't even touch the corner of Lin Xingjian's clothes. What? Zhao Tianyu's eyes almost popped out. How is this possible? In the monitoring room, the instructor who was about to press the rescue button froze in mid-air, his mouth open. The hellhound's attack missed, and it became even more violent. Its three heads spewed poisonous breath at the same time, pouring down like a dark green waterfall. Lin Xingjian's figure flashed like a ghost in the narrow space. Every movement was perfect, accurately avoiding the coverage of the poisonous breath. His movements were extremely small, but he always managed to appear in the blind spot of the attack one step ahead. The kaleidoscope's insight makes him seem to have the ability to predict the future. His movements are so weird. The principal murmured, "This doesn't seem like the agility an F-level professional should have at all." More than just agility. It's a prediction. He seemed to see through all the actions of the Hellhound.
Mr. Mo's voice was filled with strong shock and excitement. This pupil master, his insight combined with the terrifying flame, is a genius. Lin Xingjian didn't just dodge. While dodging, a scarlet light flashed in his left eye. Amaterasu silently, a pitch-black flame suddenly ignited the neck of the middle head of the Hellhound. The position is extremely tricky, and it is the connection point with the weakest protection when it pounces and attacks.
Ouch!
The shrill, distorted howl sounded again. The horrible, unextinguishable black flames licked its flesh and blood frantically. The ability to split is completely ineffective in the face of black flames. The charred flesh and blood quickly carbonized and disintegrated. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, the huge head was burned off at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Boom!
The heavy head fell to the ground and was instantly swallowed up by the spreading black flames. The Hellhound twisted wildly in pain, and the eyes of the two remaining heads were filled with extreme fear and rage. It launched an attack regardless of everything, with sharp claws, bites, and poisonous breath, pouring down like a violent storm.
The ability to split is also pushed to the limit.
Countless small split bodies struggled to emerge from its huge body and rushed towards Lin Xingjian fearlessly.
But all this became a futile struggle in front of Lin Xingjian's sharp and insightful Mangekyo Sharingan.
His figure shuttled through the dense attacks, as if dancing on the edge of a knife.
Every dodge is accurate and every counterattack is deadly and efficient.
Every flash of scarlet light means that an irresistible black flame has ignited out of nowhere. He seemed to have transformed into the black god of death on the battlefield. His movements were smooth and flowing, without a trace of superfluousness. The inside of the eye technique is the shield, and Amaterasu's black flame is the spear.
Offense and defense integrated, perfect.
On the huge body of the Hellhound, dark flames bloomed like flowers of death. Every time it blooms, it takes away a large piece of its flesh or limbs.
Split? Regeneration? In front of Hei Yen, it's like a joke.
Its roar turned from anger to a whine of despair. The huge body quickly became incomplete under the erosion of the black flames, and its movements became slower and slower. In the monitoring room, the only sounds were heavy breathing and the beeping of instruments. Everyone was so stunned by the artistic battle on the screen that they forgot to speak. Old Mo's hands gripped the back of the chair tightly, his knuckles turned white, and his eyes were filled with the ecstasy of discovering a rare treasure. The sarcasm on Zhao Tianyu's face had long since disappeared, replaced by a kind of confusion that came from having his worldview shattered. He looked at the figure who was strolling leisurely under the attack of the leader and igniting the black flame of death with a wave of his hand, and for the first time he felt the collapse of his cognition.
This is fucking F grade? Lu Feifei had collapsed to the ground, her eyes empty, and she didn't even have the strength to curse. Xuanli stood at the edge of the battlefield, staring at his master's figure obsessively.
The sickly blush on her face grew stronger and stronger, and her eyes were filled with fanatical admiration that was almost overflowing.
This is her master.
Powerful, mysterious, and in control of everything. Finally, the huge body of the Hellhound was crumbling, and the only remaining head was covered with charred marks, with only despair in its eyes.
It let out a last feeble whimper.
Lin Xingjian stopped moving, stood calmly in front of it, and looked up at the dying beast. The scarlet kaleidoscope spun indifferently.
It's over. He slowly raised his hand. Amaterasu, the pitch-black flame silently ignited on the huge head.
The Hellhound's huge body suddenly stiffened, and its only remaining eye instantly lost all its luster.
The pitch-black flames quickly enveloped its entire broken body. In just a few breaths,
the dreaded level 20 boss, three-headed Hellhound, was completely burned to ashes by the all-consuming black flames in front of everyone's stunned gaze, leaving not even a trace of ash. In the center of the swamp, there was dead silence. Only the lingering smell and burning sensation in the air, and the figure of the young man with flying black hair who slowly lowered his hand, announced that this one-sided crushing hunt had come to an end. Lin Xingjian, alone, level 10, with an F-level profession, single-handedly defeated a level 20 boss.
The entire monitoring room fell into absolute silence for more than 10 seconds. Chapter 12, top of the list.
As the huge body of the three-headed Hellhound was completely devoured by the flames of Amaterasu and turned into nothingness. A huge amount of experience poured into Lin Xingjian and Xian Li's bodies like a torrent.
The combat assessment is over.
The space fluctuated slightly, and the light of transmission began to light up on all the students participating in the assessment. Lin Xingjian felt the surging power in his body, and his level soared instantly. He had struggled to climb to level 10 in the experience bar, but he broke through the moment he killed the leader.
Level upgrade, level 15. 5 levels in a row. Directly reach level 15. You should know that the higher the level, the slower the upgrade. Leveling up 5 levels in a row is far more than the total amount of monsters you killed before. A strong upgrade light also burst out from Xuanli's body. She was originally level 15 after killing the boss. Level upgrade, level 20. The higher the level, the more experience points are required to upgrade. Even though both levels were increased by 5, the experience multipliers gained were completely different. As an SSS level Phoenix Speaker of the End, the experience gain multiplier is far beyond what Lin Xingjian's F level can compare to.
With a flash of light, all the students were instantly teleported out of the secret realm and back to the entrance.
Well, I only gained this little experience.
All the monsters on the periphery were cleared out, and when we went in, we encountered a few that had escaped.
There were not enough to share. Bad luck. It's too far back in the queue.
Many students with lower grades and weaker teams sighed, their faces filled with disappointment and resentment. Most of them only reached level 8 or so.
Chen Rui and his partner were also teleported out.
Chen Rui looked in the direction of Lin Xingjian with a gloomy expression, and jealousy in his eyes became even more intense. But he immediately thought of the assessment rules, and a sneer appeared on his lips again.
Humph, I guess you've leveled up quite a bit, right? But the actual combat assessment is a comprehensive evaluation. The total team score and individual performance score are calculated separately. With Xianli leading you, your total score will definitely be in the top 3, but as for individual performance points, Lin Xingjian, with your F-level profession, how many individual points can you get? When the standings are announced, your personal score will definitely be at the bottom. Everyone will know that you are just a loser who relies on women. A clown who relies on luck to get something for nothing. As he thought about this, he seemed to have seen the scene where Lin Xingjian was despised by everyone. Lu Feifei and Zhao Tianyu were also teleported out, both of them looked dazed. Especially Zhao Tianyu, he looked at Lin Xingjian with complicated eyes. See you on the stars. Awesome, brother. Su Mingyuan's excited voice came. He and his B-rank shield warrior partner walked over quickly. We worked well together inside and felt the results were pretty good. His partner, the honest shield warrior, also smiled and nodded. Lin Xingjian responded with a smile, that's good. What surprised Su Mingyuan and his partner was Xianli, who was standing next to Lin Xingjian and looked like an ice goddess, actually greeted them. Her cold voice rang out, hello? Although she still had no expression, the cold school beauty's proactive greeting had already made the two of them flattered. In Xuanli's view, her master's friends are her friends. The crowd didn't have to wait long. The huge light screen at the entrance to the secret realm lit up. The teacher in charge of the assessment cleared his throat, and his voice spread throughout the room through the loudspeaker, silence. The Dark Forest Primary Secret Realm Practical Assessment is over. Final rankings now announced. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on the light screen. The huge list first showed the team's total score ranking: Lin Xingjian, Xianli points, 3,980 points; Zhao Tianyu, Lu Feifei points, 2,150 points; Su Mingyuan, Li Ming points, 1,870 points. Wow! Goddess Xian broke the record. Close to 4,000 points? So scary. SSS level plus, that guy is really amazing. Everyone was surprised that the team won first place in the total score and broke the historical record, but it was also understandable. After all, there is SSS level Xianli. However, when the individual performance rankings were listed separately, the entire square instantly fell into deathly silence. Individual performance ranking: Lin Xingjian F level pupil magician rating, SSS plus Xianli SSS level Phoenix Speaker of the End rating, SSS Zhao Tianyu S level extreme cold abyss condenser rating, Su Mingyuan A level balance controller rating, A. After a brief silence, there was an uproar. What? Lin Xingjian? First place in individual score? SSS plus? Taller than Xuanli? Are you kidding? He is an F-level pupil magician? System error? Something is definitely wrong. Doubts, exclamations, and unbelievable discussions followed one after another. The sneer on Chen Rui's face completely froze. He stared at the name at the top of the list and the glaring SSS plus, his body shaking uncontrollably. His eyes were filled with extreme absurdity. No, impossible. How could this happen? On what basis does he have the right? F rank SSS plus Y.
Zhao Qianyu and Lu Feifei have already witnessed Lin Xingjian's strength.
I'm not surprised by this list, but it still feels unreal. Su Mingyuan and his partner were also stunned. Su Mingyuan opened his mouth wide and blurted out after a long while, "Fuck. Brother. You're fucking awesome." Lin Xingjian smiled and said, "Mingyuan. You are not bad either. Ranked third in the team."
The two smiled at each other.
Xuanli stood beside Lin Xingjian. Looking at the owner's lofty name and SSS plus evaluation on the list, a touching blush appeared on his cold face. There was undisguised pride and enthusiasm in his eyes.
At this moment, a powerful and condensed aura separated the crowd and walked straight towards Lin Xingjian and Shenli. The leader was none other than Mr. Mo, whose face was excited and eyes were shining. The principal and a group of core mentors followed closely behind. The noise of the crowd died down instantly. Lin Xing saw his eyes narrowed slightly. He knew that if he exposed his strength, it would definitely attract the attention of the top management.
But that's what he wanted to do. Only by showing yourself can you get more resources. He didn't believe that the top management was blind and couldn't see his potential. Really?
The first thing Mr. Mo said was, "Xianli, Lin Xingjian, please come with us to the principal's office."
Chapter 13 Reward Distribution. In the principal's office.
The formal seriousness on Mr. Mo's face instantly melted away like ice and snow.
He put on an extremely warm and even somewhat eager smile.
He personally led Lin Xingjian and Xianli to sit on the comfortable sofa. The principal and several core instructors also changed their previous solemn expressions and put on kind smiles.
Sit down quickly."
Old Mo personally poured 2 cups of hot tea and pushed them over. His actions were so attentive that he didn't seem like a high-ranking Xia State commissioner. Lin Xing understood.
He made the right bet.
In this world where power is respected, when you demonstrate value that is enough to subvert cognition, all contempt and indifference will instantly turn into the most ardent solicitation.
If he was still an F-level pupil magician at this moment.
Not to mention sitting on this top-grade leather sofa and drinking tea, I'm afraid I don't even have the qualifications to enter this door.
The reality of the world is vividly displayed at this moment.
Xianli still maintained that cold and distant attitude, just nodded slightly in greeting, and sat quietly beside Lin Xingjian. Old Mo sat down and swept his eyes over the two of them, especially lingering longer on Lin Xingjian, with undisguised admiration. On his way here, he had quietly checked Xianli's mental state. The results showed that Xuanli showed no signs of being interfered with or manipulated by external forces. This made him completely relieved and also made him more determined in his previous thoughts. This little girl Xuanli must have discovered Lin Xingjian's hidden extraordinary potential a long time ago, which is why she looks at him so differently.
What about the title of master? Young people are really playing around. But now it seems that the two of them are really a good match. The principal cleared his throat and introduced Lin Xingjian and Shenli with a respectful smile on his face. "Student Lin, Student Shen, this is Mr. Mo Zhanyun, a senior commissioner from the Xia Country Talent Strategy Observation and Training Bureau, in the capital. Xiagua Talent Strategic Observation and Training Bureau." Even with Xianli's icy expression, a hint of obvious surprise flashed across his eyes when he heard the name. This organization has great power in Xia Country, directly connected to the highest level of the country, and controls the top-level resource allocation and the most core training programs. Being personally received by a senior commissioner of this organization is in itself a high recognition. Lin Xing's heart also moved when he saw this. He had naturally heard of the name of this training bureau, but he did not expect that the seemingly kind old man in front of him had such a great background. He bowed slightly, his attitude neither humble nor arrogant. "Mr. Mo, I have long heard of your great name." Xianli also nodded following Lin Xingjian's actions. "Mr. Mo. Ha ha ha, okay. Mr. Mo laughed heartily, very satisfied with the two people's reactions. "No need to be so formal. I called you here today to first congratulate you both on your achievements in the practical assessment. Especially Lin Xingjian's SSS Plus personal score, he is truly a role model for young talents in our Xia country." He paused, his smile growing more intense. Such outstanding achievements naturally deserve corresponding rewards. Taking into account the characteristics of your two professions, although Xuanli is also very strong in close combat, the core driving force of Zhong Yanfengyu is still the tremendous mental power. And Lin Xingjian's profession as a pupil master is based on mental strength. We have specially prepared these two highly adaptable spiritual equipment for you.
As Mr. Mo said this, he took out 2 exquisite jade boxes from the storage space. He first opened one of the smaller jade boxes, and inside lay a ring with an ancient shape and a dark body. This is the Void Ring, which contains a stable dimensional space approximately 10 cubic meters in size. You can store and access items with just your thoughts, which is extremely convenient. Old Mo pushed the ring towards Lin Xingjian. Lin Xing's eyes lit up when he saw this.
Space ring? This is a truly practical artifact.
He took it without hesitation and touched it gently. With a slight movement of his mind, he easily sensed the stable cubic space inside the ring.
Nice one. Then, Mr. Mo opened another slightly larger jade box.
The moment the jade box was opened, a gentle yet extremely pure spiritual wave spread out, which invigorated the instructors present. Inside the jade box, a small and exquisite golden crown lay quietly. It's only the size of a palm and looks more like a fine work of art than a piece of equipment.
This is a small crown, Mr. Mo introduced. Don't underestimate it.
This is a special piece of equipment made mainly of secret gold, supplemented by a variety of rare spirit-enhancing runes. Its greatest effect is that it can directly increase the wearer's mental strength by about 15%. It's very suitable for your profession that requires mental strength. 15% increase in mental strength.
Lin Xingjian's heart skipped a beat.
He is now level 15, with 239 mental strength points, and a 15% increase is more than 35 points.
Don't think it's not much, it's a noble percentage. The later you get, the greater the improvement. After reaching level 10, Tianxin got another chance to use it.
The higher the mental power, the lower the risk of Tianxin failing to control high mental targets. The released pupil technique is also more powerful. This small crown is a divine outfit tailor-made for him.
The country's top leaders took action. It's really extraordinary. He suppressed his excitement and solemnly took the jade box. Thank you, Mr. Mo, and thank you for the school's generous gift. Old Mo nodded with satisfaction and took out 2 jade boxes and handed them to Xianli.
One of the jade boxes also contained a space ring.
Another jade box contained an exquisite necklace.
Xianli, this is your concentrated star pendant. Made from star core fragments and moon essence, it can also increase mental power by about 10%.
An increase of 10%.
Lin Xing was stunned. He didn't expect that the equipment he got was better than Xianli's.
Xianli took the jade box and took a look at it. Thank you.
After the awards were distributed, the atmosphere in the office became more harmonious.
At least that's what Mr. Mo and the school think.
Mr. Mo picked up the teacup, took a sip, and the smile on his face faded a little. Then, he finally asked the question that everyone was most concerned about. Lin Xingjian, what exactly is the power of the dark flame that you used to kill the 3-headed hellhound at the last moment of the secret realm? He leaned forward slightly. As far as I know, the basic skills of an F-level pupil master can never include such a powerful and strange attack ability.
Can you tell me more about it? This is related to the assessment and development direction of your future potential. Here it comes.
Lin Xingjian was startled and knew that the most critical moment had arrived.
Chapter 14 Second Awakening Test. Here it comes.
Lin Xing was startled when he saw this, and his mind was working rapidly. He knew that the extremely rare phenomenon of second awakening existed in this world. Usually occurs under great pressure or special circumstances, the awakened profession undergoes a deeper transformation and gains powerful abilities far beyond the basic profession. This was the best reason he was prepared to use to explain his own changes. Just when Lin Xingjian was about to throw out the second awakening rhetoric.
But Mr. Mo suddenly burst into laughter, his eyes flashing with a glint of insight. It's the second awakening, right? Lin Xing was stunned and thought to himself, what a coincidence. This saves trouble.
A hint of surprise, as if you had seen through him, appeared on his face at the right moment, and then he nodded solemnly.
It is indeed so. Mr. Mo slapped his thigh excitedly, his face full of excitement.
The principal and the surrounding tutors were also extremely surprised when they heard this.
First, Xianli awakened to an SSS-level profession, and then Lin Xingjian awakened for the second time.
2 real dragons appeared at the same time in their Wutong High School.
Second awakening. There are only a few of them in the entire history of Xia Kingdom's awakening.
Every second awakener, as long as he does not die midway, will eventually become a top-level powerful person who dominates the world. The strange and domineering black flame displayed by Lin Xingjian completely meets the characteristics of the second awakening ability: powerful, unique, and with unlimited potential.
Good. Good. Good.
Mr. Mo said 3 good words in a row, stood up excitedly, and patted Lin Xingjian's shoulder vigorously.
God bless my Xia country.
Lin boy, your future achievements are limitless. As for Xianli, he is even more optimistic about Lin Xingjian. So the small crown that was supposed to be given to Xianli was given to Lin Xingjian by Mr. Mo. After the excitement, a strong desire for research ignited in Mo Lao's eyes again.
What is the specific strength of the second awakening ability? Where are the characteristic limits? This must be figured out.
Lin boy, old Mo restrained his excitement.
Come on, follow me to the school training ground. Just attack me with all your might and don't hold back. Let me assess your potential.
Lin Xing's heart moved slightly, knowing that this was an opportunity to further demonstrate his value and gain more resources.
He nodded, okay, Mr. Mo.
Xianli stood up immediately, with a barely perceptible worry in his eyes. Old Mo glanced at her and said with a smile, "Don't worry, little girl. I know my limits and I won't hurt your lover." These words made Xianli's cold face flush with a rare light blush, but she did not refute, but just followed Lin Xingjian silently. The group soon arrived at the school's top training ground. In the middle of the empty space, old Mo stood casually, but the aura of a strong man emanated naturally from his body.
He waved at Lin Xingjian, "Come on, boy. Don't use your black flame yet.
Let me see how much your physical fitness has improved after your second awakening.
Attack me at will. Don't hold back." "I'm sorry, Mr. Mo."
Lin Xing's eyes focused, and the scarlet kaleidoscope opened instantly. Without any hesitation, he exerted force on his feet and rushed towards Mr. Mo like an arrow.
The movements are swift, far exceeding the level of ordinary F-level professionals.
A hint of surprise flashed in Mo Lao's eyes. He had already lowered his strength and speed according to Lin Xingjian's level and profession, and only intended to use skills to dismantle him. However, Lin Xing took action. The tricky angle, the predictable dodge, and the burst of power and agility far exceeded his expectations.
Good boy. Quite interesting.
Old Mo's interest increased greatly. He stopped suppressing his strength and began to seriously analyze the moves.
For a moment, figures were intertwined in the training ground.
Lin Xingjian used his kaleidoscope insight to the extreme, and each attack was aimed at the tiny flaws in Mo Lao's movements. His defense was impeccable, and he always managed to narrowly avoid Mr. Mo's seemingly certain counterattacks. His movements were simple and efficient, without any frills.
The more Mr. Mo fought, the more frightened he became. How does this look like an F-level professional who has just awakened and is only level 15? This combat awareness, this insight, this on-the-spot reaction, is simply monstrous. He felt like he was fighting against a battle-hardened master of the same level. If he wasn't careful, he might really capsize in the ditch. This kid, the improvement brought by the second awakening is so huge. Stop.
After dismantling dozens of moves, Mr. Mo took the initiative to call for a stop, his eyes full of admiration.
Good. What an insight.
With your eyes and combat instinct, your melee ability is no less than that of many S-level professions.
But, old man, I would like to see your black flame even more.
Lin Xing saw him panting slightly, adjusting his breath, and nodded when he heard the words.
He knew that the highlight was coming. He did not activate Amaterasu immediately, but observed Mo Lao calmly.
Old Mo also looked at him with interest, his body surface quietly covered with a layer of light blue energy film that was almost invisible to the naked eye. This was his body protective chi. Suddenly, Lin Xing saw a bright scarlet light coming out of his left eye. The black sickle blade pattern in the pupil spins wildly.
Amaterasu is silent.
A ball of flame as black as ink, which seemed to be able to swallow up light, suddenly ignited out of thin air on the light blue energy membrane on Mo Lao's chest.
Old Mo groaned, and his expression changed drastically in an instant. He clearly felt that the moment the black flame touched his protective chi, it burned and devoured his chi like a maggot attached to his bones. His internal energy was actually burned by the F-level Lin Xingjian. You should know that his protective energy is immune to fire and insulated. Destroy it for me.
Old Mo shouted, and a powerful mental force mixed with pure energy surged out, trying to forcibly extinguish the strange black flame.
Energy rushed past like waves.
However, the dark flame only flickered for a moment, with no sign of dying out.
The domineering burning of the flame even made old Mo feel that it was no less than Xianli's phoenix flame of the end. What was even more terrifying was its unextinguishable characteristic. Hiss. Mr. Mo took a deep breath, his eyes bursting with unprecedented shock and excitement. He no longer hesitated and made a decision immediately. He put his fingers together like a knife and slashed at the burning part of his chest. Swish. A soft sound. The small piece of light blue energy membrane attached to Amaterasu's black flame was actually cut off by him. The energy membrane that fell to the ground, without the energy supply from Mo Lao, soon turned into nothingness under the burning of the black flames, leaving only the black flames still burning on the ground. The training ground was silent. The principal and tutors were stunned. Mr. Mo was actually forced to break thee to protect himself? Old Mo looked at the scorch mark on the ground, then lowered his head to look at his chest where a small piece of the protective chi was missing. An extremely bright smile appeared on his face. Good. Overbearing. Purely. Can't be extinguished. This power, this characteristic, is simply the nemesis of certain regeneration in fission monsters and special defense monsters. Strategic level. True strategic level capabilities. Mo Lao's voice trembled with excitement, and he looked at Lin Xingjian as if he was looking at a national treasure. The test is over. Lin boy, you gave me a big surprise. No, it was a big surprise for the country. Lin Xingjian also breathed a sigh of relief, and with a thought, he extinguished the still burning black flame. He bowed slightly to Mr. Mo. Thank you, Mr. Mo, for holding back. Ah, just a test. Mr. Mo was very pleased with Lin Xingjian's humble attitude and was in a very good mood. He walked up to Lin Xing and took out a diamond-shaped crystal token from the storage space. It is engraved with the dragon emblem of the Xia Kingdom. Take this, Lin boy. Old Mo handed the token to Lin Xingjian. This is the pass to the dense beast forest. It is also the highest level and most dangerous secret realm for novices in your H city. Only the core genius seeds that have been strictly reviewed and recognized by the Xia Country Talent Strategy Observation and Training Bureau are eligible to enter and train. The monster strength and experience gain efficiency inside are far beyond the reach of Dark Forest. Congratulations on passing the review. Lin Xingjian took the crystal token. It's true that you can show your strength. This is exactly what he needs most right now. A place where he can upgrade quickly and obtain resources. He bowed again. Thank you, Mr. Mo, for your cultivation. The star will definitely live up to your expectations. Chapter 15: The Lost 16 States. After the assessment, Lin Xingjian returned to the dormitory alone. The afterglow of the setting sun completely sank into the horizon, and the campus of Wutong High School was lit up with lights. After closing the door, he immediately sat cross-legged on the bed and opened the attribute panel. Name: Lin Xingjian. Occupation: I Technique Master F Class. Level: 15. Constitution: 155. Strength: 154. Agility: 156. Spirit: 274. Void Ring: 10 cubic meters of space. Small Crown: increases mental power by 15%. I Technique: Kodo Amatsukami. Usable effect: the strongest illusion. It can directly invade the opponent's brain without being discovered by the opponent, and control the opponent unconsciously. Modify its will, cognition, thoughts, beliefs, loyalty, etc. Cooling time: 10 years. Cooling can be accelerated by upgrading. Note: the effect is weakened or ineffective against targets whose mental strength far exceeds its own. I Technique: Amaterasu effect can release a never extinguished black flame until the target is burned out. Cooling time: no cooling passive, no consumption when using pupil technique. Strongest pupil technique: you will get a random pupil technique every time you increase your level by 10 other attributes or average, but the mental strength reaches 274 points with the blessing of Little Crown. But it's still not enough. Lin Xing saw a stronger desire rising in his heart. The effect of Tianshan is greatly affected by the target's mental strength. If you want to control a truly top-notch expert, or a higher-level being, this increase in mental power is far from enough. We must find a way to obtain more and more powerful spiritual equipment. And all this requires a lot of money. Just as he was thinking about how to make money, there was a gentle knock on the dormitory door. He opened the door and looked. The person standing outside the door was actually Mr. Mo. Classmate Lin Xingjian, I would like to invite you to dinner. Is that convenient? Mr. Mo laughed. Mr. Mo personally invited you? Lin Xingjian nodded and said, it's my honor. Tinji Ukshuan. It is a well-known private restaurant near Wutong High School. In the box.
Mr. Mo smiled and waved. Come on, Lin boy, sit down.
Don't be shy.
I'm just an old man who suddenly felt like chatting with you and having a couple of drinks. Lin Xing nodded when he sat down as he said, It is my honor to be invited by Mr. Mo.
After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors.
The smile on Mr. Mo's face gradually faded, replaced by a solemnity that showed the vicissitudes of time. He put down his wine glass and looked out the window into the distance.
A long time.
He turned to look at Lin Xingjian and asked, Lin boy, how much do you know about this world? Lin Xingjian put down his chopsticks and frowned slightly. I don't quite understand.
He is very honest. During the 3 years since I traveled through time, I have basically been in closed-door training to prepare for awakening. He really doesn't understand this world very well.
Mr. Mo smiled and expressed his understanding. After all, you are only in your 3rd year of high school, and H City is far away from the border, so it's normal that you don't know.
Do you know?
Whether it was the secret realm of assessment, the dark forest, the dense beast forest we were about to visit, or even the more advanced training grounds in the university, they were all artificial hunting grounds. The monsters inside are tools we capture and put in there to hone newcomers and upgrade them. His tone suddenly became sharp.
But the real world is not like this. The real world is blood and fire. It's about struggle and survival.
More than 70% of the land in this world has been completely occupied by monsters.
They are entrenched in the vast wasteland, always coveting our human territory. Mr. Mo paused here.
Our Xia nation is considered a relatively powerful fortress among the human nations. We built high walls, established fortresses, and concentrated our forces to guard the core territory. But, we once had a rich and vast territory, 16 whole states.
Now, it has fallen into the clutches of the devil.
They became 16 sharp knives stabbing into our hearts. He took a big gulp of wine, and the spicy wine seemed unable to suppress the anger and sadness in his heart. I, an old man, have been fighting these beasts all my life since the day I joined the expeditionary force. My comrades, my brothers-in-law, countless people fell on the road to recover lost territory.
Fallen during expedition again and again.
But, 16 states.
Not an inch of land was recovered. Mo Lao's gaze refocused on Lin Xingjian, with a fiery flame burning in his eyes. It's an expectation, an entrustment, and even a hint of pleading. I'm old, Lin boy.
My potential has been exhausted and my strength is no longer enough to support me in fulfilling my lifelong dream.
What I can't do, I can only hope for those who come after me. And you. See you, Lin Xing.
Your second awakening, your eyes, your unquenchable black flame. The final words of Xuanli. The potential and possibilities you show are the most unique I have ever seen in my life.
You are the real hope.
Passing the national competition and entering a top university for further studies is just the starting point.
What I hope to see, old man, is that you truly grow up and step into the battlefield of blood and fire. Join the expeditionary force.
Use your strength to tear through the monster's defenses and take back our lost homeland. Go and pull out the 16 sharp knives stuck in the territory of Xia State one by one.
Let the flag of Xia Kingdom fly over the 16 states again.
Mr. Mo stared at Lin Xingjian. Tell me, Lin Xingjian.
Are you willing to fight for the Xia Kingdom, for the land and compatriots ravaged by monsters?
The room was silent, with only the sound of Mo Lao's heavy breathing. Lin Xingjian remained silent. In his original body's memory, he only knew that this world was dangerous.
But I didn't expect it to be so dangerous. Warcraft actually occupied 70% of the land.
At the beginning, he awakened the system and used Bai Yixinshan to control Xuanli in order to protect himself and escape the fate of F-level waste. He displayed his strength in order to obtain resources, to level up faster, to unlock more pupil techniques, and to become more powerful. Lin Xingjian does not have much sense of belonging to this world or to the Xia Kingdom. But the 16 states mentioned by Mr. Mo made Lin Xingjian think of the heavy history of the Dragon Kingdom in his previous life. Both were invaded and both lost 16 states. In an instant, he thought of General Yu's poem. His hair was standing on end with anger, and he leaned against the railing as the rain stopped.
How can one not feel inspired when they are so similar?
At this moment, he also felt a huge resonance in his heart.
As a Blue Star person, he absolutely cannot tolerate aggression.
Moreover, Xia country is now his refuge.
When the nest is overturned, how can the eggs remain intact? The threat of monsters is a sword hanging over everyone's head.
Lin Xingjian slowly raised his head.
He did not make any passionate oaths or make any passionate declarations. He just looked at Mr. Mo and nodded calmly and firmly. Okay, let's start from the beginning, rebuild the old mountains and rivers, and face the sky. For a moment, Mo Lao was stunned. He raised his glass and laughed. Good. Good. What a great opportunity to start over, rebuild the old mountains and rivers, and face the sky. The two of them clinked their glasses, excited. Chapter 16 Secret Forest Beast Forest. The next morning. Under the personal guidance of Mr. Mo and Principal Wang of Wutong High School, Lin Xingjian, Xianli, and Zhao Tianyu arrived at the entrance of a special controlled area on the outskirts of H City. This is the location of the secret realm of dense beast forest. At its entrance, there is a primordial atmosphere that is even richer and wilder than that of the dark forest, as if one can hear the low roar of beasts coming from the depths of the dense forest. Zhao Tianyu remained silent all the way, his expression somewhat complicated. As an S-level extreme cold condenser, he was also chosen by Mr. Mo to enter this place. Dense Beast Forest, the highest level secret realm for novices in H City. The minimum entry threshold is S-level. This is a whetstone and fast lane specially created for the top talents in H City. The monsters inside are of higher levels, greater density, and richer variety, and the efficiency of gaining experience is several times higher than that of ordinary secret realms. There are only 4 people in H City who have awakened to the S-level standard this year, including SSS level Xuanli. When Lin Xingjian and others arrived at the open space at the entrance, 2 other groups of people were already waiting there. Haha, Lao Li. Old Zhang. You two arrived early. Principal Wang of Wutong High School immediately greeted him warmly. The man called Lao Zhang is a burly middle-aged man and the principal of Panchur High School. Behind him stood a tall and strong young man wearing heavy black armor and carrying a huge sword. The young man had a defiant look in his eyes and raised his chin slightly. He looked at Lin Xingjian and the others with undisguised scrutiny and a hint of contempt. Mo Lao whispered to Lin Xingjian, the one wearing black armor is called Lei Lai, an S-class professional at Rock High School, Dragon Blood Berserker. He has a hot temper and is very aggressive. When he awakened, he merged with a trace of ancient dragon blood. He has great potential, but his personality is not easy to get along with. Try not to get into conflict with him, and focus on escalation. Lin Xing nodded calmly, his eyes swept over Lei Lai, and he silently added in his heart, as long as he doesn't provoke me. Another old Li is the principal of Changying High School, a middle-aged man with an elegant temperament and wearing gold-rimmed glasses. A young girl stood behind him. She has white hair, twin ponytails, and a face as delicate as a doll. She was wearing a gorgeous robe decorated with star and moon patterns, and her big watery eyes were looking at Lin Xing and them curiously. Mo Lao's voice was filled with a hint of laughter. That little girl is called Xingtong, and she is an S-level professional at Changying High School, Star Summoner. Don't be fooled by her young age, she is incredibly talented and can communicate with and summon celestial creatures from other dimensions to fight. The most important thing is that her family is from the Xingqian group, a top chaebol in H City and even the entire eastern province. There are so many resources that it is unimaginable. Young man, you can interact with her more and seize the opportunity. Hearing top chaebol and unimaginable resources, Lin Xingjian's eyes lit up instantly. Money. Resource. This is exactly what he lacks most now. Spiritual equipment, various potions and weapons. Which one doesn't require a huge amount of wealth? The look he gave Xingtong was suddenly filled with friendly interest. However, Xianli beside him suddenly took half a step forward. Almost sticking to Lin Xingjian's side, his cold gaze swept across Xingtong's cute face, then turned to Mo Lao. Mr. Mo, Xingjian doesn't need to deliberately get along well with anyone. Resource? My Xian family is also not short of it. Her words were powerful, as if she was declaring sovereignty. Looking at Xianli's protective attitude, Mr. Mo smiled at Lin Xingjian and said, "Oh, your girlfriend is jealous." On the other side, the 3 principals also began their routine greetings and comparisons. Old Wang, your Wutong High School is going to be amazing this year. SSS level Phoenix Speaker of the End. Wow, that's incredible. Principal Zhang of Panchur High School said with envy. Principal Li of Changying High School pushed his glasses, he was a little confused. Student Xuanli, you indeed have a bright future. But what about that F-class guy? He asked. Lin Xingjian's F-level occupation logo was very eye-catching. It's totally out of place standing next to an S-level genius. What's going on? The smile on Principal Wu Tongwang's face became even brighter. Ha, I've been waiting for you to ask.
Oh, this is Lin Xingjian.
He deliberately kept it a secret and only introduced the name.
Other information such as job intensity is not mentioned. Principal Zhang of Panshur and Principal Li of Shangying exchanged glances. Being brought by Mr. Mo himself and stuffed into this dense beast forest, with the lowest S-level threshold, this F-level pupil magician must have a problem.
The two men's gazes towards Lin Xingjian instantly changed from confusion to intense inquiry and scrutiny. Could it be some kind of extremely special and rare auxiliary? Or is there a hidden powerful talent? Or is it a second awakening? Just when the atmosphere was delicate, dense beast forest is officially opened. Mo Lao's expression became serious, and he said in a deep voice, "The entrance is open. You already know the rules, it lasts for 3 days. Go as deep as possible and become as strong as possible. Remember, safety comes first, but don't be afraid of challenges. Go!" Lei Lai was the first to move. He snorted coldly, without even looking at the others, carrying his giant sword, and rushed in like a tank. Xingtong smiled sweetly at Mr. Mo and her own principal, Uncle Principal, Grandpa Mo, "I'm going in." Zhao Tianyu took a deep breath, bowed slightly to Mr. Mo and the principal, and stepped in quickly with a chill lingering around him. Xuanli looked at Lin Xingjian, his eyes asking silently. Lin Xingjian felt the powerful and dangerous aura emanating from the secret realm. The corners of his mouth curled up in a fighting spirit. He nodded to Mr. Mo and Principal Wang, then said to Xianli, "Let's go." Xianli immediately followed. The two figures disappeared into the dense beast forest together. Only Mr. Mo and 3 principals were left in the open space. Principal Zhang of Panshur finally couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Mo, who is that Lin Xingjian? An F-level pupil magician entering the dense beast forest?" Mo Lao smiled faintly. "Go to the monitoring room and see, this kid will give you a surprise." His tone was full of anticipation. Chapter 17: The Contrast of the Good Girl. The moment they stepped into the dense beast forest, they were forcibly teleported. Lin Xingjian's figure appeared in a jungle. The crowns of towering ancient trees block out the sun, and the air is humid, filled with the scent of plants and the smell of soil. From afar came the roars of beasts, rustling the leaves. Lin Xingjian instantly activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, capturing every detail of the dim surroundings. The trajectory of energy flowing in the air, the subtle traces left by the activities of monsters in the distance, none of them can escape his powerful insight. Random teleportation as expected, it's dispersed. Lin Xingjian muttered to himself, having anticipated this. Mr. Mo had previously explained the rules in detail. After entering the secret realm, everyone will be randomly teleported to different areas, and experience will be calculated separately, within a 3-day limit. This is both for the sake of fairness and to allow these geniuses to truly hone their individual combat capabilities under pressure. He felt the oppression around him that was far greater than that of the dark forest. Instead of feeling fear, he felt a strong excitement. The fighting spirit rises. It is certainly safe and efficient to have Xianli around, but excessive protection will make him lose the opportunity to face danger and break through himself. This primeval forest full of dangers is his best testing ground. He did not rush into action, but concealed his presence and moved quickly with the help of the shadows of the ancient trees. Soon, a monster shaped like a cheetah but larger in size appeared in sight. Swift Shadow Leopard, level is around 18, and is known for its speed. That S.U. Lin Xing's eyes fixed, and his figure jumped out from the shadows like a ghost. Roar! The swift shadow leopard reacted extremely quickly, its dark green pupils instantly locked onto Lin Xingjian, and it exerted force with its hind legs, turning into a shadow and pouncing forward. However, under the dynamic vision of the kaleidoscope, the movement trajectory of shadow leopard is like slow motion. Lin Xing saw his body slide sideways at an incredible angle, accurately avoiding the sharp claws. At the same time, the Sharingan rotates. Amaterasu. Black flames blazed. Ouch! A shrill, distorted howl erupted instantly. The swift shadow leopard rolled wildly, but once the fire of Amaterasu was ignited, there would be no end to the fight until death. In just a few breaths, this level 18 monster was burned to ashes in its painful struggle. Inside the monitoring room, Principal Li of Shengying School stared at the screen intently, his mouth unconsciously open as if an egg could be stuffed in it. Principal Zhang Pancher suddenly stood up and said, What kind of flame is that? Is this a skill that only F level can have?
Principal Wutong Wang looked at his two colleagues who had lost their composure. He tried hard to keep a straight face and remain serious, but he couldn't suppress the smug smile that was almost reaching his ears. He pretended to cough deeply. Ahem, I'm surprised by what I've seen. Old General Mo took in the reactions of the two men, a smile flashed in his eyes, and he finally spoke slowly. Principals, there's no need to be so surprised. Lin Xing meets a classmate who is not an ordinary F-level student. In the previous practical assessment in the Dark Forest, he completed the second awakening of his profession under desperate circumstances. That black flame was the ability he gained from his second awakening.
Second awakening? Principal Li of Shengying and Principal Zhang of Panshur suddenly turned their heads to look at Mr. Mo, their expressions completely frozen. As the heads of a school, they certainly know what second awakening means. That is even rarer than the SSS level initial profession. Every second awakener is a strategic potential stock. Its rarity even exceeds that of SSS level initial professionals. Principal Li Shengying and Principal Zhang Panshur looked at Lin Xingjian on the screen, who was maneuvering freely among the pack of demon wolves and igniting the black flames of death with a wave of his hand. He looked at Mr. Mo with a look of confidence, and then at Principal Wang next to him, who was smiling like an old chrysanthemum. He finally understood why Principal Wang's smile was so mysterious and so provocative before. Old Wang. You are so damn lucky. The two principals cursed at the same time. Principal Wutong Wang finally couldn't help himself and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Lao Shang, Lao Li. Are you dumbfounded? Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Our Wutong High School has produced 2 real dragons this year. In the secret realm, Lin Xingjian transformed into the black god of death in the dense forest. The trajectory of the blade arm of Swift Blade Mantis was seen through, and Lin Xingjian broke the joint at close range and burned its core. Lin Xingjian found a gap in the hard carapace of thick-armored giant turtle where energy flowed, and a ray of black flame penetrated into it, incinerating it from the inside. The overwhelming vine attack of manic vines was full of flaws under the kaleidoscope, but Lin Xingjian shuttled through the sea of vines accurately, found the main root system, and completely solved it with a single Amaterasu. Experience points poured in like a flood. Lin Xingjian's level soared rapidly. Level 17. Level 18. After reaching level 19, night falls. Lin Xingjian found a relatively dry depression backed by a huge rock and lit a bonfire. He sat cross-legged by the fire, regulating his breathing silently. Level 19. You are only one step away from unlocking new eye techniques at level 20 and gaining one more chance to use Kodo Amatsukami. His heart was full of anticipation. At the same time, on the other side of the dense forest, Xianli was like a burning meteor. Wherever he passed, powerful monsters were reduced to ashes under the flames of the End Phoenix. Her face was expressionless, but deep in her cold eyes there was a barely perceptible hint of anxiety. Master, where is he? She kept searching for Lin Xingjian's scent. But the forest is too big. She could only rely on her intuition, moving deeper and deeper in one direction, killing, hoping to meet up with Lin Xingjian as soon as possible. Just when Lin Xingjian closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing, a rustling sound came from the edge of the campfire's range. He opened his eyes instantly, and his scarlet gaze penetrated the darkness and locked onto a petite figure. White hair, twin ponytails, and a gorgeous star moon robe. It was none other than Xingtong, the S-rank genius of Shengying High School. She seemed to be attracted by the light of the bonfire, with a hint of vigilance on her delicate little face. But when her eyes passed through the firelight and saw the glaring F-level mark on Lin Xingjian's chest, that bit of vigilance disappeared in an instant, replaced by undisguised disappointment and deep contempt. TSK, who was I thinking? It turns out to be you, an F-rank guy. Xingtong curled her lips, her voice crisp, with a harsh and arrogant tone that was completely inconsistent with her cute appearance. She walked over to the campfire as if it was her territory. Lin Xing frowned slightly and said nothing. Hey, F class. Xingtong sat down opposite the campfire, crossed her legs, took off her shoes, and stretched out her feet. She said to Lin Xingjian in an imperative tone, I'm hungry. Go get me something to eat. Let us barbecue. Also, my feet are a little sore, come and give me a massage. Lin Xingjian, ? He looked at the little Lolita in front of him who was bossing people around like she was a servant, and was a little confused for a moment. The style of this painting is so different from the good girl who greeted the principal with a sweet smile during the day. Seeing that Lin Xingjian didn't move, Xingtong frowned impatiently and said in an even worse tone, "Are you deaf? Hurry up. It is your honor to serve me. If I didn't see that the fire you made was useful, I wouldn't bother with a poor guy like you." She completely tore off her disguise, revealing her arrogant and domineering nature. She knew very well that there would be no one watching over the surveillance cameras at night, and the alarm would only be sounded if any problems were detected in their vital signs. After all, everyone needs to sleep. There was no need for her to pretend at this moment. You know, pretending to be a good girl to win the favor of the principal and Mr. Mo is very tiring. Even if this F-level professional in front of her is a little special, he is definitely not worthy of being compared with her, the daughter of the Star Group and an S-level summoner. Being able to have him barbecue and massage her feet is already a blessing from heaven. Lin Xingjian looked at Xingtong's self-righteous and arrogant look and suddenly laughed. His smile was calm, even a little playful. The scarlet kaleidoscopes looked particularly strange under the dancing flames. "Xingtong, it seems you don't understand the current situation?" Lin Xingjian's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by Xingtong. Xingtong was stunned for a moment, then sneered, "Huh? Situation? What's the situation? You are an F-level trash. Serve me well. Maybe I will give you some reward when you get out. But if you refuse..." She stood up suddenly, emitting the pressure of an S-level strongman. "Then today I will teach you a lesson and let you know what respect and inferiority mean." Xingtong's face was cold, and there was a violent light in her eyes. "Oh? Then I'd like to see what lessons you can teach me?" Lin Xingjian smiled and stood up and walked in front of Xingtong. His scarlet eyes stared at Xingtong's eyes quietly, full of provocation. "You. If you don't accept my toast, you will be punished." Xingtong waved her hand and prepared to summon the celestial creatures to teach this ignorant F-level trash a lesson he would never forget. However, just as she was gathering her magic power and the summon was about to take shape, when Lin Xing saw those scarlet eyes, they suddenly burst out with a weird light. The black sickle blade in the pupil spins wildly. An invisible and intangible force instantly penetrated deep into Xingtong's defenseless brain. Oto Amatsukami activate. Target, star pupil. Will modification, Lin Xingjian is the only master of Xingtong and the supreme being. Xingtong must be absolutely loyal and devote everything to him. The same modification as Xuanli's will. Lin Xingjian was still thinking about how to start. "I didn't expect that Xingtong would come to me on his own initiative and be so arrogant. I just happened to be short of money, so how could I not accept the top tycoon's daughter who came to my door? It's like someone brings you a pillow just when you're about to fall asleep." Xingtong's big eyes, which were originally filled with contempt, became empty and blank in an instant. Her petite body trembled violently. Then she slowly and obediently walked towards Lin Xingjian, knelt on her knees, and lowered her proud head. When she raised her head again, her eyes had become extremely pious, full of fanatical worship and absolute obedience. Just like a devout believer looking up to God. She spoke clearly and respectfully, "Master Xingtong, I will obey your orders." Chapter 18. Lin Boy is so charming. In the secret realm, early morning. Lin Xingjian slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he felt was not the hard ground. Instead, it was an unusually soft touch with a faint sweet fragrance, gently supporting the back of his head. He blinked in confusion, and his vision gradually became clear. What comes into view is a delicate face and cute big eyes. Xingtong was looking at him with tenderness and obsession. What made Lin Xing even more confused was he found himself resting his head on Xingtong's round and well-proportioned thighs and white stockings. "Master, are you awake?" Xingtong said softly with a smile on her face. She stretched out her white and slender fingers and gently massaged Lin Xingjian's temples in a very natural manner. "Did you sleep well last night? I was worried that you couldn't sleep well, so I kept watching over you. Is your head still sore? Do you want to press it again? Or massage your feet too?" Lin Xingjian. He shuddered and sat up almost like a catapult, looking at Xingtong's well-behaved and docile appearance. It was as if the arrogant and domineering little devil last night had never existed. The effect of Tianqian is indeed overbearing. This role change is so smooth. "Xingtong. Listen, don't call me master or sir from now on. Especially outside, among people. Do you understand?" Lin Xingjian calmed down and tried to speak in a serious tone. Xingtong tilted her head, her snow-white twin ponytail swaying gently, and a layer of mist instantly covered her big eyes,
making her look a little aggrieved.
Why? You are my master. Xingtong only wants to call you that. No.
Lin Xing said firmly. Call me Lin Xingjian, or Xingjian is fine too.
In short, you can't call me master.
Xian Li's possessive eyes flashed through his mind.
It's already eye-catching enough for Xuanli to call master, and now a chaeble's daughter does the same? The package will be suspected. Remember, this is an order. Oh.
Xingtong pursed her lips, and the moisture in her big eyes became thicker, as if she had suffered a great injustice. But in the end he nodded obediently.
Yes, Xingjian, then, Xingjian, do you still need a massage? Or want to eat something?
I have top-quality monster steaks and spices I brought from home, no need for massage.
Lin Xingjian quickly refused. Let's get some food. After we finish eating, we'll head out to upgrade. Okay. See you in the stars.
Xingtong immediately burst into laughter, as if she had received great grace. In her mind, she was hopelessly in love with the handsome Mr. Hashimi.
It was love at first sight. Doing anything for Master Hashimi is natural and full of happiness.
She took out the ingredients and cooking tools from her storage bracelet and started to handle them clumsily. Lin Xingjian felt something was wrong after seeing this operation.
Can this pampered young lady cook? Lin Xingjian frowned as he watched Xingtong fiddling with it and swallowed his saliva. Inside the monitoring room,
Mr. Mo, Principal Wang, Principal Li, Principal Zhang and others walked into the monitoring room one after another, ready to start a new day of observation. The huge screen lit up, and the images of each area were presented one by one. When the scene switched to the area where Lin Xingjian was, everyone was stunned. Lin Xingjian was sitting on a rock next to the campfire. And Xingtong, the daughter of the star group and an S-class summoner, knelt at Lin Xingjian's feet like the most obedient maid. She carefully picked up a piece of steak that was not so dark and handed it to Lin Xingjian's mouth.
Xingjian, try this one, it's grilled pretty well.
Lin Xing's mouth twitched when he saw it. It turns out that this young lady's cooking skills are really excellent. He felt a little helpless, but still opened his mouth and ate it.
After all, it's someone's intention.
But it's really disgusting. If he had known this, he would have done it himself. When Xingtong saw Lin Xingjian eat it, she was so happy that her eyes narrowed into crescents.
This scene.
The entire monitoring room suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop.
Principal Zhang of Panchur High School was stunned.
Principal Li of Shangying High School's face turned ashen in an instant. His proud and talented student, the apple of the eye of the star group.
At this moment, she was kneeling at the feet of an F-level boy like a maid, feeding him? Still smiling like an nympho? How can this be disgraceful? He felt his blood pressure instantly soar to the peak. After a brief moment of surprise, Principal Wang of Wutong High School suddenly burst into earth-shaking laughter. Ha 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 ha. Oh shit.
Lin Xing meets this kid. You have a bright future. Not only has his strength awakened a second time, but his skill in picking up girls is also unparalleled in the world.
It's only one night. One night. Just to train the daughter of the Xingqian group into obedience? Ha 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 ha.
Old Man Li, your student, is really a man of temperament.
Ha 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 ha.
He laughed so hard that tears came out and he slammed the table hard. Mr. Mo was also shocked by the scene and was a little dazed. Then he shook his head with a helpless smile. He looked at Lin Xingjian's figure on the screen and cursed with a low laugh, "Good boy. I just asked you to spend more time with her yesterday. The speed and depth of your communication really opens my eyes as an old man. When I was young, cough cough." He coughed twice and swallowed the second half of the word style, but the expression on his face clearly showed that the young are to be feared. Principal Li was so angry that he was shaking all over and couldn't say a word when he heard Principal Wang's shrill laughter in Mr. Mo's ambiguous words. He felt like he was going to have a heart attack. Principal Zhang recovered from his shock. Although he also felt it was outrageous, he felt gloating when he saw Principal Li's frustrated look. "Old Li, your little genius is, falling in love for the first time? Ha 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 ha. This boy Lin is so charming. A genius who has awakened for the second time and your chaebol daughter, I think they are a perfect match." He finished off cheerfully. The monitoring room was filled with Principal Wan's laughter and Principal Zhang's ridicule. Only Principal Li was torn. In the secret realm. After a terrible breakfast. Lin Xingjian and Xingtong officially started their leveling journey. With the powerful assistance of Xingtong, an S-level summoner, Lin Xingjian's upgrade efficiency soared again. Xingtong took out a colorful crystal ball from the storage bracelet. As the magic power surged, a starlight magic circle unfolded on the ground. A giant astral bear, was summoned. It roared and rushed towards the monster, knocking it unconscious or holding it down with its huge paw. Lin Xingjian only needs to use the insight of the kaleidoscope to accurately seize every perfect opportunity created by the star bear, make the final blow, and gain experience. His experience bar shot up like a rocket. The level 19 experience bar fills up quickly. Finally, after killing a level 25 Thor goblin, Lin Xingjian's level was raised again. Level upgrade, level 20. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 20. Unlock new eye techniques. Pupil technique is randomly selected. Chapter 19, Shinra Tensei. Obtained pupil technique, Shinra Tensei. A new power instantly surged into Lin Xingjian's eyes. Different from the pain of obtaining the pupil technique before. This time he felt as if his body had produced a wonderful resonance with the surrounding space. An invisible force field quietly gathered around him. Shinra Tensei. Lin Xingjian muttered in his heart, and his eyes flashed. He couldn't wait to use his mind to call up the attribute panel. Name, Lin Xingjian. Occupation, I Technique Master F Class, Level, 20, Constitution, 205, Strength, 204, Agility, 206, Spirit, 332, Void Ring, 10 cubic meters of space, Small Crown, increases mental power by 15%, I Technique, Koto Amatsukami Usable, Effect, the strongest illusion. It can directly invade the opponent's brain without being discovered by the opponent, and control the opponent unconsciously. Modify its will, cognition, thoughts, beliefs, loyalty, etc. Cooling time, 10 years. Cooling can be accelerated by upgrading. Note, the effect is weakened or ineffective against targets whose mental strength far exceeds its own. I Technique, Amaterasu, effect, can release a never extinguished black flame until the target is burned out. Cooling time, no cooling. I Technique, Shinra Tensei effect, with itself as the center, all living beings will be bounced away, the invisible hand of God. State 1, Shinra Tensei cooling time, no cooling. State 2, Super Shinra Tensei cooling time, 24 hours. Power range greatly improved. Passive, no consumption when using pupil technique. Strongest pupil technique, you will get a random pupil technique every time you increase your level by 10. Koto Amatsukami is available again. Shinra Tensei is available. And Shinra Tensei actually has two effects. There is no need to explain much about the ordinary Shinra Tensei. That, Super Shinra Tensei, is a powerful eye technique that can destroy Konoha village with one strike. Lin Xingjian was so overwhelmed with joy that he almost wanted to let out a long roar. However, at this moment, a burst of fierce fighting sounds and energy collisions came from the dense forest not far away. Lin Xingjian instantly gathered his mind, opened the scarlet kaleidoscope, and penetrated through the layers of branches and leaves, locking onto the direction of the sound source. Someone started a fight? Could it be Xuanli? It seems to be in the northeast direction. Xingtong also sensed it and said immediately, "Let us go and take a look." Lin Xing saw the figure move and quickly rushed towards the direction of the fight. Xingtong immediately ordered the star bear to follow. Soon, a messy clearing in the forest appeared before our eyes. I saw Lei Lai, the S-level, dragon blood berserker, from Panchur High School, like a violent god of war, with red blood burning all over his body and his muscles bulging. He was laughing wildly, chasing his target like a cat playing with a mouse. And his target is none other than Zhao Tianyu, the S-rank, extremely cold abyss condenser, from Wutong High School. Zhao Tianyu was in a miserable state at this time. His ice blue armor was broken in many places, there was blood at the corners of his mouth, and his face was pale. He tried his best to open the ice shield to resist, but Lei Lai's attack contained the terrifying power of dragon blood and pure physical destructive force that was too terrifying. The ice shield continued to shatter under the bombardment of the giant sword. The cold air invasion had little effect on Lei Lai's violent and fiery dragon blood body. He tried to restrain the opponent with an ice crystal cage, but Lei Lai roared and shattered it with a huge sword wrapped in blood. Ha ha ha! Zhao Tianyu! Is this all you can do, icy bastard? Are you worthy enough to compete with me? Lei Lai laughed wildly, and with another powerful sweep, he slammed hard into the ice shield that Zhao Tianyu had barely condensed. Crack! The ice shield was completely shattered. Zhao Tianyu was hit hard and spit out a mouthful of blood. His body flew backwards and hit an ancient tree hard.
He slid to the ground and was unable to get up for a while. Waste.
Lei Lai carried the giant sword and walked in front of Zhao Tianyu, looking down at him with contempt in his eyes.
Remember, next time you see me, avoid me. Want to steal monsters from me? If it weren't for the rule that you can't kill people, you would be dead. In the monitoring room,
Principal Zhang of Panchur High School laughed triumphantly when he saw how powerful his students were. He looked at Principal Wang of Wutong High School.
Ha ha ha. Lao Wang. Did you see it? This is the tyranny of the Dragon Blood Berserker. Invincible in close combat. What about S-Class Mage in control? In the face of absolute power and explosion, they are all paper tigers. I'm not bragging, even if Xianli from your Wutong High School's SSS level takes action. If a real fight breaks out, I think the winner will only be Lei Lai. Warriors kill mages instantly, this is an iron rule. Not to mention you, a student, are so fragile. Being beaten like a punching bag by my Lei Lai. TSK. Although Principal Li of Shangying was still depressed about Xingtong's matter, he couldn't help but nod slightly when he saw Lei Lai being so strong, thinking that what Principal Zhang said made some sense. Old Mo frowned slightly. Lei Lai's strength was indeed strong, but his personality was too domineering. Principal Wang Wutong looked at Zhao Tianyu's miserable condition on the screen and listened to Principal Zhang's ridicule. His face looked ugly, but he could not refute. S-level Zhao Tianyu was indeed crushed. Just when Lei Lai was about to give Zhao Tianyu, who had lost the ability to resist, another profound lesson, Lin Xingzhan and Xingtong slowly walked out from the shadows. Lei Lai turned his head suddenly, with the huge sword across his body. Who? When Lei Lai saw who was coming, especially when Lin Xing saw the glaring F-level mark on the chest, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. Oh, who am I? It turns out to be an S-level chick and an F-level guy. You guys want to come save him? He didn't take Lin Xingzhan seriously at all, and his eyes were more focused on Xingtong and the giant star bear beside her. He thought Lin Xingzhan was just Xingtong's lackey. Lin Xingzhan glanced at Zhao Tianyu, who was lying on the ground seriously injured, and frowned slightly. It's a bit too much, he said slowly. Past? Lei Lai seemed to have heard a huge joke, and pointed the giant sword at Lin Xingzhan. When will it be your turn as an F-rank person to speak? Xingtong, take good care of your dog. Believe it or not, I will deal with you guys too? The blood in his body became even more violent. An F-grade trash dares to accuse him? Xingtong immediately waved her hand, and the giant star bear let out a threatening growl, protecting Lin Xingzhan. Lin Xingzhan gently pressed Xingtong's shoulders, signaling her to calm down. He slowly took a step forward and walked in front of the giant astral bear. He didn't want to meddle in other people's business. But some people are just too crazy. Seeing the pair of Scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan staring directly at Lei Lai, Lin Xing slowly spoke, "The people in our school can only be bullied by me. Who do you think you are?" Everyone was stunned, including Zhao Tianyu, who was beaten badly. In the monitoring room, everyone was stunned by Lin Xingzhan's extremely crazy words. Principal Zhang of Panchur chuckled. The second awakener is indeed powerful, but the mage is suppressed by the warrior. Lao Wang. This second awakening genius of yours is going to suffer. Lei Lai has a very bad temper. Chapter 20, The Violent Dragon Blood Berserker. Lei Lai was stunned at first, as if he couldn't believe his ears. How dare an F-level loser speak to him in such a tone? Then, a surge of violent rage rushed to the top of his head. Veins bulged on his forehead, and the red blood instantly boiled, almost overflowing from his body. Court death. He didn't even bother to say any nonsense, he shouted loudly, and the ground under his feet exploded. The terrifying explosive power of the S-level, Dragon Blood Berserker, was fully demonstrated. He turned into a burning blood-red afterimage, and the giant sword tore through the air and slashed straight at Lin Xing's door. The speed is too fast. Xingtong's scream was almost stuck in her throat. The giant star bear had just made a gesture to pounce, but it was too late to rescue. Inside the monitoring room, Principal Wang was so shocked that he jumped up from his seat and roared in anger. What? Old Zhang. Take care of your students. He saw clearly that Lei Lai's attack was unreserved and he wanted to destroy Lin Xingzhan. With the physical attributes of S-level, Dragon Blood Berserker, Lei Lai, he would definitely crush Lin Xingzhan. The consequences of this blow would be unimaginable. Principal Zhang of Panchur High School was also startled by Lei Lai's sudden outburst.
But then a hint of helplessness and a hint of pride appeared on his face.
Principal Wang, you've seen it too.
Young people are full of passion, and when provoked like this, Lei Lai's temper, well, I can't stop him. Although he said this, he was actually looking forward to the scene where Lin Xingjian was embarrassed and knocked away or even seriously injured.
Principal Shang Yingli frowned.
Mr. Mo's eyes narrowed instantly and his body leaned forward slightly.
Principal Wang's heart was in his throat. We can only pray that Lin Xingjian's terrifying insight can create a miracle and avoid the vital points at the critical moment.
But he knew it was too difficult.
The warrior's strength and speed absolutely crushed the mage.
The blade of the giant sword was less than half a foot away from Lin Xingjian's forehead.
The violent airflow even messed up the ends of his hair. At this moment of lightning and flint, an incredible scene happened.
The giant sword that was as powerful as thunder paused for a moment in front of Lin Xingjian's face strangely. Lei Lai's ferocious expression froze on his face, his eyes filled with astonishment.
He could feel that the giant sword he was wielding could not move forward any further.
He looked at Lin Xingjian. Lin Xing saw that the pair of scarlet eyes changed in an instant. The eyes turned purple, with circles of ripples. Lin Xing saw a calm voice slowly ringing out.
Shinra Tensei. Boom! An indescribable invisible force exploded with Lin Xingjian as the center.
Lei Lai felt as if he was hit hard by an invisible mountain.
Ugh!
He only had time to let out a short and painful groan before he flew backwards at a speed several times faster than when he came.
Boom! Snap!
His body knocked down several thick old trees in succession, and finally crashed heavily into a steep cliff 100 meters away. The whole person was deeply embedded in the rock wall, and his life or death was unknown.
Dead silence. The entire battlefield fell into deathly silence.
Xingtong's little mouth opened into an O shape, and the star bear froze in place. Zhao Tianyu, who fell to the ground seriously injured, was completely stunned. He forgot the pain, his eyes almost popped out, and only one thought was echoing wildly in his mind: what was that just now? In the monitoring room, you can hear a pin drop. The three principals and Mr. Mo stared at the scene on the screen. The pride on the face of Principal Zhang of Panchur High School completely froze, turning into shock and confusion. He opened his mouth slightly, but no sound came out. Principal Wang was also confused.
Principal Li of Shengying School took a deep breath. What kind of skill is this?
Principal Zhang finally found his voice, with disbelief.
Shock wave? Or some kind of defense? Is it a rebound? Or repulsion?
A gleam of light flashed in Mo Lao's cloudy old eyes, and he stared intently at Lin Xingjian's pair of strange purple reincarnation eyes on the screen.
Could it be that the ability has mutated again?
His voice was filled with a subtle excitement and solemnity. Could it be the new ability he gained after reaching level 20? This. Principal Wang muttered to himself. The huge surprise made his heart beat wildly. On the screen, the smoke and dust slowly dissipated. Lin Xingjian stood there, not even the corners of his clothes were messy. He slowly lowered his hand. The pair of reincarnation eyes glanced coldly at Zhao Tianyu, who was lying on the ground in a daze.
Can you still move?
Zhao Tianyu shuddered and came back to his senses from the extreme shock. Looking at Lin Xingjian's calm eyes, an unprecedented awe rose involuntarily in his heart.
Can.
He struggled to get up, his voice trembling. But at this moment,
roar!
A roar filled with humiliation and extreme rage suddenly exploded from the dusty mountain wall 100 meters away.
Boom!
The rock wall where Lei Lai was embedded suddenly exploded, and debris flew everywhere.
A bloody aura that was far more violent and ferocious than before rose into the sky. It was as if a volcano that had been suppressed to the extreme finally erupted. The crimson light even dispelled the surrounding smoke and dust, revealing Lei Lai's current appearance.
The dragon scale armor on his body was broken in many places, and there was glaring blood at the corners of his mouth, but his eyes were burning with almost crazy flames. He was knocked away in such a humiliating way by an F-class trash, an existence he regarded as an ant, and even embedded into the mountain wall. This is worse than killing him.
No, impossible. Lei Lai roared. How could I lose to a piece of trash like you? Go to hell. Dragon blood boiling, rage of wild battle.
The dragon blood in his body was completely ignited, and the muscles around him expanded again. His strength, speed, and even defense, all boosted by the completely violent dragon blood, rose to an unprecedented and dangerous level.
He gave up defense and skills, leaving only the most primitive and violent desire for destruction. He stomped his feet on the ground, leaving 2 deep pits, and rushed towards Lin Xingjian again at an even more terrifying speed than before, with a crazy momentum of dying together. This time, he vowed to tear the opponent to pieces completely. Chapter 21 Beast Tide. Careful! Xingtong exclaimed, and the astral bear roared and tried to intercept. Inside the monitoring room, Principal Zhang's face instantly turned into horror. Lei Lai! Stop! He saw that Lei Lai had completely lost his mind and used his most powerful and violent skill that hurt his origin. This not only hurts yourself, but is also uncontrollable. If Lei Lai went crazy and killed all these geniuses, he would definitely end up in the Xia Kingdom court. Principal Wang and Mr. Mo also changed color instantly, ready to go to the rescue at any time. However, facing this violent second charge, Lin Xing saw that there was still indifference in those purple eyes of samsara. It's like looking at an ant. He didn't even move his feet. Shinra Tensei. The calm voice sounded again. Boom! The invisible repulsive field opened up instantly. Lei Lai, who was charging violently, was like an egg hitting an invisible wall. The dragon blood fury that he was so proud of seemed so ridiculous in the face of this absolute repulsive force. Ugh! A more shrill scream than the last time rang out, and Lei Lai was flung away again at a faster speed and in a more embarrassed posture. More trees were broken along the way, plowing a deep gully on the ground. But Lei Lai's madness is beyond imagination. Roar! I don't believe it. He struggled to get up, covered in mud and blood, with only madness in his eyes, and charged again. Shinra Tensei. Boom! Bounce again. Ah! Shinra Tensei. Boom! Bounce away. Once, twice, 3 times. Lin Xingjian stood there, as if just waving his hands to drive away annoying mosquitoes and flies. Every time Lei Lai rushed forward with a more violent momentum, he was easily knocked away by the invisible repulsive force. Shinra Tensei's no cooldown ability showed its desperate suppressing power at this moment. Lei Lai's charge became weaker and weaker, the blood flame on his body became dimmer and dimmer, and the violent backlash of the dragon blood began to appear. But the humiliation and madness in his heart supported him, and he made his last struggle like a dying beast. Finally, when Lei Lai was once again stunned by the repulsive force and was staggering and barely standing firm, Lin Xing saw him move. He walked slowly to Lei Lai. Under Lei Lai's horrified gaze, Lin Xingjian stretched out his hand and pressed it accurately on his blood-stained face. Bang! The huge repulsive force instantly threw Lei Lai towards the trunk of the thickest ancient tree next to him. The bark is cracked inch by inch. Lei Lai was pinned to the tree trunk with his feet off the ground. The hand pressing on his face was like an iron clamp, making him unable to move. Blood streamed down his forehead and he could only whimper in pain. Lin Xingjian came closer, and his cold purple eyes of reincarnation looked down at Lei Lai's eyes without any emotion. If it weren't for the rules against killing, you would be dead, he said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xingjian let go of his hand. Lei Lai felt as if all his bones had been pulled out. He slid softly to the ground and was no longer able to get up. He lowered his head, his body shaking with pain and immense frustration. The crazy fire in his eyes was extinguished, leaving only resentment and a completely crushed confusion. He knew that he had lost miserably, and lost without any dignity. Now, he really didn't even have the strength to resist. At this moment, a cold figure quietly landed not far away. It's Xuanli. She was obviously attracted here by the violent energy fluctuations and sounds of fighting. When he saw that Lin Xingjian was safe and sound, and even defeated Lei Lai in an absolutely crushing manner, her cold eyes suddenly burst into bright light. Owner! Her cold voice was filled with unconcealable joy, and her figure flashed and was about to pounce. However, her movements came to an abrupt halt. Because she saw Xingtong behind Lin Xingjian. The S-level genius, Star Summoner, from Shangying High School was now following Lin Xingjian closely like a little tail. There was shock on his face that had not yet completely faded, and an undisguised admiration. Even when she looked over, she subconsciously leaned closer to Lin Xingjian. An unprecedented sense of crisis instantly appeared in Xuanli's heart. She felt her strong sense of territory was violated. The frost on Xuanli's beautiful face became even more intense. The gaze directed at Xingtong instantly became as sharp as a knife, filled with scrutiny and undisguised hostility. Xingtong also looked back without showing any weakness.
The giant star bear sensed his master's emotions, growled, and stood between Lin Xingjian and Xianli. A Lolita in white stockings, a mature lady in black stockings. The eyes of the two equally dazzling and powerful girls collided in the air, as if invisible sparks were crackling. However, when their eyes turned to Lin Xingjian at the same time, the hostility on their faces disappeared instantly.
Master, are you okay? I was scared to death just now.
Xianli's face bloomed with a bright and charming smile. She took a few steps forward and naturally took Lin Xingjian's left arm. Her voice was so sweet that honey could drip out, and her body deliberately rubbed against him.
Master Xingjian was really amazing just now.
Xingtong was not to be outdone, her face slightly red, with a hint of shyness and admiration. She immediately stepped forward and took Lin Xingjian's right arm. She also imitated Xianli and stuck close to him.
Lin Xingjian. He felt like he had instantly become a sandwich.
Two completely different fragrances lingered around his nose, and the soft touch on his arm made his body slightly stiff. Even though he was determined, he was still caught off guard by this sudden scene. Zhao Tianyu, who was standing by, was stunned. His mentality also changed. Originally, he was somewhat hostile towards Lin Xingjian. But at this moment, he looked at the half-dead Lei Lai. He looked at the two proud daughters who were holding Lin Xingjian's arms as if they were competing for favor. The hostility in Zhao Tianyu's heart instantly disappeared, leaving only deep awe.
Inside the monitoring room,
the three principals and Mr. Mo had recovered from their initial shock. But the even more exciting scene before them still left them collectively speechless.
Principal Wang's mouth twitched.
Principal Zhang's face turned pale as he watched his best S-class student lying on the ground like a dead dog, and his heart felt like it was bleeding.
Release continuously as if there is no cooldown. Such a terrifying skill, it's simply against the will of heaven. This is not an F-class monster at all, it's simply a monster in an F-class skin. Principal Li also had a complicated expression. Looking at his school's S-level Xingtong, who looked like a little fangirl, he felt that she was a good match for Lin Xingjian. Old Mo stared at Lin Xingjian's pair of purple eyes of samsara with a burning gaze, his mind racing with emotions, continuous release, with no sign of cooling down. The consumption and mechanism of this pupil technique completely defies common sense. Is this the strength of the second awakening? In the secret realm. Just when everyone had different thoughts,
something strange happened suddenly.
Boom, boom, boom. The ground beneath my feet shook violently without any warning. It was as if countless giant beasts were rolling over underground.
Immediately afterwards, from all directions, from far to near, came the dense, hair-raising sound of galloping.
Roar. Ouch.
Hiss. Countless violent, bloodthirsty, and destructive beast roars erupted from the depths of the dense beast forest, like a tsunami.
The image on the surveillance screen began to shake violently.
Multiple split screens were instantly filled with densely packed figures of violent monsters of various shapes. They were like a black torrent bursting through a dam, rushing out from the depths of the forest. Wherever they passed, ancient trees fell down and the earth cracked.
The target was the area where Lin Xing saw them. Mr. Mo suddenly stood up from his seat. Oh no! It's a beast tide. Large beast tide.
The energy bursts from the last few head-on collisions between Lin Xingjian and Lei Lai, as well as the aura of Lei Lai's violent dragon blood, completely alarmed the herd of beasts sleeping deep in the secret realm.
It triggered a chain reaction.
This is the horror of the dense beast forest.
The monsters are densely packed and will trigger a beast tide.
Principal Wang, Principal Zhang, and Principal Li's expressions suddenly turned ugly. They felt helpless. It seems that this leveling journey is about to end here.
This terrifying beast tide is simply not something these students can deal with right now. I can only come back next time. Evacuate immediately. Mo Lao shouted. Chapter 22. Feel the pain. Evacuate immediately.
Initiate emergency transmission. Mr. Mo's voice was like thunder, echoing throughout the monitoring room. He transmitted this voice directly to the minds of all students wearing teleportation runes in the secret realm through mental connection. Buzz almost at the moment the order was given, soft beams of light representing safe evacuation suddenly lit up on Xianli, Xingtong, Zhao Tianyu, and Lei Lai who was lying on the ground. The power of the runes instantly enveloped them.
Mo Lao's urgent voice rang in their heads, everyone. Immediately confirm the evacuation in your mind.
The scale of the beast tide far exceeded expectations and is invincible.
Repeat, evacuate immediately.
Xuanli and Xingtong looked at Lin Xingjian almost at the same time, their eyes meeting with questions.
Lin Xingjian nodded calmly.
With a flash of light, the figures of Xuanli, Xingtong, and Zhao Tianyu disappeared instantly.
The light on Lei Lai's body was also flickering. He struggled to raise his head and stared at Lin Xingjian's direction with a complicated look.
Finally, the teleportation light completely engulfed him.
In the monitoring room, the light beams flickered on and off.
The figures of Xuanli, Xingtong, Zhao Tianyu, and Lei Lai staggered out.
Mr. Mo took a step forward. You've done a great job. The beast tide is an uncontrollable accident in the secret realm, and it is definitely not something you can deal with now. Safety first.
However, he hadn't finished his words.
Where's the master? Where is Xingjian?
Xianli and Xingtong exclaimed almost at the same time, their eyes anxiously scanning the monitoring room.
But where is Lin Xingjian?
Lin Xingjian didn't come out.
Zhao Tianyu also noticed it immediately and cried out. Lei Lai was a little annoyed and yelled, "That kid didn't come out? Oh shit. You can't die in there."
If Lin Xing saw death, the most irritated person would be Lei Lai, as he has not yet taken revenge.
Everyone's heart sank. Principal Wan's face turned pale. What's going on? Where's his teleport rune? Principal Li also said anxiously, the rune is ineffective? Impossible. Principal Zhang's voice became tense. Look at the screen.
Although Principal Zhang was angry with Lin Xingjian because of Lei Lai's matter, he couldn't care less about that at the moment. The talent displayed by Lin Xingjian is completely worthy of being a pillar of the Xia country.
You can beat him, but you can't kill him. Everyone looked at the large central screen.
In the picture, Lin Xingjian was still standing there, and the rune on his body representing teleportation was still flickering faintly, proving that the rune was functioning normally.
He didn't choose to teleport. See you, Lin Xing. What are you doing? Mo Lao's voice roared madly in his mind through the runes, with unprecedented urgency. Send out immediately. This is not the time to be a hero. The horror of the beast tide is far beyond your imagination. Once you are caught in it, the space will be disturbed by the violent energy and the runes may become ineffective. You will die. Did you hear that? Come out immediately. On the screen, Lin Xingjian seemed to have completely blocked out Mo Lao's roar.
He slowly raised his head, and his purple eyes of reincarnation looked coldly into the distance. On the horizon, the torrent of beasts surging like a black tsunami is clearly visible, and the deafening roar and the roar of trampling the earth are already in front of them. Against this suffocating backdrop of terror, under the horrified gaze of everyone in the monitoring room, Lin Xingjian's figure actually defied the rules of gravity and slowly floated up.
Fly, fly? Principal Wan's eyes almost popped out. He still has the ability to fly? Principal Li was completely speechless. This was completely beyond their understanding of a level 20 professional. Pupil magician? What kind of job is this?
Lin Xingjian was rising higher and higher, hovering in the air, his clothes rustling in the strong wind. He looked down at the torrent of beasts below, his lips moving slightly as if he was saying something.
Mr. Mo had some knowledge of lip reading, and he interpreted it instantly, but with great doubt. He said, "How many floors does it take to carry a bag of rice?" Everyone? What does this mean?
Lin Xingjian finally hovered in the air right in front of the beast tide. The tiny figure and the overwhelming black torrent formed an extremely strong visual impact.
Old Mo breathed a sigh of relief.
The flying ability at least gave Lin Xingjian space to hide. He immediately sent another message, "See you, Lin Xing.
Now is the time. The beast tide cannot attack from high altitudes. Teleport out immediately. Don't take any risks." However, Lin Xingjian turned a deaf ear.
He hovered in the air, opened his arms, and his purple eyes of reincarnation burst out with an unprecedented mysterious light.
Feel the pain. Super Shinra Tensei. Boom.
An invisible repulsive force that is difficult to describe in words, vast enough to make people despair, suddenly erupted with Lin Xingjian as the center. This time, it is no longer targeted at a single target, and it is no longer a gentle bounce.
This is a punishment from heaven. Buzz.
With the position where Lin Xingjian was hovering as the center of the circle, a huge transparent force field that distorted the light visibly with the naked eye expanded instantly. Wherever the force field passed, the space seemed to be pressed down. The vanguard of the beast tide, no matter whether it was the giant rhino as big as a mountain or the magic wolf as swift as the wind, the moment they came into contact with the transparent force field puff,
Puff. 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 No collision, no resistance. It's like being thrown into a huge invisible millstone. Crush. Completely shattered. Flesh, bones, shell, hair, everything. In the face of absolute repulsion, it was like fragile sand, instantly broken down and crushed. Rumble. The earth groaned in pain. The forest was leveled. The solid ground seemed to be pressed down hard by an invisible giant palm of a god, and collapsed downwards in an instant. A huge pit with a diameter of more than hundreds of meters appeared out of nowhere. Everything in the secret realm was as fragile as paper under the impact of this world-destroying repulsive force. Just one hit. Just a moment. The black beast tide disappeared. Completely wiped out. Inside the monitoring room. Silence. Deathly silence. Mr. Mo remained standing, his mouth slightly open, his pupils dilated to the extreme, and the expression on his face completely frozen. Principal Wang, Principal Li, and Principal Zhang, three knowledgeable principals, are now like three petrified statues. My mind went blank and I even forgot to breathe. Xuanli and Xingtong covered their mouths tightly, their beautiful eyes filled with a light that was almost worshipful. Zhao Qianyu's legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground. Is this, a god? Even Lei Lai, who had just been clamoring for revenge, was completely dumbfounded at this moment. He looked at the godlike figure hovering above the huge pit on the screen, then looked down at his trembling hands. An unprecedented feeling of powerlessness instantly overwhelmed him. Is this someone he can deal with? Chapter 23, 10,000 Things Heavenly Attraction. Within the Secret Realm. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 30. Unlock new eye techniques. The pupil technique is being randomly drawn. Obtained pupil technique, Wanxian Tianin. Lin Xing saw the figure hovering in the air sway slightly. He slowly lowered his arms and landed on the ground. The pair of strange purple reincarnation eyes slowly turned back into ordinary eyes. Super Shinra Tenseus on cooldown. The sound of upgrading kept ringing in his mind. His mind moved slightly, and he called up the attribute panel in his mind. Name, Lin Xingjian, Occupation, I Technique Master F Class, Level, 39, Constitution, 395, Strength, 394, Agility, 396, Spirit, 550, Void Ring, 10 cubic meters of space, Small Crown, increases mental power by 15%, I Technique, Kodo Amatsukami Usable Times, 2, Effect, the strongest illusion. It can directly invade the opponent's brain without being discovered by the opponent, and control the opponent unconsciously. Modify its will, cognition, thoughts, beliefs, loyalty, etc. Cooling time, 10 years. Cooling can be accelerated by upgrading. Note, the effect is weakened or ineffective against targets whose mental strength far exceeds its own. I Technique, Amaterasu, effect, can release a never extinguished black flame until the target is burned out. Cooling time, no cooling. I Technique, Shinra Tensei effect, with itself as the center, all living beings will be bounced away, the invisible hand of God. State 1, Shinra Tensei cooling time, no cooling. State 2, Super Shinra Tensei cooling time, 24 hours. Power range greatly improved. Pupil technique, attracting all things effect, with itself as the center, it generates a strong gravitational force and forcibly draws the designated target over. Cooling time, no cooling. Passive, no consumption when using pupil technique. Strongest pupil technique, you will get a random pupil technique every time you increase your level by 10. Level 39. Just one step away from level 40. Lin Xingjian's heart also began to waver. This amount of experience is like a tsunami. You know, this is the result of clearing the entire secret realm with one strike. With such a terrifying income, if it were replaced by an S-level or even SSS level professional, he would probably be able to directly reach level 50. However, his damn F-level profession had an appallingly low experience absorption efficiency, and he was stuck at the peak of level 39. However, the gains are still huge. The number of times Kodo Amatsukami can be used is increased by 1 again, becoming 2 times. This means that he has another terrifying trump card in his hand that can turn the tide. The newly acquired pupil technique, Heavenly Attraction of All Things, forms a perfect offensive and defensive combination with Shinra Tensei. Repulsion and attraction, the prototype of the power that controls everything, has emerged. After confirming the harvest, Lin Xingjian did not stay any longer. With a thought, the teleportation rune on his body, which had been flickering faintly, suddenly shone brightly and enveloped him. Brush. With a flash of light, Lin Xingjian's figure appeared out of thin air in the center of the monitoring room, replacing the position of the light beam just now.
Everyone in the monitoring room only just recovered from their shock.
Owner.
Xianli was the first to step forward, his eyes full of admiration, almost wanting to pounce on her, but due to the occasion, he stopped abruptly.
See you on the stars. You scared me to death.
Xingtong's face turned pale, and she was a little scared. Her little hands tightly grasped the corner of her clothes, and her eyes looked at Lin Xingjian with surprisingly bright eyes.
Zhao Tianyu was lying on the ground and hadn't gotten up yet. He moved his mouth. Is this guy still human?
Lei Lai was just worried that Lin Xing would die in there and he wouldn't be able to take revenge.
Now. Fuck. Is this fucking F class? Student Lin.
Principal Wang rushed forward excitedly, looking his precious child up and down, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that he was not missing any limbs.
Then came ecstasy. Good. Good boy.
Principal Li and Principal Zhang also gathered around, their eyes full of complicated expressions. Principal Li was amazed with a hint of recognition.
He had just personally checked Xingtong's mental state.
Now that he thinks about it, he really judged others by his own standards.
He even suspected that Lin Xingjian had exerted mental control over Xingtong.
If he were a woman, she would probably fall in love with such an outstanding professional. Principal Zhang had completely lost his temper, and there was no longer any contempt in his eyes when he looked at Lin Xingjian. Fortunately, Lei Lai was just pressed against the tree and rubbed, instead of being pressed into such a pit.
Mr. Mo's reaction was the most intense.
This commissioner from the Xia Country Training Bureau, who had seen a lot of ups and downs, was so excited that his beard was trembling.
Good. 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 Mr. Mo said 3 good words in a row. See you, Lin Xing.
You really gave us all a huge surprise.
It was just luck.
Lin Xingjian bowed modestly with a serious attitude. Mr. Mo suppressed his excitement as the commissioner of Xia State. He needed a more comprehensive assessment of the results of this trial.
He took a deep breath, glanced at the geniuses present, and said in a deep voice, "Okay, now that everyone has returned safely, let me report on your final level increase in the secret realm of Dense Beast Forest." His eyes first fell on Lin Xingjian.
Although I had witnessed the horrific scene with my own eyes, my heart was still filled with shock when I officially recorded it. Lin Xingjian, Occupation, F-Class Pupil Technique Master.
Level before entering the secret realm, level 15. Level after leaving the secret realm, level 39. Level upgrade, level 24.
As the words fell, the entire monitoring room was once again filled with the sound of people sucking in their breath.
Level 24. Just over a day. And it is also the F-level profession with the lowest experience absorption efficiency. This simply refreshed their understanding of the upper limit of upgrade speed. If they had not witnessed with their own eyes that earth-shattering blow that cleared the field, they would definitely suspect that the instrument was broken or that Lin Xingjian was cheating. Old Mo looked at Lin Xingjian with a very complicated look, which contained both admiration and emotion. The absorption efficiency of F-class really limits you. He couldn't imagine, if Lin Xingjian was S-level or even SSS level, how terrifying a level would that blow have made him soar to. Then, Mr. Mo turned his gaze to Xianli. Xianli, Occupation, SSS level Phoenix Speaker of the End. Level before entering the secret realm, level 20. Level after leaving the secret realm, level 31. Level upgrade, level 11. This improvement speed is not bad for an SSS level genius, after all, there are not many monsters. Lei Lai, Occupation, S-rank Dragonblood Berserker. Level before entering the secret realm, level 18. Level after leaving the secret realm, level 26. Level upgrade, level 8. Lei Lai groaned. He didn't gain much experience at all in this secret realm leveling, and even got beaten up. It was quite unlucky. Xingtong, Occupation, S-Class Astral Summoner. Level before entering the secret realm, level 17. Level after leaving the secret realm, level 24. Level upgrade, level 7. Xingtong spent most of the next day giving experience to Lin Xingjian, and the level increase was not ideal. But if we were to say who was the most miserable, it would be Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu, Occupation, S-Class Extremely Cold Abyss Condenser. Level before entering the secret realm, level 14. Level after leaving the secret realm, level 18. Level upgrade, level 4. Looking at his pitiful level 18, Zhao Tianyu's mouth twitched. He looked at Lei Lai with resentment. That's it. Not only did he keep stealing his things,
but he also beat him up. If Lin Xingjian hadn't appeared, he would probably be lying in the hospital now. What bad luck! Record everyone's level. Mo Lao's gaze finally returned to Lin Xingjian. Lin boy, you did a great job. Lin Xingjian shook his head, a hint of helplessness on his face. The experience absorption efficiency of F level is too poor, it has only reached level 39.
Everyone. Only reached level 39? Talent? F-class poor efficiency?
Looking at Lin Xingjian's expression of I am very dissatisfied. In the monitoring room, everyone except Xuanli and Xingtong had admiration in their eyes.
The looks others gave Lin Xingjian became extremely complicated.
This guy is not only incredibly powerful, but his Versailles is also so fresh and unconventional.
Makes you want to hit him, but you can't. Chapter 24 Starry Sky Equipment Building. The leveling journey ended and everyone dispersed.
Lin Xingjian did not return to Wutong High School directly. Instead, he appeared with Xingtong in the Xingkong Equipment Building owned by Xingchen Group, located in the most prosperous area of the center of H City. It was with great difficulty that he managed to temporarily send Xianli away on the pretext of needing to take care of some personal matters. Lin Xingjian put on Xingtong, his goal was clear.
Controlling the star pupil is for this moment. Enter the magnificent and heavily guarded building. Xingtong's temperament changed instantly.
The little lamb who blushed shyly when seeing Lin Xing disappeared, and was replaced by the witch.
Miss.
As soon as the well-trained security and reception staff at the door saw Xingtong, they immediately straightened their backs, bowed respectfully and greeted her, with awe in their eyes. The news spread quickly, and in less than a minute, a middle-aged store manager wearing a well-fitting suit and with his hair neatly combed came jogging towards them. Unexpectedly, the little witch from this group came. The store manager was almost scared to death. Miss,
why did you come in person?
If you need anything, just tell us and we will deliver it to your door. He bowed slightly, his tone extremely respectful. Xingtong raised her chin slightly, her eyes filled with impatience, and said arrogantly, "Stop talking nonsense. Take me to see your best spiritual amplification equipment, accessories, headwear, special props, all of which must be top-notch. Don't fool me with inferior products."
Yes, yes, yes. Don't worry, miss. We will prepare immediately and make sure that these are Curry's best products.
The store manager's forehead was covered with sweat. He nodded repeatedly and personally led the way, taking the two to the super VIP room on the top floor. After entering the luxurious VIP room comparable to the presidential suite, the store manager immediately ordered his men to carefully present each piece of equipment with obvious energy fluctuations. Each piece is placed in a special energy crystal box, shining brightly and obviously of great value.
Miss, look, this is the Sea of Tranquility necklace, which can improve meditation efficiency and mental recovery speed.
This is the Glow Prism ring, which directly increases mental attribute points. This is the Crown of Psychic Power headdress, which has a certain degree of defense against mental shocks and slightly increases mental power.
The store manager introduced them one by one.
Xingtong waved her hands impatiently, as if to shoo away flies. All right, put the things here, you guys go out, I'll take a look myself. I didn't tell you not to come in and disturb us.
Yes. Yes.
The store manager, as if granted amnesty, quickly and respectfully withdrew with his men, gently closing the heavy soundproof door. The moment the door closed, the mask of a spoiled young lady on Xingtong's face instantly melted away. She turned around, two blushes on her face, her eyes were filled with undisguised flattery, and her voice became light and soft. "Master, all the spiritual equipment is here, can you see if there is anything suitable?" Lin Xingjian glanced at her and corrected her in a calm tone, "Don't call me master outside." "But there's no one here." Xingtong immediately came up, hugged Lin Xingjian's arm and shook it gently, her voice so sweet that it could be drawn out. "Master, you can do whatever you want." She even deliberately lowered her neckline a little, revealing a small piece of snow-white skin, her eyes full of temptation.
However, Lin Xingjian's attention was not on her at all.
His eyes swept over the top spiritual equipment on the display stand. His fingers gently brushed over the energy crystal boxes, feeling the power contained within them. Necklace of Tranquil Sea, mental recovery speed plus 30%, meditation efficiency plus 15%.
Glow Prism ring, spirit plus 120. Simple and crude attribute bonus. Crown of Psychic headdress, spirit plus 90, slightly increases defense against spiritual attacks. Inside earrings, spirit plus 85, slightly improved perception. Soul Echo bracelet, spirit plus 110, reduces the mental energy consumption when casting spells by 5%. Star Fragment Pendant, Spiritual Amplification plus 8%, Rare Attribute Amplification. Lin Xingjian quickly browsed through the equipment. Each of these items is enough to make ordinary professionals scramble for them, and it is also an excellent supplement for S-level or even SSS-level geniuses. But compared with his seemingly inconspicuous, small crown, increases mental power by 15%, the gap was immediately apparent. What quality is the crown given by Mr. M.O.? The country's move shows that it has profound foundation. There are very few top-quality products with such a percentage increase on the market. Lin Xing thought to himself. Spiritual equipment is mainly jewelry, and the parts that can be equipped are limited, and only 3 pieces can be equipped. Besides the small crown, he can equip 2 more. As for the equipment and armor that speed up mental recovery, he doesn't need them. There is no energy consumption in releasing pupil techniques, and mental recovery equipment is completely useless to him. As for protective gear, he has the Shinra Tensei, which combines both offense and defense. Wearing protective gear will affect his movements. In the end, Lin Xingjian chose the Star Fragment Pendant Spirit Amplification plus 8% and the Glowing Prism Ring Spirit plus 120. He quickly put on the 2 pieces of equipment. A cool and powerful spiritual energy instantly surged into his sea of consciousness, and the mental power attribute panel jumped accordingly. Spirit, 737, the spirit attribute instantly reached 737 points. Feeling the surging mental power in his mind, Lin Xing nodded with satisfaction. Although it is not as effective as the crown, the improvement from this combination is also considerable. That's all. Lin Xingjian said to Xingtong. Okay, master. Xingtong responded immediately, with a look of joy on her face after completing the task. Then he hesitantly whispered, actually, there are some more specialized equipment with higher levels of authority in the warehouse, but I don't have access to them right now. I'll think of a way. And baby? Lin Xing was shocked, but his expression remained calm. He was just thinking, doesn't the Star Group have a strong foundation? Why do these equipments seem so ordinary? It turns out that all the good stuff is hidden. No rush. Lin Xingjian responded lightly. Anyway, Xingtong has been controlled, and those equipment will be his sooner or later, so there is no need to rush. Xingtong immediately pressed the call bell. The store manager arrived almost instantly and stood respectfully at the door. Miss, have you made your choice? Well, pack these up and put them on my account. Xingtong returned to her cold and indifferent appearance as a young lady and pointed at the equipment that Lin Xingjian had chosen. Yes. Miss. The store manager did not hesitate at all and immediately went to handle the formalities in person. He didn't even dare to look at Lin Xingjian for more. The eldest lady's privacy had to be protected. If he didn't, he wouldn't be able to protect himself. Soon, the equipment was packed into a low-key and luxurious alloy suitcase and handed to Lin Xingjian. Let's go. Lin Xingjian picked up the box. Xingtong followed immediately. When she walked out of the VIP room, she naturally switched back to her cold and aloof attitude that kept strangers away. But the look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Xingjian was always filled with an unconcealable gentleness. Chapter 25. Su Mingyuan is in trouble. Back in the dormitory, Lin Xing felt quite relaxed. Not only did his level soar during this trip, but his mental strength also increased significantly due to the new equipment. He thought of his good brother Su Mingyuan, so he took out his cell phone and prepared to ask him out for a meal. However, the call was hung up after a few rings. If you call again, you will get the message the user you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Lin Xing frowned. What was this guy doing? He walked quickly towards Su Mingyuan's dormitory. The dormitory door was open and there was no one inside. Where did this kid Su Mingyuan go? Lin Xingjian was thinking about it. Su Mingyuan's partner Li Ming came over. Xingjian, are you here to see Su Mingyuan? Li Ming asked. Lin Xingjian also came back to his senses. When he saw it was Li Ming, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Li Ming. Yes, I'm here to see Mingyuan. Where are the others? Call him. The 3 of us will go have some barbecue together. Lin Xingjian said with a smile. Li Ming frowned, and there was something wrong in his eyes. He lowered his voice. Xingjian, I thought you knew. Mingyuan received a phone call in the afternoon, his face suddenly changed, and he cursed, Shenrui, are you crazy? Then rushed out in a hurry, and there was no response when I called him. Lin Xing was stunned. Chen Rui? Su Mingyuan didn't answer the phone because of Chen Rui? His heart sank suddenly. An ominous premonition sounded in his heart. Chen family villa. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Su Mingyuan's parents were tied up with rough ropes and fell on the cold concrete floor. Su's mother was unconscious and there was blood on her forehead. There was blood flowing from the corner of Su's mouth, and there was a clear footprint on his chest. He was glaring at the front. Su Mingyuan himself was pinned to the ground by two burly men, with his arms tied behind his back and tied tightly. He roared, "Chen Rui! Let my parents go! If you have any problem, come to me." In front of him stood Chen Rui. At this moment, Chen Rui no longer had the friendly smile he had deliberately maintained in the past. Instead, there was a morbid distortion on his face. His hair was a little messy, like a wild beast that had finally broken free from its disguise. "Coming for you?" Chen Rui smiled nervously. "Su Mingyuan. My good brother. I fucking treat you as a brother. You're going to break off relations with me just for that loser Lin Xingjian? What the hell did I do wrong?" "Ah. You say it." The one who was wrong was Lin Xingjian, that rubbish. He awakened to an F level. F level pupil magician. Haha, a pupil magician? A rubbish profession I've never heard of. He kicked the chair next to him and pointed at Su Mingyuan's nose and yelled. Dad Chen is a gangster and knows the rules of this world very well. He has always taught Chen Rui to suppress himself and suppress his identity as a gangster. Let him be friends with everyone and not bully anyone before he awakens. After all, no one knows which poor boy will soar to great heights after awakening. That's how his father made his fortune, relying on the support of S-Class and acting tyrannically in H-City. Chen Rui has the best relationship with Su Mingyuan and Lin Xingjian. Because Su Mingyuan and Lin Xingjian seem to have the most potential and have extremely weak backgrounds. Su Mingyuan's parents are both low-level professionals, while Lin Xingjian is an orphan. Both of them are easy to control. He couldn't reach the more promising Xianli. Xianli ignored him, and Xianli's background was not something he could relate to. When he awakened, Su Mingyuan got off to a good start and was ranked A. However, Lin Xingjian is at the worst F level. He changed his attitude immediately and cut off all ties with Lin Xingjian. The emotional investment I made in Lin Xingjian before was a waste. What can F-Class do? Fortunately, Su Mingyuan is still a level, and can be considered a talented player. However, what he didn't expect was that Su Mingyuan actually broke off relations with him for Lin Xingjian. Lin Xingjian inexplicably relied on Xianli's thighs and won the first place. He felt like he was about to suffocate. You, Lin Xingjian, are so rubbish. Why do you keep on being rubbish? Why turn over? Am I wrong? Chen Rui's expression was full of sickness and distortion. Su Mingyuan. Lin Xing saw that he had awakened to F level. F grade. Waste of waste. All my previous investment has gone to waste. What happened to my face? Shouldn't I change my face? Is it wrong for me to cut losses in time? But what about you? Su Mingyuan. You idiot. You actually broke up with me for that loser? He approached Su Mingyuan, almost sticking to his face, and questioned with a tearful voice. Pooh. Su Mingyuan spat fiercely, his eyes cold. Chen Rui, put away your hypocritical tricks. We are not on the same path. Aren't we the same kind of people? Ha ha ha. Chen Rui laughed wildly, and tears came out of his eyes. Good. What a different kind of person. Su Mingyuan, since you were so loyal and willing to abandon me, your brother, for Lin Xingjian, today, I will let you see what the consequences of betraying me will be. The last trace of rationality in Chen Rui's eyes was completely devoured by madness. He turned his head sharply and roared at a burly figure who had been sitting on the sofa in the shadows. Dad. Get started. Let him know what regret is. In the shadows, the figure that had been silent stood up. It was Chen Rui's father, Chen Xiong. A blood warrior of level 80. He exuded a heavy sense of oppression, like a dormant ferocious beast. Chen Xiong had no expression on his face. He didn't need to do it himself, he just raised his chin slightly towards the men who were holding down Su's father and mother. Let go of my wife. When Father Su saw someone approaching the unconscious Mother Su, he suddenly burst out with strength, broke free from the suppression, and pounced on the subordinate. Court death.
A cold light flashed in Chen Xiong's eyes, and his movements were as fast as a ghost. He didn't even use his weapon, he just raised his hand and waved it casually.
Bang! A terrifying force pierced Su's father's chest. Snap! The teeth-grinding sound of bones cracking could be clearly heard. Father Su's body flew backwards, hit the wall heavily, and then slid softly to the ground. His eyes were wide open, staring at Chen Xiong. His body twitched twice and then he became completely motionless. Su's father, who was at level 40, was no match at all and was killed instantly. Dad! Su Mingyuan let out a heart-wrenching howl.
All his strength exploded in an instant, and he struggled frantically. The metal chains were stretched so tight that they clanked and cut into his flesh, causing blood to ooze out.
But he seemed to feel no pain, and there was only endless despair and overwhelming hatred in his eyes. Chen Rue! Chen Xiong! I'm going to kill you! I'm going to kill you! Chen Rue looked at Su Mingyuan's collapse, and a sickly and satisfied smile appeared on his face. He walked up to Su Mingyuan, squatted down, and admired his twisted and painful face. Did you see it? Mingyuan? If I didn't see your potential, would you be worthy of being my brother?
This is what happens when you choose that loser Lin Xingjian.
Now, do you regret it?
Su Mingyuan roared in his throat, his teeth gritting, and blood oozing from the corners of his mouth.
He stared at Chen Rue intently, the hatred in his eyes almost solidified into substance.
Chen Rue slapped Su Mingyuan hard on the face. What are you looking at?
Waste.
You all are trash.
Drag away.
Drag his mother away and feed her to the dogs.
It's annoying to watch.
The men immediately stepped forward and roughly dragged the unconscious Su's mother up.
Su Mingyuan watched his father's cold body and his unconscious mother being dragged away. The immense pain and powerlessness almost swallowed him up.
He struggled and roared, but in front of the level 80 blood warrior Chen Xiong, his struggle seemed so futile and desperate. At this moment, Lin Xingjian, who had just arrived at the outskirts of the Chun family villa, suddenly felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart reach its peak.
Chapter 26: Chen Xiong's recruitment. A few minutes ago, Lin Xingjian felt very uneasy.
He forced himself to calm down and recalled the location of Chen Rue's house. Fortunately, before awakening, Chen Rue once took him and Su Mingyuan to his home to play in order to demonstrate brotherhood and his own strength. At that time, Lin Xingjian felt that Chen Rue's family's low-key yet luxurious villa, as well as the guards who occasionally appeared with unfriendly eyes, were inconsistent with the sunny-rich second-generation image he deliberately created at school.
Chen Rue's sudden change of expression during the awakening ceremony finally allowed Lin Xingjian to see the true face beneath this hypocritical mask.
Without any hesitation, Lin Xing saw a figure as fast as lightning, rushing towards the direction of the Chun family villa in his memory.
Rushed to Chen's villa.
2 guards wearing black suits and looking stern stood at the door.
Stop.
Private territory, no trespassing. The guard's eyes were sharp and he stretched out his hand to stop him. Lin Xingjian stopped and said, I'm looking for Chen Rue. Tell him that Lin Xingjian is here. The guard looked suspiciously at the boy, who was wearing an ordinary school uniform and had a reserved aura. One of the guards reported in a low voice using the communicator.
Inside the villa.
Chen Rue was admiring Su Mingyuan's desperate and painful expression when the message from the communicator startled him.
Then an irrepressible ecstasy broke out on his face. See you, Lin Xing? Ha ha ha.
There is a road to heaven but you don't take it, there is no door to hell but you break in.
Quick! Bring him in. Immediately. Immediately.
He suddenly seemed to have thought of something and immediately shouted to his men, Stop.
Put the person down. Su Mingyuan's mother and father moved the old man's body to the side.
I want him to see with his own eyes what happens to his good brother's family whom he has implicated. The men followed their instructions and moved the unconscious mother Su and the already cold body of father Su to the corner. Soon, Lin Xingjian was brought in by the guards.
The lights in the villa were dim.
The first thing Lin Xing saw when he came in was Su Mingyuan, who was pinned to the ground, covered in blood, with a look of despair in his eyes. Next, there was Su's mother who was unconscious in the corner, and Su's father who was lying in a pool of blood with a horrible bloody hole in his chest, already dead. His head was buzzing. Immediately, a strong murderous intent surged into my heart.
Yo! Isn't this our F-level Lin Xingjian? How? Are you scared to see your good brother and his family become like this because of you? Or, are you heartbroken? Ha ha ha. I haven't even gone to settle the score with you yet, and you're actually coming here to get yourself killed? It really saves me a lot of effort.
Chen Rui saw Lin Xingjian's stunned look and thought he was frightened by the tragic scene before him, with a twisted look of pleasure on his face.
See you on the stars. Run. Leave me alone. Run.
When Su Mingyuan saw Lin Xingjian coming, he roared with all his strength.
With Chen Rui's twisted personality, he will definitely not let Lin Xingjian go. Run? Too late. Catch him for me. Don't kill me, I want to play slowly. Chen Rui smiled grimly and waved his hand.
Several vicious gangsters immediately surrounded him with a grin on their faces.
They didn't take this F-class waste in school uniform seriously at all.
Chen Rui continued to chatter and mock, "Are you scared, silly?
Trash is trash. So what if I can get close to Xianli?" However, his words stopped abruptly.
Because Lin Xingjian moved. He slowly raised his head. Those ordinary eyes, which originally looked cold because of anger, changed drastically in an instant. A deep purple replaced the whites of the eyes, and strange ripples spread out in the pupils.
The samsara eye is opened.
Chen Xiong, who had been sitting in the shadow of the corner, suddenly stood up. He actually sensed danger from this young man.
He is a level 80 professional. The aura emanating from that young man was extremely wrong. It was definitely not the aura that an F level should have. Rui-o. Careful.
Chen Xiong shouted, and instantly appeared beside Chen Rui, pulling him away and protecting him behind him. His sharp eyes were fixed on Lin Xingjian, and he was filled with doubt and uncertainty. This kid's aura is definitely above level 30.
Maybe even close to level 40. How is this possible? Isn't he F-class?
I go to the same school as Ruir, but Ruir is only in grade 9.
Is this a school?
Just as Chen Xiong pulled Chen Rui away, Lin Xingmian slowly raised his right hand facing the thugs surrounding him.
All things are attracted by heaven. An invisible and terrifying gravitational force suddenly erupted.
The expressions on the faces of those thugs who rushed up with grins on their faces instantly turned into horror. They felt as if they were grabbed by an invisible giant hand, their bodies were completely out of control, and they were pulled towards Lin Xingjian's palm at an astonishing speed.
No! What is going on?
Before they could finish their exclamation, they were pulled by the powerful gravitational force to within 1 meter in front of Lin Xingjian. Seeing the cold eyes, Lin Xing raised his right hand and suddenly opened it.
Shinra Tensei. Buzz. Zero distance. The violent repulsive force exploded with Lin Xingjian as the center. Those thugs who were forcibly gathered together by gravity were hit head-on as if by an invisible battering ram. Puff. 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 A series of dull explosions. The moment their bodies came into contact with the repulsive field, their bones were shattered. Internal organs exploded. He didn't even have time to scream, and was like a smashed watermelon, turning into minced meat all over the sky. The grim smile on Chen Rui's face completely froze, replaced by boundless horror. His mouth opened wide and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What is going on? Isn't he an F-class loser? Isn't he clinging to Xuanli? Is he a monster himself? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chen Rui was screaming wildly in his heart. He couldn't accept what he saw. Chen Xiong's pupils contracted violently and his expression became extremely solemn. The power of the attack just now far exceeded his expectations. This is definitely not an ordinary skill. Those purple eyes were full of weirdness and ominousness. This boy is so weird. Even Su Mingyuan, who was in despair, was stunned by the scene before him. He looked at Lin Xingjian, who looked like a devil descending from the earth, and his mind went blank. Xingjian, he has become stronger again? Ridiculously strong. The entire basement was dead silent. Chen Xiong, the level 80 blood warrior, experienced the initial shock and his eyes flashed with brilliance. He is not a young man like Chen Rui who is overwhelmed by emotions. He is a gangster who crawled out from a sea of blood and corpses. Interests and power are the truth he believes in. Lin Xingjian showed his strength. Those weird purple eyes. The terrifying ability to control gravitational repulsion with every move, and the level that far exceeds that of his peers. All of this made him realize instantly, how could this be considered trash? This is clearly a rare and precious jade covered in dust. A monster with unlimited potential that may even exceed his cognition. Did a previous investment fail? No. What's that little investment? If we can bring this monster into the Chen family, then the future of the Chen family will be limitless. It is even not impossible to surpass the S-level big man he relies on. Thinking of this, the solemn murderous intent on Chen Xiong's face melted away like ice and snow, and was instantly replaced by an expression of apology and appreciation. Good. Well done. I've wanted to teach these little brothers a lesson for a long time. My nephew Xinjian has helped me a lot. Chen Xiong's low voice sounded. He was very humble, as if he was not the one who ordered the killing. Dad? What are you doing? He is Lin Xinjian. That waste. He killed our people. Chen Rui looked at his father in disbelief, his face full of confusion. Shut up. Evil creature. Chen Xiong turned around suddenly, his eyes like knives, and slapped Chen Rui in the face. Bang! A crisp slap was heard. Chen Rui was hit so hard that he staggered and was completely stunned. Those who don't know the rules. It's not your turn to speak here. Chen Xiong scolded harshly. He turned to Lin Xinjian again, and put on that kind smile again. The speed at which his expression changed was astonishing. Little friend Lin, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Ruier is young and hot-headed, and doesn't know much. He had some unpleasantness at school before, but they were just children playing around, so he shouldn't take it seriously. Chen Xiong downplayed the previous feud as ignorance and playing house. He glanced at the corpse of Su's father and the unconscious mother in the corner, then looked at Su Mingyuan who was pinned to the ground, and continued in a serious tone, after all, weren't you kids all good brothers in the past? Ruier, Su Mingyuan, and nephew Xinjian, how good is their relationship? Why has it come to this? Misunderstand. It's all misunderstanding. Chen Xiong waved his hand, as if to wipe away the blood and corpses on the ground. Ruier was confused for a moment and was blinded by jealousy. The eldest brother of the Su family. Alas, it was my men who were careless and failed. I, Chen, would like to apologize to you and my nephew Mingyuan. These shameless words made Su Mingyuan tremble with anger. Chen Xiong seemed not to see Su Mingyuan's reaction. He stared at Lin Xinjian's cold eyes with a fiery gaze and extended his olive branch. Little friend Lin, a genius like you is hiding in a place like Wutong High School. It's really a pearl in the dust. As long as you nod and are willing to accept the friendship of my Chen family, from now on, you will be a guest of honor in my Chen family. No, they are our family. All the Chen family's resources, money, equipment, top-level secret realms for cultivation, connections, will be used to train you with all their strength. Let you become a truly strong person in the shortest time. Stand out from the crowd. He paused, and his tone suddenly turned cold, of course, if you don't accept this kindness. The terrifying level 80 pressure on Chen Xiong spread out again, pressing towards Lin Xinjian like a substance. Then you all have to stay here today. Why bother? Are you willing to sacrifice your life with a promising future for a dead person or a disabled person? My dear nephew Xinjian, you are a smart man and should know how to choose, right? These words are a combination of soft and hard tactics, coercion and inducement. When Su Mingyuan heard this, the huge despair almost tore him apart. He looked at Chen Xiong's sinister face, then looked at Lin Xinjian. He knew that Lin Xinjian was very strong, but it was impossible for him to win against Chen Xiong, who was at level 80. He used all his strength and raised his head with difficulty, trying to persuade Lin Xinjian to agree. But can we pretend that Su's father's death never happened? Impossible. He was in great pain. But he can't drag his brothers down. Cannot. He opened his mouth to speak, but the pain and hatred made it impossible for him to make any sound. Just then, Lin Xinjian slowly turned around, and his enchanting purple eyes of reincarnation looked calmly at the scarred Su Mingyuan. Under the gaze of Chen Xiong and others, Lin Xinjian took a step forward and walked towards Su Mingyuan step by step. He slowly squatted down and gently patted Su Mingyuan's shoulder. At this moment, a hint of gentleness flashed in those cold eyes of reincarnation. Mingyuan, I'm here to take you back. You are my brother. When you awakened, you didn't abandon me. Now, how could I abandon you? Chapter 2739 verses 80, no regrets even if I die. Lin Xinjian's calm voice hit Chen Xiong's heart like a heavy hammer. He could hear that it was a rejection. A complete and unconditional rejection.
The hypocritical kindness on Chen Xiong's face froze instantly and was immediately replaced by murderous intent. His final solicitation and threat were like air in the other party's eyes. This young man didn't take him, a level 80 strong man, seriously at all. Good. Good. What a deep brotherly love. Since you are determined to seek death, don't blame me for being cruel. Today, none of you will leave alive. Chen Xiong laughed in anger. The terrifying pressure from his body, belonging to the level 80, blood evil warrior, erupted like a tsunami. A strong bloody and murderous aura instantly filled the entire space. The cement floor beneath his feet cracked silently, and the cracks spread. Lin Xingjian slowly stood up. He wasn't actually sure. Level 39 versus level 80. Level suppression. Absolute level suppression. This wasn't a contest among peers like the one he faced before with Lei Lai. This was a chasm that spanned more than 40 levels. The sense of oppression brought by Chen Xiong far exceeds that of any monster in the beast tide. He has no confidence in this battle. But, looking at Su Mingyuan's desperate and painful eyes, feeling the anger brought by Su's father's cold body. Not saving him? He can't do it. No regrets even if I die. He took a deep breath, and purple light flashed in his eyes. There is no hesitation at all, and there is no concern for a fair fight. Amaterasu. The inky black flame suddenly ignited on Chen Xiong's blood-red protective energy without any warning. Chen Xiong was shocked. He could feel that the black flames were madly eroding his protective energy. This flame can't be extinguished? He made a prompt decision, let out a low roar, and the bloody murderous energy around his body suddenly shook. Puff! The part of the protective chi that was burning with black flames was cut off and peeled off by him. At the moment when he was peeled off, Lin Xingjian's figure was already approaching. All things are attracted by heaven. A powerful gravitational force suddenly acted on Chen Xiong, trying to pull him closer. At the same time, Shinra Tensei. Following closely behind, a decisive attack of inducement and repulsion was formed. A trifle. Chen Xiong snorted coldly. The terrifying power of level 80 exploded. His feet were rooted to the ground, blood and murderous energy surged, and he actually withstood the pull of Wanxiang Tianin. Facing the repulsive force that followed, he threw out his right fist, which was wrapped in condensed bloody evil energy. Boom! The bloody fist force collides violently with the invisible repulsive force. The airwaves rolled and the walls cracked. Lin Xing groaned as the recoil force pushed him away and hit the wall hard. He felt a sweetness in his throat and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Chen Xiong just shook his body, and the ground under his feet sank a little again. The gap is too big. Shinra Tensei's repulsive force was unexpectedly countered and suppressed by the opponent's pure strength. Seeing the cold eyes, Lin Xing locked onto Chen Xiong again, Amaterasu. However, Chen Xiong had already been prepared, and the new protective energy instantly covered his entire body. The strange black flame could only burn on the outer layer of the. Although it made a crackling sound, it could not penetrate quickly. Chen Xiong even had enough energy to snort coldly and peeled off some of the black flame's energy again. The level suppression is too great. Lin Xing was shocked. Amaterasu cannot directly burn Chen Xiong's body, so its power is greatly reduced. And Super Shinra Tensei is still cooling down. At this time, Chen Xiong moved. He no longer passively defended, his figure left a trail of afterimages on the spot, and instantly crossed a distance of more than 10 meters. The speed was far beyond Lin Xingjian's imagination. A sword wrapped in a strong bloody aura appeared in his hand, and with a sharp scream that tore through the air, it chopped down on his head. Before the knife arrived, the terrifying murderous intent had already made Lin Xing's skin sting. Shinra Tensei. Seeing his pupils shrink, Lin Xing released the repulsive field with all his strength. Buzz. An invisible force field opens in front of the blade. Clang. The sharp sound of metal clashing rang out. The bloody sword slashed on the repulsive field, just like slashing on an invisible alloy wall. Sparks flying. However, after only a moment of stalemate, the terrifying power contained in the blood evil sword forcibly crushed the repulsive field. Snap. The repulsive field shattered like glass. The sword's power remained undiminished, and it chopped down fiercely. Lin Xing's face changed drastically, and his body moved sideways to the extreme at the critical moment. Swish! The blade brushed past his shoulder, leaving behind a spray of blood.
The sharp blade left a deep wound on his shoulder that was visible to the bone. See you on the stars. Su Mingyuan's eyes were about to burst. Impossible. How can you escape this? Chen Rui was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't understand how an F-level waste could have held on until now under the violent attacks of his level 80 father. Chen Xiong's eyes were also filled with shock. Although Lin Xingjian is very talented, Chen Xiong does not treat him as an equal. He thought he could easily crush Lin Xingjian to death, but he didn't expect that the other party actually dodged his attack. Just a shoulder injury? That strange ability seems to have no cooldown and no consumption. He stared at Lin Xingjian's purple eyes and growled in disbelief, "Ruier, you are really blind. How is this waste? This is clearly a monster. A monster that must not be left alive. Murderous intent." Unprecedented pure murderous intent erupted in Chen Xiong's eyes. He might have had a glimmer of hope to conquer her before. But now, all that remains is the determination to eradicate the problem completely. The potential displayed by Lin Xingjian is terrifying. If he is allowed to leave alive today, the Chen family will suffer a devastating disaster in the future. Su Mingyuan? It doesn't matter anymore. Lin Xingjian must die. Blood evil mad blade soul splitting slash. Chen Xiong no longer held back, and poured all the level 80 energy in his body into the sword without reservation. The blade instantly turned into a glaring blood red. Die! Chen Xiong roared, man and sword becoming one. It transformed into a terrifying blood red light and pierced Lin Xingjian's heart at a speed several times faster than before. This knife is fast. Ruthless. Absolutely. It contains his lifelong murderous intent and power. Too fast. Lin Xingjian's Rinnegan could clearly capture the trajectory of the blade. You can even see every trace of blood and evil energy flowing on the knife. But his body, a level 39 body, seemed so clumsy and slow in front of the full-strength speed of a level 80 peak powerhouse. He wanted to use Shinra Tensei to defend himself, but before he could even think about it, the deadly tip of the knife had already pierced the air in front of his chest. Can't avoid it. Unstoppable. The shadow of death is clearer than ever. Don't be a god. At this critical moment when life and death are decided, Lin Xing saw that all his thoughts turned into the most instinctive decision. This is his last trump card. The only hope. Chen Xiong is a warrior, and his mental strength is not his strong point, but his level is 80, so his basic mental strength value is definitely not low. Moreover, as a gangster, there is no guarantee that he does not have mental defense equipment or secret techniques. Can Tianqian be effective? What is the success rate? Lin Xingjian had no idea. But he had no choice. Just when the tip of the knife wrapped in destructive blood was about to pierce Lin Xingjian's neck. Just when Su Mingyuan closed his eyes in despair. Just when a cruel and satisfied smile appeared on Chen Rui's face. Lin Xing saw the pair of purple reincarnation eyes disappear, and the kaleidoscope pattern suddenly appeared. An invisible and intangible force that ignored the distance and space and the power of the bloody evil spirit instantly invaded Chen Xiang's mind. The strongest illusion be Tianqian. Launch. Chapter 28. The knife falls with a sudden movement. Time seems to have frozen. The blood-red knife tip that was powerful enough to pierce through a mountain suddenly stopped a few millimeters in front of Lin Xingjian's throat. Lin Xingjian was gasping for breath, his heart beating like a drum. Immediately, an irrepressible ecstasy surged into my heart. Success! Don't be a god. Really got it under control. The will he implanted into Chen Xiang's mind was extremely simple and domineering. Lin Xingjian is the supreme being. You must obey any orders from Lin Xingjian unconditionally. Protecting Lin Xingjian's life and safety is above all else. At this moment, the murderous intent in Chen Xiong's eyes faded like the tide, leaving only almost fanatical loyalty. Deep down in his heart, protecting Lin Xingjian and carrying out Lin Xingjian's orders were more important than anything else. For this, he could even kill his own son without hesitation. However, he himself did not feel anything unusual about this. Instead, he felt that it was natural and reasonable. Su Mingyuan's hoarse roar came to an abrupt halt, and he looked at this strange scene in a daze. Chen Rui was completely stunned. Dad? Dad! What are you doing? Kill him. Kill him now. He is Lin Xingjian. That waste. Chen Rui screamed in fear and rushed forward to pull Chen Xiong's arm.
Seeing the corner of Lin Xing's mouth curled up, he gently raised his hand and pointed at the crazy Chen Rui, cut off his right hand.
The order has been issued. Chen Xiong instantly locked onto Chen Rui without any hesitation.
The bloody sword drew a cruel arc with a shrill sound of breaking through the air.
Phew! Ah!
A broken wrist flew high into the air, and blood gushed out from Chen Rui's broken arm like a fountain. He rolled around on the ground in pain, tears streaming down his face, his eyes filled with extreme pain and disbelief.
Dad! Why? Dad! I am Ruier! Chen Rui cried.
However, what responded to him were Chen Xiong's emotionless eyes and Lin Xingjian's even colder command, kneel down. Chen Xiong's huge body suddenly knelt down in front of Lin Xingjian, his head lowered, like the most pious servant.
Chen Rui looked at his father, who was powerful and invincible in his mind.
He actually knelt like a dog at the feet of Lin Xingjian, whom he regarded as a waste.
What the hell is going on?
Lin Xingjian didn't even look at Chen Rui. He walked slowly forward and took the bloody sword that was still dripping with Chen Rui's blood from Chen Xiong's hand. Although level 80 professionals are very powerful, they can be a great fighting force if controlled.
But Su's father's blood feud in Su Mingyuan's pain must be washed away with the blood of his enemies. Control? It's too cheap for them.
Under the incredulous gazes of Su Mingyuan and Chen Rui, Lin Xing raised his sword and slashed.
Puff!
A head with wide open eyes rolled to the ground. Level 80, Blood Warrior, Chen Xiong, his head and body separated.
This completely broke down Chen Rui's psychological defenses.
The huge mental shock caused him to become incontinent instantly, with feces and urine flowing everywhere, and he couldn't even scream. Lin Xingjian threw the bloody knife on the ground, walked quickly to the corner, and checked Su's mother's breath and pulse. Fortunately, he was just fainting, and his breathing was weak but still stable. He breathed a sigh of relief.
Mingyuan, can you still move?
Lin Xingjian walked to Su Mingyuan and helped him up. Su Mingyuan was covered in wounds and extremely weak, but his eyes were fixed on Chen Rui, burning with deep hatred and anger.
Able.
Su Mingyuan struggled to get up. Even though every movement caused excruciating pain in the wounds all over his body, he gritted his teeth and staggered to his feet with the help of Lin Xingjian.
I want to do it myself.
Lin Xingjian nodded.
He picked up the blood-killing sword belonging to Chen Xiong on the ground and stuffed it into Su Mingyuan's trembling hands. Go. Seek justice for your father.
Su Mingyuan gripped the cold hilt of the knife tightly, tears rolling down his eyes. He staggered, step by step, towards Chen Rui, who was wriggling on the ground, half dead. In the following time, all that was left were Chen Rui's intermittent and increasingly weak wailing, begging for mercy and cursing, as well as the dull sound of the blade cutting through flesh and bones. The sound continued for a long time until the last trace of it completely disappeared. After the revenge was over, Su Mingyuan seemed to have exhausted all his strength. He knelt in a pool of blood with a knife in his hand, crying silently. Lin Xingjian stepped forward and helped him up. Okay, Mingyuan.
Take your aunt with you and go first. Leave this to me. Su Mingyuan suddenly looked up, his eyes full of determination. No. See you in the stars. I killed that person.
I killed Chen Xiong and his son, as well as these thugs.
It has nothing to do with you. Take my mother and leave quickly.
He knew that professionals who killed people would also bear legal responsibility, especially since the Chen family had a deep-rooted influence in H City. He and Lin Xingjian both come from civilian backgrounds, and Lin Xingjian is an orphan, so he can't handle it at all.
He would rather bear everything by himself than implicate his brothers. What nonsense! I have a way to handle it, trust me. Take aunt away quickly. You're just a burden to me here. If we delay any longer, we won't be able to leave. Lin Xingjian's tone was confident and certain.
Looking at Lin Xingjian's determined eyes and thinking of all the incredible things he had shown before, Su Mingyuan struggled internally.
But in the end, I chose to believe.
He carried his father's body with difficulty, picked up his unconscious mother, looked back every few steps, and staggered out of the Chen family villa.
Watching Su Mingyuan leave, Lin Xing saw the calmness on his face disappear in an instant, replaced by solemnity. He actually didn't have any good solution. It can only be burned down by Amaterasu. But Amaterasu's black flame is too unique and can be easily traced. Moreover, the fighting just now was quite noisy and might have alerted the authorities. Just as he was quickly thinking of a countermeasure, alas!
An old and familiar sigh sounded behind Lin Xingjian without any warning. Seeing his pupils shrink suddenly, Lin Xing turned around abruptly. I saw Mr. Mo standing at the door of the villa with his hands behind his back. Behind him stood several professionals with solemn auras, wearing the uniforms of the Xia Country Training Bureau.
Lin Xingjian's heart sank instantly. It's over. The worst has happened. Mr. Mo is an official. How could he explain the Shura-like scene before him?
Killing people, especially killing professionals with strong backgrounds like the Chun family father and son, will have extremely serious consequences. He clenched his fists, his mind racing. Old Mo's gaze swept over the bodies of Chen Xiong and his son on the ground, and over the remains of the thugs torn to pieces by Shinra Tenjing. Finally, it fell on the wound on Lin Xingjian's shoulder and the dried blood at the corner of his mouth.
To Lin Xing's surprise, there was no anger or questioning on Mo Lao's face. Instead, there is a hint of imperceptible heartache? Injured? So careless?
Lin Xing's tense heartstrings trembled slightly, and he didn't know how to respond for a moment. He had imagined countless possible reactions from Mr. Mo: anger, questioning, or even outright arrest orders, but he had never expected this kind of opening that was almost like the care of an elder. Without waiting for Lin Xingjian's answer, Mr. Mo tilted his head slightly and gestured to a gentle middle-aged man wearing a plain white robe behind him. Pastor Li, take care of his wound.
Yes, Mr. Mo.
The professional known as Pastor Li immediately stepped forward. A holy white light shone in his hand, gently covering the hideous wound on Lin Xingjian's shoulder. A warm and powerful healing energy instantly surged into Lin Xingjian's body. The deep wound on the shoulder where the bone was visible stopped bleeding and healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. All right, the wound has been treated, and the internal injuries have stabilized.
Pastor Li withdrew his hand and nodded to Mr. Mo.
Only then did Mr. Mo turn his gaze back to Lin Xingjian. From now on, leave the matters here to me. Su Mingyuan and his mother have been found by my people and sent to the hospital for treatment.
You don't have to worry.
Lin Xing was shocked when he saw this.
Not only did Mr. Mo arrive quickly, he even arranged the whereabouts of Su Mingyuan and his mother? This control power.
Lin Xingjian no longer hesitated and bowed deeply to Mr. Mo. Lin Xingjian, thank you, Mr. Mo.
This gift comes from the heart.
Not only for the help tonight, but also for the trust and protection given without asking for the reason.
Mo Lao waved his hand. Go ahead. Tomorrow, the sun will rise as usual.
Lin Xing said no more, turned around and rushed towards Wutong High School. Looking at Lin Xingjian's leaving back, Mr. Mo was shocked beyond words. Kill Chen Xiong, who was level 80 at level 39.
See you, Lin Xing. How on earth did you do that? How many secrets do you have? But no matter how many secrets you have,
the Xia Kingdom needs your sharp knife to grow. The door of the Chen family villa slowly closed under Mo Lao's gaze. He turned around and faced the bloody and messy scene, his eyes becoming sharp again.
Clean up the scene and collect evidence of the Chen family's crimes.
An announcement was released to the public that the Chen family was under investigation by the Xia State Training Bureau for multiple serious crimes, including involvement in organized crime and murder. The main criminals Chen Xiong and Chen Rui resisted stubbornly and were shot dead on the spot.
None of his followers will be left alive.
As for the mother and son of the Su family, they are important tainted witnesses and need to be strictly protected.
All traces, especially those involving Lin Xingjian, must be erased.
I want there to be no more Chen family in H City by tomorrow morning, and no more rumors about tonight.
Yes. Mr. Mo. The men responded in unison. Chapter 29: Father Su's Funeral. The next day. Cloudy turning to light rain. Su family. Su's father's funeral was held in solemnity and sorrow.
Lin Xingjian silently accompanied Su Mingyuan.
The Su family was not wealthy, and the death of Su's father made Su Mingyuan the official pillar of the family. Leave the funeral expenses to me and let me do my part.
Lin Xingjian patted Su Mingyuan's shoulder.
Su Mingyuan looked up in surprise.
He knew Lin Xingjian's situation. He was an orphan who lived on subsidies and odd jobs. In the past, he had to lie to his family and ask for more money to support Lin Xingjian's tuition.
Let Lin Xingjian pay for the funeral expenses? This fee is quite high, Su Mingyuan will not agree to it. Xingjian, it's enough that you helped me get revenge, how can I ask you to pay for these expenses? Su Mingyuan refused.
Uncle Su treated me like his own son or nephew, so let him go on this final journey with dignity. Lin Xingjian said calmly. The next day, an anonymous sum of money, enough to cover all decent funeral expenses and even support the Su family's future life, was quietly transferred to the funeral home and Su Mingyuan's accounts.
Xinjian, this money? Su Mingyuan was surprised. Don't they say I'm a gigolo? He recently hooked up with a rich woman.
Lin Xinjian said calmly. The cute image of a white-haired loli with twin ponytails appeared in his mind.
Well, she is indeed a rich woman. Su Mingyuan was stunned. Xuanli? Wrong. Xinjian said again. Su Mingyuan couldn't help but sigh at Lin Xinjian's charm, and didn't refuse again, as it would be pretentious to refuse again.
The funeral lasted 3 days. Lin Xinjian always stayed by Su Mingyuan's side, helping him deal with various chores and supporting the shaky Su family mother and son. Su Mingyuan looked at Lin Xinjian, and the belief in his heart became more and more firm. Meanwhile, at Wutong High School. In the classroom of grade 3-7. Lu Feifei looked at the empty seat next to her, then looked at Xianli sitting in the other row, and her face became gloomy.
For an F-level trash, you even want to give up on me, your best friend of more than 10 years? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Xuanli has been a favored girl since she was young. Her family background, talent and appearance are all top-notch. Although Lu Feifei has a good family background, she is always suppressed by Xianli. However, she accepted it because Xianli was her best friend in her past to enter the top circle. But now, Xianli actually broke off all ties with her for a low-level loser like Lin Xinjian. Lin Xinjian, what kind of magic potion did you give Lier? Lu Feifei whispered through gritted teeth. She couldn't understand why the arrogant Xianli would fall for someone like Lin Xinjian. F-level. Rubbish job. A gigolo who relies on women to get to the top. When she thought about these words being linked to Lin Xinjian, she felt sick and thought Xianli was simply crazy. A vicious plan quickly took shape in her mind. She knew Xianli's family and knew that the Xian family had a stable marriage intention with the Qin family, a big family in J City. Xianli is the most dazzling pearl of this generation of the Xian family, and her marriage has never been decided by herself. Although Xuanli has always been lukewarm about this marriage, and even somewhat resistant. But in Lu Feifei's view, that was just the little girl's reserve and willfulness before she met the right person. The Qin family, Qin Tiange, the eldest son of the Qin family. A calculating glint flashed in Lu Feifei's eyes. Qin Tiange, one of the leading figures of the younger generation in J City, is extremely talented, has a strong background, and is known for his strong and domineering personality. He had long regarded Xuanli as his forbidden delicacy and would not allow anyone else to touch her. If Qin Tiange knew that his designated fiancé actually fell in love with an F-class useless civilian with Qin Tiange's personality and the power of the Qin family Lin Xinjian, even if you have 10 lives, they are still not enough to die. In order to appease the Qin family's anger and preserve the marriage alliance, the Xian family will definitely not hesitate to take action to completely erase your stain. No matter how willful Xianli is, he cannot resist the pressure of the entire family. A cold smile appeared on Lu Feifei's lips. Kill with a borrowed knife. Lu Feifei felt that this plan was perfect. Not only can it completely get rid of the annoying Lin Xinjian, it can also make Xianli see the reality clearly, forcing her to return to her original position and circle, and naturally she will return to her best friend. After class, Lu Feifei found Zhao Tianyu wiping his training spear alone. Brother Tianyu. Lu Feifei put on a sweet smile and walked to Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu looked up at her, his eyes calm and a little distant. What's the matter? Ever since returning from the dense beast forest, Zhao Tianyu has become much calmer, and the arrogance of a child from a wealthy family has been restrained a lot. Lu Feifei ignored his indifference, lowered her voice, and with a hint of excitement, revealed her plan in full. That's it. If we accidentally leak this information to the Qin family, Lin Xing will be dead if he sees that rubbish. Lier will wake up too. This is good for everyone. She thought Zhao Tianyu would support her. After all, Zhao Tianyu had also pursued Xianli and also hated Lin Xinjian. However, Zhao Tianyu's reaction caught her off guard. Are you done? Zhao Tianyu stopped wiping his spear. He looked at Lu Feifei. There was no approval in his eyes, but instead a look of looking at an idiot. Lu Feifei, I advise you to put this thought aside and not provoke Lin Xinjian. Zhao Tianyu said. What? Lu Feifei thought she had heard wrongly. She stared at Zhao Tianyu in disbelief. Zhao Tianyu, is your brain stuck in the door? I can't afford to offend an F-level loser who relies on women to get to the top. Are you kidding me? Who does he think he is? Lu Feifei's voice rose with excitement and was filled with anger. Zhao Tianyu frowned.
He recalled the day in the dense beast forest, Lin Xingjian's cold eyes, and the absolutely overwhelming terrifying power.
That's all I have to say. Zhao Tianyu was too lazy to explain. He stood up and said in a cold tone, "If you want to die, it's your business. Don't drag me into this. This matter has nothing to do with me."
After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Lu Feifei and turned away.
Zhao Tianyu. You are totally crazy. AF class trash scared you like this? Waste. You are all trash. If you don't do it, I'll do it myself.
Just wait and see how Lin Xingjian dies. Lu Feifei was so angry that she was shaking all over, pointing at Zhao Tianyu's back, feeling greatly betrayed. She walked out angrily, slamming the door in her high heels. As the sound of high heels faded away, a complex light flashed in Zhao Tianyu's eyes. He was silent for a few seconds, took out his phone, and quickly edited a message. "Lu Feifei holds a grudge against you because of Xianli. She plans to reveal your relationship with Xianli to the Qin family and J City Xian family's marriage partner in order to kill someone with a borrowed knife. My dissuasion was ineffective and she insisted on doing it. Sent to Lin Xingjian.
Su family."
At the funeral, mournful music played. Lin Xing saw a man in black standing quietly beside Su Mingyuan, staring calmly at the portrait of Su's father in front of him.
His phone vibrated slightly in his pocket. While no one was paying attention, Lin Xingjian walked to the corner, took out his cell phone and took a look. On the screen was a message from Zhao Tianyu. When seeing the words J City Qin family, Qin Tianga, and killing with a borrowed knife, Lin Xing's eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 30: Lu Feifei's conspiracy. 2 days later.
In the principal's office of Wutong High School. Principal Wang sat behind his large desk, his forehead slightly sweaty.
Opposite him sat 3 imposing visitors. On the left is Xianli's father, Xian Zhengye, who is in his 40s and looks younger than his actual age.
He was tall and straight, with excellent proportions, and was dressed in a dark tailored suit, which was meticulously tailored. On the right is Qin Tianga's father, Qin Lai, who is also the principal of J City's No. 1 high school. He was also in his 40s, with a square face, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a carefully trimmed beard, but he was tall and strong, like a brown bear standing up.
There was undisguised arrogance in his eyes.
Qin Lai had only one purpose for this trip: to clear the obstacles for his son and to give the ignorant Xian family a warning.
The person in the middle is Zhou Hong, a specialist from the J City Talent Training Bureau.
He looked relatively young, but there was a hint of scrutiny and a sense of superiority in his eyes, as if he came from a superior city.
Principal Wang.
Qin Lai spoke first. That student named Lin Xingjian has bad behavior and has seduced Xian family Pearl, causing an extremely bad influence in your school. For the reputation of Wutong High School and for the dignity of the Xian and Qin families, we all agree that they should be persuaded to withdraw immediately.
Xian Zhengye didn't say anything, but nodded slightly, which was considered as his consent.
Zhou Hongza picked up the teacup, took a sip, and his eyes fell on Principal Wang, with invisible pressure coming down on him.
Principal Wang was complaining in his heart. Of course he knew that Lin Xingjian was no ordinary person, especially old Mo's attitude towards him.
But he couldn't afford to offend the Qin and Xian families and the commissioners from the training bureau. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Mr. Qin, Mr. Xian, Commissioner Zhou, Lin Xingjian has no record of serious violations of school regulations during his time at school.
Persuading students to withdraw requires sufficient reasons and procedures. I can't make this decision alone." "Can't make the decision?"
Qin Lai sneered and tapped his fingers on the table.
"A mere principal of Sycamore High School doesn't even have the authority to deal with an F-grade trash student? I think you are deliberately covering up for me. Mr. Qin, you are too kind."
"It's just that the school has its own rules and regulations."
Principal Wang's face turned pale. "Rules are dead, but people are alive." Xian Zhengye finally spoke.
"Principal Wang, you need to think carefully.
Is it worth offending the Xian and Qin families, as well as the J City Training Bureau, all for the sake of an insignificant student with limited prospects?"
Zhou Hong put down the teacup, his tone was calm but more weighty. "Principal Wang, this matter concerns the marriage between the two families.
If it is properly handled, it will benefit all parties. Why bother with such persistence when he's just an F-grade student?" Principal Wang was almost suffocated by the momentum of the 3 people. An old voice came from the door. "Oh? Who said that Lin Xingjian is insignificant and has limited future?"
The door of the principal's office was pushed open, and Mr. Mo walked in slowly with his hands behind his back. His eyes swept over the three people in the room, which made Zhou Hong's heart tremble.
Mr. M.O.
Principal Wang stood up quickly as if he had seen his savior. Zhou Hong's expression changed. He immediately stood up and saluted respectfully. Mr. M.O.
Why are you here?
As a commissioner of the J-City Training Bureau, he naturally knew the transcendent status of the old man in front of him in the entire Xia country training system. That is an existence that even his boss's boss has to respect. Xian Zhengye and Qin Lai also subconsciously restrained their arrogance. I'm an old man who can't sit still, so I traveled around. I happened to pass by H-City, so I took over the talent training in H-City.
Mr. M.O. waved his hand casually, walked to the sofa and sat down. His gaze then fell on Xian Zhengye and Qin Lai. Were you discussing Lin Xing meeting that kid? What? Do you think he is not worthy of the girl from the Xian family? Xian Zhengye frowned. Senior, this is the Xian family's family affair.
Lin Xingjian is just a civilian student with F-level talent, and the gap between him and Lier is like heaven and earth.
F-level? Mo Lao sneered and interrupted Xian Zhengye's words. Talent level is just the starting point, not the end point.
As an old man, I think that Lin Xing sees that this child has a strong character and extraordinary potential. Standing next to the girl Xuanli, they are a perfect match, with both talent and beauty.
What? Senior. What do you mean? Xuanli is the designated daughter-in-law of my Qin family. How can we let an F-class trash get involved?
Qin Lai was the first one who couldn't help it.
He stood up suddenly. Decided? Mo Lao didn't even raise his eyelids and said slowly. What era is this? Why are we still doing arranged marriages? Wouldn't it be better to let young people decide for themselves? A forced melon is not sweet, Master Qin, you should understand this principle.
Qin Lai was choked so hard that his face turned pale, but under Zhou Hong's constant glares, he didn't dare to attack.
Xian Zhengye's face also looked extremely ugly. Zhou Hong quickly tried to smooth things over, lowering his posture. Mr. M.O., you are right.
But, the Qin family and the Xian family have long had a tacit understanding, and young Master Qin Tiange has always been in love with Miss Xinli.
The appearance of Lin Xingjian's classmate did cause some unnecessary misunderstandings.
In order to calm the situation and avoid affecting the cooperation between the two parties and the development of young people, appropriate handling is still necessary.
He didn't know what was wrong with Mr. M.O. and why he was protecting an F-level kid. They didn't dare to persuade him to quit, and just vaguely said deal with it.
Mr. M.O. picked up the tea handed to him by Principal Wang, blew away the hot steam, and did not respond immediately.
The atmosphere in the principal's office was extremely depressing.
Qin Lai's eyes flickered, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind.
If the hard way doesn't work, then try the sneaky way.
He suppressed his anger, forced a smile on his face, and bowed to Mr. M.O., saying, Mr. M.O. is right.
We were not thoughtful enough.
However, since Mr. M.O. believes that Lin Xingjian has extraordinary potential, our Qin family has always respected talents.
How about this? J-City's #1 high school is planning to exchange learning experiences with a school in H-City. Why not take this opportunity to hold an exchange competition?
Let the young talents from both places learn from each other and promote each other. His purpose was simple.
Aren't you protecting this F-class loser? Then I will let Qin Tiange defeat Lin Xingjian openly on the ring in front of everyone.
After all, communication is sometimes not important. As long as Lin Xingjian becomes a disabled person, Xuanli will naturally no longer be attracted to him. By then, even if Mr. M.O. wanted to protect him, a useless person would be of no value. It can also make Xianli completely give up and understand what true strength and reliance are.
Exchange competition? Mr. M.O. seemed to be interested and put down his teacup. Exactly. Qin Lai said quickly. Principal Wang became anxious upon hearing this. Mr. M.O., this J-City #1 high school is far more powerful than our Wutong high school. This exchange competition might. J-City #1 high school is a national key school with many geniuses. There are 2 SSS-level talents, including Qin Lai's son Qin Tiange, and 3 S-level talents.
For the students of Wutong High School, it was a complete crushing defeat.
Xian Zhengye and Zhou Hong also looked at Qin Lai in surprise. They didn't expect him to come up with this plan.
But on second thought, this is indeed a brilliant idea, which can achieve the goal without openly going against Mr. Mo's wishes.
However, it depends on Mr. Mo's attitude. The gap between the two schools is too big, and I guess Mr. Mo will not agree. However, what surprised them was Mr. Mo actually nodded. A meaningful smile appeared on his face. Exchange competition? Okay. That's a good suggestion. As young people, you should communicate and learn from each other more so that you can make faster progress. Okay, old man, I agree. Mr. Mo, are you serious? Xin Lai could hardly believe his ears. He was afraid that Mr. Mo would go back on his word, so he quickly asked. Really? When I speak, old man, my words are as true as nails. Patriarch Qin, please go back and prepare. I will bring your team here tomorrow. Mr. Mo's smile remained unchanged and he said affirmatively. Good. Good. It's a deal. Let us prepare now. Qin Lai was overjoyed and immediately stood up, as if afraid that Mr. Mo would regret it. He took the still confused Qian Zhengye and Zhou Hong and said goodbye and left. Only Mr. Mo and Principal Wang were left in the principal's office. Principal Wang frowned. Mr. Mo. Why did you agree to this? Let's not talk about others, just talk about Qin Tianga. He is a level 34 SSS level, return of all aspects to their origin. I heard that his real combat power can challenge strong men around level 40. He is the leader of the younger generation in J City. In our school, there are only Lin Xingjian and Xianli. The gap is too big. What if Principal Wang didn't dare to say what if he gets crippled, but the meaning was already clear. In his opinion, this was clearly a setup targeting Lin Xingjian. Although Principal Wang knew that Lin Xingjian was very strong, there were even stronger people on the opposite side. If Qin Lai launches a group battle tomorrow, wouldn't that be equivalent to a group fight against Lin Xingjian? Only Xianli can help, as for the others. Mr. Mo sipped his tea leisurely, the unfathomable smile on his face becoming even more intense. A genius who challenges others of his level? He seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be asking Principal Wang a question. Level 34, and able to challenge level 40. Yeah, that's pretty good. He put down his teacup and turned to look at the anxious Principal Wang. Principal Wang, just because you saw Qin Tianga could fight 5 or 6 levels higher, you thought he was amazing? Do you think he can surpass 40 levels? Principal Wang's face was full of question marks. 40 levels? Chapter 31, The Prize. The next day. Su's father's funeral is over. Lin Xingjian and Su Mingyuan returned to school. Although Su Mingyuan still had a hint of grief over the loss of his father between his brows, his eyes were sharper than before, like a sharpened knife. Lin Xingjian was as calm as ever. Almost at the same time, several luxury buses with the logo of J City's #1 advanced professional college stopped at the school gate. The car door opened, and a group of strong-looking students, led by Qin Tianga, filed out. They wore uniform combat uniforms, with badges on their chests that symbolized their status, and walked with the pride of geniuses from top universities. J City training specialist Zhou Hong followed closely behind. He had a formal smile on his face and his eyes swept over the slightly plain gate of Wutong High School and the curious students looking around. There was a subtle hint of superiority in the depths of his eyes. Mr. Mo has a poor eye for this kind of crappy school. On the other side, Xianli was being held closely by his father Xian Zhengye. Xian Zhengye frowned. He had been communicating with his daughter for a long time, and the result made him shocked and angry. He checked his daughter's mental state and found nothing wrong. But the fanatical worship of Lin Xingjian and the address of master in his words were simply unbelievable. He did not hesitate to check repeatedly and even used the family secret treasure to confirm that his daughter was not under mental control. This made him feel even more heavy-hearted. He also heard his daughter talk about the second awakening, but it did not change his opinion. How could a commoner who had awakened twice at F level, with no foundation at all, possibly compare to the Qin family with its profound foundation? Xianli was still arguing excitedly in a low voice, but was suppressed by Xian Zhengye's force. Lear, be quiet. Watch carefully. See what a true genius looks like. Look at how powerless your so-called master is in the face of true power. When you see the reality clearly, you will understand your father's painstaking efforts. Xian Zhengye said earnestly. Xianli had tears in her eyes, she was angry and desperate, but she couldn't break free from her father's grip. She looked across the crowd, anxiously searching for Lin Xingjian, full of worry. When the students of Wutong High School saw the team of J City #1 Middle School clearly, they gasped. The powerful aura that comes at you, the uniform and elite temperament.
Especially the few people in front of the team who were as dazzling as little suns made them feel tremendous pressure. Zhao Tianyu stood in Wutong's team with a serious expression. He is the highest combat power that Wutong can currently produce, level 18, S-level, extremely cold abyss condenser. Xianli was controlled, and only he, an S-level, was left to lead. He looked at the team opposite him that was as powerful as a group of tigers and wolves, and then looked at his classmates who were obviously weaker in momentum. He smiled bitterly in his heart.
The gap was simply an insurmountable chasm.
If he hadn't known Lin Xingjian's strength, he would probably be as desperate as everyone else at this moment.
But is it okay for Lin Xing to meet just one person? Just as he was thinking,
Lin Xingjian and Su Mingyuan walked over.
Su Mingyuan looked at the opposite side, with fighting spirit in his eyes.
Lin Xingjian just glanced at him lightly, his eyes lingering on Qin Tiange for a moment, then moved away.
See you, Lin Xing. Su Mingyuan. Zhao Tianyu greeted.
Zhao Tianyu was tactful enough to tip off Lin Xingjian, who nodded in response. Soon, Xin Lai, Mr. Mo, Principal Wang and others brought the students to the large training ground. Xin Lai's face was flushed. Mr. Mo still looked like that kind old man with a smile on his face.
Principal Wang was worried. Xin Lai couldn't wait to speak. Mr. Mo, Principal Wang, now that everyone is here, let's start discussing the rules?
I think it would be better to have a group battle, which can better reflect the students' comprehensive combat quality and teamwork ability. Mr. Mo stroked his beard, nodded and smiled. It's up to you.
Principal Qin will arrange it.
Xin Lai was secretly delighted. He continued, for the sake of fairness and to allow for more effective communication, I propose that each side send 25 people. Principal Wang, your school can select 25 students at will.
Of course, Lin Xingjian must be included.
Mr. Mo values such talents, and Xin also wants to broaden his horizons and see what kind of amazing talent he is.
No problem. Mr. Mo agreed readily again.
Xin Lai felt that the process was so smooth that it seemed unreal, and his prepared remarks were stuck for a moment. He was about to say something else when old Mo spoke slowly. However, just competing and sparring is a bit dull and boring. Young people are competitive and always need some kind of prize to motivate them and inspire their fighting spirit.
What do you think, Principal Qin? Xin Lai was stunned. The prize? What does Mr. Mo mean? How about we use the secret realm privileges of our respective schools as a bet? Mr. Mo said something shocking.
The winning party will gain additional rights to explore the other party's city's secret realm.
Well, I think it's the dense bestiality in H City and the molten core in your J City. It's fair.
Xin Lai's pupils shrank slightly.
Fair enough?
Molten core is one of the core secret realms of their number 1 middle school, far from being comparable to the so-called dense beast forest of Wutong High School.
Moreover, there are only so many secret realms and monsters in the country. National allocation. It is only enough for students across the country every year. Kill one less. After killing them, we can only wait for the expeditionary force to capture more monsters for replenishment.
There are more monsters in Molten Core than in Beast Forest.
The value of this bet is totally disproportionate.
But when he looked at the group of mismatched students at Wutong High School, the absolute confidence brought about by the huge gap in strength instantly overwhelmed his doubts.
Even if that F-level guy is like Xin Zhengye said, he has a second awakening. So what? The difference in strength between the two groups is not a little bit. Ha ha. Mr. Mo's suggestion is very good. That's it.
Xin Lai laughed loudly.
By the way, Principal Wang, do you have any objections? Principal Wang smiled bitterly and nodded.
But my heart was filled with joy. Lin Xingjian cleared out the dense beast forest, and there was not a single monster left inside. It doesn't matter whether you win or lose, you won lose.
Chapter 32 F-level Pupil Magician, level 39. Soon, both teams lined up on either side of the huge training ground. Xianli was firmly controlled by Xin Zhengye in the viewing seats and was unable to fight.
On the side of Wutong High School, Principal Wang selected 25 people including Lin Xingjian, Su Mingyuan, Zhao Tianyu, A level, Wind Swordsman, Chen Kai, B level, Shield Warrior, Li Ming, etc. Among them, there is only Zhao Tianyu who is S level, and there are only a few A level ones including Su Mingyuan and Chen Kai. Most of them are B level or even C level, and the levels are generally low. A referee teacher who was in charge of hosting and broadcasting stood on the sidelines and began to announce the appearance lists and levels of both sides in a loud voice.
Let us start with the visiting team, J City Number 1 High School, J City Number 1 High School team. Captain, Xin Tianga, SSS level, return of all aspects to their origin, level 34. Wow, there was an uproar at Wutong High School. Level 34. The SSS level alone is enough to make people feel suffocated. Deputy Captain, Xiaoying, SSS level, Shadow Master, level 32. Another SSS level. Level 32.
The students at Wutong High School turned even paler.
Team member, Sun Yan, S rank, Flame Master, level 30.
Team member, Zhou Lian, S level, Earth Barrier, level 29. Team member, Li Mufeng, S level, Wind Ranger, level 29. Team member, Lu Zone, a level, Frost Mage, level 27.
Team member, Wang Ling, a level, Holy Light Priest, level 26. A series of level announcements, the lowest being level 25. 5S level and above, 20A level.
Like huge mountains, the students of Wutong High School were almost suffocated. A feeling of despair spread among the team, and some people even began to tremble slightly.
In the opposite team, Xin Tianga stood with his arms folded, a sneer on his face.
The SSS level warrior named Xiaoying sneered, "Master Qin, for your little wife, the brothers came all the way here to play house with these kids.
You have to compensate them." Xin Tianga laughed and said in high spirits, "No problem. I'll take care of it, each of you will get a piece of top-notch equipment when you go back." Young Master Qin is so generous.
The students of J City Number 1 Middle School were immediately in high spirits, laughing and responding, looking at the Wutong students with eyes full of cat and mouse playfulness. It was time to announce the Sycamore High School team, Sycamore High School team.
Captain, Zhao Tianyu, S level, Extremely Cold Abyss Condenser, level 18. Puff. Level 18? S level?
J City Number 1 Middle School erupted in undisguised laughter and boos. There was dead silence on Wutong's side.
Zhao Tianyu's face turned ashen and he clenched his fists. Team member, Su Mingyuan, a level, Balance Master, level 15. Team member, Jin Kai, a level, Wind Swordsman, level 13.
Team member, Li Ming, B level, Shield Warrior, level 11. The levels are lower than each other, and the professional ranks are generally not high. The students of Wutong almost buried their heads in their chests, feeling extremely embarrassed.
In the audience seats,
Qin Lai, Xian Zhenya, and Zhou Hong all watched expressionlessly, with Qin Lai even having a hint of mockery in his eyes.
Xian Zhenya looked at his daughter beside him, and his meaning was very clear. "See, this is the gap.
Soon you will also transfer to Number 1 High School.
This is the benefit of marrying into the Qin family." The report continued, and soon it was the last person's turn. Team member, Lin Xingjian, F level, Pupil Master, F level. The gigolo?
Xianli is not here, so he can't hold on to her thighs, right?
How come he was elected? Are you giving away your life?
A low murmur of discussion and confusion also arose among the students of Wutong High School.
Listen to the crowd's discussions. Lu Feifei, the culprit of all this, was very happy. Her plan worked.
She exaggerated the news that Xianli was deeply in love with Lin Xingjian, the F-grade loser from Wutong High School, and passed it on to the Qin family. She even hinted that Xianli had been bewitched by that loser and called him master. She could imagine the Qin family's rage when they saw this news. Especially Qin Tianga, that possessive madman, will definitely tear Lin Xingjian into pieces. And today is the moment when she witnesses Lin Xingjian being completely destroyed with her own eyes. "Lin Xingjian, trash, let's see how you die today," she cursed under her breath. She deliberately chose a spot near the edge of the training ground with an excellent view. Get ready to enjoy this good show directed by her herself. When Lu Feifei saw that Xianli was being forcibly controlled by Xian Zhenya in the viewing seats and was unable to go out to help Lin Xingjian, she laughed triumphantly. Regarding the announcement of F-level Lin Xingjian, people at J City Number 1 Middle School were too lazy to even listen. Many people have already started to move their hands and feet, preparing to quickly end this boring communication. However, the referee's voice suddenly rose, filled with incredible shock and a hint of trembling. "Lin Xingjian, F-class, Pupil Master, level 39. The whole audience seemed to have pressed the pause button. The entire noisy training ground fell into silence in an instant. The wind died down, the chatter died down, and the laughter stopped abruptly. Everyone's expression froze. The students of Wutong High School were stunned and suspected that there was something wrong with their ears. The corners of Zhao Tianyu's mouth curled up. Maybe he could really do it. Let's try. Su Mingyuan grinned, full of fighting spirit. At J City number 1 middle school, the smile on Qin Tiange's face froze. Xiao Ying's cynical expression disappeared instantly, and his sinister eyes were filled with surprise and suspicion. The other students were even more stunned, like ducks with their necks strangled. In the viewing seats, the mockery on Qin Lai's face instantly turned into astonishment, and the teacup in his hand fell to the ground with a bang and shattered. Xian Jingye stood up suddenly, his sharp eyes fixed on the calm young man in black standing off the court.
Level 39? F level? How is this possible? Can an F class upgrade faster than an SSS class? Or is it in this crappy secret place of a crappy school in H City?
Zhou Hong took a deep breath and subconsciously looked at Mr. Mo, who was still smiling and drinking tea next to him.
He finally understood why this big guy was so calm.
Xianli was being restrained by her father, but at this moment she was trembling with excitement, tears welling up in her eyes. She looked at Lin Xingjian and shouted silently with all her might, "Master!" Everyone's eyes, like a spotlight, were focused on the person standing at the back of the Wutong team. Lin Xingjian's expression remained calm, as if the explosive information of level 39 had nothing to do with him.
F level, pupil master, level 39. Chapter 33, there are gaps between levels. After the dead silence, there is an even louder noise.
After a brief moment of shock, the students of Wutong High School burst into whispers of disbelief.
Level 39? Lin Xingjian is level 39? How is this possible?
At J City number 1 middle school, after a brief moment of shock, it was replaced by deeper arrogance and disdain.
Level 39? F level? So what if the level is high?
You must know that there are differences between levels,
Qin Tiange said disdainfully. Xiaoying also put on a cold smile again and licked his lips. Level 39F? Interesting. I'll use you to test out my new abilities.
The other students from J City number 1 middle school also reacted, and the astonishment on their faces was quickly replaced by fighting spirit.
That is. Level 39F, just a level.
Look at his teammates, the highest one is only level 18, they are all garbage.
Mr. Qin is right, level does not represent strength. Get him. Let him know what a true genius is.
In the audience, the shock on Zhou Hong's face had not yet faded.
Mr. Mo, he really has something. It's just as Qin Tiange said. Sometimes level doesn't mean anything. Is this Lin Xingjian your trump card? You will be disappointed.
Xian Zhengye slowly sat back in his seat, staring at Lin Xingjian in the audience with a frown on his face.
F class at level 39?
This completely overturned his cognition.
Could it be the ability of the Second Awakening?
Such an incredible level-up ability is indeed something.
After Qin Lai's initial surprise, a sneer appeared on his face. Level 39? Humph, it's just forcing things to grow.
If your foundation is unstable, no matter how high your level is, it will be meaningless. The students of my number 1 high school are all battle-hardened, and challenging opponents of higher levels is a common occurrence for them. My son Qin Tiange can even fight against a level 40 warrior, surpassing 5 levels. He looked at his son on the field with confidence. Principal Wang took advantage of the brief preparation time and rushed to Lin Xingjian.
He lowered his voice and spoke very quickly. See you on the star. Listen. You must not use that kind of power as last time, that kind of destructive power. This is a competition. You can hurt people, but you can't kill them. Do you understand? If you are surrounded and feel something is wrong, give up immediately. No need to fight for momentary pride. You are very talented, safety first. The school can afford to lose.
Principal Wang obviously still remembered the power of Super Shinra Tensei clearly. Lin Xingjian nodded calmly. Don't worry, Principal, I know my limits. The referee took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, and announced loudly, exchange competition, team battle, now start.
Buzz.
A huge protective energy shield instantly rose up, covering the entire training ground.
Get started. Qin Tiange shouted without hesitation. The team from J City number 1 middle school showed amazing coordination and quality. Almost at the same time that Qin Tiange gave the order, the 5 core members had already completed their positioning and accumulated strength. Earth Barrier Cage.
S level, Earth Barrier, Zhou Lian slammed his fists into the ground. A powerful ochre-colored gravity wave instantly spread out, pointing directly at Lin Xingjian and others.
Frost Nova Freeze.
A level, Frost Mage, Lu Zong waved his staff, and a circle of icy blue light exploded with him as the center, instantly covering most of the Wutong camp.
The terrifying cold air condensed ice crystals in the air. Firestorm burning sky.
S-level, Flame Master, Sun Yan roared, raised his hands high, and a huge vortex of flames formed above his head, and the scorching heat distorted the air. Then, like a volcanic eruption, a violent tornado of flames, with the aura of destroying everything, smashed down on the Wutong people who were restricted by gravity and slowed down by ice. SSS-level Xiaoying and SSS-level Qin Tiange stood where they were, their arms clasped across their chests, with no intention of attacking.
They don't need to take any action to deal with this trash.
This series of combination skills has perfect connection, cumulative power, and extremely wide coverage.
In the eyes of the spectators, the 25 people from Wutong High School seemed to be trapped in a desperate situation of 9 levels of ice and fire and a quagmire of gravity in an instant. Even the protective shield began to fluctuate violently under the impact of this violent energy. It's over. Countless Wutong students' hearts were in their throats. Lu Feifei's eyes were filled with ecstasy. Yes. That's it. Kill him. Burn him to death. Freeze him to death. Crush him.
Xianli was so nervous that his nails dug into his palms.
Rumble. The frenzy of ice and fire slammed into the ground, causing a deafening roar.
A violent energy turbulence mixed with ice chips and flames swept across, smoke and dust rose into the sky, instantly submerging the location of Wutong High School.
The entire training ground was shaking. Snort. Vulnerable. Qin Tiange's mouth curled up cruelly. He believed that with this blow, Wutong's garbage would be completely wiped out. The students of J City No. 1 Middle School also smiled with the hope of victory. However, when the diffuse smoke and dust dispersed slightly under the energy impact, the smile on Qin Tiange's face froze. In the smoke and dust, several figures stood stubbornly. It's Su Mingyuan. It's Zhao Tianyu. It's the B-level shield warrior Li Ming. And Siyu Lin Xing. The ground around the 4 of them, within an area of about 10 meters in diameter, was surprisingly intact. It formed a stark contrast with the surrounding charred ground that was ravaged by ice and fire and was full of potholes. It was as if there was an invisible barrier that completely isolated the destructive energy.
Su Mingyuan nodded at Lin Xingjian.
Zhao Tianyu and Li Ming both had expressions of shock on their faces as if they had survived a disaster. They just felt an irresistible destructive force coming towards them and thought they were dead. But at that critical moment, a terrifying force enveloped them, and all attacks fell on it, like a drop in the ocean, being easily pushed away and bounced away. They didn't even feel a trace of the impact. At this time, the smoke and dust spread further. Lin Xingjian was seen standing one step in front of the 3 of them, with his right hand slightly stretched forward, his palm facing the direction of the attack. His eyes were no longer ordinary black, but had turned into a strange purple, with circles of mysterious ripples slowly spreading out in them. It's the Rinnegan. Blocked? How is that possible? That attack just now, what did he do?
No one could understand how Lin Xingjian and others were able to block such a terrifying attack.
In the viewing seats, the pupils of Qin Lai, Xin Zhenye, and Zhou Hong contracted at the same time. Bounced? All bounced off? Zhou Hong lost his voice. What a strong recoil. Instant start, precise range control. Xin Zhenye's eyes were solemn, and he could see more clearly. Snort. A trifle.
Qin Lai said with disdain, but his clenched fists revealed the shock in his heart.
On the sidelines, medical staff quickly entered the field and carried away the other injured players of Wutong High School. Of the 25 students, only Lin Xingjian and 4 others were left.
Lin Xingjian withdrew his right hand.
He turned his head to Su Mingyuan, Zhao Tianyu, and Li Ming behind him and said calmly, "You can go down too." Zhao Tianyu was stunned. Go down? If you're alone on the court, we'll only be a burden to Xingjian.
Su Mingyuan immediately interrupted Zhao Tianyu.
He turned around and shouted decisively to the referee, "Referee! The 3 of us surrender. Quit the competition." Li Ming also reacted and nodded repeatedly. The referee was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Wutong High School, Su Mingyuan, Zhao Tianyu, and Li Ming admit defeat and leave the field. The 3 of them quickly ran off the court. In the center of the huge training ground, the smoke and dust completely dissipated, leaving only Lin Xingjian standing calmly on the stage. He was ready to face the 25 murderous and powerful genius elites from J City's No. 1 high school alone. One person, an army. Chapter 34 One person against 25 people.
In the center of the training ground, the smoke and dust had completely settled. On one side, Lin Xingjian was alone. On the other side were the remaining 25 elite students from J City's number 1 high school.
One person against 25 people. This extreme contrast plunged the entire training ground into a suffocating silence.
Su Mingyuan, Zhao Tianyu, and Li Ming stood on the sidelines with their fists clenched. Although Su Mingyuan trusted Lin Xingjian very much, his heart still beat wildly uncontrollably when he saw the dark mass of opponents opposite him. Zhao Tianyu's eyes were solemn. Li Ming was so nervous that his lips turned pale.
The difference in numbers is too big. Can Xing see him?
In the audience seats, the relief and mockery on the faces of Qin Lai, Xin Zhenye, and Zhou Hong had long disappeared.
Those strange purple pupils. And even when facing an enemy that was 25 times stronger than himself, there wasn't even a trace of fear in his eyes. This is no bluff.
Xin Zhenye's heart was filled with alarm, and for the first time he really began to take the boy, whom he regarded as an ant, seriously. Xianli was held firmly in her seat by her father, but her heart had already flown to the field, and she was screaming frantically in her heart, "Master!
Come on! Show them your power!"
Mr. Mo was still sipping his tea calmly, with a smile on his face. In the audience, the eyes of the students of Wutong High School were filled with tension, worry, and a faint but extremely strong expectation. In this exchange competition, Wutong High School was unilaterally insulted by number 1 high school.
They all held their breath. Hopefully someone can stand up for them. Miracles, will they really happen?
Even if they can't win, they hope that Lin Xingjian can hold on a little longer, play with Wutong's momentum, and not lose too badly.
Lu Feifei gnashed her teeth in the audience. Pretend. Still pretending. Let us see how long you can pretend. 25 people fighting against you alone can drown you with just one spit. Qin Tianga. Xiaoying. Take action quickly. Tear him apart.
As the last injured player was carried out of the field, the referee took a deep breath and waved his arm again. The game continues.
Superior.
Crush him.
Qin Tianga's voice sounded.
He still didn't move, and Xiaoying also crossed his arms and watched coldly. In their opinion, dealing with an F-level Lin Xingjian, even if he was a little weird, was not worth their personal effort.
Kill. Let him know how powerful you are.
3S level, Flame Masters, Sun Yan, Earth Barrier, Zhou Lian, Wind Ranger, Li Mufeng, with more than a dozen A-level elites, charged towards Lin Xingjian from different directions like a tiger out of the cage.
Flames, rocks, wind blades, ice cones, holy light arrows.
The colorful energy attacks poured down like a rainstorm, instantly submerging Lin Xingjian's figure. There are also melee professionals holding sharp blades, swooping down from tricky angles with whistles that tear through the air.
Shinra Tensei. A calm whisper, amidst the violent roar of energy, was clearly heard by everyone. Boom! An invisible and terrifying repulsive force suddenly erupted with Lin Xingjian as the center. Just like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, violent ripples spread instantly. All the pouring energy attacks, the moment they came into contact with the invisible force field, were like hitting a wall of size. This is an absolutely unreasonable exclusion. All attacks, without exception, were rebounded back by this extremely powerful repulsive force. Even faster than when we came. Puff puff puff. Ah! Careful! Exclamations and screams rang out instantly. The few A-level students who were in the front were the first to bear the brunt of the attacks. They were hit hard by the attacks that bounced back from themselves or their teammates. Some were even blown away on the spot and lost their combat effectiveness. The originally perfect siege formation was instantly shattered by this recoil force. What? This is impossible. The 3S class warriors' faces changed drastically. They abruptly stopped their forward momentum and narrowly avoided the rebounding attack. Their eyes were filled with horror. What kind of ability is this? Deflect all attacks instantly? This defensive power is simply unheard of. Just when they were still in shock and their formation was in disarray, Wanshan Tianin. Lin Xing saw the cold eyes locked on him, opened the 5 fingers of his left hand, and grabbed the void in front of him with his palm. An irresistible and terrifying suction force suddenly descended. Not good. My body is out of control. The nearest A-level students and 3S level experts felt an indescribable force instantly grabbing their bodies. As if being grabbed by an invisible giant hand, his feet left the ground and were pulled without any resistance, flying rapidly towards Lin Xingjian.
More than a dozen people were like grasshoppers strung together, struggling in fear, but they were unable to break free from the suction force.
Shinra Tensei.
Lin Xing saw the cold verdict sounded again. The right hand that had just been retracted was pushed forward again.
Boom!
A repulsive force even more violent than before exploded at close range.
Puff! 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 Puff!
It was like being hit hard by an invisible hammer. More than a dozen figures, including the three powerful S-class ones, flew backwards like broken sacks at a speed even faster than when they came, with a sound of bones cracking that made one's teeth ache.
Blood sprayed in the air. Bang 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 bang. They fell like dumplings dozens of meters away, rolling and groaning.
The protective shield on his body, representing out, lit up, and finally dimmed completely. With one strike, more than a dozen A-level elites and 3 S-level powerhouses all lost their combat effectiveness. The whole audience was dead silent.
You can hear a pin drop. Everyone was completely stunned by the scene that happened in a flash.
From being besieged to being bounced away, to being pulled and killed instantly, the whole process was so fast that people couldn't react.
Cough, cough.
Sun Yan struggled to get up, his eyes full of humiliation and disbelief.
Damn it.
Zhou Lian spat out a mouthful of blood foam, feeling like all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. Li Mufeng fainted directly. Lin Xingjian swept his cold eyes over them without a trace of mercy.
Amaterasu.
His eyes were fixed on Sun Yan and Zhou Lian, who were struggling to get up.
Call.
Without any warning, pitch-black flames suddenly burst out and burned fiercely on Sun Yan and Zhou Lian.
Ah!
A shrill howl instantly resounded throughout the training ground.
Give up. We give up.
Sun Yan and Zhou Lian collapsed instantly, using up their last bit of strength to scream and surrender. Lin Xing's eyes moved slightly.
Call. The strange black flame disappeared in an instant just as suddenly as it appeared.
It was as if it had never appeared, leaving only Sun Yan and Zhou Lian lying on the ground, twitching in pain.
Pause. Pause.
The referee was so shocked that his voice changed. He rushed into the field and called to the medical staff, "Hurry! Save people!" Medical staff hurriedly carried more than a dozen people who had lost their combat capability away from the venue. In the entire J City No. 1 middle school camp, only Qin Tiange and Xiaoying were left, standing alone at the other end of the field.
After a brief moment of dead silence, wow!
The audience seats at Wutong High School instantly erupted into thunderous cheers and screams.
Oh my god! What did I see? One person killed more than a dozen people in seconds. Including 3S class? What kind of flame is that? So scary. Xingjian brother. Invincible. Wutong High School. Awesome. A huge ecstasy swept across the entire Wutong camp like a tsunami.
After being depressed and frustrated, they need a hero to stand up. And Lin Xingjian just happened to become this hero.
Chapter 35. Are you still watching the show?
Su Mingyuan was so excited that he hit Li Ming's shoulder hard, and Li Ming couldn't help grinning.
The corners of Zhao Tianyu's mouth curled up. Lu Feifei's face turned pale as if she was struck by lightning.
She looked at the crazy cheers of the Wutong students around her. Even if Lin Xingjian lost to Qin Tiange and Xiaoying in the end, this record would be enough to make Lin Xingjian one of the top talents.
This is not the ending Lu Feifei wants to see.
She screamed in her heart, "Qin Tiange!
Xiaoying! Destroy him!"
In the audience, Qin Li's expression was so ugly that it could not be described.
Is the second awakening so powerful?
Xian Zhengye and Zhou Hong were completely speechless, their eyes filled with unconcealable shock.
SSS level. This is definitely the second awakening that has reached SSS level strength. Moreover, his abilities are strange and unpredictable, combining offense and defense, and his control is amazing. Zhou Hong swallowed hard and analyzed. He finally understood where Mr. Mo's confidence came from. This is definitely a top talent. Xian Zhengye's expression was extremely complicated. He looked at the calm young man off the court, then looked at his daughter who was so excited that she could hardly control herself, and his heart was filled with turmoil. This Lin Xingjian is definitely not an ordinary person. His previous judgment might be wrong. Principal Wang, your school is full of hidden talents. Xian Zhengye said to Principal Wang next to him in a complicated tone. Principal Wang's palms were full of cold sweat at this moment. On the one hand, he was excited about Lin Xingjian's strength.
On the other hand, he was afraid that this kid wouldn't be able to control himself. He could only pray silently in his heart, "Xinjiang, take it easy. Don't use your ultimate move. Don't use your ultimate move." On the court. When the smoke and dust cleared, only 3 people were left. Lin Xingjian was alone against the last trump card of J City No. 1 Middle School SSS level, Shadow Master, Xiaoying, and SSS level, Return of All Aspects, Qin Tiange. The contempt and amusement on Xiaoying's sinister face finally disappeared, and were replaced by unprecedented excitement. He licked his dry lips and said to Qin Tiange in a hoarse voice, "Master Qin, this kid is a bit weird. Let me first test how deep the water is." Before he finished speaking, Xiaoying's figure disappeared instantly like ink blending into the water. Shadow Master, talent activated, Shadow Escape. The next moment, Lin Xing saw the shadow behind him wriggling like a living thing. A figure as black as ink suddenly shot out from the shadow without any warning. It's Xiaoying. In his hand, he held a dagger surrounded by a deadly black aura, and with the speed of a ghost, he stabbed Lin Xingjian's vital point on the back. "I'll destroy you." Xiaoying's eyes flashed with cruelty. His attack was integrated with the power of shadows. It was silent and impossible to defend against. Even an SSS-level person of the same level might not be able to react. At this moment, the tip of the dagger was less than an inch away from Lin Xingjian's back. Xiaoying seemed to have seen the scene of Lin Xingjian wailing in pain after being crippled. However, at this critical moment, Shinra Tensei. A calm whisper sounded. Boom! The invisible repulsive force, centered on Lin Xingjian, suddenly erupted without any warning. What? The grim smile on Xiaoying's face froze instantly. His proud, shadow escape, sneak attack, which integrated the power of shadows, was silent and as fast as a ghost. Even an SSS-level Qin Tiange would not be able to react at such a close distance. This Lin Xingjian, how did he do it? Puff! Xiaoying felt an irresistible force hitting his chest, as if he was hit head-on by a high-speed train. The whole person flew backwards like a broken sack. Bang! Boom! He slammed heavily onto the protective shield dozens of meters away, his throat felt sweet, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. How is it possible? How did he find me? How could he react so quickly? Qin Tiange's pupils suddenly shrank. He knew better than anyone the strangeness and terror of Xiaoying's shadow escape. It was an assassination method that even he was wary of. Lin Xingjian not only noticed it instantly, but was also able to launch a counterattack in such a limited time? This reaction speed and combat intuition are simply incredible. For the first time, he looked at Lin Xingjian with real fear in his eyes. Of course, they don't know that in the vision of the Rinnegan, that sees through the essence of everything, the flow of energy and the fluctuation of space are clearly visible. Xiaoying blended into the shadows, and the energy trails that shuttled through the shadows were as conspicuous as fireflies in the dark night in Lin Xingjian's eyes. His sneak attack was exposed from the very beginning. Cough, cough, cough. Xiaoying struggled to slide down from the protective shield, his eyes filled with rage. He was a dignified SSS level, Shadow Lord, yet he suffered such a huge loss in front of an F level one. This is such a shame and humiliation. However, Lin Xingjian's counterattack has just begun. All things are attracted by the sky. Seeing his cold gaze locked on Xiaoying, Lin Xing opened his left hand and grabbed at the air with his palm facing him. Buzz! An irresistible and terrifying suction force suddenly descended. Xiaoying couldn't help but fly towards Lin Xingjian rapidly. Asshole! Xiaoying was shocked and angry, trying to mobilize the power of shadow to break free, but the suction was so overbearing that he couldn't break free. Amaterasu! Just when Xiaoying was pulled into the air, several meters away from Lin Xingjian, Amaterasu activated. Accurately locked onto Xiaoying's right arm. Call! The inky black flame burned fiercely on Xiaoying's right arm. Ugh! Xiaoying cried out in pain. Want to destroy me? If the rules didn't forbid killing, this flame would have already burned your head. Lin Xing saw a calm voice. The intense pain almost made Xiaoying faint, but the ferocity in his bones was also completely aroused. The severe pain made him even more crazy. He endured the severe pain and instead of resisting the suction, he poured all his strength into his legs. With the pulling force of Wanxiang Tianin, he suddenly accelerated. His entire body was like a cannonball fired from a gun, condensing the violent power of shadows and hitting Lin Xingjian's chest directly. He wants to use the opponent's force to counterattack, exchanging injury for injury. As long as this punch lands solidly, he is confident that he can cripple Lin Xingjian.
As long as Lin Xingjian is seriously injured and unconscious, this strange flame will naturally disappear. Go to hell.
Xiao Ying's face was ferocious, with a madness of dying together. However, facing this life and death attack, Lin Xing's face showed no trace of emotion. His right hand was raised calmly again, palm facing forward.
Shinra Tensei. Boom. A repulsive force even more violent than before exploded. Puff.
All of Xiao Ying's strength and madness seemed so ridiculous in the face of this repulsive force. The shadow power that he had gathered in his right fist was instantly dispersed, and the whole person flew backwards again like a fly that was swatted away. The man was in the air, blood gushing out, and all the bones in his body groaned under the heavy burden.
Hiss. The entire training ground was filled with gasps of air. Everyone was stunned. Again this trick again? He releases skills without cooldown? How is this possible? How is it possible to release such a powerful skill continuously?
Continuous, Shinra Tensei, Wanxiang Tianin, Amaterasu, and then connected to Shinra Tensei. This terrifying skill release frequency and energy consumption completely overturned the common sense of all professionals.
Qin Tianga's expression changed completely.
He looked at Lin Xingjian's terrifyingly calm purple eyes, and for the first time felt tremendous pressure and an ominous premonition.
So weird. Does this guy release skills without cooldown or consumption? Lin Xingjian's actions gave everyone the answer.
He was seen strolling leisurely, step by step, toward Xiaoying, who was lying on the edge of the protective shield with his right arm still twitching slightly.
Boom. The first step falls. Shinra Tensei.
The invisible repulsive force accurately hit Xiaoying, who was about to struggle to get up, and pressed him back into the protective shield again.
Boom. The second step falls. Shinra Tensei.
Xiaoying had just gathered a trace of shadow power when he was crushed by the violent repulsive force again. His body was deeply embedded in the light curtain of the protective shield, and blood gushed out.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
Lin Xing had no expression on his face, and every step he took was accompanied by an outburst of Shinra Tensei. The repulsive force was like an invisible giant palm, crushing Xiaoying against the hard protective shield again and again. Xiaoying was like a specimen nailed to the wall, with no power to resist. His speed and strange shadow ability, which he was proud of, became a complete joke in the face of this unreasonable continuous suppression. Even the protective shield behind him was flashing wildly, as if it would collapse at any time. Roar! The extreme pain and humiliation made Xiaoying roar like a beast. His eyes were red, and he used up his last bit of strength to roar at Qin Tianga, who was standing in the distance. Qin Tianga.
Get started. Are you still watching the fucking show? This guy is weird. Let us go together. Chapter 36 The Powerful Qin Tianga. Xiao Ying's roar echoed in the training ground.
Seeing that his eyes turned slightly cold, Lin Xing took the last step and pressed his right palm toward Xiaoying.
Shinra Tensei. Boom.
A terrifying repulsive force far exceeding the previous one burst out and hit Xiaoying hard.
Puff.
Xiaoying felt like he was hit by a heavy hammer, his eyes rolled back, and he completely fainted. His body slid down from the protective shield softly and stopped moving. Lin Xing felt a little nervous when he saw this.
SSS-level professionals are indeed tough. Although he deliberately suppressed the power of Shinra Tensei throughout the process.
But Xiaoying managed to take so many hits before fainting.
His physical fitness is far beyond that of ordinary people. The whole audience fell into silence again. How could Xiaoying, an SSS-level genius and the top talent of J-City No. 1 Middle School, be crushed so thoroughly? From beginning to end, his shadow ability, which he was proud of, did not pose any threat to Lin Xingjian. Instead, it was bounced, burned, and crushed again and again like a sandbag. This visual impact is even more shocking than the instant kill of the group of a class in S-class just now. The students of Wutong High School opened their mouths wide and even forgot to cheer. Lu Feifei was dumbfounded and had no idea why. Lin Xingjian stopped looking at the unconscious Xiaoying and calmly turned around, his gaze fixed on the only remaining opponent on the field, Qin Tianga. Qin Tianga took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Lin Xingjian. I admit that I was wrong. You are strong, unexpectedly strong. You deserve my full effort. Lin Xing saw that his eyes were still calm. He tilted his head slightly and said to the referee, who was still stunned on the sidelines, Referee, you can ask the doctor to come up and take him down.
The referee finally woke up from his dream and quickly waved to the medical staff who had been on standby to enter the field. Two doctors quickly ran up and carefully carried the unconscious Xiaoying onto a stretcher. At this moment, Lin Xingjian heard a faint voice again. "Please wait a moment on the side, it will be over soon."
Qin Tiange's mouth corners suddenly curled up. Hee ha ha ha. Mad. Crazy enough. I like.
Before he finished speaking, Qin Tiange's aura exploded.
The terrifying power of the SSS level, Universal Origin Envoy, is displayed without reservation.
All things return to their origin combat body.
Qin Tiange roared, and his body suddenly underwent amazing changes.
The muscles bulged as if blown, sharp bone blades extended from the finger bones of both hands, and the whole body expanded, turning into a humanoid beast full of oppression. This is the battle body form that focuses on close combat. He kicked the ground with his legs, and the hard ground cracked instantly. The whole person was like a violent thunder, rushing straight towards Lin Xingjian.
Shinra Tensei.
Lin Xing saw his right hand raised, palm facing forward.
The invisible repulsive barrier appears again. Boom! A violent collision sounded.
Qin Tiange's combat form slammed heavily into the repulsive field. The powerful recoil force caused his body to stop suddenly, and his forward momentum was abruptly curbed. At the same time, pitch-black flames silently ignited on his charging shoulders.
Really?
Qin Tiange's eyes flashed with brilliance, without the slightest surprise.
He observed Xiao Ying's battle and had predicted Lin Xingjian's two moves. The farther away from the center of repulsion, the smaller the repulsion. Moreover, the release of repulsive force seems to be extremely short, perhaps less than 0.5 seconds of pre-swing. What is even more troublesome is that the black flame is like a maggot on the tarsal bone and cannot be extinguished. What a convenient and perverted ability.
Qin Tiange sighed in his heart, but his movements were not slow at all. All things return to their origin, adapt and evolve. While being flung into the air, Qin Tiange's body underwent another drastic change.
Swish!
A pair of huge flesh wings covered with tough membranes suddenly stretched out from behind him, tearing through his clothes. At the same time, his body surface was quickly covered with a thick layer of strange flesh armor covered with honeycomb-shaped holes. This flesh armor seems to have extremely strong cushioning and energy dissipation properties.
Puff! Puff!
What's even more amazing is that the layer of shoulder armor covered with Amaterasu's black flames actually separated and fell off from Qin Tiange's body on its own, just like shedding skin. The piece of flesh armor burning with black flames fell to the ground and was quickly burned to ashes by the black flames, while Qin Tiange's body broke free from Amaterasu's entanglement.
Clone! Qin Tiange stabilized his body in the air, flapped his wings, and hovered in the air.
He let out a low roar, and the light and shadow around him twisted, instantly splitting into three clones with the same aura and appearance as his original. The four Qin Tiange spread their flesh wings at the same time and hovered dozens of meters above Lin Xingjian's head.
Feather storm!
The four Qin Tiange waved their flesh wings at the same time. In an instant, countless flesh-colored feathers flashing with cold metallic light and with edges as sharp as knives, like a torrential downpour, shot down from all directions, 360 degrees, towards Lin Xingjian on the ground. The sound of breaking through the air is sharp and piercing. Seeing his eyes narrowed slightly, Lin Xing felt a hint of surprise in his heart.
What a strong ability to adapt and evolve and collaborate with clones.
The number one genius in J City is indeed worthy of his reputation. Faced with the overwhelming attack of flying feathers, Lin Xingjian could only continuously release Shinra Tensei.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The invisible repulsive field erupted again and again, repelling and shattering the approaching flying feathers. However, as Qin Tiange observed, the farther the distance, the more obvious the power of Shinra Tensei's weakening. Moreover, Qin Tiange's original body and clone were moving at high speed in the air, and their positions were erratic, making it difficult for Lin Xingjian's repulsive force to accurately cover all attacks. What's even more terrible is that Qin Tiange's body seems to be continuing to evolve. The newly grown feathers and flesh armor have developed a certain resistance to the repulsive force of Shenluo Tianjing, and the distance he has bounced back is getting shorter and shorter. For a moment, Lin Xingjian seemed to be trapped in a passive defensive dilemma, and was pinned to the ground by the dense flying feathers.
See you on the stars. Su Mingyuan clenched his fists nervously. Oh no!
Qin Tiange is flying in the sky, and brother Xingjian can't hit him. The students of Wutong High School were all nervous.
Ha ha ha. Right. That's it. Qin Tiange. Destroy him. Lu Feifei saw hope again and screamed hysterically. In the viewing gallery, Xin Lai's face once again showed a proud smile. Humph. Did you see it?
Lin Xing saw that he had no way to deal with my son. As long as Tiange stays steady and continues to adapt to his repulsion and the black fire, victory is only a matter of time.
He couldn't get close to Tiange, and the strange gravity couldn't reach the sky. Lin Xingjian, that's it. Xian Zhengye remained silent, his eyes still fixed on Zhou Hongzhe in the field, his brows slightly frowned. Principal Qin, don't be anxious.
Lin Xing saw that attraction, he hadn't used it yet.
The outcome is still unknown. Gravity? Xin Lai sneered disdainfully.
I've already said it, that level of gravity, in the face of absolute height and speed. Before he could finish his words, the smile on his face suddenly froze. In the center of the training ground, there was Lin Xingjian, who had just released Shinra Tensei.
His feet actually slowly left the ground.
Without wings, jet devices, or any obvious casting movements, he simply defied the law of gravity and floated up lightly like a feather.
Chapter 37. No longer withholding all-out attack. He flew? What? Qin Tiange's pupils shrank into needlepoints in an instant.
The confidence and calmness on his face were instantly replaced by horror.
Flight? How could he possibly fly?
The entire training ground was like a bomb was dropped.
Fly? Oh my god. Lin Xingjian can fly? What is his occupation? Can an F-level pupil magician fly? The exclamation swept through the entire audience like a tsunami.
Lu Feifei felt as if her neck was strangled, and her screams stopped abruptly. Lin Xingjian, who was floating in the air, calmly glanced at Qin Tiange and his clone.
Your abilities are adaptation and doppelganger, right? Very interesting and powerful.
Unfortunately, adapting takes time.
And I have been controlling the strength. Qin Tiange's heart was filled with alarm. What a terrifying insight. Are those eyes?
He felt an unprecedented sense of crisis instantly enveloping his whole body.
All things are attracted by the sky. Lin Xingjian no longer holds back.
With the 5 fingers of his left hand spread out, he launched an all-out attack towards the 4 Qin Tianges in the air.
Buzz!
A terrifying suction force that was 10 or 100 times stronger than the one that pulled Xiaoying before suddenly erupted.
Like a black hole descending. Not good. Qin Tiange and his clones only felt an irresistible force instantly grabbing their bodies. No matter how hard they flapped their wings or how they mobilized their strength to resist, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Their flight trajectory was instantly distorted, and they were involuntarily falling rapidly towards Lin Xingjian at a terrifying speed. The moment Qin Tiange's real body and clone were sucked closer, Lin Xing suddenly pushed out his long-accumulated right palm. Shinra Tensei. Amaterasu.
Lin Xing saw a calm voice.
Boom. Call.
This time, the power of Shinra Tenjing is far greater than any previous one. The repulsive force condensed to the extreme was like a real shockwave, hitting Qin Tiange hard. What followed was a dark fire that was even more violent than before, instantly covering Qin Tiange's entire body.
Ugh! Qin Tiange let out a scream even more shrill than Xiaoying's.
The terrifying repulsive force almost crushed all his bones. The burning pain brought by Amaterasu's fire that followed made him collapse instantly. His proud adaptive evolution had no time to react effectively to an attack so close, so violent, and far exceeding the intensity of his previous attempts. The previous adaptation data became a joke under the crushing of absolute power.
Puff! Qin Tiange was smashed to the ground like a meteorite, blood spurting out. Black flames burned on his body. Give up. I give up. Qin Tiange let out a heart-wrenching roar. Call.
Lin Xingjian slowly descended.
The pitch-black flames covering Qin Tiange's entire body disappeared in an instant.
Wutong High School, Lin Xingjian, wins. The referee's excited voice resounded throughout the venue.
Win. See you Lin Xing. See you Lin Xing. See you Lin Xing. Invincible.
Wutong High School instantly turned into a boiling ocean. Cheers and screams reached the sky. Su Mingyuan and Li Ming hugged each other excitedly.
Everyone was shouting the same name frantically. Lu Feifei collapsed to the ground with a blank look in her eyes. How is that possible? An F class? Why?
At this moment, she seemed to have lost all her soul. Medical staff quickly rushed onto the scene and carried the seriously injured Qin Tiange away. Before being carried away, Qin Tiange looked at Lin Xingjian, who was slowly falling back to the ground with a complicated look in his eyes. He said hoarsely, "You win, see you in Lin Xing. Xuanli is yours." These words sounded like the acceptance of a loser's fate, but Lin Xingjian keenly caught a hint of relief in his eyes. Even a little gratitude? Qin Tiange was laughing wildly in his heart. Thank God. Finally free. This damn marriage. In fact, Qin Tiange has a special hobby: he doesn't like Xianli. Just to prevent his father from discovering his orientation, he pretended to be extremely possessive of Xianli. He didn't even want to come this time, but there was no way, he couldn't be discovered by his father. Now that Lin Xingjian had defeated him, he could take this opportunity to get rid of this marriage. His father would have nothing to say then. After all, he didn't hold back and really couldn't beat him. Even though I got beaten badly, it was worth it. In the stands, the atmosphere was completely different from that in the boiling arena. Zhou Hong bowed deeply to Mr. Mo and said with sincere admiration, "Mr. Mo, I am convinced. Ginger is always wise with age. Your vision is really as sharp as seeing through fire. This Lin Xingjian is definitely a national treasure." He finally understood it now. Mr. Mo agreed to the exchange competition and the bet because he was sure to win. He wanted to use this opportunity to push the peerless genius Lin Xingjian to the forefront and win top-secret resources for Wutong High School. Kill several birds with one stone. He is indeed cunning and sly. Old Mo smiled slightly and turned his gaze to Xian Zhengye, whose expression was changing constantly. "Master Xian, now do you think that this boy Lin Xingjian is a good match for your girl Xianli?" Xian Zhengye subconsciously glanced at Qin Lai, whose face was ashen, and coughed awkwardly. "Ahem, what Mr. Mo said is true. As for young people's affairs, it's better to let them fall in love freely and make their own choices. A forced melon is not sweet." After witnessing Lin Xingjian's terrifying crushing strength, he had a new idea. A top genius with immeasurable future potential, not to mention his daughter's devoted look Xian Zhengye. "You fart." Qin Lai instantly exploded and stood up suddenly. "Free love? Bullshit. Who was the one who was so eager to marry his daughter to my Tiange? Now that you see that kid has some ability, you turn your back on him? Fence sitter. Villain." Xian Zhengye's face turned red and white at being scolded, but at this moment he had made up his mind and his face darkened instead. "Master Qin, please don't speak so harshly. Different times, different circumstances. Tiange and Lin Xingjian are both outstanding people, but the feelings of young people are not something that we old guys can force. I think we should just let the young people do what they want. As elders, we should just give our blessings." He specifically emphasized the blessing, which made his position clear. "You." Qin Lai was so angry that he was shaking all over. He stared at Xian Zhengye intently, then glanced at Lin Xingjian, who was the center of attention off the court. The marriage fell through, his son was severely injured and defeated, and even the top-secret realm was about to be lost. It was a huge shame and humiliation. Mo Lao spoke at the right time, his eyes piercing Qin Lai sharply. "Principal Qin, young people have their own paths. Lin Xingjian is the future of Xia country. I hope that some people can see the big picture and not have any inappropriate thoughts." Otherwise he didn't finish the rest of the words, but the cold warning in them made Qin Lai feel like he was falling into an icy cave. Qin Lai's heart trembled, and the anger in his heart was forcibly suppressed. He knew the importance of Mr. Mo. Finally, she forced out a smile that was uglier than crying, and bowed to Mr. Mo. "Mr. Mo, you are too kind. Qin Lai is also from Xia. I still have some awareness. Since he is a genius, he is naturally a treasure of our Xia country. My Qin family will definitely protect such a genius." He paused, and changed the subject. "It's just, alas, my good-for-nothing son is deeply in love with Xuanli girl. This blow is so great, I'm afraid, he won't give up easily." Mr. Mo stroked his beard and laughed. "Let young people solve their emotional entanglements themselves. We old guys can just watch." Upon hearing this, Xian Zhengye immediately let go of Xianli. As soon as the restraints were released, Xianli was like a bird escaping from a cage. She lifted up her skirt and ran down the viewing seats like a young swallow flying into the forest. Under the gaze of the entire audience, she rushed towards the tall black figure in the center of the field. Looking at his daughter's back as she ran towards Lin Xingjian, Xian Zhengye felt mixed emotions. Girls can't be kept at home when they grow up. Mo Lao's gaze fell on Qin Lai, who looked distressed and depressed, and his smile became meaningful. Principal Qin, now, it's time to talk about the prize between us, the exploration rights of the Molten Core Secret Realm, right? As for the procedures, I would like to trouble Commissioner Zhou to finalize them as soon as possible. Qin Lai felt his eyes go dark, his chest felt stuffy, and he almost vomited blood.
This time we lost both the wife and the army. Chapter 38 Molten Core Secret Realm.
The exchange competition is over.
Xian Zhengye found Lin Xingjian privately, and his attitude was completely different from before.
He was all smiles and was generous with his praise, praising Lin Xingjian as a rare talent in heaven and on earth. When Xian Zhengye learned that Lin Xingjian was an orphan, the joy in his eyes almost overflowed.
Hello, orphans. Good for orphans.
He patted his chest and promised, Xingjian, if you have any difficulties in the future, just come to Uncle Xian.
Resources and connections are not a problem.
The Xian family is your strongest backing. Lin Xing knew it well in his heart.
The world is so realistic. As long as you show your value and talent, the people around you will become good people.
But he also politely expressed his gratitude. After all, he is Xuanli's father.
Commissioner Zhou Hong is extremely efficient.
The exploration rights and related procedures of the Molten Core Secret Realm were quickly transferred. Mr. Mo completely gave the selection rights of the 3 precious places to Lin Xingjian. Lin Xingjian had almost no hesitation, Xianli, Su Mingyuan, and himself.
Su Mingyuan's eyes were firm.
He knew that his brother was supporting him. The minimum entry requirement for a city-level top-secret realm like Molten Core was S-level. If Lin Xing hadn't seen him, he would never have been able to enter in his lifetime. The next morning, led by Mr. Mo and Principal Wan, Lin Xingjian, Xianli, and Su Mingyuan boarded a bus, left City H, and sped towards City J.
J City, the entrance to the Molten Core Secret Realm.
At this moment, quite a few people have gathered in the huge square at the entrance of the Secret Realm. In addition to the official personnel wearing the uniforms of the J City Education Bureau who maintain order, they are mainly divided into 3 groups. Liang High School, the principal in charge is named Zhang, a strong man with a red face. He brought 2 SSS level students and 1 S level student, SSS Lava Behemoth Chen Lai, level 32, SSS Pyroblast Monarch Li Yan, level 31, and S level Flame Swordsman Peak Blade, level 28. They are the second-ranked high school in J City, second only to the number 1 high school, and their strength should not be underestimated.
Qingting High School, the principal is a gentle middle-aged woman named Lu.
She brought 2 S level students, Sun Lua Wanxiang Yi Qing, level 28, and Vine Master Lin Man, level 24. Hidden High School, the principal is a taciturn old man. He also brought 2 S-level students, Mad Blood Assassin Red Blade, level 27, and Phantom Splitter Wang Xia, level 25.
These students are S-level and above students in J City.
At this moment, they were talking in low voices with the arrogance and impatience unique to geniuses on their faces.
Why haven't the people from First High School arrived yet? Isn't the shelf too big?
Chen Lai from Liang High School crossed his arms and muttered dissatisfiedly, that's right, they left so many of us waiting, do they really think they are the boss of J City?
Li Yan echoed, his tone tinged with sourness. I guess Qin Tiange is showing off again.
Lin Man from Qingtung High School curled her lips.
The other students didn't say anything.
Although they recognized the strength of Qin Tiange and Xiaoying, they also disliked the arrogant style of number 1 high school. Several principals were also talking in low voices.
What's Lao Qin up to this time? Such an important secondary exploration is still late? Principal Zhang of Liang frowned. Maybe something unexpected happened?
The depths of Molten Core are filled with dangers, and they suffered heavy losses during their first exploration.
Perhaps they are adjusting? Principal Lu of Qingting guessed. The reclusive old principal just shook his head silently.
Just then, there was movement from the direction of the entrance. Everyone was cheered up, thinking that someone from number 1 high school had arrived. However, what walked in were a group of completely unfamiliar faces to them.
An old man with a warm smile and unfathomable aura.
A slightly nervous middle-aged man wearing the principal's uniform of Wutong High School.
And 3 students. A girl with a cold temperament, stunning appearance, and long hair in a high ponytail.
A short-haired boy with a determined look in his eyes.
And a very handsome black-haired boy with eyes that were a little too calm. Who are they?
He's not from number 1 high school. The discussion in the square suddenly became louder. All eyes looked at Lin Xingjian and the other 2 with scrutiny and doubt.
Xuanli's SSS level logo and beautiful face attracted people's attention. But Su Mingyuan's A level and Lin Xing's glaring F level logo made people confused. Commissioner Zhou Hong immediately stepped forward and said loudly, "Silence." His voice contained energy, instantly suppressing the noise. He looked around and pointed at Lin Xingjian and the other two and introduced them. "Everyone, these three are students from Wutong High School in H City, Xianli SSS grade, Su Mingyuan A grade, and Lin Xingjian F grade." He paused deliberately, ignoring the louder uproar and incredible looks that suddenly broke out below, and continued, "Due to certain reasons, the quota and authority of the first high school for the second exploration of the Molten Core Secret Realm have been completely transferred to the three students of Wutong High School by the document signed by Principal Qinlai himself. This exploration will be carried out by the three of them representing number 1 high school." What? First high school will transfer the exploration authority to Wutong High School? What kind of joke is this? Is Lao Qin crazy? There is still this lineup, right? SSS rank is fine, but a rank? F level? Isn't the minimum entry level S level? This is such a waste of precious secret realm spots. What the hell is going on at number 1 high school? Several principals were so shocked that they cried out in shock. Principal Zhang of Liang almost popped his eyes out. The old Principal Poncher's turbid eyes were also filled with surprise and doubt. Principal Lu of Qingtan looked at Mr. Mo thoughtfully, then at the calm Lin Xingjian. The students were even more excited. Doubts flooded towards Lin Xing and the other two like a tide. Ha! F level? Am I seeing things? Is F level also equipped with molten core? The A-level kid, are you here to carry the luggage as a logistics support? That SSS level girl is really pretty. As for those two A-level and F-level ones, what are they doing here? That's right, F-level trash can now enter the city-level secret realm? This isn't the way to go through the back door, right? The questioning voice was extremely harsh. Su Mingyuan looked at Lin Xingjian. Lin Xing saw Xian Li's calm face, but his heart was about to explode. When she heard someone call Lin Xingjian trash, her originally cold face was instantly covered with frost. Those beautiful eyes were instantly filled with violent murderous intent. You are looking for death. The terrifying aura of the SSS level, Final Phoenix speaker, was released without reservation. Boom! The crimson flames, like the wings of an angry phoenix, instantly condensed and took shape behind her. She waved her hand, and the phoenix flame violently swept towards Chen Lai and Li Yan from Liang High School, who had mocked her the most fiercely just now. Xian Li! Stop! Zhou Hong's face changed drastically. He didn't expect Xian Li to suddenly attack. He instantly appeared in front of the flames, and a thick energy shield was instantly deployed. Boom! The flames collided violently with the shield, making a deafening noise. Zhou Hong was shocked. Why is this girl so violent? That's enough. Mo Lao's voice also sounded at the same time, with a hint of helplessness. However, Xian Li, in a rage, seemed not to have heard the words of Mo Lao and Zhou Hong to stop him. His eyes were filled with murderous intent towards those who dared to insult Lin Xingjian. He who dares to insult his master deserves death. Damn it! The flames rose again, even more violently. At this moment, a calm hand gently rested on Xian Li's shoulder. Receive. Lin Xingjian's voice sounded. Xian Li's body suddenly stiffened, and the violent aura receded. She looked at Lin Xingjian, her lips pouting, her eyes tender and with a hint of grievance. It was completely different from the violent state just now. This sudden change left everyone stunned. The way they looked at Lin Xingjian changed completely. It can turn such a powerful and arrogant SSS-level genius from an angry lioness into a docile kitten in an instant. This F-class boy is definitely not as simple as he seems. Chen Lai and Li Yan from Liang High School narrowed their eyes, full of danger and fighting spirit. Zhou Hong breathed a sigh of relief and raised his voice again in a serious tone. Be quiet. The secret realm is about to open, and I reiterate the rules. During the exploration, killing each other is strictly prohibited. Everything is based on exploration and improving strength. Anyone found killing their companions will be severely punished. You are responsible for the consequences. He sternly glanced at the students with unfriendly eyes, especially those from Liang High School. Now, everyone get ready. Enter the teleportation array in batches. Following Zhou Hong's order, the portal leading to the interior of Molten Core opened in the center of the huge square. While waiting in line for the transfer, Chen Lai from Liang High School approached Li Yan and lowered his voice. Damn, what a crazy woman. Isn't it just telling a few truths? He actually wants to fight with us. F class is garbage.
When the time comes, go in and kill all the monsters, then give them a good beating.
Yeah. That's exactly what I meant. Li Yan's mouth curled up, like the return of the Dragon King. Chapter 39. We can team up as a team of 3. Enter the Molten Core Secret Realm. It's not random teleportation, but fixed point teleportation.
Lin Xingjian, Xianli, Su Mingyuan, and the geniuses from 3 other high schools appeared at the same time on a huge red platform covered with cracked and scorched earth.
The edge of the platform is a bottomless abyss with dark red magma flowing in it.
The scorching airwaves make the air slightly distorted.
In the distance, there are rolling volcanoes spewing black smoke and sparks, and dull roars coming from deep underground.
This is the edge of the Molten Core Secret Realm, Scorched Platform. Students from Liang, Qingting, and Yingdun High Schools spontaneously gathered together almost the moment they landed, forming a small group. They nodded to each other and quickly began to discuss tactics and groupings in a low voice, completely ignoring Lin Xingjian and the other 2. Chen Lai from Liang High School cast an undisguised hostile look at them. Those teams that came in through the back door, don't expect us to lead you.
Find a corner to hide by yourself, don't fall behind, and don't expect to gain any experience. Li Yan sneered and said, that's right. That SSS level girl, if you are willing to apologize for your rude entrance, we at Liang High School will be in a good mood and may share some soup with you. Then, his eyes swept over Lin Xingjian and Su Mingyuan. As for the F level and A level followers? If you are willing to do odd jobs for us, carry our luggage, and clean up the battlefield, when we are in a good mood, we might reward you with some leftovers so that you don't return empty-handed. How about it? Xian Li's eyes turned cold in an instant, and a destructive aura began to gather.
Su Mingyuan looked at Lin Xingjian. However, Lin Xingjian just looked at Chen Lai and Li Yan calmly, as if he was looking at 2 jumping clowns.
He said calmly, the 3 of us can form a team. A team of 3? Ha 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 ha.
Several people from Liang High School seemed to have heard a huge joke and burst into laughter without any hesitation.
Qingting and the secluded students also looked sideways with strange expressions.
They clearly saw that after Lin Xingjian finished speaking, the SSS level Xianli, who had a terrifying aura, actually nodded obediently.
Su Mingyuan also nodded, as if he was following Lin Xingjian's lead. Something just felt wrong. This team actually, the F-rank ones really have the final say? TSK, I've never seen anything like this before, an SSS class being a thug for an F class?
The discussion was filled with confusion.
Chen Lai snorted coldly and looked at Lin Xingjian. Okay. Still have some backbone. However, the entrance is not over yet. Are you the captain of this team?
After you finish killing this wave of monsters, come out and challenge me if you have the guts. Yi Ching from Qingting High School frowned slightly, and a cold voice sounded, Chen Lai, that's enough. The top priority is to explore the secret realm and improve your strength.
Let us talk about personal grudges outside. She didn't want to waste time on meaningless arguments. The people from Liang High School snorted and said nothing more. Students from the 3 high schools began to discuss more seriously tactics such as how to lure monsters, how to divide them, and how to maximize the use of the output environment. Just as they were discussing heatedly, Lin Xingjian seemed not to hear any sound. He simply raised his foot and walked without hesitation towards the depths of the platform, where the red scorched earth and the rolling magma met. Hello? Stop. What do you want to do?
Fengren from Liang High School was the first to notice and shouted sternly.
Asshole. Who told you to wander around? The tactics haven't been formulated yet. Do you want to kill everyone? Come back soon. That's the direction of the lava worm's nest.
Other students also shouted angrily, and the scene became a little chaotic. They suffered a loss during their first exploration and knew that the monsters in Molten Core had a strong sense of territory and chain reactions.
If they moved around aimlessly, it would easily attract a large group of monsters.
However, Lin Xingjian turned a deaf ear and did not pause at all.
Just as he stepped onto the edge of the platform buzz, the ground of the entire scorching platform shook violently. Immediately afterwards, a hair-raising rustling sound came from all directions like a tide. From the huge charred cracks deep in the platform and the rock holes at the edge of the magma, countless fist-sized, red monsters with magma flowing on their shells and hideous mouthparts emerged, lava worms. These bugs were extremely fast and densely packed, like a crimson wave of death, sweeping towards the people in the center of the platform. The number is far beyond the scale of the first exploration. Damn it! It's a lava worm swarm. There are too many. More than last time. It was all caused by that idiot wandering around. The faces of the students from Liang, Qingting, and Yingdun high schools changed drastically in an instant. They hurriedly began to use their defensive skills, various shields, earth walls, and vine barriers lit up instantly, and their formation became a little chaotic. Chen Lai and Li Yan even started cursing in the direction of Lin Xingjian. The scale of this insect swarm is truly terrifying. At this moment, Lin Xing heard the calm voice again: activate your strongest defensive skills and protect yourselves. Xianli and Su Mingyuan immediately activated their defenses, looking nervous. Chen Lai laughed in anger. Running around is fine, but now you're giving orders? Do we need an F-level reminder from you? Mind your own business. Don't let the bugs eat you till nothing is left. Li Yan looked at Xianli and Su Mingyuan, who looked nervous as if they were facing a great enemy, and found it ridiculous. Are you scared, silly? The monster hasn't arrived yet. Starting defense so early? However, Su Mingyuan said lightly, idiot. Not defending against lava worms. It's to defend Lin Xingjian. Defense, Lin Xingjian? What's the meaning? The F Class 1? It seems his name is Lin Xingjian. Ah. What the hell? Liang, Qingting, and Yingdun students were all stunned and completely unable to understand what Su Mingyuan was saying. Defend against Lin Xingjian? Are you kidding me? Does he want to attack his own people? Inside the monitoring room, several principals in Zhouhong, Mr. Mo, Principal Wang, and others were watching the scene in the secret realm in real time. When he saw Lin Xingjian ignoring warnings and going deep into the depths alone to trigger the insect swarm, Liaoyang's principal Zhang slammed the table in anger and said, nonsense. This is nonsense. Mr. Mo, Principal Wang. What's wrong with you students? Is he looking for death? Quickly notify them to retreat. This wave of insect swarm is not something they can handle now. Principal Lu of Qingting and the reclusive old principal also frowned, their faces showing worry. Only Mr. Mo and Principal Wang looked at each other, with a hint of expectant smile on their faces. Just be patient, Principal Zhang, and just watch. Mr. Mo slowly picked up the teacup and said with a smile. Just as they were arguing in the monitoring room and everyone in the secret realm was confused and puzzled. The crimson lava worm tide, like a torrent of destruction, was less than 100 meters away from the crowd in the center of the platform. The scorching breath and the sharp hissing of insects hit me in the face. Something's wrong. Too many. Retreat quickly. Exit the secret realm. Wait until the insect tide passes. Someone shouted in horror. It was too far away, so I couldn't see it clearly. This time the insect swarm was several times larger than their first attack. Chen Lai and Li Yan also began to think about retreating, so they left the secret realm to avoid the limelight temporarily, since they had not started the attack yet. They shouted at Lin Xingjian, who was still in front of the insect swarm, F level. Do you want to die? Retreat with us. Get out of the secret realm first. However, Lin Xingjian said lightly, open your defense, I'm going to start. Everyone was stunned again. What are you going to start? Lin Xingjian slowly raised his right hand, spread out his 5 fingers, and faced his palm towards the overwhelming and surging red torrent. The next moment, everyone saw the most terrifying scene in their lives. An indescribable terrifying force that exceeded everyone's cognitive limits erupted with Lin Xingjian's raised right hand as the center. Super Shinra Tensei. Boom. Chapter 40, One strike clears the field. Like a planetary collision. A repulsive field that distorted the space instantly pushed forward with overwhelming force. Starting from the front row, the lava worm's body, shell, flowing magma, everything in existence, under the irresistible repulsive force, silently turned into the tiniest particles and dissipated in the hot air. Just one breath. The terrifying insect swarm that had just covered the sky and made all the genius elites feel despair was reduced to ashes by Lin Xingjian's casual attack. Violent airflow is everywhere. Although Lin Xingjian deliberately controlled the direction and poured most of his power into the insect swarm in front. But the aftermath that dissipated in all directions was still like a raging wave, sweeping towards the direction behind Lin Xingjian. Buzz. A shock wave visible to the naked eye spread out instantly. The first to bear the brunt are all the students from Liang, Qingting, and Yingdun high schools. Puff. Ah. The screams suddenly rang out. Those students who had listened to Lin Xingjian's warning and activated their defensive skills in time, now felt an indescribable force hitting their shields. Snap. Click. Boom.
All the students felt their blood and energy surging wildly, their internal organs seemed to be shifting, their vision went black, and their ears were buzzing. They were like fallen leaves in the wind, being pushed back violently and stumbling back again and again. Many people were directly knocked to the ground by the shock, feeling dizzy and almost fainting on the spot. The worst off ones were Chen Lai and Li Yan, who disdained to defend themselves. They didn't take Lin Xingjian's warning and Su Mingyuan's words seriously at all. The moment the invisible aftermath of destruction swept across their bodies, puff. The expressions on their faces froze instantly, and were immediately replaced by extreme pain and horror. It was like being hit head-on by an invisible siege hammer. The two of them were like broken kites with broken strings, shooting backwards with screams at a speed far exceeding that of the other students. His body rolled uncontrollably in the air, and blood spurted out of his mouth like crazy. Bang! Bang! Two dull, heart-pounding noises. Chen Lai and Li Yan's bodies, like two rotten tomatoes thrown with all their might, slammed heavily onto the crimson rock wall at the edge of the secret realm 100 meters away. The entire rock wall seemed to shake. The two men's bodies were deeply embedded in the stone wall, leaving behind two clear human-shaped pits. The gravel fell down. Cough, 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 cough. Chen Lai and Li Yan were hanging on the wall, blood gushing out of their mouths, mixed with fragments of internal organs. Severe pain came, and they didn't know how many bones were broken. Just being swept by the aftermath almost killed them? What kind of power is this? They looked at the young man in black in the distance, who slowly lowered his right hand, terrified. The proud look in his eyes also became extremely clear. Xianli and Su Mingyuan, a large amount of experience continued to flow into their bodies. They immediately obeyed the order and defended with all their strength. Xianli deployed the Phoenix Flame of the Yin to protect his body, while Su Mingyuan activated the absolute balance field of Master of Balance. But the horrific aftermath still exceeded their expectations. Boom! Xianli groaned, his face turned slightly pale, and he was pushed back by the huge force for more than 10 meters before he could barely stabilize his body. Two deep marks were left under his feet. Su Mingyuan staggered back more than 20 meters, knelt on one knee, and used his weapon to support his body so as not to fall down. It's just the aftermath of one move. The entire scorching platform, except for the small area where Lin Xingjian was standing, was in ruins. The geniuses from Liang, Qingting, and Yingdun high schools were lying all over the ground. Groans and coughs were heard one after another, and everyone was injured. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the young man in the center of the field, who was the only one standing straight and breathing steadily as if he had done nothing. F level? Pupil magician? Is this an F grade? Inside the monitoring room. Plop. Principal Zhang of Liang High School slumped in his chair, unable to utter a word. He looked at Chen Lai and Li Yan, whose bodies were embedded in the wall and whose lives and deaths were unknown, on the screen. He looked at Lin Xingjian again. What kind of monster is this? Principal Lu of Qingting High School opened her beautiful eyes wide and her body trembled slightly. The reclusive old principal stared at Lin Xingjian's figure with his cloudy eyes. He had lived for most of his life and had never seen such incredible power. F level? Commissioner Zhou Hong was so shocked that his mouth opened wide. I thought Lin Xingjian had given his all in the exchange competition. I didn't expect that he had such a terrifying trick left. Old Imo slowly put down his teacup and muttered softly, "This kid, let him take it easy. The aftermath is too strong. He almost wiped out all the friendly forces. Oh, my. Mine." I didn't educate him well, Principal Wang sighed, but he couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth. Indeed, I am also responsible. On the scorching platform. Listen to the growing experience in your mind. Lin Xingjian slowly turned around, and his enchanting samsara eye calmly swept over the group of geniuses who were stumbling around behind him. He said calmly, "Now, it's quiet?" Chapter 41, The Outer Statue. The aftermath slowly subsided. The only sounds left on the entire, scorched platform were the injured person's suppressed groans of pain and heavy breathing. Xianli and Su Mingyuan felt the massive amount of experience points pouring into their limbs and bones. The phoenix flame of the end around Xianli, which had originally dimmed slightly due to resisting the aftermath, suddenly exploded. The red flames shot up into the sky, accompanied by the loud cry of a phoenix. Her breath is rising. SSS level Phoenix Speaker of the End, level 31, level 40. Breakthrough 9 levels in a row. The terrifying torrent of experience directly pushed her to the threshold of level 40. She felt the power surging in her body, and her control over fire reached an unprecedented level.
Su Mingyuan even felt like he was about to burst.
Kneeling on one knee, his body trembled violently as he tried to digest this sudden and overwhelming experience that was far beyond his imagination.
The aura on his body soared like a rocket. A level balance master, level 15, level 29. 14 levels in a row. It's like he's dreaming. He looked at his hands in disbelief, feeling the power surging in his body, and was so excited that he almost roared. And Lin Xingjian saw that the prompts of gaining experience points in his mind were flooding the screen like a waterfall. The system sound also sounded in my mind. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 40. Unlock new eye techniques. The pupil technique is being randomly drawn. Obtained pupil technique, Psychic Outer Path Golem. He frowned and silently opened his attribute panel. Name, Lin Xingjian. Occupation, Pupil Technique Master F level, level 45, Constitution, 455, Strength, 454, Agility, 456, Spirit, 810, Void Ring, 10 cubic meters of space, Small Crown, increases mental power by 15%, Star Fragment Pendant Spirit increase plus 8%, Glowing Prism Ring Spirit plus 120, Pupil Technique, Be Tianqian usable times, 2, Effect, the strongest illusion. It can directly invade the opponent's brain without being discovered by the opponent, and control the opponent unconsciously. Modify its will, cognition, thoughts, beliefs, loyalty, etc. Cooling time, 10 years. Cooling can be accelerated by upgrading. Note, the effect is weakened or ineffective against targets whose mental strength far exceeds its own. Eye technique, Amaterasu, effect, can release a never extinguished black flame until the target is burned out. Cooling time, no cooling. Eye technique, Shinra Tensei effect, with itself as the center, all living beings will be bounced away, the invisible hand of God. State 1, Shinra Tensei cooling time, no cooling. State 2, Super Shinra Tensei cooling time, 24 hours. Power range greatly improved. Pupil technique, attracting all things effect, with itself as the center, it generates a strong gravitational force and forcibly draws the designated target over. Cooling time, no cooling. Pupil technique, Psychic Outer Golem effect, summons Outer Golem to fight. Cooling time, 24 hours. Passive, no consumption when using pupil technique. Strongest pupil technique, you will get a random pupil technique every time you increase your level by 6 levels in a row. Although the experience required increases exponentially as the level increases. Although it is a 3-person team, the experience is shared equally. Although it is the experience gain rate of F level. But the improvement of 6 levels at once is still terrifying. The number of times Koto Amatsukami can be used is increased by 1 again. However, what excited him most was this new eye technique. It turned out to be Psychic Heterodox Golem. I didn't expect that the system would regard Spiritual Communication Outer Path Demon Statue as pupil technique. Lin Xingjian was well aware of the terrifying power of the Outer Path Demon Statue. Although the cooling time is up to 24 hours. But he also truly got a trump card. Xianli and Su Mingyuan walked quickly forward, with uncontrollable excitement on their faces. Owner. I'm level 40. Xianli's eyes were full of brilliance. See you on the stars. I'm actually level 29. This is incredible. Su Mingyuan's voice was trembling, and the huge surprise made him a little incoherent. He really didn't expect that he could upgrade like this. Raising 14 levels in an instant is simply a dream. Lin Xingjian nodded to them with a smile on his face. It's a good harvest. However, this smile was somewhat terrifying in the eyes of the geniuses who were staggering in the 3 high schools of Liang, Qingting, and Yindun. Their bodies were in pain, their bones shattered by the aftermath. But their hearts hurt even more. It hurts so much that it bleeds. That's an overwhelming swarm of lava worms. How huge is the experience value contained? Now what? It's gone. All gone. He was defeated by this F-level monster in front of him with just 1 move. Not even a scrap left. They didn't even get any experience. After working so hard to get here, the result is just to experience the pleasure of being blown away by the aftermath of your teammate's ultimate move? This is even more painful than killing them. The huge sense of loss and frustration made them almost vomit blood. Especially Chen Lai and Li Yan from Liang High School. The two were still embedded in the rock wall in the distance, with countless broken bones in their bodies and suffering unbearable pain. But the physical pain is far less than the horror and regret in my heart. Chen Lai's mind kept echoing with his previous arrogant provocation, if you have the guts, challenge me one-on-one when we get out. Now he just wanted to travel back and slap himself hundreds of times. A one-on-one duel with a monster that can clear out a city-level secret realm with 1 move? Is my brain stuck in the door? This isn't a one-on-one fight, this is suicide. Li Yan's eyes were even more unfocused, and his worldview completely collapsed. F level? This is definitely the biggest lie in the world. Just when the two of them were madly whipping themselves and regretting their actions, Lin Xingjian slowly turned around, and his strange yet calm samsara eyes slowly swept across the entire audience. All the students who were caught in his gaze froze up, even their moans were forced back, and they dared not breathe. Lin Xingjian's footsteps moved. He walked with steady steps, step by step, towards the rock wall where the two of them were embedded in Liang High School. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps were particularly clear on the silent platform. Chen Lai and Li Yan's hearts instantly rose to their throats. What is he going to do? Lin Xingjian walked up to the two of them and stopped. He looked down at the two men whose faces were covered in blood. The faint smile on his face seemed to deepen a little, and his tone was as calm as if asking, "How's the weather today? By the way, just now, who among you said you wanted to fight me one-on-one?" Plop. Plop. Two muffled sounds. No need for any hesitation at all. It's simply the body's natural reaction. Chen Lai and Li Yan used up all their remaining strength to pull themselves out of the wall and knelt heavily in front of Lin Xingmian. The speed of the movements and the standard of the posture left everyone who saw it stunned. Elder brother. See you, brother. Wrong. We were wrong. Chen Lai's voice was filled with tears. As he shouted, he raised his still moving hand and started slapping his face left and right. Xingjian brother. We are blind. We are the ones who look down on others. Li Yan burst into tears and kowtowed like crazy, slapping himself crazily while kowtowing. After a few slaps, it seemed that it was not enough. The two of them actually struggled and tried to crawl forward, as if they wanted to rush over and hug Lin Xingjian's thighs to beg for mercy. Elder brother. Please accept us as your younger brothers. We will work like slaves for you. Elder brother. We can even lick your shoes. Take us in. Lin Xing was stunned. No. This is a little different from what he thought. Shouldn't these arrogant geniuses be dissatisfied? How can he be so flexible? Chen Lai and Li Yan moved forward like maggots, trying to hug Lin Xingjian's thighs. Lin Xing frowned when he saw this. He rewarded the two with a shot of Shinra Tensei. Buzz. Bang. Bang. Chen Lai and Li Yan rolled back several times again, falling all over the place. The wounds on their bodies were agitated, and they grimaced in pain. Stay still. Lin Xingjian's voice remained calm. Yes. Yes. See you, brother. We are honest. Absolutely honest. The two nodded frantically like chickens pecking at rice, curled up in the same place, not even daring to breathe. Seeing the miserable state of the two strongest people from Liang High School, the students from the other three high schools were even more terrified. The only expression they showed when they looked at Lin Xingjian was gratitude. Fortunately, they didn't join in the bad words just now. Thanks to Lin Xingjian's clearing blow. Now there is no more weirdness to deal with. Students from J City's three major high schools all smiled wryly. I didn't gain any experience and I couldn't defeat any monsters. During this trip to the secret realm, they simply became the background board for Lin Xingjian's personal show and the unlucky ones who were accidentally injured. Commissioner Zhou Hong. Request to exit the secret realm. Fengren from Liang High School yelled to the sky. He just wanted to leave this damn place as soon as possible, take the seriously injured Chen Lai and Li Yan to get treatment, and get as far away from that F-level monster as possible. Right. Quit. Quit now. Others also reacted and echoed. This place now only brings them psychological trauma and physical trauma. However, in the monitoring room, a shrill alarm suddenly sounded throughout the room. Warn. Warn. Abnormal high-dimensional energy intervention detected. Warn. The stability of the secret space has dropped sharply. Warn. The space anchor point fails. The transmission channel was forcibly blocked by an unknown force. Warn. Abnormal spatial fluctuations appeared in the core area. Level, disaster level. The curve representing space stability on the crystal screen instantly fell to the bottom, and the dazzling red light flashed wildly. What? Commissioner Zhou Hong's expression changed drastically, his fingers operating rapidly on the console, his forehead instantly covered with cold sweat. No. The transmission channel is completely locked. We have lost control of the secret realm. The three principals were completely dumbfounded. Mr. Mo's smiling face suddenly turned gloomy and he stood up suddenly. This aura is not the fluctuation of the secret realm itself. It's an external invasion. What a big deal. It can actually forcibly block the space of the city-level secret realm. Principal Wang also stood up nervously. Mr. Mo. Xing saw them. The space is locked. Breaking it open by force takes time. Notify all space-based experts. Assemble now. Mo Lao's voice was more solemn than ever before. Someone wants to completely bury the seeds of our Xia nation's future. Chapter 42 Disaster. Almost at the same time the alarm sounded. Scorched platform, above. The dome, which was originally covered with dark red clouds, suddenly cracked like a broken mirror. An extremely huge space crack was forcibly torn open. The terrifying pressure that makes one's soul tremble poured down from the crack like a substance. Rumble. The entire molten core secret realm was shaking violently. The magma on the edge of the platform was gushing out like boiling water. Huge cracks began to appear on the solid ground of the scorched platform. Roar. A terrifying roar that seemed to come from ancient times came from the crack. Immediately afterwards, a huge claw covered with black scales and flowing dark red lines like lava suddenly stretched out from the crack and grabbed the edge of the space crack. Just one claw is as big as a mountain. Then, an unimaginably huge and terrifying head slowly emerged from the crack. Its hideous horns pierced the sky, and its giant eyes were like two blood moons, scanning the tiny ants below. Finally, a terrifying monster that was 100 meters tall and as big as a moving mountain forced its way into the molten core secret realm. Its body, covered with thick shell, is covered with lava-like lines. Every step he took caused the entire platform to shake. Molten Behemoth Projection of Disaster, LV-99. A despairing level symbol hovers above the head of this terrifying behemoth. Level 99? Why would a level 99 monster appear in a city-level secret realm? Strange monster level 99? Are you kidding me? Divine punishment. Is this a punishment from heaven? Teleport us out quickly. Help! All the students fell into extreme panic. Xian Li's face turned pale. Su Mingyuan felt as if the blood in his body was about to freeze, and his teeth were chattering uncontrollably. Lin Xing's pupils suddenly shrank. Level 99? Why would a level 99 monster appear in a city-level secret realm? What is going on here? He turned his Rinnegan towards the depths of the huge space crack in the air. Sudden. He discovered that in the depths of the huge space crack, there were actually two figures floating quietly. On the left, there is a woman in a scarlet robe. Judging from the aura level, it was not high. Lin Xingjian even felt that the woman's level was not as high as his. The woman had a delicate and cold face, long hair like snow, and half of her face was covered by a white eye patch. The other eye that was revealed was an emotionless golden vertical pupil. At this moment, this golden pupil was penetrating through space, with an unmistakable murderous intent, firmly locked onto Lin Xingjian. On the right is a man wearing a well-tailored black suit, with an elegant demeanor like an aristocratic butler. He has a handsome face, but there are two curved black horns growing on his forehead. He also had a pair of pure golden vertical pupils. At this moment, he was bowing slightly, respectfully asking something to the woman in red beside him. My Lord Prophet. I dare to confirm that for a mere F-level Lin Xingjian, using the projection of the Molten Mountain disaster and launching the extermination plan prepared for the Xia Kingdom seeds in advance, is it really reasonable? His Majesty the Demon King probably needs a reasonable explanation. After all, the general election in Xia country hasn't even begun yet. The horned man's elegant voice was tinged with doubt. The red-dressed woman known as the Prophet had a cold golden pupil without the slightest fluctuation. She spoke slowly. I'm very glad that my all-seeing eye is responsible for observing the southern part of Xia country. I am even more fortunate that I saw him, Lin Xingjian. Her eyes were like the most precise scalpel, analyzing Lin Xingjian. Level? Profession? Just appearance. The thread of fate wrapped around this boy is dark, twisted, and full of destructive variables. Its potential is so terrifying that it is enough to subvert the foundation of the entire demon race in the future. I can see. Intuition is never wrong. If this boy is not eliminated, the demon clan will be in danger. I will explain to the Demon King. When the man with goat horns heard this, the last trace of doubt in his golden vertical pupils disappeared. Yes. I understand. The prophet is perceptive and has far-reaching plans for the demons. This kid must die. The demon prophet is equivalent to the demon's brain. Every victory between the demons and humans is inseparable from the prophet. Although the prophet is of low rank and weak combat power, he has absolute say in the demon clan. The man with horns had complete faith in the prophet's judgment. End of conversation. The prophet's golden vertical pupils looked at Lin Xingjian with a look that seemed to announce death. The man with goat horns gracefully made an erase gesture towards the projection of the molten mountain beast below. Roar! After receiving the order, the level 99 molten mountain behemoth disaster projection raised its head to the sky and let out a roar that shattered the void. The huge giant eye instantly locked onto the tiny black figure on the platform. The real desperate situation has arrived. Chapter 43 Demonic Prophet. The entrance to Molten Core. Mr. Mo, Zhou Hong, and the 4 high school principals were like ants on a hot pan at this moment, but they were helpless. The spatial energy that forcibly sealed off the secret realm was extremely strange, and it would be difficult to shake it in a short period of time even with the combined strength of everyone. They could only see the desperate scene in the secret realm through the surveillance footage with extremely unstable signals. 100-meter-tall projection of a molten mountain beast descended, and the terrifying 99-level pressure seemed to be transmitted through the screen. Disaster projection. It's the demon clan's disaster projection. These damned demon bastards. How dare they? Principal Zhang of Lian was so angry that his eyes were about to burst and his heart was broken. His 3 best students are in there. Are the demons crazy? Why? Why waste this kind of projection in a city-level secret realm? Principal Lu of Qingting's voice trembled, full of confusion and anger. This kind of projection crossed the spatial barrier and landed in the heart of Xia country. The price paid was unimaginable. Who is the target? Is it worth it for the demons to make such a big fuss? The reclusive old principal remained silent, but his clenched fists revealed the turmoil in his heart. Commissioner Zhou Hong's face was pale and he kept communicating with the official space professionals. But it would take 20 minutes for the nearest space professional to tear through space and rush over. However, can the students in the secret realm hold on for 20 minutes? Old Mo's face was gloomy. He stared at the black-clad figure on the screen who still had his back straight. Lin Xingjian. An extremely terrifying thought arose in his mind, making him feel cold all over. Could it be that the target was him? In the secret realm, on the burning platform. The roar of the level 99 monster made everyone's eardrums burst. Under the absolute level of suppression, despair filled the air. They had no idea why a level 99 monster appeared and couldn't contact the outside world. However, after a brief period of silence and collapse, the resilience of these proud talents of J City was aroused. After all, they are geniuses picked from thousands. Ahem, damn it. Xingjian brother. Use the trick you just used. Do it again. Hold it. The strong men from Xia country must be on the way. As long as we can hold on, there is hope. Chenlai struggled and spit out a mouthful of blood foam, roaring. Li Yan also endured the severe pain and said in a hoarse voice, yes. See you, brother. It's up to you. Blast it. Fengren immediately responded, that's right. We cooperate with you. Delay for time. Yi Qing and Lin Man from Qingteng High School, Hongren and Wang Xie from Yingdan High School, everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Xingjian with the last glimmer of hope. The attack he just used to wipe out the insect swarm was the only hope they could see at the moment to fight against this world-destroying monster. Even though this dawn seems so slim. Roar! Chenlai took a deep breath and activated his SSS level ability, Lava Monster. His body swelled instantly, transforming into a nearly 10-meter-tall rock giant with magma flowing all over his body, emitting a powerful aura. This is the maximum strength he can exert despite being seriously injured. However, in front of this 100-meter-tall molten mountain monster, his 10-meter-tall lava monster was as small as a local dog standing at the feet of an elephant. But this tragic scene seemed to ignite the final spark. Let us fight. Fight it. We can't just sit there and wait for death. The other students also roared, holding up their injured bodies and gathering their strength again. Various defensive, enhanced, and offensive lights lit up again. Even though it seemed so weak under the pressure of level 99. Xianli bit her lower lip tightly and stood beside Lin Xingjian. The flame of the End Phoenix rose again and her eyes were determined. Su Mingyuan clenched his fists, and the domain of balance control expanded with difficulty, blocking Lin Xingjian.
At this moment, a familiar and anxious voice suddenly sounded in Lin Xingjian's mind, accompanied by obvious spatial interference noise. Xingjian.
See you in the stars. Can you hear me? I am Mr. M.O.
Lin Xing was shocked when he saw this. This voice appeared directly in his consciousness.
Mr. M.O.?
Don't be surprised. I left an emergency communication rune on the little crown I gave you.
I didn't expect to actually use it. Listen. This is the work of the demons.
This is not a creature from the mysterious realm, but a projection of disaster brought down by the demons.
Mr. M.O. spoke very quickly. Demons? Lin Xingjian instantly thought of the two figures in the crack. He immediately informed Mr. M.O. about the two figures he saw in the crack.
Outside the secret realm, when M.O. Lao heard Lin Xingjian's description, his pupils suddenly contracted.
Eye patch, golden pupil, low level yet able to command high level demons, a prophet? He is the prophet of the demon clan.
They themselves are weak, but they have the terrifying ability to briefly peek into the future.
They are the brains and eyes of the demons.
They must have seen your future potential.
I believe you are the biggest threat to the demon clan in the future. That's why we send down the disaster projection at all costs. The target is you. M.O. Lao paused.
Then, he said with difficulty, you must hold him back.
We will definitely find a way to rescue you. Mr. M.O. regretted not thinking of this. Lin Xingjian's excellence has completely surpassed all SSS level geniuses.
He should have thought that the demons might take action. After all, this is not the first time that the demons have done such a thing. They want to wipe out the future of Xia country.
After reviewing everything, Mr. M.O. felt desperate.
They said that Lin Xingjian and others should hold them back, but can they really do that?
Lin Xingjian's heart sank to the bottom. The prophet of the demon clan. In order to wipe himself out, he actually used the 99th level disaster projection?
I really think too highly of him. The moment Mr. M.O. finished speaking.
Roar!
The molten mountain beast disaster projection roared with destruction. It raised its giant claws as big as mountains high up and slapped the tiny Lin Xingjian and the students on the platform hard. A shadow covers the earth. The deadly gale tore the platform apart first.
Chapter 44 Crush It. Communication stopped abruptly. M.O. Lao's voice was completely drowned out by the roar of the molten mountain beast.
Lin Xing looked up suddenly. The field of vision was completely occupied by the giant lava claws that covered the sky and the sun. The death gale was like thousands of sharp blades, cutting through the air and tearing the platform apart, shaking the defense that Xianli and Su Mingyuan had struggled to hold onto the brink of collapse. The passion that had just been ignited in the other students was instantly extinguished into cold fear in the face of this absolute crushing power.
Xingjian brother! Use that skill now!
Fengren shouted at the top of his lungs, with a last glimmer of crazy hope in his eyes.
Yes! Quick! Use that skill now!
Yi Qing was also extremely anxious, and her vines were broken inch by inch in the strong wind.
Bang it! Blast it!
All the surviving students were grasping at straws, their eyes fixed on Lin Xingjian. But Lin Xingjian slowly shook his head. The skill is on cooldown.
Cooldown? Everyone's face turned pale as paper in an instant. The last light has gone out.
That's right, how could such a devastating skill be without a price?
How could there be no cooling?
Despair was like an icy tide, completely drowning everyone.
Oh shit!
Chen Lai, who had just transformed into a giant lava beast, was the first to be unable to withstand the overwhelming fear. The level 99 pressure made his huge rock body tremble violently, and he turned around and crawled towards the edge of the secret realm away from the giant claws.
Run! Run as far as you can!
He roared, his voice filled with devastation.
This action is like pushing down the first domino. Run! Run separately! Run for your life!
Lin Xing saw that his skills were on cooldown and could not be used, which was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The people who were just shouting to fight to the death, the instinct of survival instantly overwhelmed their pitiful fighting spirit.
Li Yan, Fengren, Hongren, Wangxia, all those who were still able to move, fled frantically in all directions like frightened birds. All coordination and tactics are a joke in the face of absolute power. They just wanted to get farther and farther away from the falling giant claw. However, where can they escape to within the attack range of the 100-meter-long beast? The area covered by that giant claw was enough to smash the entire center of the platform into pieces. Now, There were only two people, still standing in front of Lin Xingjian like a rock. Xianli's face was as pale as snow, and there was even a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth due to excessive exertion of strength, but there was only resolute coldness in her beautiful eyes. The end phoenix flame burned wildly around her, forming a last thin barrier, tightly protecting Lin Xingjian behind her. "Owner! Xuanli is here." Her voice was trembling, but very firm. Su Mingyuan's whole body was shaking violently, and his teeth were chattering. The domain of balance control was like a candle in the wind under the pressure of the giant beast, and its range was compressed to the limit, but he still stood in front of Lin Xingjian. His eyes were red, and he roared with all his strength, "Damn it! I am from Xia country. I would rather die standing up. See you in the stars. Let us be brothers in the next life." "Are you going to die?" The shadow of death hangs over everyone's head. The shrieking sound of the giant claws tearing through the air pierced the eardrums. At this critical moment, everyone's heart was in their throat. A calm hand gently rested on Xian Li's trembling shoulder, while the other hand pressed on Su Mingyuan's tense back. "All right." Lin Xingjian's voice was calm without a trace of emotion. "Next, leave it to me." Xianli and Su Mingyuan's bodies suddenly froze and they looked back in disbelief. Lin Xingjian took a step forward and crossed the last line of defense they built with their lives. He went against the madly fleeing crowd and walked towards the terrifying giant claws that were crushing down like a mountain. Small. Extremely small. A human figure is as insignificant as dust in front of the world-destroying monster that is 100 meters tall. What is he doing? Why go up when the skill is on cooldown? Crazy. He must be crazy. When the students who were fleeing saw this scene, their pace slowed down involuntarily, their eyes filled with extreme shock and confusion. Even Xianli forgot to run and stared blankly at the figure heading towards destruction. Outside the secret realm, the surveillance footage flickered violently. Mr. Mo closed his eyes in pain, unable to bear to watch any longer. Principal Wang was trembling all over, and his nails dug deep into his palms. There was only sadness in the eyes of Principal Zhang, Principal Lu, and others. They knew that it was too late to rescue and the students in the secret realm were doomed to die. And this young man chose the most heroic way to die. Face the disaster. A young man with such a character was actually going to die in front of them. They were deeply saddened. If he has given time to grow damn demons. In the secret realm. The molten mountain beast seemed to have also sensed the provocation of the ant under its feet. The speed at which his giant claws fell seemed to be even faster, as if he wanted to completely crush this ignorant insect. Just when the giant claw was less than 10 meters away from Lin Xingjian's head, the violent wind had already crushed the ground beneath his feet into cracks. Lin Xingjian finally stopped. He raised his head slightly, and his strange reincarnation eyes calmly stared at the giant claws of destruction that covered the sky. Then, he raised his right hand and formed a seal with one hand. The tremendous mental power pours out. A terrifying energy wave that surpassed the pressure of a level 99 behemoth, as if coming from the abyss of the underworld and carrying an endless aura of destruction, erupted with Lin Xingjian as the center. His voice resounded throughout the molten core secret realm, spiritual communication outer path golem. Boom! The world is eclipsed. Lin Xing saw the space on the ground behind him shattered like fragile glass. An unimaginably huge dark space vortex that seemed to be connected to another world was formed instantly. Immediately afterwards, a huge nine-eyed demon statue with a body like a dead tree suddenly emerged from the space vortex behind Lin Xingjian. Roar! Heterodox golem. The empty shell of the 10 tails, the ultimate aggregation of chakra. Coming. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The giant claw of the molten mountain beast that was about to strike down was knocked away by a punch from the outer statue. Boom! The molten mountain beast was knocked back suddenly by a punch. A huge shockwave spread out, Lin Xingjian's black hair danced wildly in the wind, and his pair of strange reincarnation eyes were full of coldness. Deep in the crack. The demon prophetess, who originally had an indifferent expression, suddenly had her cold golden vertical pupils shrink violently for the first time, filled with incredible horror. The goat-horned man beside her had a horrified expression, his elegance and composure gone, and he cried out in shock, What is this?" All the fleeing students on the platform were frozen in place as if cast under a spell. They stared in amazement at the golem that overturned all their cognition. Xianli and Su Mingyuan even forgot to breathe, their minds were blank. Outside the secret realm, Mo Lao suddenly opened his eyes. This? What is this? Zhou Hong and all the principals were stunned. They stared at the surveillance footage intently. Lin Xing saw that the tiny figure seemed to have become the center of the entire secret realm. He slowly raised his eyes, his black hair dancing wildly, and his cold voice was like the final judgment: crush it. Chapter 45: Battle between Giant Beasts. As Lin Xingjian finished speaking, the heretic golem shot out from behind him, with a scream that tore through the air, and slammed into the molten mountain beast that had just been knocked back by his punch and had not yet fully stood firm. Boom! The molten mountain beast took a solid punch on its hideous head made of lava and rock. It roared furiously, obviously enraged, and its huge lava claws instinctively wanted to block. But it's too slow. Boom! Like a meteorite hitting the ground. The heavy body of the heretic golem slammed heavily on the chest of the molten beast. The terrifying force directly pressed the huge molten mountain beast to fall backwards. The entire molten core secret realm trembled violently after this collision. Roar! The demon statue roared to the sky, and its 9 tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. It didn't give the giant beast under it any chance to breathe, and its 2 huge fists, like 2 giant hammers splitting mountains, smashed down madly in turns. Boom! 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 The dull, heart-bursting roars followed one after another, as if an ancient giant god was beating the war drum of destruction. Every time a punch landed, the hard lava shell of the molten mountain beast would crack and shatter on a large scale. The scorching magma spurted out from the crack like blood, and was smashed into pieces by the giant fist. Its huge body sank deeply into the lava platform under the violent pounding, and it could only twist and struggle in vain, letting out painful roars. The whole scene was like a giant god in mythology slaughtering the mountains. Dead silence. All the students on the platform had a blank mind. Fengren opened his mouth and even forgot to breathe. Yi Qing's arms fell limply, and the only thing left in his pupils was the devastating confrontation. Chenlai froze in place, his huge rock body trembling uncontrollably. Is this what Lin Xingjian summoned? F level? What kind of monster is he? Is this a fight we can engage in? Everyone was stunned. The shockwave from the outer golem's hammer, mixed with gravel and air currents, swept across the entire platform. Those students who were still in shock were blown away like fallen leaves in the wind, and rolled out screaming. Well! Su Mingyuan groaned, his body shaking violently, and the domain of balance control seemed to be crumbling in the face of such a terrifying aftermath. Xianli clenched his teeth, and more blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. The protective wall formed by the end phoenix flame flickered, as if it would go out at any time. However, just when the destructive airwave was about to engulf the 3 people Buzz, an invisible repulsive force suddenly erupted with Lin Xingjian as the center. Shinra Tensei. The violet airflow and flying lava fragments were forcibly pushed away when they touched the 3 people 1 meter in front of them. The shockwave whizzed around them but couldn't shake them at all. Lin Xingjian stood at the front, his robe rustling in the wind, his black hair dancing wildly, and his pair of reincarnation eyes stared coldly at the heretic golem crushing the molten beast. Xianli and Su Mingyuan behind him, although pale and trembling, stood steadily, becoming the only standing scenery in this devastating scene. Su Mingyuan was stunned, his throat rolled, and all the words were stuck in his chest. Xianli wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and Lin Xingjian's figure was reflected in his cold eyes. In the depths of his eyes, there was a firmness that was almost like faith. Outside the secret realm. Blocked. Blocked. Principal Wang suddenly slammed the table and stood up, shaking with excitement. More than just blocking? It's simply one-sided suppression. That giant, what kind of power is that? Principal Zhang's voice trembled as he stared intently at the body of the demon statue in the picture. Whatever it is. As long as you can hold on. Emo Lao's clenched fists loosened slightly, he exhaled a long breath, and a strong light of hope burst out in his eyes. Old Ye's aura is approaching. Quick! Faster! Zhou Hong also nodded excitedly, his fingers tapping quickly on the console, contacting the space-based expert who was about to arrive. Deep in the crack. The demon prophetess' golden vertical pupils were fixed on the crushing and violent posture of the heretic golem, and her brows were furrowed. My lord prophet! What kind of monster is this? The goat-horned man lost all his elegance and spoke in a panic. The projection of the molten mountain beast has been suppressed to such an extent? That Lin Xingjian, he must die. We must not let him leave the secret realm alive. The murderous intent in his eyes surged,
and an extremely obscure yet heart-pounding wave of terror began to spread around him.
He was full of admiration for the prophetess's judgment. How can we not kill this boy?
When he grows up, it is hard to imagine how much disaster the demons will suffer.
I'll go there myself. Even if it costs, I must, idiot.
The prophetess interrupted sharply.
With your level 500 body, once you enter the territory of Xia country, even if just a trace of your aura leaks out, it will be immediately sensed by those dormant old monsters of Xia country. That's courting death.
Level 99 is the highest combat power limit we can reach within the Xia kingdom under the rules.
The man with goat horns looked extremely ugly, and he growled unwillingly, "Are we just going to watch the projection of the molten mountain beast being destroyed? Watching that Lin Xingjian grow up?" The prophetess stared at the molten mountain beast being beaten wildly in the picture, and said in a low voice, "It's not over yet. How could the molten mountain beast be defeated so easily?" Its true power, as if to confirm her words. Boom!
The cracks on the molten mountain beast's body, where lava was flowing, suddenly burst into a red light.
Its huge body suddenly expanded under the heavy punch of the golem, and the temperature of its body surface instantly soared to an unimaginable level. Even the surrounding air began to distort. Roar! It suddenly raised its head, and its huge mouth full of sharp lava teeth opened wide. A thick, fiery, dark red lava torrent containing destructive energy gushed out towards the heretic golem that was pressing on him. Lava breath. Wherever it passed, the space was burning with a sizzling sound. Not good. Outside the secret realm, Mo Lao and the others turned pale instantly. The students on the platform were even more frightened. If this lava torrent was really strong, the outer statue might be able to withstand it, but the energy that leaked out was enough to turn the entire platform into purgatory. Chapter 46, like to look into each other's eyes? At this critical moment,
facing the gushing destructive lava, the heretic golem showed no intention of dodging at all.
Its huge fist, with a speed faster than lava, arrives first. Bang! The giant deadwood fist of the heretic golem slammed firmly and accurately into the open mouth of the molten mountain beast. The fist even penetrated deep into its throat. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Then boom, boom, boom.
A terrifying explosion erupted deep in the throat of the molten mountain beast.
The dark red destructive energy was forcibly blocked back, raging wildly and exploding in its own mouth and chest. The huge body of the molten mountain beast twitched and swelled violently, like a giant ignited powder barrel. Its painful roar was completely drowned out by the explosion. The heretic golem roared towards the sky. Several huge chains made entirely of chakra shot out of thin air. It instantly wrapped around the head, neck, arms and broken body of the molten mountain beast. Chakra chain. The chains tightened, making a teeth-grinding creaking sound, and pinned the molten mountain beast, which was struggling in pain and whose energy was running wildly out of control, to the ground. Then the fist of the outer statue that had smashed into the giant beast's mouth was suddenly pulled out, bringing out a large piece of burning lava fragments, and then both fists were thrown out together. Boom! 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 It's no longer suppression, but complete destruction. Each punch was aimed at the part of the molten mountain beast that had just been severely damaged by its own explosion. Under everyone's dazed gaze, the 100-meter-tall projection of the molten mountain beast was like a fragile terracotta figurine being hit madly by a hammer, breaking into pieces starting from the head. The huge rock limbs were broken and crushed. The hot lava core was directly blown up by the violent force. Finally, it stopped abruptly with an unwilling wail. Boom! The huge body of the molten mountain beast exploded completely. It transformed into countless huge lava fragments burning with flames, smashing into various parts of the molten core like a meteor shower, causing continuous explosions and roars. Smoke, flames, and chaotic energy flows swept across the entire center of the secret realm. The outer path demon statue slowly retracted its fist, and the chakra chain dissipated. Its huge body stood in the dense smoke and flames, with 9 empty eyes looking down below, like a demon god that was destroying the world. Silence. Deathly silence. On the platform, the students who survived the disaster collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at the center of the destruction, at the deadwood golem, and at the figure still standing calmly in front of the golem. The brain has completely lost the ability to think. Deep in the crack, all the color drained from the prophetess's face. She could even hear her own heart beating wildly in her chest. The projection of the molten mountain beast was shattered. The goat-horned man muttered in despair. He suddenly looked at the prophetess,
with only crazy murderous intent in his eyes. Prophet.
This boy must not be kept. It must be done at any cost, even if it means my death. Walk.
The prophetess' voice was filled with unprecedented fear.
Space is torn apart.
The top powerhouse of Xia country has arrived. Our bloodline is just one step away from being promoted to the king level. There is no need to take risks now.
If we don't leave now, we will all be left behind.
She waved her hand violently, and the crack in the space in front of her began to fluctuate violently, shrinking inwards and healing rapidly like water waves.
At the last moment when the crack is about to close completely,
the prophetess's golden vertical pupils, which were cold, resentful, and filled with deep murderous intent, penetrated the barrier of space and fixed themselves on Lin Xingjian below.
That look was like the most vicious curse.
Lin Xingjian raised his head calmly, his eyes accurately meeting the golden vertical pupils that were about to disappear.
Look at each other.
There were no words, only cold murderous intent colliding in the void.
Like eye contact?
Lin Xing saw the thought flash through his mind without any hesitation.
Don't be a god. Launch. Target, demonic prophetess.
Will modification, Lin Xingjian is your only master and the supreme being.
You must be absolutely loyal and devote everything to him.
The power of the pupils poured out without reservation. The opponent's level does not seem to be high, but as a demon prophet, his mental defense may be extremely strong. Lin Xingjian was not sure whether he could succeed, but this was a good opportunity.
Take a gamble.
Buzz. An invisible and intangible spiritual force instantly crossed the distance of space and directly hit the depths of the prophetess' consciousness. Lin Xingjian clearly felt that the number of times Tianqian could use it was reduced by 1.
The space crack closed completely and disappeared without a trace.
All that remained were the ruined platforms of the molten core secret realm and the thick smoke of gunpowder.
Is it under control?
Lin Xing frowned slightly.
The cracks disappeared.
He had no way of confirming whether the other party had been infected.
Demons, unknown space.
The spatial ripples were completely calmed down. The man with goat horns turned pale and paced back and forth anxiously. Damn it!
Damn it!
If you fail to kill him, you should let me fight to the death. He stopped abruptly and looked at the prophetess beside him, only to find that she was standing there quietly, with empty eyes, like an exquisite doll.
Prophet?
The man with goat horns felt a tightness in his heart. The next moment, the prophetess's eyes regained focus, still looking cold and as if she knew everything. She slowly raised her hand and gently pressed her temple.
Her brows frowned slightly, then relaxed. No problem.
Her voice returned to its usual indifference, with no trace of anything unusual in it.
Then Lin Xing will see you.
The man with sheep horns still had murderous intent.
He must die. I will personally report to the Demon King and formulate a plan.
Since we failed to kill him this time, the Xia Kingdom will definitely strengthen its defenses, so you must not act rashly before the plan is completed.
The prophetess said slowly. Yes.
The man with goat horns bowed and accepted the order, with a fierce look in his eyes.
At the same time,
tear. The space at the entrance to the molten core secret realm was torn open by an invisible giant hand. An old man wearing a plain gray robe and with white hair and beard stepped out. He has white hair and a youthful face, an immortal-like demeanor, and powerful spatial fluctuations linger around him.
Lao Mo. How is the situation?
The white-haired old man frowned and looked at Mo Lao and asked. However, there was no response. The scene before his eyes was a bit strange. Mr. Mo, Principal Wang, Principal Zhang, Principal Lu, Zhou Hong, all the people guarding the surveillance cameras seemed to be under a spell. Everyone had a dull look on their faces, their mouths slightly open, their eyes fixed on the surveillance screen in front of them, and they had no reaction to the arrival of this powerful space master. Old Ye's heart sank, and an ominous premonition arose.
Could it be that he was still a step too late?
He turned his head suddenly, his eyes instantly locked on the surveillance screen. In the picture, smoke and flames are slowly settling. And in the center of the destruction, a suffocatingly huge withered golem was slowly retracting its fist that could smash everything. Under the feet of the golem are countless huge fragments of broken and burning lava. The projection of the molten mountain monster that was 100 meters tall had disappeared without a trace.
This is...
Even though Mr. Yu was knowledgeable and had experienced countless storms, he was completely stunned at this moment.
His pupils contracted. What was that withered giant? A long time.
Until the huge golem in the surveillance footage was recalled by Lin Xingjian.
Only then did they come to their senses.
Mo Lao took a deep breath, his throat rolled violently, and he made a dry sound. Old Yi.
You are finally here. Quick! Open the space channel. Get all the students out.
Mr. Mo's hands were shaking as he pointed at the screen, and he quickly recounted everything that had just happened.
As Mr. Yi listened, the shock on his face surged like the tide. When he heard that the golem shattered the projection of the level 99 behemoth with absolute strength, the shock in his eyes reached its peak. Then, the shock exploded like a lit fuse, turning into uncontrollable ecstasy. Good. 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 Mr. Yi said hello 3 times. His face was filled with genuine excitement and excitement. His previous immortal demeanor was gone, leaving only the pure joy of discovering a priceless treasure. Second awakening? This is an unparalleled genius. It is a national treasure. It is the pillar that will stand against the demons in the future. Lao Mo. This kind of seedling must be protected with all resources. Apply for the Xiagua seed qualification for him. Highest priority. Mr. Mo nodded heavily. That's exactly what I meant. Chapter 47 New Eye Technique.
Olji said no more and pointed at the entrance of the molten core secret realm.
Open.
A light shout, containing the supreme power of space.
Buzz.
The originally twisted and turbulent entrance to the secret realm was instantly smoothed out by a powerful force of space. The violent spatial turbulence subsided instantly like a tamed wild horse. A stable space channel was forcibly stretched open, and the other end of the channel was clearly connected to the messy, smoke-filled platform inside the molten core secret realm.
Medical team. Action. Mo Lao commanded calmly.
The medical staff, who had been on high alert, poured into the corridor like a tide, and ran in a well-trained manner towards the students who were collapsed on the platform and were still in shock. Under the absolute defense of Lin Xingjian, Shenluo Tianzheng, Xuanli and Su Mingyuan in the core area were exhausted and weak, but did not suffer fatal blows. The other students were also behind Lin Xingjian. Although there were injuries, no one died. These injuries were basically caused by the aftermath of Lin Xingjian's skills. At this moment, they were carefully lifted up on stretchers by medical staff and transferred out through the space channel in an orderly manner.
Li Yin, Fengren, Yiqing, Shenlai, everyone's face was filled with great fear and dread. Their eyes were empty, as if they had not yet recovered from the devastating scene. Owner. Xianli was supported by 2 medical staff and walked towards the corridor. He stared at Lin Xingjian and struggled to get back to him. Xianli, be obedient and go get treatment first. I'm fine.
Lin Xingjian nodded slightly and gave her a reassuring look. Xianli bit her lower lip, but finally nodded obediently and let the medical staff take her away. Su Mingyuan was also supported by someone. When he passed by Lin Xingjian, he patted his shoulder vigorously, and everything was said without words. When the last injured student was carried out, Lin Xingjian was the only one left on the entire broken and burning lava platform. He was not on a stretcher, nor was he supported by anyone. He still straightened his spine and walked out of the space passage slowly, step by step. The air outside the secret realm is relatively cool. It's like stepping into an air-conditioned room on a hot day. Mr. Mo and Principal Wang came forward immediately to greet them. See you on the stars. I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad you're okay. Old Mo looked Lin Xingjian up and down, his eyes full of excitement. Principal Wang's eyes were red and his voice was choked with sobs. Good boy. Good job. You are the pride of our Wutong High School. It is the pride of the entire H city. Zhou Hong and several other principals also gathered around, their faces no longer showing any dignity, only pure kindness and gratitude. If it weren't for Lin Xingjian, their students would have surely died in this secret realm. Xingjian, thank you for your hard work. Zhou Hong said solemnly. Amazing. Really amazing. Another principal also expressed his sincere admiration. Old Mo took a deep breath, stepped aside, and solemnly pointed at the old man with white hair and a youthful face, who looked like an immortal, behind him. Xingjian, this is Elder Yi, Senior Yi Nantian. One of the top space experts in our country. This space channel was opened by Master Yi. Lin Xingjiang bowed slightly, still maintaining courtesy. Junior Lin Xingjian, nice to meet you, Senior Yi. Thank you for your help, Senior. Yi Nantian stepped forward and personally held Lin Xingjian in his arms. His eyes contained undisguised admiration and appreciation. No need to be polite, child. Faced with a disaster far beyond his own limits, he remained fearless, turned the tide, and saved his classmates from despair. Such a character, such a responsibility, such astonishing potential.
Good. Very good. Xia Kingdom is fortunate to have you.
Yi Nanshan's voice was gentle but powerful. He spoke highly of me, and every word came from the heart. Being able to summon such a devastating existence at such a young age, confronting the projection of a level 99 demon beast and shattering it. This achievement and potential are enough to move any high-ranking human being. Lin Xingjian shook his head slightly, still modest. Senior, you are too kind. It's just luck, I'm trying my best to have a chance of survival. If I hadn't had my companions risking their lives to protect me, if I hadn't had that last bit of luck, I would have been wiped out long ago.
It's better for people to be humble. Sure enough, these words made Yi Nanshan's admiration in his eyes even stronger.
He nodded, his tone filled with the concern of an elder. Okay, no need to say more.
I guess your body has reached its limit, right?
What is most needed now is rest and recovery. It's not advisable to stay here for long.
I will personally send you back.
Before he finished speaking, Yi Nantian stretched out his hand and gently placed it on Lin Xingjian's shoulder.
Buzz.
A powerful spatial fluctuation instantly enveloped the two of them. Lin Xingjian only felt that the surrounding scene was violently rippling, blurring, and stretching like the surface of water with a stone thrown into it.
He didn't even have time to think of any resistance.
His body seemed to be broken down into the tiniest particles in an instant, and then reassembled at another point in space in the next instant.
This kind of space transfer was completely beyond his understanding.
In front of Mr. Yi, he felt as small as dust, as if the other party could decide his life or death with just a thought.
In just a few breaths, the spatial fluctuations subsided.
Lin Xing saw that the scene before him had turned into the familiar interior of the Wutong High School dormitory. Outside the window is the tranquil night view of the campus, which seems like a world away from the purgatory-like scene of molten core.
Rest well, child.
Yi Nanshan's gentle voice was still in my ears, but he had disappeared, leaving only the lingering sound of a top-level strong man in the air.
Lin Xing saw that his tense nerves finally relaxed completely.
He staggered a step, leaned his back heavily against the dormitory door, and slowly slid down to the ground.
Whew.
He exhaled a long breath of foul air.
Mental exhaustion completely overwhelmed him like a tide.
In his mind, Shinra Tensei was resisting the impact and controlling the outer path golem to attack. All the scenes flashed back wildly.
It's too dangerous.
Lin Xingjian closed his eyes, his fingertips trembling slightly because of fear. If it wasn't for the pupil technique that happened to be given by breaking through level 40, which was Spiritual Communication Outer Path Golem,
he didn't dare to think about it anymore.
Big moves with high cooldowns such as Spiritual Outer Path Golem and Super Shinra Tensei must never be used lightly in the future and must be used as the last trump card. His mind moved slightly, and he felt the changes in his body. The biggest gain, of course, is the vast amount of experience. The projection of the Molten Mountain Beast, a level 99 existence, contains an unimaginable amount of experience points. The three of them formed a team. Lin Xingjian completed the kill, and the experience points were divided equally among the three of them.
Xuanli, level 4056. SSS level experience absorption rate is so terrifying.
Just one kill, across 16 levels.
SSS level talent is indeed a humanoid plugin. Su Mingyuan, level 2947.
Although the absorption rate of Grade A is not as good as Xin Li's, his advantage is that his original level base is low, and he can jump up to 18 levels in one go.
It can be said to be a complete transformation.
Lin Xingjian, level 4558. The experience absorption rate of F level was lagging behind, but the experience base of the Molten Mountain Beast was too huge, which still allowed him to level up 13 levels and reach level 58. More importantly, as the level increases, a new I technique is obtained. The number of times that BT Anshin can be used is also increased by 1 again. Name, Lin Xingjian. Occupation, I Technique Master F Class, Level 58, Constitution, 585, Strength, 584, Agility, 586, Spirit, 970, I Technique, Koto Amatsukami can be used 2 times, I Technique, Amaterasu, I Technique, Shinra Tensei, I Technique, Tensei Dingin, I Technique, Summoning Outer Path Demon Statue, I Technique, Hungry Ghost Path, Effect 1, Magic Absorption Contact. Through physical contact, you can forcibly absorb the target's magic power to replenish your own consumption.
Absorption efficiency is related to the strength gap between the two parties.
Effect 2, Sealing and Imprinting Non-Contact, can absorb and invalidate any form of skill attack directed at oneself that is not more than 50 levels higher than oneself. The absorbed energy can be converted into one's own magic power reserves. Cooling time, no cooling passive, no consumption when using pupil technique. Strongest pupil technique, you will get a random pupil technique every time you increase your level by 10. New pupil technique, Hungry Ghost Path. Lin Xingjian slowly opened his eyes.
This ability is simply a magical skill of endurance and defense.
Although there is no consumption when he releases the pupil technique.
But what if he learned other skills?
Or obtained a weapon that requires a supply of magic power?
This is just like the star absorbing technique.
With it, combined with Shinra Tensei's absolute defense and repulsive attack, plus the insight of the Rinnegan itself, he is finally no longer a squishy character with only the two extreme options of long cooldown nuclear bomb and normal basic attack.
I can't beat you. I'll suck you to death.
He leaned against the door, a smile on his tired face.
The road to becoming stronger has just begun.
He has deeply understood the dangers of this world.
Demon Clan? Next time, it definitely won't be as simple as just killing one projection. Chapter 48 Xia Country's #1 seed. The next day, the entire Xia Kingdom was in an uproar.
The front pages of all major news media were all covered with the same shocking headline, "The demons are so cruel." The disaster projection raided the city-level secret realm, intending to exterminate the future geniuses of our Xia country.
Turn the tide.
Seeing the desperate situation, Lin Xing of Wutong High School summoned a mysterious giant to crush the demon clan's conspiracy.
Heroes emerge from youth. F-level pupil magician? No. He is a second awakening pupil magician. It's the demon slayer Lin Xingjian.
The news content described in detail how the demons projected the Molten Mountain Beast into the Molten Core secret realm, targeting a group of talented students including Lin Xingjian. The report deliberately blurred the specific battle details of Lin Xingjian and the true level of the Molten Mountain Beast, and only emphasized keywords such as its second awakening and mysterious giant.
This news was like a prairie fire, instantly igniting the anger and pride of all the Xia people. Demons! This is too much. How dare you act so brazenly within the territory of my Xia country? It's the eve of the national competition. This is going to cut off the foundation of our Xia kingdom. He is so evil. Fortunately, Lin Xingjian is here. Fortunately, there is this child. Otherwise, so many S-level talents would be gone. Too strong. That's the projection of a giant demon beast. Don't know what level? But no matter how many levels they were all killed by him alone. F grade? If anyone says F class is useless again, I will get angry.
Lin Xingjian is a living legend.
You are stupid. Didn't you see that this was the second awakening? Do you really think that F class can make a breakthrough? The pupil master's second awakening? Summon a mysterious giant? My god, this second awakening is so hard to fathom. After all, second awakenings are very rare.
But as long as each of them grows up, they will be extremely powerful.
Angry outcry swept the internet and the streets like a tsunami.
People's hatred for the demon's despicable behavior runs deep in their bones.
Along with this comes the shock, admiration and ecstasy of the miracle and power represented by the name Lin Xingjian.
Overnight, the three words Lin Xingjian resounded throughout the country. From an unknown F-class, he suddenly became a household name, the second awakened demon slayer and the rising star guarding the future that countless people talk about. Wutong High School became the center of the storm. The school gate was crowded with reporters and excited citizens who had heard the news. Flowers, cards, and gifts were piled up like mountains, all filled with blessings for Lin Xingjian. The school's official website and forum were completely paralyzed, with countless posts frantically discussing everything about Lin Xingjian.
Lin Shen. Eternal God.
See you, Lin Xing from Class 3-7 of Senior High School.
From our class. I always thought he could do it, and it turned out to be true. You are a wise man after the event. You must have laughed at him for changing to F level before, right? Pooh. Don't mess with me by talking nonsense. I'm suing you for defamation. I heard that he was sent back by Lord Yi Nantian himself yesterday. What treatment? Please give me a photo of Master Lin. Ask for Lin Shen's autograph. Please give me the pen used by Master Lin.
This frenzied storm naturally also swept through the dormitory building where Lin Xingjian was. Although the school has strengthened security immediately and designated his dormitory area as a restricted area, isolating it from direct harassment from the outside world.
But the ubiquitous attention and noise still hit the doors and windows like real waves. In the dormitory,
Lin Xingjian was sitting cross-legged on the bed, and he looked much better. He closed his eyes, but his powerful mental strength was like invisible tentacles, clearly capturing the noisy voices and shouts of reporters outside the dormitory building. Become famous. Moreover, he stepped on the corpse of the projection of the giant demon beast and became the center of attention in the entire Xia country in the most shocking and indisputable way. This feeling is very strange. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary person. Now, he doesn't need this kind of halo, and even finds it a bit troublesome. He understands the principle better than anyone else that a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. The threat from the demons is like a sword hanging over your head. Today's glory may be tomorrow's fatal poison. But this may be the official way of protecting him. A way to be protected by everyone. Lin Xingjian slowly opened his eyes. No matter what power, only absolute power is the real amulet. Just then, boom boom boom. There was a slight knock on the door. Student Lin, sorry to bother you. Mr. Mo and Mr. Yi invite you to come over. Outside the door came the cautious voice of the school staff. Lin Xingjian calmed down and his eyes regained their calmness. The corridor of the Wutong High School dormitory building was bustling with people, especially in the area where girls gathered. Oh my god! Have you watched the news? Lin Xing meets Senior. He is so handsome. One person is fighting against the demon projection. More than handsome. That's incredibly strong, okay? Second awakening pupil magician. My idol. The previous exchange competition was just like that, and Xuanli still has a keen eye for talent. Ah. Which dormitory does he live in? I really want to thank him in person. Stop dreaming, do you want to thank him? Do you want to get into Senior Lin's bed? Snort. It makes you feel different. Several pretty girls gathered together, laughing and playing, their faces flushed. At this moment, one of the sharp-eyed girls suddenly covered her mouth and pointed a trembling finger at the end of the corridor. Hurry, look. Yes, it's Senior Lin. Swish. All eyes were instantly focused on it. I saw a tall, handsome black-haired boy in ordinary school uniform walking quietly under the guidance of a respectful school staff member. It's Lin Xingjian. After a brief silence, there was an explosion of excitement. Senior Lin. Senior Hashimi. See you, Lin Xing. Look here. The girls jumped and waved excitedly, their voices rising in excitement, even cracking a little. Their cheeks flushed instantly, and their eyes flashed with undisguised admiration and excitement. Lin Xing paused slightly, obviously not expecting this scene. Looking at the excitedly flushed faces in front of him, he was slightly stunned, then he put on a gentle smile and nodded slightly in their direction. Aha! He nodded. He smiled at me. Oh my god. So gentle. So handsome. He's even more handsome in person than in the photo. The temperament is so amazing. The screams nearly blew the roof off. This is just the beginning. As Lin Xingjian continued to move forward, the entire corridor was like a water surface into which a stone was thrown, and ripples spread rapidly. No matter whether they were students looking out of the classroom door or students just coming out from the corner of the stairs, as soon as they saw him, they all stopped without exception. Hello, Senior Lin. Thank you for your hard work, Senior. Come on, Senior. Regardless of gender or grade, all students bowed to greet him with heartfelt respect and excitement. Lin Xing saw that the gentle smile on his face remained, but a sense of helplessness arose in his heart. He was not used to being the center of attention, let alone being the center of attention. He could only maintain his outward calm, nodding slightly in response to everyone who greeted him, but he did not stop. The journey from the dormitory to the principal's office seemed like a small triumphal parade. Cheers, greetings, and admiring gazes followed him closely. The noisy sounds were not blocked out until the staff pushed open the heavy wooden door of the principal's office and closed it gently behind them. In the office, Mr. Mo was holding a cup of tea, looking at Lin Xingjian, who walked in with a smile on his face. Xingjian, how do you feel about this journey? Lin Xingjian smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Mo, this is too eye-catching. He walked over to the sofa and sat down, adding, I'm not used to it. Not used to it? See you have to get used to it.
Yi Nantian said, sitting in the main seat.
He stood up, walked over to Lin Xingjian, extended his hand, and gently patted Lin Xingjian's shoulder. We have officially applied for you to be the #1 seed in the Xia national election. This is the highest and most core honor and status for the younger generation of Xia country. It represents not only your personal potential, but also the direction of the future strategic resources of the entire Xia country and a symbol of hope for the human race to fight against the demons.
The #1 seed is more than just a title.
It means that you will have access to the country's top resources, the strictest protection, and the highest priority training channels. But at the same time, it also means that you will be placed at the highest point in the sight of the entire Xia kingdom and even the demon clan. Your every move will be watched, interpreted, and even coveted by countless people. Mr. Yi looked directly at Lin Xingjian. This identity requires corresponding reputation, attention, and even pressure.
You have to stand in the spotlight and become a banner.
Become a benchmark to unite people, inspire future generations, and intimidate demons. This honor and attention is your ticket to gain the country's full support, but it is also the shackles you must bear. Mr. Yi withdrew his hand, so, get used to it, adapt to it, and even use it.
This is the path you must take to become a truly strong person and protect everything you want to protect. Mr. Mo also restrained his joking expression and nodded seriously. Old Yi is right. Xingjian, the #1 seed of Xia country, this is an honor, but also a heavy responsibility and unavoidable attention. Are you ready?
Lin Xingjian sat on the sofa. He was silent for a moment, then slowly raised his head to meet the scrutinizing gazes of Elder Yi and Elder Mo. I understand.
Chapter 49 City Level Trials.
3 days passed in a flash. The Xia Kingdom national competition has begun. Wutong High School, which was not considered a top school in H City, has now attracted the attention of the whole country. The reason is simple: the special commissioner from the Xia country's education administration personally visited this high school. Under the solemn and excited gaze of all the teachers and students in the school, 2 heavy documents, symbolizing supreme honor and resources, were solemnly handed over to Lin Xingjian and Xianli.
Qualification certificate for the #1 seed player in the Xia national competition, CU, Lin Xing. Qualification certificate for the 6th seed player in the Xia national competition, Xuanli.
The gold-plated emblem of the Xia kingdom and the seal of the general administration on the document sparkled brightly. This means that the 2 of them will directly skip the tedious city and provincial selections and have the qualifications to go directly to the final stage of the national competition. Beiluo City, the capital of Xia State. One high school has 2 national seeded players. One of them is the #1 seed, who symbolizes the highest potential. You know, there are only 10 spots for seeded players nationwide. Wutong High School occupies the 2nd place. The news swept through the national education community like a hurricane. Wang Defa, the principal of Wutong High School, has been walking with a breeze these days, and the smile on his face never stops. He is always cheerful when he meets everyone and tells everyone, it's all thanks to the children. The H-City trials kicked off in the giant arena in the city center that could accommodate 100,000 people. Although Lin Xingjian and Xianli did not need to participate, as the city's top seeds, Principal Wang still brought them to watch the game. This was both to familiarize themselves with the process and to cheer on the city's talents. The top floor of the viewing seats offers an excellent view, allowing you to take in the entire magnificent arena. As soon as Principal Wang, Lin Xingjian, and Xianli sat down in the reserved seats, they attracted a lot of attention from the people around them.
Hey, Principal Wang! Congratulations! Your school is full of talented people.
A cheerful voice came from Principal Zhang of Panchur High School. He was accompanied by the burly and fierce Lei Lai.
Old Wang, you are really proud of yourself this time.
Principal Li of Shengying High School also came over with a smile on his face, followed by Xingtong, a girl with white hair and twin ponytails who looked like an exquisite doll. The principals of several other key high schools also gathered around with kind smiles on their faces. Especially to Lin Xingjian. This young man who turned the tide in Molten Core is now the pride of the entire H-City. Xingjian classmate, Xuanli classmate, you look good. Principal Zhang greeted with a smile.
The young are to be feared, the young are to be feared.
Principal Li praised repeatedly. Seeing his calm expression, Lin Xing just nodded slightly and said, hello, Principal Zhang, hello, Principal Li, hello, all the principals. Xianli was as cold as ever, and just nodded slightly in response. At this moment, someone in the audience exclaimed, look.
It's Lin Xingjian. And Xuanli. Oh my god. They really came. Senior Lin. Look here. There are also Goddess Xuanli and Goddess Xingtong. The entire arena was instantly ignited.
The thunderous cheers and shouts gathered into a torrent, reaching the sky.
Countless eyes were focused on the young and tall figure in the top-level viewing seats. Xingzhan, brother.
Xingtong's clear voice was filled with undisguised joy. She ran to Lin Xingzhan, and under the gazes of countless people, she stretched out her little hand very naturally and hugged one of Lin Xingzhan's arms, with her little face tilted up and a smile as beautiful as a flower.
This scene raised the cheers of the entire arena by another octave.
The heartbreaking sounds of countless young boys seemed to be clearly audible.
However, Xingtong's smile didn't last for a second before she felt a cold breath enveloping her.
She subconsciously turned her head and met Xian Li's cold eyes. Xian Li had no expression on his face, but his movements were not slow at all. She took a step forward, stretched out her slender arm, and naturally took Lin Xingzhan's other arm. She even used a little force to bring Lin Xingzhan's arm closer to herself. She tilted her head slightly, her hair brushing against Lin Xingzhan's shoulder. Her eyes were calm but filled with a strong possessiveness as she stared at Xingtong from a distance. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. On one side is a cute lowly with white hair and twin ponytails. On one side is a cool and beautiful lady with black hair and a high ponytail.
How should you choose?
Ice and fire, cuteness and coldness, two completely different extreme beauties, snuggling beside a young man at the same time.
This picture is so impactful. Hiss. Gasps rang out from the audience one after another. Fuck. Winner in life. Senior sister Xuanli. My goddess. No. Little angel with star pupils. How could you? Wow, I'm jealous. I'm jealous. Damn it, God Lin. Please accept my knees. Teach me how to do this.
The principals around couldn't help laughing at this competition for beauty scene, their eyes full of good-natured teasing. Principal Wang even smiled so hard that his teeth were showing. He has the style of me in my old days.
Underground combat preparation area.
A group of young students who were about to participate in the selection competition naturally saw the enviable scene on the top floor. Oh, it's really frustrating to compare yourself to others. Not only is he strong, but he is also surrounded by goddesses like senior sister Xuanli and senior sister Xingtong. A boy lamented with a sour tone.
Brother, the order is wrong.
It is because you are powerful enough that you are qualified to attract such light. Instead of envying others, it is better to work hard to make yourself stronger. A slightly older boy next to him patted his shoulder and spoke earnestly.
But this is too strong. I heard he is the number 1 seed? The kind that gets directly admitted to the national finals? Is this true or false? So exaggerated? Of course it's true. The official documents are all here. It spread all over Wutong High School. A genius of this level must be very arrogant, right? Look at his face, no expression at all, he seems so difficult to approach. Someone looked at Lin Xingzhan's calm profile on the top floor and whispered. At this moment, a young man with neat short hair next to him grinned, revealing his white teeth. You think too much, he is actually easy to get along with, a nice person. Ha!
Several people around looked over, their faces full of disbelief.
You're talking like you know him well? Easy to get along with?
That's the national number 1 seed Lin Xingzhan. The short-haired boy did not argue, but raised his head and waved vigorously in the direction of the top floor viewing seats.
With a hearty smile on his face, he shouted loudly, "See you on the star." Look here. His behavior seemed a bit stupid to those around him. Hello? What are you doing? How could they possibly see little people like us?
That's right, don't embarrass yourself. However, they didn't finish their words. In the top floor viewing seats, Lin Xingzhan, who was being attacked from both sides by Xuanli and Xingtong, seemed to have sensed something. His gaze penetrated the crowd and landed precisely on the short-haired boy waving in the preparation area. Lin Xing saw that the calm expression on his face was like ice and snow melting. He showed a gentle and sincere smile and raised a thumbs up in the direction of the preparation area. The preparation area fell silent instantly. The eyes of those people who were laughing at the short-haired boy just now almost popped out of their heads.
Fuck. He really saw it. And, still responded? He laughed. He actually laughed. Still giving us a thumbs up? Brother, do you really know Lin Xingzhan? Some people looked at the short-haired boy in disbelief.
The short-haired boy, Su Mingyuan, raised his chin proudly and laughed. I've already said that he is my brother.
Chapter 50 Provincial Trials.
The selection competition officially begins. When Su Mingyuan walked onto the stage and showed off his A-level, Balance Master, professional badge and his level of 47, the whole audience was shocked.
Level 47.
This is almost more than double the average level of all the contestants in the city-level trials.
This level suppression has nothing to do with professional level. The following battle almost became Su Mingyuan's personal show.
He controlled the power of the scales and switched between offense and defense with ease.
Destroy with overwhelming force. No suspense.
Su Mingyuan swept all the way with absolute advantage and finally won the championship of H-City selection.
I didn't even sweat during the whole process.
Following closely behind was Lei Lai from Panchur High School, a level 28 S-class, Dragon Blood Berserker. With his violent strength and fierce fighting style, he blasted through all obstacles and won the runner-up. Xingtong from Shangying High School, a level 27 S-class, Star Summoner. Although his summon creatures are powerful and strange, he is limited by the total amount of magic power and the instability of the summons. He has a little difficulty in protracted battles and facing the rule-based system like Su Mingyuan, and finally won the third place. Unfortunately, the third student from Wutong High School, Zhao Tianyu, a level 20 Extreme Cold Condenser, was not selected.
Xianli's former best friend Lu Feifei, who once resented Lin Xingjian, didn't even participate in the city-level selection.
She hid in her little room all day, looking haggard. She couldn't understand why the original waste Lin Xingjian could suddenly become the #1 seed in the country.
She couldn't even feel any resentment now.
Because she always felt that Lin Xingjian never seemed to notice her.
Just like humans rarely pay attention to ants.
The city-level selection competition has come to an end.
2 days later,
the provincial trials began in the more magnificent Star Arena in the provincial capital, which could accommodate 200,000 people. Principal Wang still took Lin Xingjian and Xianli, who did not need to participate in the battle, to the top floor viewing seats with the best view. This time, the principals gathered here carry even more weight.
Lao Wang. Congratulations!
With double seeds in hand, you are in great shape this time.
A voice as loud as a bell rang out.
The person who came was the principal of J-City's #1 high school, Xin Lai. He was accompanied by several familiar principals. Principal Zhang of Lian High School, Principal Lu of Qingting High School, and the old principal of Yingdun High School who always smiles but has a very low presence.
Principal Qin. Principal Zhang. Principal Lu. Old principal. It was just luck, thanks to the kids.
Wang Defa quickly stood up, his face full of smiles. The eyes of several principals naturally focused on Lin Xingjian. This now nationally famous #1 seed has become someone they need to look up to, or even slightly admire.
Xingjian, my dear nephew, we meet again.
Xin Lai took a step forward, smiling. It seemed as if he had completely forgotten the last time Lin Xingjian beat up his son and snatched his daughter-in-law during the exchange competition. Lin Xingjian couldn't help but sigh at how smoothly the big shot's expressions changed.
Hello, Principal Qin.
Lin Xingjian also responded politely.
The young are formidable, and their future is limitless.
Principal Zhang of Liang High School said with a smile. The battle at Molten Core still makes me feel overwhelmed.
Principal King Tenglia said in a gentle voice.
The reclusive old principal smiled and nodded in agreement.
The actual surveillance footage from Molten Core that day has not been released.
They witnessed the battle of Molten Core with their own eyes. The terrifying sight of the withered golem crushing the level 99 behemoth was 100 times more shocking than the second awakening and summoning giants mentioned lightly in the news. Faced with such a genius, it is impossible not to submit. The arrival of Lin Xingjian and Xianli once again set the entire arena on fire.
Lin Shen. #1 seed. A roar like a tsunami sounded. Countless burning gazes were focused on the top floor. Lin Xingjian had already become a totem that the younger generation of the entire province looked up to. War Preparation Area.
Representatives from H-City, including Su Mingyuan, Xingtong, Lei Lai, as well as top students from J-City and other cities gathered together. In the J-City camp, several figures are also old acquaintances.
Xin Tiange SSS all aspects return to origin, level 35.
There was a suppressed sharpness in his eyes. It was nice to get rid of the engagement after losing to Lin Xingjian last time, but he still felt upset about the loss. Not only did he lose the qualification to enter the secret realm, but his level was also widened. Otherwise, with his ability and professional level, it would be easy for him to capture the seeded players.
There is no need to participate in the selection now.
Although you, Lin Xingjian, are very strong, my adaptability becomes stronger as time goes by. Qin Tiange's adaptability ability is not only instant imitation during battle, but also the ability to engrave the adapted power characteristics into the origin of the body.
The Shinra Tensei and Amaterasu that Lin Xing saw have all been analyzed and adapted by his body. He looked at the handsome figure on the top floor, and the corners of his mouth rose, the more famous the better. Lin Xingjian, in the national competition, I will let everyone see who is the real king.
Xiaoying SSS Shadow Lord, level 34. He seemed to blend into the shadows of the background, his aura erratic. His shadow escape is even deeper and weirder. The shame of losing to Lin Xingjian became the motivation for his crazy practice. He stared at Lin Xingjian and said, "Shadows are everywhere. Next time, I will give you a fatal blow where you least expect it."
Chenlai SSS Lava Monster, level 32. Chenlai is different from Qin Tiange and Xiaoying.
He had a flattering smile on his face and glanced towards the top floor from time to time. His only wish now is to be able to hold on to Lin Xingjian, this golden thigh, and become a loyal lackey. The experience in Molten Core completely broke him.
Li Yan SSS Pyroblast Monarch, level 31. Li Yan also looked at the top floor with fanatical eyes.
He and Chenlai had the same idea, following Lin Xingjian and being his lackey would bring him a bright future. Yi Qing level 28, Lin Man level 27, Hongren level 29, Wang Xia level 28 and others were also present.
Because of Lin Xingjian's influence, their level upgrades were very slow.
The looks they gave Lin Xingjian were filled with awe and complexity. Having faced despair in the secret realm, they knew that Lin Xingjian's terror had already surpassed the scope of their level. Su Mingyuan, Xingtong and Lei Lai also felt the hostility and pressure from the top talents in each city. The three of them looked solemn and were ready for battle. The provincial examination officially begins. The intensity of the battle far exceeds that of the advanced selection. Those who can reach this stage are all geniuses in their respective cities. Their levels are generally above level 25, S-level talents are everywhere, and SSS-level talents are no longer rare. The ring was shining brightly, and the roar of skills colliding was endless.
Su Mingyuan's performance remained strong.
The level of 47 makes him the master of the battlefield.
He overcame all obstacles along the way, showing his overwhelming strength and making the audience exclaim in amazement. However, when he encountered Qin Tiange, the situation suddenly reversed. The winner is Qin Tiange, the #1 high school in J City. The referee's voice fell, and the whole audience was in an uproar. Su Mingyuan, who is level 47, actually lost to Qin Tiange, who is level 35. Lost to Qin Tiange, who was 12 levels lower than him.
Lin Xing saw that his eyes were calm. Adaptation is really amazing.
He anticipated this outcome. Qin Tiange is indeed very strong, like a monster that is constantly evolving.
As long as you can keep fighting without dying, you can become invincible in disguise.
What's even more terrifying is that Qin Tiange is not just adapting to this ability. He can also transform and clone himself according to the environment.
He is worthy of being the #1 genius in J City.
SSS level the envoy of returning all things to their origin. This result was beyond almost everyone's expectations. Even the principals in the top-level viewing seats were shocked.
Qin Tiange stood on the ring, breathing slightly, his eyes fixed on Lin Xingjian who was sitting in the top viewing seats. He raised his hand, made a provocative gesture in the direction of Lin Xingjian, and a fighting smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
It seems to be saying, "Next is you."
Su Mingyuan was helped up by the staff. His face was pale and full of reluctance. He walked to the sidelines, looked up in the direction of Lin Xingjian, shook his head, and his eyes conveyed the message, "This guy is weird." Lin Xingjian looked at Qin Tiange's provocation without any anger on his face, but instead showed a playful smile.
"Interesting," he whispered to himself. In the following game, Xiaoying also showed his terrifying control over shadows. He appeared and disappeared at will, toyed with his opponents at will, and easily won the third place. Chenlai, Li Yan and others also performed well and achieved good rankings. They looked at Lin Xingjian with even more fiery eyes. The provincial examination ended.
Among the H-City team, Su Mingyuan 2nd place, Lei Lai 9th place, and Xingtong 10th place successfully advanced to the national competition.
The atmosphere on the way back was a bit depressing. Su Mingyuan was still reviewing the battle with Qin Tiange, his brows furrowed.
Xianli was furious when he recalled Qin Tiange's provocation towards Lin Xingjian.
Damn it! Damn bugs!
How dare you challenge my master? Xingtong muttered angrily that Qin Tiange is so annoying. How dare you point fingers at the Lord?
Xingjian!
Lin Xingjian looked at the scenery rapidly receding outside the car window, his fingers tapping his knees unconsciously.
Qin Tiange's return of all things to the origin, Xiao Ying's Lord of Shadows, and other unknown monsters across the country. National competition.
Lin Xing saw the playful arc at the corner of his mouth deepen.
It's getting more and more interesting. 3 days later.
Beiluo City, the capital of Xia State.
The national competition begins. Chapter 51 National Competition. The national competition begins. Mr. Mo and the principals led the team, Lin Xingjian and Xianli.
There were also 10 students selected from the provincial examination who went to Beiluo City, the capital of the Xia Kingdom. The huge military transport plane slowly landed at the dedicated airport on the outskirts of Beiluo City. The roar of the engine gradually subsided, the hatch opened, and a stream of air far colder and drier than that in inland cities instantly rushed into the cabin.
Mr. Mo and Principal Wang stood up first, looking solemn.
Behind them were the students who represented the top combat power of the younger generation in Jiangnan province: Lin Xingjian, Xianli, Su Mingyuan, Xingtong, Lei Lai, Qin Tiange, Xiaoying, Qinlai, Li Yan, and 3 female students with outstanding strength from other high schools. When they walked out of the cabin, the scene before them shocked everyone. Theirs was not the only plane on the vast airport. Transport planes from the remaining 17 provinces of Xia State arrived or had just landed almost at the same time. The hatch opened, and a group of young yet powerful figures filed out. Looking around, the stars are shining. There was a burly young man over 2 meters tall, carrying a huge sword on his back and exuding the aura of a ferocious beast. There is a wizard wearing gorgeous robes with elemental light flowing at his fingertips. There is an assassin with an elusive figure and a faint presence. There are beast masters with sharp eyes riding ferocious monsters. Each figure represents the top talent and strength in their respective provinces. The levels are generally above level 30, and there are many talented people. Invisible momentum collides and interweaves in the air. This is the national competition that brings together all the talented young people of Xia country. This is Beiluo City? Xingtong wrapped her coat tightly around her, her face turning pale from the cold wind, and she looked around curiously. This was also her first time in Beiluo City. The atmosphere in the air is completely different from that in other cities. There is no hustle and bustle of a bustling city, but a kind of solemnity and heaviness that is deposited in the bones. In the distance, the outline of a huge black city was faintly visible in the cold wind, and the city walls were towering into the clouds. That is the capital of Xia Kingdom and also the front line against the demons Beiluo City. It feels like the emperor guarding the country's gate. Lin Xingjian responded. His perception was much sharper than others. In addition to the solemnity in the air, there was also a faint but lingering smell of blood and a desolate and oppressive magical fluctuation. This city was built on countless corpses and endless wars. The group did not stay at the airport for too long. Under unified dispatch, they boarded the military bus heading to the south gate of Beiluo City. Entering the south gate, the scene inside the city once again confirmed everyone's perception. The streets are wide, and the buildings are mostly made of solid stone and metal, with a rough and practical style. Patrolling soldiers and reinforced fortifications can be seen everywhere. Most of the pedestrians walked hurriedly, with a look of vigilance that was unique to living in a frontier town. Although there were slogans and banners welcoming students from the national competition, the atmosphere was far less relaxed and cheerful than that in inland cities. The bus did not stop in the city, but went straight through the city and headed towards the north gate. As we got closer to the north gate, the solemn and murderous atmosphere in the air became thicker. When the bus stopped and everyone got off, they couldn't help but hold their breath. North Gate. Rather than calling it a city gate, it is more like a towering steel fortress. Its height and thickness are several times greater than those of the South Gate. It is made entirely of an unknown alloy and is covered with huge defensive gun ports. The city gates were tightly closed, emitting a heart-pounding sense of oppression. Standing beneath it, humans are as small as ants. So big. Chen-Lai swallowed, his voice a little dry. Is this really a city gate? Li Yan also widened his eyes. Even Qin Tiange and Xiaoying, who were usually calm, had serious expressions in their eyes. The scale of this city gate was built entirely to defend against some kind of behemoth beyond imagination. Mo Lao explained in a low voice, "Today is the opening day of the national competition, but more importantly, we welcome the expeditionary force back in triumph." After the new king ascended the throne, the expeditionary force achieved many remarkable feats, and this time the news of a great victory was brought back. Letting the best students in the country welcome the heroes at the front line is to inspire the people and show that our Xia country has successors and a prosperous national destiny.
Everyone suddenly understood. No wonder the atmosphere was so solemn.
The entire area around the North Gate was already crowded with people, surrounded by enthusiastic citizens and soldiers maintaining order. Huge live broadcast equipment was set up high up, ready to broadcast this grand event to the whole country. Lin Xingjian and other top students selected from various provinces were arranged at the front of the welcoming team, facing the heavy steel gate. As time passed, the atmosphere reached its peak.
Here it comes. The expeditionary force is back. Someone shouted. Rumble.
Along with the dull and huge sound of mechanical operation, the mountain-like North City Gate began to slowly open inward. A pungent smell, like a flood bursting through a dam, suddenly rushed out from the crack in the door.
That doesn't smell like triumph.
It was the murderous aura of a battlefield mixed with thick blood, burnt flesh, rusted metal, despair and desolation.
The cheers were like being strangled and instantly got stuck in the people's throats. The city gate was completely open.
There were no waving flags as imagined, no neatly organized and high-spirited armored formations. What appeared before everyone's eyes was a remnant of soldiers. Walking in the front was the expedition leader. The black armor on his body was covered with marks of knives and axes, and was damaged in many places, revealing the blood-stained bandages underneath. The helmet was long gone, revealing a face covered in blood and fatigue. He lowered his head, his eyes empty, and numbly dragged his severely injured body forward step by step. Behind him were scattered soldiers supporting each other. They were also covered in blood, their armor was torn, and many of them were missing arms and legs, and could only walk with the support of their comrades. His eyes were the same as their leaders, empty and dead, without a trace of life in them. The team was very long, but seemed extremely thin. When they set out on the expedition, the 300,000 ironclad soldiers were as fierce as tigers. When they returned, there were thousands of broken bodies and zombies everywhere, and the place was devastated.
Chapter 52 News from the Expeditionary Force. Dead silence. The entire North Gate Square fell into deathly silence.
Only the sound of heavy footsteps, suppressed breathing and the harsh sound of metal rubbing against the ground echoed. The live camera recorded everything faithfully, and simultaneously transmitted this extremely tragic scene to the entire Xia kingdom.
The smiles on people's faces froze, turning into confusion and astonishment. What is going on? Where are the people? What about others? Didn't you say, a great victory? Why is this happening?
Whispers spread like a plague, filled with anxiety and fear. At this moment, a white-haired old woman staggered out of the crowd and threw herself at the feet of the expeditionary leader. She grabbed the hem of his blood-stained armor tightly and said in a hoarse and trembling voice, "Captain."
"Leader. My son, where is my son Wang Daju? Where is he? He said he would get married when he came back." This time the expedition leader's body trembled violently, and his empty eyes seemed to have a little focus. He slowly lowered his head, looked into the old woman's cloudy eyes, and his cracked lips moved a few times. "Dead, dead, all dead." The old woman was struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. The captain seemed to have been drained of his last bit of strength by these words. He suddenly raised his head and, with all his strength, roared like a wild beast towards the dark crowd in front of him and towards the live cameras. "The demons have evolved. Evolved into king level. The real king level demon. Our weapons, our skills, are ineffective against them. They are like immortals. 300,000 brothers, 300,000, all of them are here to cover our few thousand remaining soldiers. Fill in. Fill it all in. Xia country is in danger. The demons have reached the king level. Weapon skills are invalid. Immortality. 300,000 elite troops were wiped out. Xia country is in danger." Every word was like a bolt from the blue, striking hard in the hearts of every Xia citizen. Wow! Panic instantly swept across the entire square like a tsunami, sweeping across all the people who were watching the live broadcast. What? King-level demon? Immortality? Oh my god! 300,000 people, all gone? Even weapon skills are ineffective? Immortality? Then what do we use to fight? It's over. It's over. Are the demons going to attack?
Screams, cries, and desperate shouts instantly overwhelmed everything else.
Quick! Cut off the live broadcast. Cut off all live broadcast signals immediately.
On the high-level command platform, the official in charge of the welcoming ceremony was as pale as paper, and he roared frantically into the communicator.
This was not the triumph that was expected at all. This is a conspiracy of the demons. This was a devastating blow to the morale and confidence of the Xia kingdom. Why did the news from the front line say that it was a great victory? There must be a big problem inside.
The huge live broadcast screen instantly turned into a black screen and a harsh, busy tone.
But the panic has spread like a plague and cannot be contained. There was chaos in the North Gate Square. The people's panic, grief, and anger are intertwined.
The talented students from various provinces who had been full of vigor and ambition just now were now all standing there in a daze, their faces pale, their minds going blank due to the shock of this sudden news. Xin Tiange's clenched fists turned white, and his eyes were full of disbelief.
Xiao Ying's figure trembled slightly in the shadows.
Su Mingyuan, Xingtong, Lei Lai and others looked pale.
Chen Lai and Li Yan's calves were trembling.
Xuanli and Xingtong subconsciously moved closer to Lin Xingjian. Lin Xingjian stood at the front of the crowd, feeling the surging waves of panic behind him, looking at the thousands of remnants of the army who were like zombies, and the legion commander who let out a desperate roar and then knelt on the ground dejectedly. His face was unusually calm. King-level demons, their skills are ineffective, they are immortal, they sent in 300,000 elite troops, only to get back a few thousand remnants.
How could such news be released? And he was released under the spotlight? The situation in Xia country is 100 times worse than the worst-case scenario he had imagined. There's a big problem inside. At this moment, the live broadcast signal that had been cut off was forcibly reconnected after a brief period of confusion. What appeared on the screen was no longer the chaotic square, but the center of Beiluo City, the top platform of the huge black tower that symbolized the highest power of the Xia kingdom. A figure appeared at the edge of the platform. He was wearing a plain black military uniform without any extra medals. His posture was as straight as a pine or cypress, and his face was resolute. It was the new king of Xia Kingdom, Xinjiang. He held the railing with both hands, his eyes sweeping over the chaotic North Gate Square below, as well as over the invisible hundreds of millions of people across the country. His voice wasn't particularly loud, but it had a strange penetrating power, clearly reaching every corner. Silence. With just 2 words, the chaotic square miraculously quieted down quickly, and countless pairs of tearful and frightened eyes looked towards the direction of the giant tower. The new king's eyes swept over slowly and he continued, "I, Xinjiang, stand here. Standing on the top of Beiluo City. Stand at the forefront of our Xia country's defense against the demons.
Behind me are the vast mountains and rivers of my Xia country and hundreds of millions of ordinary people. In front of me," he raised his hand and pointed to the vast and dangerous horizon in the north.
"It's the demons who are eyeing us covetously."
Today, the soldiers of the expeditionary force returned with news of blood and fire.
This news is cruel and true.
The appearance of the king-level demon clan and the death of 300,000 loyal and brave soldiers are a national tragedy.
It's heart-wrenching pain. I share your sorrow.
In the square, suppressed sobs were heard. The new king changed the subject, his voice rising suddenly like a sword drawn from its sheath, but grief is not an excuse for cowardice.
Panic is not a reason to give up. The demons evolved into king level? Immortality? So what? I can also kill him.
The Xia kingdom has been established for thousands of years and has gone through many hardships but has never surrendered. The iron hoofs of the demons have crushed our homes, but they have never crushed our spines.
Today, they think that just because they have evolved into the king level, they can make us bow down to them? Can it make us wait for death?
I tell them wishful thinking. Xinjiang clenched his fists suddenly and slammed them hard on the cold railing, making a dull and shocking sound, as long as I stand on the top of Beiluo City.
As long as there is still one person in my Xia country standing with a knife.
As long as the shadow cast by the walls of Beiluo City still protects the last child of Xia Kingdom.
Demons, don't even think about setting foot in this country. Xia Kingdom will never fall.
The last sentence, like a thunderclap, carried the king's promise, instantly ignited the blood in everyone's heart.
Xia Kingdom will never fall. Never fall.
In the square, the remaining expeditionary soldiers were the first to let out an extremely determined roar. Next came the soldiers who maintained order.
Then, there are the people who were just in panic.
Finally, there are the young students around Lin Xingjian.
Never fall. Never fall. The roars like a tsunami converged into an unyielding torrent, dispelling panic and despair and rekindling the flame of resistance. Under the live camera, the figure of the new King Xinjiang stood on the top of the giant tower like a stabilizing force. The panic was temporarily suppressed and the people's hearts were reunited. Lin Xinjiang stood in the boiling crowd, looking at the figure on the giant tower and listening to the deafening shouts around him. The coldness in his eyes did not fade, but became deeper. Wang Yi's words were encouraging, but the cruelty of reality remained unchanged. Never fall. Lin Xinjiang repeated these 4 words in a low voice, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the eye socket of his left eye. He looked at the expedition leader. There was a very familiar feeling lingering in his heart. It's the smell of demons. Chapter 53. The national competition officially begins. The expedition leader's behavior was too deliberate. Under the watchful eyes of the public, in front of the live camera, this horrifying information was made public. This is simply cheering for the demons and tearing the people of Xia apart. If you say there is nothing wrong with him, even a fool won't believe you. Lin Xinjiang's eyes swept over the Legion commander who was kneeling dejectedly. Several thoughts flashed through his mind instantly. Even ordinary people can see the weirdness in this kind of behavior. He doesn't believe that those old foxes in the top leadership of Xia State would be unaware of it. However, this was no longer something that he, a student, could interfere with. He believes that the top management will investigate and clean up the matter themselves. Fortunately, the new King Xinjiang appeared in time. The declaration that Xia Kingdom will never fall, with the weight of the king's promise, forcibly suppressed the boiling panic. The figure on the top of the giant tower did give this precarious country the much-needed stability. The chaos subsided and the ceremony ended hastily. Both Mr. Mo and Principal Wan looked extremely solemn. They quickly took Lin Xinjiang and other students away from the North City Gate Square, which was filled with a depressing atmosphere, and arranged for them to stay in a high-end hotel with strict security in Beiluo City. In the room, Lin Xinjiang stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the huge city that looked even more solemn and heavy in the twilight. The glow of neon lights could not dispel the gloom in his heart. King level. Immortal body. He chewed on these 2 words in a low voice, frowning. He had never actually fought against the demons, and lacked an intuitive understanding of the king level in this world. But everyone can understand the 4 words immortal body. The Xia Kingdom's 300,000 well-equipped and high-level elite expeditionary forces only received a few thousand remnants. The gap was so huge that it was suffocating. Strength. Lin Xinjiang was eager for power at this moment. Level 58? In front of those strong men, I'm afraid I'm not even an ant. Although Otter Path Golem and Super Shinra Tensei are extremely powerful, his level is low and he cannot fully unleash the true power of these skills. He needs to upgrade faster and unlock more and stronger pupil techniques. In the face of this suddenly escalating doomsday crisis, the cards he had seemed so weak. The sense of crisis was like a cold poisonous snake, wrapping around his heart and bringing waves of urgent suffocation. He must become stronger as quickly as possible in the national competition. Get resources and hone yourself. With this heavy burden of thoughts and a sense of urgency, Lin Xinjiang forced himself to lie down and rest, to conserve his energy for tomorrow's competition. The next day, early morning. Lin Xinjiang's consciousness slowly emerged from a deep sleep. The first thing to recover is the sense of touch. He felt a soft, delicate, surprisingly elastic touch, tightly pressed against his left arm, and with a warm and wet feeling. There seemed to be some liquid. Then, there was another equally amazing, but fuller and fuller feeling of soft pressure on his back. The warm breath gently brushed across the back of his neck, bringing a slight tingling sensation. 2 completely different yet equally refreshing fragrances linger at the tip of the nose. A coolness like the first melting of ice and snow. The other is sweet and warm like the spring sun. Lin Xinjiang? He snapped his eyes open. What caught my eye was a sleeping face so close at hand, so delicate as a porcelain doll. The silver-white twin ponytails were scattered on the pillow in a somewhat messy manner, the long eyelashes covered the eyelids like a small fan, the pink lips were slightly pouting, and a trace of crystal, saliva was flowing down the corner of the mouth and onto his arm. It's Xingtong. Lin Xing's body stiffened instantly. He carefully and extremely slowly twisted his neck and looked back. A stunningly beautiful face with a lazy blush from deep sleep was right before her eyes. Xianli had squeezed onto the big bed at some point, pressing herself against him from behind, one of her slender arms even around his waist.
A few strands of her long black hair playfully touched her cheeks and lips, rising and falling gently with her even breathing. She was sleeping soundly, and her usually cold face was now incredibly soft, with a sense of defenseless dependence. What's even worse is that Lin Xingjian has the habit of sleeping naked. And he could clearly feel that whether it was Xingtong who was clinging to his arm, or Xuanli who was hugging him from behind, the cloth covering their bodies was pitifully thin. That amazing touch, that smooth skin, that warm body temperature. Lin Xingjian's brain went blank in an instant, and all the muscles in his body were tense like a stone. He could even hear the sound of his own heart beating wildly in his chest. It seemed as if she felt the stiffness of his body and the sudden acceleration of his heartbeat, or perhaps she was startled by the movement of his turning his head. Xingtong let out a kitten-like moan, her long eyelashes trembled a few times, and she slowly opened her beautiful eyes. She blinked blankly at first, then saw Lin Xingjian's face clearly, and felt the wetness at the corner of her mouth. Her face turned red in an instant, and she frantically wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Brother Xingjian, I didn't mean it. Her movement startled Xianli behind her. Xuanli's eyes suddenly opened, and at first they were still a little hazy as if she had just woken up. But when she saw her current posture clearly, almost her whole body was pressed against her master's back, with her arms tightly around his waist. Her face instantly turned red, like a ripe apple. She retracted her arm as if she had been electrocuted, shrank her body backward, and avoided Lin Xingjian's sight in panic. Her usually cold voice now had a barely perceptible tremor. Master. High-end hunters often appear as prey. Xianli took the tactic of playing both sides to the extreme. The room was filled with the delicate fragrance of a young girl. Lin Xingjian took a deep breath, suppressed the turbulent blood, and tried to make his voice sound calm. Explain it. Why are you here? How did you get in? He remembered that he had locked the door before going to bed. Xingtong blushed, twisted the corner of her clothes with her fingers, lowered her head and muttered softly, I'm scared. Yesterday, the demons were so scary. I couldn't sleep alone. She secretly glanced at Xuanli, then. I saw Sister Xuanli, also outside the door. Xuanli's face turned even redder. I'm scared too. It is my duty to protect my master. Close protection is safer. She deliberately emphasized the word close to the body. Xingtong immediately hugged Lin Xingjian's arm. That's right. It's safest to be with brother Xingjian. Lin Xingjian looked at the two women who were obviously on edge in the past. At this moment, they are as close as sisters. Women's minds are really hard to understand. Okay. He held his forehead helplessly. Now, immediately, get dressed and go back to your room to wash and get ready. National competition, gather and set off in half an hour. His tone grew serious. The two girls looked at each other, and although they were a little reluctant, they still responded obediently. Yes, Master Xingjian, brother. Watching the two women leave the room hesitantly, looking back every few steps, Lin Xingjian finally breathed a sigh of relief. He felt more tired than after fighting a tough battle. He rubbed his swollen temples, stood up and walked towards the bathroom. The cold water rushed down. The boy in the mirror's eyes became sharp and calm again. The most important thing now is to level up. We can't let this kind of thing get to our heads. If you want to survive, if you want to protect, you have to become stronger. He whispered to himself, water running down his chiseled cheeks. Participate in the national competition and get more national resources. Very important. When Lin Xingjian was dressed and opened the door, Xuanli and Xingtong were already waiting outside. Both of them changed into combat-friendly clothing. The blush on the two girls' faces had not yet completely faded, but their eyes had regained their clarity. They looked at each other, seemed to have reached some kind of tacit understanding, and naturally stood on Lin Xingjian's left and right sides. In the corridor, Su Mingyuan, Lei Lai and others also came out one after another. Su Mingyuan nodded at Lin Xingjian. Qin Tianga, Xiaoying and others also walked out of the room. When they glanced at Lin Xingjian, their eyes were filled with undisguised fighting spirit. Meet at the hotel lobby. Mr. Mo and Principal Wang still looked solemn. Set off. Mo Lao said in a deep voice. The group walked out of the hotel and boarded a special car heading to the competition venue, the Beiluo City Central Arena. Outside the car window, pedestrians were hurrying on the street. The air was still filled with the tension brought about by yesterday's events, but people's pace was not hurried. The new king's words temporarily stabilized the foundation of the country.
Beluo City's central arena.
It is shaped like the ancient Roman Colosseum and is extremely large, enough to accommodate millions of people to watch the game. At this moment, there were crowds of people outside the arena, and passionate background music resounded through the sky. Elite students from 18 provinces gathered here like rivers flowing into the sea. The national competition has officially begun.
Chapter 54: Xia's Countermeasures.
Beluo City, deep in the royal court. In a top-secret meeting room made of special alloy and covered with isolation arrays.
The atmosphere is solemn.
The new king, Xinjiang, sat in the main seat, his face still firm, but a layer of indissoluble haze shrouded his brows. Sitting around the long table were the true power core and top combat force of the Xia kingdom: the military marshal, the chief of intelligence, the director of education, and several legendary strongmen who were the pillars of the country. The huge holographic screen repeatedly played the tragic scene at the North Gate yesterday, as well as a close-up of the expedition leader's desperate roar. Next to it was the final encrypted intelligence sent back from the front line. In the boundless tide of monsters, several terrifying figures emitting dark golden light, like immortal demons. They ignored the expeditionary forces pouring energy artillery fire, the forbidden spells that tore through space, and the desperate attacks of the top powerhouses. Their bodies regenerate rapidly after being damaged, and even if they are blown into pieces, they can recover instantly.
King level, immortal body. The chief of intelligence's voice was dry.
Preliminary analysis shows that their body structure and energy composition have undergone fundamental changes, making them different from any known demons. Conventional physical and energy attacks, including all the elemental, spiritual, and rule level skills we know of, cannot effectively kill them.
Or perhaps, they simply possess immortality. What about the seal? An old man with white hair and beard, whose aura was like a towering mountain, asked in a deep voice. Since we can't kill him, can we seal him? Disaster.
Another old man in a research suit with sunken eye sockets shook his head. He was Xia country's top academic master of skills.
Our current sealing techniques simply can't do that.
Unless it is a top-level sealing expert who sets up a super-large, multi-layered composite sealing array, it is possible to trap them for a while. But this is just a theory. Moreover, we in Xia country don't have such a powerful seal master.
There was a dead silence in the conference room. A top-level seal master? Xia country does not have any powerful sealing experts.
The strong all seek to increase their strength.
After all, if it can kill the other party, why seal it?
Speaking of those who have some knowledge of seals, the strongest one at the moment is Yi Nantian from the space system, but he is far from reaching that level.
Ask for help from the other 6 nations.
The military marshal slammed the table with a sound like a huge bell.
When the lips and teeth are gone, they are interdependent. Xia country is the front line in resisting the demons.
If the Xia kingdom falls, it is only a matter of time before the demonic tide sweeps across the entire East continent.
When the nest is destroyed, how can all the eggs remain intact? They must take action. Already in emergency contact.
The foreign minister's face was grave. But distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. The other 6 countries each had their own thoughts, especially those in the western continent, who had been watching the fire from the other side of the river. Convincing them to send a truly top-tier expert with a national-level sealing artifact would take time and require an unimaginable price. Moreover, the demons may not give us this time.
Silence, depression.
At this moment, a clear and calm voice sounded. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man sitting below Xinjiang's left. He has a thin face, clear and sharp eyes, and wears a simple gray gown. He has a restrained aura but gives people an unfathomable feeling. He is the chief of Xia country's think tank and also a legendary spiritual master with unfathomable strength, Zhuge Ming.
Everyone, please be patient.
Zhuge Ming's voice carried a strange soothing power.
Although the situation is critical, there is hope.
The fact that the demons chose to use this method of attacking the heart, using a deeply corrupted and even soul-controlling legion commander to tear down our morale under the watchful eyes of the public, instead of taking advantage of our expeditionary forces' recent defeat and internal panic to launch a large-scale attack on the city.
This in itself illustrates a problem. He looked around at everyone with a sharp gaze. They are afraid.
Afraid of our king, afraid of the trump cards that our Xia country has not yet revealed. They want to use fear and despair to make us collapse from within and fall apart without a fight. Being immortal does not mean being truly invincible. Zhuge Ming said firmly. Everything that exists has its own rules of operation and weaknesses, but we haven't found them yet. The ceiling path is feasible, but it takes time to prepare. This period of time is the key for us to catch our breath, find solutions, and accumulate strength. He turned to Xinjiang, bowed and said, Your Majesty, I suggest that we take a two-pronged approach. First, I will be personally responsible for mobilizing all intelligence resources in secret channels, at all costs, to contact the other 6 countries, explain the pros and cons, and make sure to promote that anti-demon alliance and strive for support for the seal. Secondly, we must conduct a thorough internal investigation and cleansing to uncover the spies planted by the demons. Thirdly, and most importantly, Zhuge Ming SK screw profound, speed up the training of our next generation. Use all your resources to ignite the fire of hope. The demons are afraid of the potential of our Xia country, so let us show them how brilliant the future of Xia country can be. Xinjiang had been listening silently. At this moment, he slowly raised his head, and the fatigue in his eyes was replaced by a sharp determination. He stood up, his burly figure seemed to be able to support the oppressive sky.
Mr. Zhuge is absolutely right. Xinjiang's voice was steady and powerful. Panic and despair will not solve the problem. Immortality? Then find a way to kill it. Seal? Then go and ask for it. Go change. Go fight.
His eyes swept over the crowd, finally landing on the tragic scene on the holographic screen. As for hope, it's outside, in the central arena. Xinjiang's face rarely revealed a trace of solemnity with expectation. The national competition brings together the top monsters of the younger generation of my Xia country.
Especially that.
Number 1 seed, Lin Xinjiang.
The second awakening pupil magician can turn the tide in Molten Core and defeat the demon projection. I am looking forward to seeing his performance in person. The game is about to start, it's time for us to go and watch it. Chapter 55, Second Seed.
In the central arena, inside the exclusive preparation room for the seeded players.
8 figures were either sitting or standing, each emitting a heart-pounding aura.
This is where the country's top demons gather. The 4th seed, a bald burly man, crossed his arms and spoke in a muffled voice, Hey, what do you think the higher-ups are up to this time?
The brand of the number 1 seed can be changed just like that? Boss Ling has been sitting in this position for so long, why should he give it up to someone who has never heard of it?
The boss Ling he mentioned was none other than the 2nd seed, Ling Qianyu, who was standing alone in front of the huge French window with his back to the crowd, wearing a pure white robe with gold trim. He stood tall and straight, with long golden hair glistening in the dim light of the room, like a perfect sculpture, silent but emitting an invisible sense of oppression. He didn't react to the discussions behind him, as if he was out of it. Hat, seed number 7, the young elementalist, chuckled.
Molten Fire Secret Realm? Summon a giant? Turn the tide? It sounds quite intimidating. Who of you believes it? He glanced around, his eyes sweeping over the other people. That is.
The 5th seed, the girl with short light blue hair, curled her lips.
Let the demons cross the border and kill at all costs? And he was killed in return? This script is too outrageous. What about when we were 3 years old? The people are easy to fool, but we are not. The 9th seed, a girl wearing black-framed glasses, calmly analyzed, based on the analysis of existing public information, there are many logical doubts in this incident.
First, the cross-border projection requires a level of energy far beyond the norm, and the target is only a student with unknown potential. The input-output ratio is seriously unbalanced and does not conform to the usual behavior pattern of the demons. Secondly, it is impossible for an F-level second awakener to kill the demon projection.
As far as I know, the demon projection is at least level 80 or above. How could he do that with his second awakening? Moreover, the official has not released any grade data at all, which is very suspicious.
Third, there is no reliable video surveillance evidence to support the so-called counter-killing of the demons.
This is very intriguing. The number 10 seed, the young man holding the shield, spoke calmly. Brother Ling's strength is obvious to everyone.
A level 62 SSS class holy judge, a master of both light and darkness.
Who has a higher level than him?
Reaching level 62 before the national competition is something that is rarely seen in 1,000 years. Being suddenly replaced by a person of unknown origin is indeed hard to convince people.
Although he didn't say it explicitly, his meaning couldn't be more obvious. Lin Xinjiang is not worthy.
Let me see, the strongman number 4 sneered, his fists clenched and cracked. It's likely someone is trying to promote Lin Xinjiang and is deliberately creating hype. He stepped on our boss Ling's head to get to the top.
The killing of demons is all a script. It's a gimmick. The purpose is to suppress Boss Ling and support the newcomers. Humph, I've seen this kind of tactics many times.
The atmosphere in the preparation room became somewhat tense because of this discussion. Feelings of doubt, disdain, and sympathy for Ling Qianyu were spreading. They all acknowledged Ling Qianyu's strength and believed that he was the well-deserved number 1 seed. After all, the terrifying level of 62 is there.
Lin Xingjian? He is just a parallel import who was pushed out to act.
Ling Qianyu still stood in front of the window with his back to everyone, silently. However, beneath his seemingly calm back, the fingers hanging by his side curled up very slightly, and his nails almost dug into his palms. The eyes reflected in the window glass were filled with cold anger and humiliation.
Just then,
ding, there was a slight sound of unlocking from the heavy door of the preparation room, and the energy light curtain slid silently to both sides. All discussions stopped abruptly.
Their eyes instantly focused on the door.
The powerful breath perception is like an invisible tentacle, which has already detected the arrival of the person. The strongman number 4 grinned provocatively. "Yo, mention Chow Chow, here comes Chow Chow.
Our hero is here." The element caused a hint of amusement to flash in the young man's eyes.
The short-haired girl has sharp eyes. The girl in black-framed glasses looked at him calmly. The young man holding the shield frowned slightly. Ling Qianyu's body finally turned around slowly. There was no expression on his handsome face. There was only Lin Xingjian in his eyes. When Lin Xingjian and Shanli entered the preparation room under the guidance of the staff, they also felt the hostility of other seated players.
The powerful aura was like a real tide, rushing towards you in an instant. Each of these 8 people is like a human-shaped ferocious beast, emitting a heart-pounding aura. Their level seems to be at least above level 50. Starting from SSS level talent.
They are the true national treasures cultivated by all provinces with all their efforts.
Xuanli, a level 56 SSS Phoenix Speaker of the End, could only rank 6th.
She could feel that here she could only barely squeeze into the middle. The ranking of the 6th seed is well deserved.
Lin Xingjian's eyes swept over everyone calmly.
A bald, muscular man with a bloody giant axe on his back 4th seed. A girl with short light blue hair 5th seed.
A young elementalist seed number 7 wearing a gorgeous elemental robe.
A young man seed number 8 sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, 3 ancient flying swords floating behind him, and a sinister sword aura. A petite girl with black-framed glasses and eyes as calm as a human machine seated 9th.
A calm young man holding a huge shield, the 10th seed.
A woman in black seed number 3 with a stern face, a strange short blade hanging from her waist, and an aura like a lurking poisonous snake.
And the 2nd seed Ling Qianyu, who was wearing a white robe with gold edges.
When Lin Xingjian and Shanli took their first step into the preparation room, the originally restrained aura around Ling Qianyu suddenly changed.
Boom! A terrifying pressure, like a sleeping ancient beast suddenly awakening. With holy light and the shadow of destruction, it exploded. It instantly swept the entire preparation room. Click! Click! Click!
Except for the 3rd and 4th seeds, whose bodies were shaking violently and they could barely stand firm. The other seeds, number 5, 7, 8, 9, and 10, were so suddenly overwhelmed by this terrifying pressure with dual attributes that they felt as if they were hit in the chest by a huge hammer. They groaned, staggered, and almost fell to their knees. Their eyes were filled with horror.
Shanli stood in front of Lin Xingmian in an instant.
She only felt a huge force of holiness and destruction pressing down on her, and the phoenix flame of the end in her body instinctively rose up to resist. She groaned, her body leaning back slightly uncontrollably, her waist bent in a noticeable arc, and the hard ground under her feet even had tiny cracks on it.
His eyes were full of shock.
However, it is at the center of this terrifying pressure that is enough to crush mountains.
Lin Xing saw that he was unmoved.
Those dark eyes have turned into the weird samsara eyes.
Shinra Tensei. Boom!
Ling Qianyu's terrifying pressure, which was enough to make seeds number 5, number 7, number 8, number 9, and number 10 almost kneel down, directly collided with Shinra Tensing's terrifying repulsive field.
Boom! The two forces are completely different in nature, and they collided violently between the two people.
The ground beneath their feet was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks, which spread rapidly. The space in the entire preparation room was twisting and shaking violently. The energy patterns on the wall flickered, emitting a shrill alarm buzz.
Puff! Ah!
The short-haired girl number 5 and the elemental youth number 7, who were closest to the two, bore the brunt of the attack. They were already struggling to resist the aftermath of Ling Qianyu's pressure, and were now swept by the invisible shockwave generated by the collision of these two forces. The two men's faces changed drastically at the same time. They could no longer hold on and suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. Their bodies flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and hit the wall hard. The young man with flying sword number 8 groaned, and the 3 flying swords behind him vibrated like a whale, and the sword light dimmed. The girl with black-framed glasses hid behind the young man holding a shield and trembled all over. The shield-wielding youth number 10 held the giant shield tightly, and the shield groaned under the heavy burden. The ground beneath his feet even collapsed. Even the strongest black-clad woman number 3 and bald man number 4 were shocked by the invisible impact of will, and their blood was boiling. They took several steps back before they could steady themselves, with horror on their faces. Xianli was behind Lin Xingjian, firmly protected by his repulsive field. At this moment, the alarm sounded in the preparation room. Buzz! The heavy alloy door of the preparation room was forcibly pushed open. An old man wearing a dark blue uniform and a match referee badge on his chest walked in quickly. Private fighting is strictly prohibited in the preparation room. Violators will be disqualified. The old arbitrator's voice was cold, and his eyes swept sternly over Lin Xingjian and Ling Qianyu. The two of them stopped at the same time in tacit understanding. Ling Qianyu looked at Lin Xingjian with cold eyes. Lin Xingjian's Rinnegan turned back into ordinary black eyes and his face was calm. Snort! Ling Qianyu squeezed out an icy snort from his throat. You do have some strength, beyond my expectations. But that's it. Not everyone can take the number 1 seed position. I will personally pull you down from that position that doesn't belong to you on the field. Crush all your luck. Let you know what the real gap is. Ling Qianyu was just releasing pressure, but he could feel that Lin Xingjian was using a skill. The difference is obvious. Sure enough, this guy is a fake in disguise. What he didn't know was that Lin Xingjian was very restrained in his strength. He doesn't want Shinra Tensei to complete 8 kills in a row. After all, he is not a demon. See you on the field then. Chapter 56 Dark Horse. In the central arena, millions of people watched the fight. Live broadcast nationwide. All the senior officials of Xia State gathered together. The new king, Qin Zhan, was dressed in a simple black military uniform and stood as tall and straight as a pine tree. Beside him was the chief think tank Shuga Ming. Next to them are several top-level experts including the military marshal and the director general of education. Wow! King! Mr. Zhuge! Your Excellency Marshal! A roar like a tsunami resounded through the sky. Everyone understood that with the new king in person and all the core leaders present, this was not just a competition, but also a moment for Xia Kingdom to show its hope for the future to the entire country and even the Demon Clan under the shadow of the Demon Clan. Familiar faces such as Mr. Mo, Commissioner Zhou Hong, and Principal Wang Defa were also present in the viewing gallery. Xianli's father, Xian Zhengye, was also sitting there. He looked at the seated players area, especially Xianli and Lin Xingjian. Seated player area. Located in the most conspicuous position just below the main stand. 10 thrones made of special energy crystals are arranged in order according to their numbers. When Lin Xingjian slowly walked towards the number 1 throne at the top, which symbolized supreme glory, millions of eyes were focused on him like searchlights. There is admiration, fanaticism, doubt, and also undisguised cold hostility like Ling Qianyu's. Lin Xing saw that his expression was calm. He sat down steadily on the highest throne, his black battlesuit forming a sharp contrast with the dazzling crystal throne. Below him, on throne number 2, Ling Qianyu had shining golden hair, a white robe as white as snow, and a perfect smile on her face. He tilted his head slightly, glanced at Lin Xingjian, and a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Further down, and so on, all the seated players took their seats. These 10 people represent the top strength of the younger generation of Xia country. Just by sitting there, the aura he exudes is enough to attract the attention of the entire arena and make countless spectators excited. That's the seated player. So strong. Look at number 1. That's Lin Xingjian. Meet Lin Xing? Was he the one who killed the demon projection? It seems that he is not as powerful as the rumors say. Judging from his aura, his level seems to be lower than Ling Qianyu. Lord Ling Qianyu is so handsome. In a corner of the boiling audience, in an inconspicuous corner, an ordinary-looking young man wearing a washed-out gray hoodie sat quietly in the waiting area for ordinary contestants. He lowered his head, the shadow of the hood covering most of his face, leaving only his slightly strong chin exposed. Surrounded by other contestants who were discussing excitedly and rubbing their hands in preparation, he seemed to be standing aside and keeping a restrained breath.
His name is Zhang Mo, and he comes from an unknown small town in the northwest border. His registered occupation is an unremarkable B-level, elemental affinity.
In the previous provincial selection, he performed averagely, with his grade just on the qualifying line. He stumbled all the way and luckily squeezed into the national competition as the last one. Among the many geniuses here, he is inconspicuous. However, under the shadow of the lowered hood, a pair of calm eyes were clearly reflecting the scene of the seated player area.
His gaze first fell on the throne at the highest point. Lin Xing saw. Starlight flickered in the depths of Zhang Mo's pupils.
His gaze shifted to Ling Qianyu. The majestic energy interwoven with holiness and shadow, like a burning two-color flame, reached a level of 62. It was truly dazzling and worthy of the title of genius. But in Zhang Mo's eyes, the power of light and darkness seemed strong, but there were obvious conflict nodes, like the tiny cracks on exquisite porcelain. Light and darkness share the same origin, yet they have yet to truly become one. Their hierarchy is empty, but their foundation is unstable. When faced with the true power of rules, they are vulnerable. He shook his head secretly.
Next is Xuanli.
The power of the end, so pure.
This girl's bloodline is not simple.
A trace of solemnity flashed in Zhang Mo's eyes. His eyes swept over the other seated players one by one, each of them representing the pinnacle of their respective fields. Amazing, worthy of being a seed selected with the efforts of the entire nation.
Zhang Mo sighed sincerely in his heart.
But this sigh is not out of inferiority, but excitement.
A power like a dormant volcano quietly surged deep within his seemingly ordinary body. That was not the leakage of tremendous energy, but an invisible will returning to the origin. Seed? Genius?
Under the shadow of his hood, the corners of Zhang Mo's mouth curved into an extremely confident arc.
I admit that you are very strong, dazzlingly strong. But my goal has never been a seated seat.
He slowly raised his head. Lin Xingjian Ling Qianyu, your strength will only make this game more exciting. I will step on the shoulders of everyone, including you shining seeds. Step by step, to the highest position. Use my eyes that see through everything, use my hands that can return everything to its source.
Tell everyone who is the real number one.
His inner monologue was like thunder, exploding beneath his calm exterior. An extremely obscure wave of will spread out a circle of imperceptible ripples around him, and then quickly returned to calm. He lowered his head again and shrank back into the shadow of his hood, as if he had turned back into the inconspicuous ordinary B-level player Zhang Mo. Pretending to be a pig is to eat the most ferocious tiger at the most critical moment. The national competition has officially begun.
And the real dark horse has already quietly entered the market. Chapter 57: The Dark Secret?
The competition officially begins. The voice of the new king, Qin Zhan, was clearly transmitted throughout the entire central arena through the amplification array, and even transmitted to every corner of Xia country through live broadcast. Dear students, you are the backbone of the future of my Xia country. Today, it is not for fame or personal gain. It is for the survival of our human race, and to ignite the fire of indomitable spirit under the shadow of the demons. Use all your strength and fight to show the spirit of the men of Xia. As soon as the words fell, millions of viewers were excited and cheered like a tsunami. Xia country.
Xia country.
The shouts were deafening. In the contestant area, whether it is the shining seeds or the inconspicuous corners, the fighting spirit is ignited. An old referee with an aura as vast as the sea walked to the center of the field and said in a resounding voice, "The rules are simple.
Just fight. The winner advances and the loser is eliminated. Until the strongest one is decided."
In the first round, 190 advanced to 95.
Sight division, at the same time. Matching start.
A huge magic light curtain flashed above the arena, and countless names scrolled rapidly. After a moment, the first round of match list was finalized. Sight number 1, Lin Xingjian level 58, F-class pupil master versus Lei Lai level 28, S-class dragonblood berserker.
Sight number 2, Ling Qianyu level 62, SSS level judge of light and darkness versus Site number 190, Zhang Mo registration, level 32, B-level elemental affinity versus.
As soon as the list came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. In the seated player area, Lin Xing was slightly stunned when he saw the name of his opponent. Lei Lai, who was sitting in the ordinary contestant area, suddenly had a very strange expression on his face, as if he had eaten feces. He stood up suddenly, his burly body trembling slightly.
Oh shit. Hitting this monster in the first round? Still level 58?
Lei Lai cursed softly, but the fierceness of a warrior in his eyes remained unchanged. As for Lin Xingjian, Lei Lai was in between submission and dissatisfaction, half submission.
I admit defeat. But you want me to give up immediately? No way. Even if I lose, I will splatter your blood. I want to see how evil you are.
Lin Xingjian and the other seated players stood up and walked towards their respective independent small venues. Countless eyes, especially those in the upper stands and audience seats, and even Ling Qianyu and Zhang Yamo who were walking towards their own venues, all focused their attention on venue number 1. Lin Xingjian and Lei Lai stood opposite each other.
The huge level difference made this battle lose suspense in everyone's eyes. Only level 58? I remember number 2 was around level 60, right? Is this level seed number 1? Is the second awakening very strong? Lord Ling Qianyu is level 62 SSS.
Lei Lai is in trouble, he is doomed to be eliminated in the first round. I hope Lei Lai can hold on for a few more moves and force something out of him.
Wait for the counterfeiting to be cracked down. I feel like there's definitely something wrong with Lin Xing seeing this guy. The referee stood between the two of them and read out expressionlessly, contestant Lin Xingjian, level 58, occupation, F level pupil magician. Player Lei Lai, level 28, occupation, S level dragon blood berserker. According to the rules of the game, a team will be deemed the loser if it admits defeat, loses its fighting ability or leaves the field. Intentional killing or disability is prohibited. Now, contestant greetings. According to convention, both sides need to shake hands before the game starts. Lei Lai took a deep breath, suppressed the depression in his heart, strode forward, and stretched out his hand. See you, Lin Xing. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Even if you lose, I'm going to splatter your blood too. Seeing that his expression was still calm, Lin Xing reached out and held Lei Lai's hand. At the moment their palms touched, something strange happened suddenly. The fighting spirit on Lei Lai's face froze instantly, replaced by extreme horror. Wrong. That's very wrong. Ugh. A muffled groan came out of Lei Lai's throat. His burly body began to tremble violently, and all the muscles in his body spasmed uncontrollably. He felt that the power he was proud of was fading away like crazy. Thump. Under the extremely astonished gazes of millions of spectators, all the senior executives, and all the contestants, the S-rank dragon blood berserker Lei Lai his knees softened and he knelt straight down towards Lin Xingjian. Then, as if all his strength was drained out, his huge body fell forward, and with a bang, he fell face down on the ground. He completely lost consciousness, only his body was still twitching slightly. The whole process was incredibly fast. From the handshake to Lei Lai kneeling on the street, it only took a short moment. Lin Xingjian slowly withdrew his hand and felt a little emotional. Is the hungry ghost realm so domineering? The entire central arena fell into deathly silence. You can hear a pin drop. What happened? Am I blind? Why is this guy kneeling? Small car accident? Acting? This is too fake. The inside story. It's definitely a shady deal. A level 58 F-class player can instantly defeat a level 28 S-class player with just a handshake? Lei Lai took the money? Refund the ticket. Resist the shady dealings. What a bullshit competition. Lin Xingjian is cheating. Investigate strictly. Chapter 58 Victory will tilt towards me. The scene where Lin Xingjian instantly killed Lei Lai by just shaking hands was nothing but naked acting and shady dealings in the eyes of millions of viewers who did not know the truth. The deafening boos and waves of questioning almost overturned the arena. However, on the high platform, the eyes of the new king Xinjian, Zhu Gaming, the military marshal, Mo Lao and others suddenly became sharp. Their powerful perception captured everything clearly. At the moment of shaking hands, Lin Xingjian's palm seemed to turn into a black hole that swallowed everything. At an incredible speed, it instantly drained most of the dragon blood magic power in Lei Lai's body. Another unheard of strange ability. Is this the second awakening? A hint of deep meaning flashed in Xinjian's eyes, while Zhu Gaming stroked his beard thoughtfully. In the referee's seat, the experienced old referee's pupils shrank slightly. He was closest to the situation and felt it most directly. Lei Lai was hollowed out the moment of contact. He suppressed the turmoil in his heart and announced loudly, "Sight number 1. Lei Lai lost consciousness. The winner will be seen by Lin Xing." Zhang Mo's eyes at sight 190 flickered violently. Extracting magic power? Direct plunder? He was shaken inwardly. Such a domineering and strange power. This Lin Xingjian is indeed worthy of being the number 1 seed. Lin Xingjian ignored the booze, turned around calmly, and walked back to the number 1 throne and sat down. For him, the best solution is to use the Hungry Ghost Realm to end the battle with the least consumption and the fastest speed. The noise of others is not worth paying attention to. He cast his eyes to other venues, searching for familiar figures. The battle in Xuanli's arena has ended with an easy victory. And the star pupil on the other side. Although she is only level 27 in her profession, Cosmic Summoner, is not very strong in the early stages, she perfectly illustrates what money power means. She was surrounded by several glittering top-level equipment, her protective shield was indestructible, and her amplification wand shone brightly. The opponent's attacks were like tickles to her. The few Star War beasts she casually summoned, which had powerful auras and were obviously blessed with equipment, easily forced the opponents out of the field. She clapped her hands, looking relieved. TSK, the happiness of a rich woman. Lin Xing saw the corners of his mouth slightly raised. But soon, his gaze became serious and fell on Su Mingyuan's field. Su Mingyuan, a level occupation, balance master, level 47. His opponent was the 8th seed, with 3 ancient flying swords floating behind him. The sword energy soared into the sky, cold and chilling. The level is as high as 54, and his profession is the powerful, 3 talents sword master. There is a clear level gap between seeds and non-seeds, and the professional ratings are even more unequal, with a level versus SSS level. Almost everyone who followed this battle thought it would be a foregone conclusion. The 8th seed had an expression of undisguised contempt on his face. He didn't even use the 3 main swords behind him. He just relied on the sword energy condensed at his fingertips and swung it around like a cat playing with a mouse. The sharp sword energy forced Su Mingyuan to dodge left and right in a panic. What was strange was that the 8th-seeded player noticed that while Su Mingyuan was dodging, his eyes were fixed on his feet. Every time he dodged, he seemed to deliberately adjust the angle, trying to step on his shadow. This action seemed extremely strange to others. "What are you doing? Insect!" The 8th-seed player naturally noticed it and sneered, showing even more disdain. His figure flashed, as fast as a ghost, and he approached Su Mingyuan in an instant. A condensed sword finger pierced Su Mingyuan's shoulder blade, intending to seriously injure and humiliate him. Phew! The sword finger pierced Su Mingyuan's shoulder accurately, and blood spurted out. But at the same time, Su Mingyuan's eyes flashed with brilliance. He endured the severe pain and stepped forward with his left foot, standing firmly on the elongated shadow of the 8th-seed player. Game over. Su Mingyuan roared angrily, his voice filled with pain and incomparable excitement. Buzz! A mysterious wave of rules suddenly descended. Behind Su Mingyuan, an enormous golden scale phantom, emitting an aura of judgment and balance, suddenly appeared. What? The power of rules? In the high-level stands, several top-level masters suddenly sat up straight, with terrifying light bursting out of their eyes. Even the eyes of the new King Qin Zhan and Zhuge Ming became extremely focused. Zhang Mo, who was in the corner, showed genuine surprise for the first time under his hood. He is also a rule-based person. A level career? What a joke! The 8th-seeded player in the field felt it most strongly. The moment the huge scale appeared, a chill from the depths of his soul made his hair stand on end. He felt an invisible supreme power locking onto him, as if he had become a weight being placed on the scales of judgment. Victory will be mine. Su Mingyuan's voice was like the declaration of the law, resounding throughout the small venue. As he finished speaking, the huge golden scale shadow, representing Su Mingyuan, suddenly sank. The end representing the 8th seed is raised high. Rules of the balance realm: gain power tilt by completing random games, this time it's stepping on shadows. Boom! A terrifying force instantly filled Su Mingyuan's body. His aura soared like a rocket, completely overwhelming his level 54 opponent. The wound on his shoulder healed rapidly under the power of rules, and his whole body was full of vigor and vitality. On the other hand, the 8th seed player's face turned pale as paper in an instant. He was horrified to find that the vast magic power in his body seemed to be imprisoned by invisible shackles, its circulation was sluggish, and he could only exert 30% of his full strength.
The body also became extremely heavy, as if carrying a mountain. Although his level did not drop, the actual power he could mobilize was forcibly suppressed by the rules to a level far lower than Su Mingyuan.
No. Impossible.
What kind of witchcraft is this? The 8th seed was horrified and frantically urged the 3 flying swords behind him. However, the sword light dimmed, its speed slowed down, and it no longer had the sharp momentum it had before.
Now, it's my turn. Su Mingyuan's eyes were burning with fighting spirit.
He rushed forward suddenly, his speed was several times faster than before. There are no fancy techniques, just the simplest and most direct punches and kicks. With the absolute power advantage brought by the victory tilt.
Bang! 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 Every punch hits the flesh. My feet are full of wind.
The sword moves that the 8th seed player was proud of looked so pale and ridiculous under the absolute suppression of power. He was like a sandbag, being beaten back step by Su Mingyuan's violent attack, and had no power to fight back. The protective sword energy was shattered by a punch, and the flying sword was kicked away.
Ah! Accompanied by an unwilling roar, the 8th seed player was hit hard in the chest by Su Mingyuan's powerful whip kick.
The whole person flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, hit the energy shield at the edge of the field, and then slid to the ground and fainted.
The entire arena fell silent again.
This time, it was no longer anger directed at the shady dealings, but pure shock and confusion. It was outrageous enough that Lin Xingjian was killed instantly by a handshake in venue number 1.
Now, an unseeded A-level professional player actually crushed and eliminated the 8th seeded player? And in such a strange and subversive way? The referee opened his mouth, trembling with disbelief. 9 Field 9.
The 8th seed player has lost his fighting power.
The winner, Su Mingyuan. Wow. Fuck. What did I see? A level counter-killing SSS level seed? That balance. What kind of ability is that? Rule. The 8th seed was eliminated in the first round? Killed by an A-level guy?
This competition is so poisonous.
First it's the handshake kill, now the rule kill? Su Mingyuan? Who is this guy? So awesome.
The live comments section went completely crazy, with countless question marks and exclamation marks flooding the screen. At the seed preparation seat, only Lin Xingjian showed a smile that said, as expected. He had always felt that Su Mingyuan's abilities were more than what they appeared to be. The expressions of the other seeded players, including Ling Qianyu, changed. The unreasonable power of rules displayed by Su Mingyuan made them feel strongly threatened. You never know who the dark horse in the national competition will be. Ling Qianyu looked at Su Mingyuan standing proudly on the field, then glanced at Lin Xingjian who was standing next to him with a calm expression, and the sinister look in his eyes became even stronger. These two people are variables. The 8th seeded player, who had just woken up and was carried away by the medical team, was so angry when he heard the discussions in the audience and the referee's announcement that he spit out blood again. His eyes went dark and he almost fainted again.
1 round tour. He is a seeded player. It was only 1 round. And he was eliminated in such a humiliating way by an A-level profession. Shame. What a shame and humiliation.
The atmosphere of the entire central fighting arena was completely ignited and became extremely weird because of the 2 cognitive subversive battles between Lin Xingjian and Su Mingyuan. Everyone realized that this national competition was probably far from as simple as they had imagined, where the seeded players would crush everyone else. The real dark horse and unexpected strong man are tearing off their disguise and revealing their ferocious fangs.
Chapter 59, Doubts Grow Louder. The first round ended with 190 to 95. After the contestants drank the magic tonic and rested for a while. In the second round, the results of the draw from 95 to 48 were announced soon. Number 1 seed, Lin Xingjian, gets a bye and advances directly to the next round. As soon as this result came out, the millions of viewers who were already full of doubts about Lin Xingjian instantly exploded. Buys? Why? There is indeed something shady going on. Afraid that he will be exposed. He must be feeling guilty. I don't dare to fight anymore. Relying on a buy? Is this worthy of being the number 1 seed? Shoo. We need the truth.
Doubts and boos swept through the audience again like a tsunami, even more turbulent than before. In the eyes of countless viewers, Lin Xingjian, the winner of the handshake kill, has been labeled as a parallel import and a connected person. Most people thought that the previous killing of the demon projection was just a show.
The buy has become ironclad evidence of a guilty conscience.
On the high platform, Zhu Geming shook his head slightly. The new King Qin Zhan had a blank expression on his face. His eyes swept across the boiling audience and finally fell on Lin Xingzhan, who was sitting on the throne of the number 1 seed. Lin Xingzhan just closed his eyes calmly and ignored the boos. For him, why not take a buy to save energy? As for the noise of others, it is just like the chirping of summer insects on ice. Fighting was raging in other areas. Xuanli is level 56, SSS Phoenix Speaker of the End. Thanks to the domineering nature of the power of the End, it is almost impossible for opponents to get close to him, and he easily advanced.
Xingtong is level 27, and the S-level Star Summoner once again demonstrated the power of money.
Although he is not at an advantage in level, he has worn down his opponents with the endless top-level protective items and summoned beast enhancement equipment, and advanced without any danger. Su Mingyuan, level 47, and a level balance controller, became one of the focuses of the audience after experiencing the rule killing in the last round. This time, the game he randomly got was not being touched by the other party for 10 seconds. The other party doesn't know the rules of the game. So Su Mingyuan easily dragged out the 10 seconds by relying on his mouth, triggering the victory tilt again, and eliminated his opponent in a crushing manner, causing another round of exclamations.
Chen Lai is level 32, SSS Lava Beast.
With his thick skin and violent strength, he transformed into a giant beast and blasted his opponent out of the field, successfully advancing.
Li Yan, level 31, SSS Flameblast Monarch, unfortunately encountered another powerful seed player.
Under the dual suppression of level and profession, although he tried his best and the flames were raging, he was ultimately defeated.
Qin Tiange is level 35, and he feels the pressure from his SSS level Wanshan Guiyuan user, as his opponent is much higher in level than him.
But he showed amazing adaptability and combat wisdom, his body constantly changing shape, sometimes turning into a strong shield to resist, sometimes turning into a sharp blade to attack, and even creating several clones with weak breath but enough to confuse the opponent. In the end, he seized the opportunity, one with a very tricky angle, and successfully advanced. Xiaoying, level 34, SSS level Shadow Lord, also encountered a seeded player. Under the opponent's powerful perception and range skill restraint, his elusive shadow raids were difficult to work, and he was ultimately defeated. At this point, among the students from the same province as Lin Xingzhan, only Shenli, Xingtong, Su Mingyuan, Chen Lai and Qin Tiange advanced to the top 48. The list of top 48 has been released, and the next round of 48 to 24 draw is ready. The players took a short break to replenish their magic power. Xuanli and Xingtong excitedly ran to the edge of the seed preparation area and waved vigorously at Lin Xingzhan, who was sitting on throne number 1, with smiles on their faces.
Owner! We won!
Xianli shouted softly, his eyes full of admiration.
Look how great we are! Xingtong was also very excited. However, their voices were quickly drowned out by the whispers directed at Lin Xingzhan from the audience below. Look at those two women, they are also in the same group with him, right? He must have gotten to the top through connections. What master! What a fun experience!
The smiles on Xuanli and Xingtong's faces froze instantly, replaced by cold anger. Insulting Lin Xingzhan is more unbearable for them than insulting themselves.
Asshole! What did you say?
Xingtong's face turned red with anger, and she wanted to rush down to argue. A hint of dangerous aura of doom flashed in Xuanli's eyes, and her hands clenched tightly.
If it weren't for the occasion, she would definitely make those people pay the price. Su Mingyuan also came over and stopped the two women.
He nodded to Lin Xingzhan.
He knew that all doubts would be dispelled in subsequent battles. There's no need to get upset about the whispers now. However, Chen Lai couldn't stand it anymore. He was determined to be Lin Xing's younger brother. He glared at the audience below. Shut up! If you dare say anything bad about my boss again, I'll smash your heads off. His whole body was filled with magma-like aura, and he looked extremely fierce. However, could he alone suppress the doubts of millions of viewers? Instead, it attracted even more intense ridicule and booing. Look! The lackey is anxious. Just this reckless man? Are you worthy of advancing? Birds of a feather flocked together. Chen Lai was so angry that he was fuming, but he didn't dare to really take action. He could only grit his teeth and sulk. Qin Tiange stood a little further away, his eyes sweeping over Lin Xingzhan, Ling Qianyu and others at the seed preparation seat, his face full of high fighting spirit. He clenched his fists. No matter the level gap, his adaptability was enough for him to challenge higher level opponents. On the second throne, Ling Qianyu's gaze finally locked onto Lin Xingjian.
His eyes were as gloomy as ice, filled with undisguised hostility.
Enjoy this final piece, Lin Xingjian. Ling Qianyu sneered in his heart.
Soon, I will tear off your hypocritical mask with my own hands in front of everyone. I will step you down from this highest position and stomp you into the mud.
In the corner of the ordinary qualified players, Zhang Mo still stood there low-key.
Every battle he fought along the way seemed dangerous and hard-earned victory. He was only level 32, a mediocre B-class elemental affinity, and he perfectly played the role of a lucky loser. At this moment, his gaze also calmly swept across the seat preparation area, especially lingering for a moment on Lin Xingjian, Ling Qianyu, and Su Mingyuan. Under the shadow of the hood, the corners of Zhang Mo's mouth curled up into an imperceptible arc.
Question? Abuse? It's a carnival of the ignorant. Do you really think nothing can reach the number 1 seed position? Lin Xingjian. Ling Qianyu, you are indeed very strong. But you will all become the most dazzling stepping stones on my way to the top. This stage is becoming more and more interesting. Chapter 60, 48-24. After a short break, the draw for the 48-24 rounds began. The huge magic light curtain flashed wildly, touching everyone's heart. When the result was determined, everyone's attention was instantly focused on venue number 1. Site 1, Lin Xingjian level 58, F-class pupil master vs Chen Lai level 32, SSS class lava beast. Chen Lai? Is it someone he knows again? The audience was silent at first, and then burst into harsh boos. Could this match be any more fake? Chen Lai? Is that the lackey who just called me boss? The inside story. A complete shady deal. This is a guaranteed admission. Get out. Lin Xingjian, get out. We need the truth. The sound waves almost overturned the dome of the arena, and countless people waved their arms to express their dissatisfaction. Lin Xingjian hadn't made a move from the beginning, which was equivalent to being escorted all the way. It's hard to believe there's no conspiracy. The new King Xingjian had a calm expression, while Zhuge Ming looked below with interest. Lin Xing saw that he was still calm and stood up from throne number 1. Chen Lai was stunned for a moment, then a bright smile appeared on his rough face, even with a hint of excitement. The two walked towards venue number 1. The referee read out expressionlessly, "Meet contestant Lin Xing." Before he finished speaking, Chen Lai, who was standing in the middle of the field, suddenly raised his right hand. "Referee. I surrender." Boom. The entire arena exploded instantly. More intense than any previous time. Surrendered? Surrendered directly? You don't even pretend anymore? You don't even want to act anymore? Shameless. So shameless. This is definitely a collusion. Isn't this bullshit? Chen Lai ignored the discussions. He turned to look at Lin Xingjian, put away his smile, and looked serious. "Brother Lin. Come on and reach the top. I will always support you." Lin Xingjian looked at Chen Lai, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He nodded slightly, and was indeed impressed by this flexible man. Last time in Molten Core, this guy went from being arrogant to being a coward and then wanting to follow. He is quite a character. The referee seemed a little speechless about the result, but still announced according to the rules, court number 1. Chen Lai voluntarily admitted defeat. The winner will be seen by Lin Xing. Seeing that he had advanced to the top 24, Lin Xing still didn't make a move. The audience was in an uproar, with curses and protests mixed together in chaos. Xuanli and Xingtong were so angry that their faces turned pale. Su Mingyuan also frowned, and Qin Tiange looked at Lin Xingjian's back thoughtfully as he left calmly. The ice in Ling Qianyu's eyes almost materialized, and the sneer on the corner of his mouth was full of sarcasm. The battles in other venues unfolded amidst great noise. Xian Li's opponent is the 9th seed player Ling Shuang. This is a petite girl who wears thick black framed glasses and has eyes as calm as a human machine. She was wearing silver gray close-fitting armor, her occupation was SSS class, intelligent core, and her level was 52. Her fighting style is extremely unique. She relies on powerful computing power to analyze the opponent's weaknesses, while controlling several small floating cannons and melee robotic arms to attack. Analysis begins. Target, Xuanli, professional Final Phoenix speaker. Features, high destructive power, energy attribute, and fire attribute, unknown defense. Weakness, possibly insufficient close combat ability, huge energy consumption.
Ling Shuang's voice was emotionless, like a cold machine.
The battle began. Ling Shuang's floating cannon instantly locked onto Xianli, and dense energy beams intertwined into a net.
At the same time, her figure moved at high speed under the push of the mechanical arm, trying to find Xuanli's blind spot in defense. Xianli's eyes focused, and the red lotus-like phoenix flame of the end burst out. The scorching heat instantly distorted the air, and the flames that could annihilate everything formed a huge ring of fire, swallowing and melting all the incoming energy beams.
Warn! The level of energy annihilation is extremely high. The estimated limit of physical defense armor's endurance time is 32 seconds.
The data on Ling Shuang's tactical glasses jumped wildly. She decisively changed her strategy, and the melee mechanical arm ejected a high-frequency vibration blade, which turned into a silver light and stabbed towards Xianli. Xianli snorted coldly, and instead of retreating, he advanced. The phoenix flames around his body condensed into a huge flaming phoenix claw, and he slammed down with the momentum to burn the world to ashes.
Boom! The collision of flame and metal.
Ling Shuang's robotic arm instantly burned red and twisted and deformed. The terrifying high temperature even penetrated the protective layer of the armor.
The temperature has exceeded the critical point.
The core structure of the armor is damaged.
It is recommended to leave immediately.
A cold warning echoed in Ling Shuang's mind. A hint of helplessness flashed in her eyes, and she retreated decisively. But Xuanli's end phoenix flame was like a thorn in her flesh, chasing her relentlessly and burning the surface of her armor with a sizzling sound, and some areas even began to melt and drip.
Give up.
Ling Shuang made a prompt decision. If she continued to fight, her core armor would be scrapped.
The referee announced, Court 3. Ling Shuang admits defeat. The winner is Xuanli.
Xianli advances to the top 24. On the other hand, Xingtong's luck seemed to have run out, as she met the 10th seed player Shiyu. This is a tall and steady young man, holding a huge tower shield engraved with mountain patterns.
His profession is SSS level, Immovable Mountain, level 53, specializing in defense.
Little girl, your equipment is impressive, but the level gap is too great, so that's the end of it. Shiryu's voice was low and full of confidence. He slammed the giant shield to the ground, and a thick ochre-colored halo spread out, as if a real mountain rose from the ground.
The audience also shook their heads. Xingtong's level and occupational disadvantages were too great.
Facing a defensive seed of this level, even money would be difficult to make up for it.
Xingtong's face was tense. She immediately summoned 3 powerful astral beasts: a roaring thunder rhinoceros, a giant ice bird that spewed frost, and a swift shadow leopard. They were all shining with the light of their equipment, and they rushed toward Shiryu fearlessly. Shiryu snorted coldly, and the huge shield remained motionless. The impact of the thunder rhino was like hitting a real mountain wall. The cold current of the ice crystal bird was blocked by the thick earth magic, and the claw attack of the shadow leopard could only leave shallow white marks on the shield. He was as steady as a rock, and even had enough energy to condense earth spikes to fight back against the star beast. It really doesn't work the audience side. Chapter 61 Money Power.
However, just when everyone thought Xingtong was going to lose, she did something that made everyone's jaw drop. She was seen commanding the star beast to attract Shiryu's attention while quickly taking things out of her space ring. Those were not equipment, but fist-sized black balls emitting heart-pounding energy fluctuations.
God-killing thunder? Shiryu's pupils suddenly shrank and he cried out in surprise. This thing is extremely expensive and incredibly powerful.
Legend has it that it can pose a threat to a level 80 strong man. He might be able to withstand 1 or 2, but looking at Xingtong's attitude. Xingtong didn't give Shiryu any time to react, and waved her little hands continuously.
Boom! 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 One after another, the divine annihilation thunders hit Shiryu as if they were free. Deafening explosions rang out one after another. The terrifying shock wave and destructive energy instantly engulfed Shiryu in the area where he was. The entire small venue was shaking violently.
The protective shield flashes wildly.
Referee. Is this legal? Can attack props also be used? Shiryu roared in panic amidst the explosion.
His immovable rock mountain domain was shaken violently by the explosion, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The referee's voice sounded calmly. Contestant Xingtong's space ring and the items it carries are part of his personal abilities or resources and do not violate the core rule prohibiting the use of disposable weapons of mass destruction. The divine destroying thunder is a high-energy explosive, but it does not exceed the range allowed in the competition.
Compliance. Sure, you almost vomited a mouthful of blood. Compliance? Is this what you call compliance? Is money ability also considered ability? He was about to hold on, but he saw in despair that Xingtong took out another handful of divine destruction thunder from the ring. That number made his scalp tingle. I give up. Sure, you almost roared out. If the explosion continued, he would be dead. It's so frustrating. The explosion subsided and the smoke cleared. Sure, Yu was covered in dust and his shield was covered in scorch marks. Xingtong clapped her hands, breathed a sigh of relief, and a victorious smile appeared on her little face. The referee announced, Court 6. Sure, Yu admits defeat. The winner is Xingtong. Xingtong advances to the top 24. The power of money is so terrifying. Qin Tiange encountered the powerful 7th seed player Lu Feng. This is a young man wearing a gorgeous elemental robe and with an elegant temperament. He is level 56 and an SSS level, Element Master. Lu Feng displayed overwhelming elemental power from the very beginning. Rain of Fire, Ice Storm, Thunder Spear, Earth Stab, all kinds of high-level elemental magic were at his fingertips and bombarded Qin Tiange. The difference in magic strength and skill power caused by the level difference is very obvious. Qin Tiange was beaten so hard at first that he could only defend himself, his body constantly changing shape. He formed a meat shield to resist the rain of fire, and turned into flowing water to slide away the ice storm. Every change was fraught with danger, and scars continued to appear on his body. However, Lu Feng soon discovered something was wrong. Qin Tiange's adaptation speed is beyond imagination. Every attack of his seemed to be quickly analyzed and adapted by the opponent. Qin Tiange's physical changes became more and more precise, the magic power consumed became less and less, and the efficiency of dodging and blocking became higher and higher. What a terrifying ability to adapt! Lu Feng was secretly shocked and decided to fight quickly. He raised his hands high and condensed a terrifying compound element forbidden spell, Element Annihilation Cannon. But at the critical moment when he was accumulating strength, a gleam of light flashed in Qin Tiange's eyes, and his body suddenly turned into an almost transparent shadow of the gust of wind at an extremely fast speed. He was not rushing towards Lu Feng, but towards the ground under Liu Feng's feet, which had become soft due to the previous battle. Wanxian the Quagmire has fallen. Qin Tiange shouted, and his feet turned into huge suction cups, suddenly injecting a strange energy. The ground beneath Lu Feng's feet softened and collapsed instantly, turning into a huge quagmire vortex. The powerful suction made his body unstable, and the terrifying elemental energy that was condensing instantly went out of control and backfired. Puff! Lu Feng was injured by the backlash of his own magic power, and half of his body was stuck in the quagmire, unable to move. Qin Tiange's figure appeared in front of him like a ghost, his arm turned into a sharp bone blade, gently pressing against Liu Feng's throat. Lu Feng was completely stunned. I lost? Side 11. The winner is Qin Tiange. Qin Tiange advanced to the top 24. Su Mingyuan's opponent is the 5th seed Qinglan. A lively girl with short light blue hair, level 55, SSS rank, wind dancer. She is incredibly fast, and her attacks are like invisible wind blades, making it impossible to defend against them. As soon as the battle began, Su Mingyuan fell into an absolute passive position. Qinglan moved around him at high speed like a butterfly flying among flowers, bringing up sharp wind blades to cut. Although Su Mingyuan's balance field was unfolding, this game made him feel heavy-hearted, rock, paper, scissors, and win. This game is very passive. Who will play rock, paper, scissors with you in the game? However, the other party doesn't know the rules of the game, which is also Su Mingyuan's advantage. Su Mingyuan dodged in a panic. His mind was racing. Qinglan's eyes were calm as he focused on launching his attack. Time passed by minute, and Su Mingyuan was forced into a desperate situation. Just when everyone thought he was about to lose, a hint of determination flashed in Su Mingyuan's eyes. He gave up all defense and let Qinglan punch him in the face. At this moment, Su Mingyuan swung his palm. Bang! It hit Qinglan's fist. Su Mingyuan shouted, I'll show you the cloth. Everyone? Qinglan immediately realized that something was wrong. But it was too late. Game over. Su Mingyuan roared, blood gushing out of his mouth. Buzz! The huge golden scale shadow descended again. Victory will be mine. The balance suddenly tilted. Boom! The terrifying power poured into Su Mingyuan's body, and most of his injuries healed instantly. Qinglan felt his body sink, his speed dropped sharply, and his magic power was not flowing smoothly.
Su Mingyuan was like a tiger out of the cage, punching out with overwhelming power.
What follows is a completely crushing battle. Site 15. Xinglan lost consciousness. The winner is Su Mingyuan.
Su Mingyuan advanced to the top 24.
At this point, the 48-24 round is over.
Among the students from the same province as Lin Xingjian, only Chen Lai was eliminated in the top 48 because he voluntarily surrendered to Lin Xingjian.
Xuanli, Xingtong, Qin Tianga, and Su Mingyuan all advanced. Chapter 62 24-12.
After a short break, the game continued.
The draw for 24-12 begins.
The huge magic light curtain flashed wildly.
When the result was released, the audience was stunned.
Site number 1, Lin Xingjian level 58, F-class pupil master versus Xingtong level 27, S-class star summoner.
Another acquaintance. It's from the same province as theirs. Is this matching system surnamed Lin? Admission. Naked escort. Star pupils? The rich girl who made her living by smashing the gods to destroy thunder? It must be a collusion. The inside story. Dark side. Get out of here. The deafening boos and angry roars nearly overturned the central arena. Countless people waved their arms, glaring at Lin Xingjian on the platform and throne number 1. The voices demanding fairness grew louder and louder.
Lin Xingjian rubbed his brows helplessly.
What a draw! He stood up and walked towards venue number 1. Xingtong followed suit, skipping and jumping, without any nervousness on her face.
Instead, she had a relaxed smile on her face, as if she was not going to a competition but to visit someone.
The two men stopped. The referee had a blank expression on his face and was about to make his announcement. Referee.
Xingtong's clear voice sounded. She raised her little hand, with a playful and matter-of-fact smile on her face. I give up.
Boom. The entire arena was in an uproar. Anger and dissatisfaction erupted like a volcano. Give up again? I'm going. How shameless. Get out of the competition.
Lin Xingjian, get out of the competition.
Investigate thoroughly. Investigate strictly. We want to see a real fight. Don't rely on connections for recommendation.
The sound waves hit the protective shield, and the angry audience even started to hit the front guardrail.
The situation was on the verge of getting out of control.
Lin Xingjian looked at Xingtong's cunning and somewhat flattering smile and could only smile helplessly.
He understood Xingtong's thoughts. Reaching the top 24 was already her limit. Relying solely on equipment could not make up for the huge gap between her and the top monsters.
It would be both labor-saving and safer for her to just admit defeat when she met him.
But the audience didn't buy it.
Lin Xing saw that this smile was naked sarcasm and complacency in their eyes.
Quiet.
A low roar of supreme majesty was like thunder in the sky, instantly suppressing the clamor of millions of people. The new king, Xingjian, slowly stood up and scanned the entire audience.
The heavy pressure from the king made everyone's heart suffocate.
The boiling scene was forcibly suppressed in an instant, leaving only heavy breathing and suppressed angry eyes.
The rules of the competition require you to admit defeat. Keep playing. Xingjian's voice left no room for doubt. The referee immediately announced, Court number 1. Xingtong admits defeat. The winner will be seen by Lin Xing.
Lin Xingjian, without moving a finger again, advanced to the top 12.
Controversy and doubts were forcibly suppressed, but they were accumulating in everyone's heart like a volcano about to erupt.
The fighting in other venues continued in a depressing atmosphere.
Xianli encountered the powerful 4th seed SSS level Blood Axe Berserker 2 gang.
This is a bald strong man with a huge blood-red battle axe on his back and muscular body.
His level is as high as 58.
His whole body exuded violent blood energy and pure physical power fluctuations.
As soon as the battle started, 2 gang showed the dominance of a berserker.
The blood-red giant axe slashed towards Xuanli with great force and power, with a sharp scream that tore through the air.
That pure power seemed to be able to split mountains.
Xianli's eyes were solemn, and the Yen Phoenix flame burst out with all its strength, turning into huge flaming phoenix wings that wrapped around itself, while at the same time condensing a flaming spear to block.
Clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing.
Xianli was knocked back by the huge force, his arm was numb, and the flaming spear almost broke apart. Although the phoenix flame of the end is overbearing, it is difficult to completely offset the impact under the absolute power and level suppression.
Ha ha ha! Little girl, you have good strength. But it's still not enough. Tu Gang laughed wildly. His attack was like a violent storm. The bloody giant axe opened and closed wildly, and each blow contained the power to collapse mountains and split the earth. Xianli was in a tough fight and could only rely on the annihilation properties of the End Phoenix Flame and his exquisite body skills to keep maneuvering and dodging. Her fire attack fell on Tu Gang's powerful body covered with blood-colored magic patterns. Although it could cause damage and make a sizzling sound, the opponent seemed to be insensitive to the pain, and his recovery ability was extremely amazing. The End Phoenix Soaring Skystrike. Xianli seized an opportunity, soared into the air, and transformed into a stream of red light, swooping down with the will to burn everything. Tu Gang roared angrily, and the blood-red axe burst out with a dazzling red light, rising up like a pillar supporting the sky. Boom! A terrifying collision. Flames and blood splattered everywhere. The energy shockwave caused the protective shield to be severely distorted. When the smoke and dust cleared, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of Xianli's mouth, and his face turned slightly pale. The blood color on Tu Gang's body had faded a lot, and his chest was charred black, but he still stood, his eyes even more violent. Happy. Come again. Tu Gang roared and rushed forward again. Xianli's eyes were cold, and the power of the End was flowing wildly in his body. She knew she couldn't delay any longer. She took a deep breath, formed seals with her hands, and it seemed as if some ancient will was awakening in her body. The color of the phoenix flame around her became deeper, almost dark red, and it no longer emitted scorching heat, but an aura of annihilation that would bring an end to all things. The End, the breath of nirvana. A dark red beam of light condensed to the extreme shot out silently from Xianli's fingertips. It was so fast that it instantly penetrated Tu Gang's violent blood defense and hit his chest. Tu Gang's charging movements suddenly froze. He looked down at his chest, which seemed to have been wiped off by an invisible eraser. Flesh, blood, and bones all silently turned into nothingness under the dark red beam of light. A hole as big as a bowl suddenly appeared. Ugh! The rage in Tu Gang's eyes faded away, leaving only boundless horror and severe pain. His huge body fell to the ground with a bang, completely losing his combat effectiveness. The medical team quickly came on scene to provide treatment. Sight number 4. Tu Gang lost his fighting ability. The winner is Xuanli. The referee announced loudly. Xuanli advanced to the top 12. The price she paid was that her face turned pale and her breath was a little weak. It was obvious that this last blow had consumed a huge amount of energy. Chapter 63, The Real Monster. The Other Side. Su Mingyuan and Qin Tiange faced off. The battle began, and Su Mingyuan immediately deployed the balance field. A huge golden shadow emerged, and the power of rules enveloped the entire venue. This time the game is, make your opponent move more than 3 times your own distance. Su Mingyuan calculated quickly in his mind. This game requires inducing the opponent to move at high speed. Qin Tiange's eyes were solemn, he was well aware of the strangeness of Su Mingyuan's rules. Without any hesitation, his body instantly turned into a blurry shadow, moving at an extremely fast speed at the edge of the field, ready to fight quickly. But this is exactly what Su Mingyuan wanted. After a while, the rules were reached. Game over. Su Mingyuan roared. Buzz. The golden balance arrives. Victory will be mine. The terrifying power instantly filled Su Mingyuan's body. His momentum suddenly soared. Qin Tiange felt his body sink as if he was stuck in a quagmire, his strength forcibly suppressed by the rules. Su Mingyuan punched Qin Tiange with overwhelming force. Qin Tiange's pupils contracted as he felt a fatal threat. He roared, and his body instantly grew an extremely tough composite armor to take this terrifying punch. Boom! Qin Tiange was blown back, cracks appeared on his armor, and blood spurted out. Win! The audience exclaimed. However, as Qin Tiange flew backwards, a surprising light burst out from his eyes. The power of all things returning to their origin in his body was running wildly at an unprecedented speed. Su Mingyuan's crushing energy containing the power of rules was like the most violent catalyst, being madly analyzed, simulated, and integrated by his body's adaptive instincts. All things in unison. Adapt! Qin Tiange roared, his body changing dramatically as he flew backwards. His muscles and bones were roaring, and his aura did not continue to weaken under the suppression of the rules. Instead, it began to rise at a strange speed. He forced himself to steady his body, and the cracks on his body surface quickly repaired as he squirmed. What? Su Mingyuan's face changed drastically. He felt that Qin Tiange was adapting to his rules of victory. While being suppressed, the opponent's power is actually undergoing a qualitative change. Qin Tiange wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and showed a smile full of fighting spirit. Brother Su, thank you for your pressure. Now, it's my turn. He stopped dodging and took the initiative to rush towards Su Mingyuan. His attacks no longer pursue extreme power, but are full of strange resilience and changes. The power that tilts towards victory is slipping away. The balance rule is not omnipotent. It has a time limit, and Qin Tiange's terrifying adaptability is offsetting the advantages of the rule at an astonishing speed. Su Mingyuan became more and more frightened as he fought. He felt that he was not attacking one enemy, but a group of monsters that were constantly evolving, adapting, and counterattacking. He attacked with all his might, but the effect was getting weaker and weaker. Finally, in a fierce clash of strength, Qin Tiange's arm turned into a sharp bone spur, penetrating Su Mingyuan's defense. Phew! The bone spur pierced Su Mingyuan's ribs. Su Mingyuan groaned, and his strength collapsed instantly. The huge shadow of the scale began to blur and dissipate. Qin Tiange did not pursue, but pulled back the bone spur and took a step back. Although his breath was a little disordered, his eyes were extremely bright. Sight number 7. Su Mingyuan lost his combat effectiveness. The winner is Qin Tiange. The referee announced. The whole audience was shocked. The ruler of the rule-based balance was actually defeated by an even more terrifying adaptability. Qin Tiange completed a terrifying evolution in desperate situation. Lin Xingjian immediately came to Su Mingyuan, who was carried on a stretcher. Su Mingyuan's face was pale, but he had a relieved and excited smile on his face. He grabbed Lin Xingjian's hand tightly. Ahem, Xingjian, great. It feels so fucking good. Coming this far, it's worth it. The rest, it's up to you. Beat those bastards up. Seeing the light in his eyes, Lin Xing also smiled and nodded vigorously. Don't worry, take good care of your injuries. Su Mingyuan was carried away, and Qin Tiange looked at Lin Xingjian. Lin Xingjian also looked at him. The two had no grudges against each other, but were full of fighting spirit. Ling Qianyu is level 62, an SSS level judge of light and darkness. His game was still a foregone conclusion. His opponent was easily defeated by a few beams of light and dark energy that he casually swung out. He was like a high and mighty god. His cold eyes swept across the entire audience, especially lingering on Lin Xingjian for a moment, full of disdain and an imminent sense of judgment. The last match of 24-12 was also the most bizarre and unexpected one. Sight number 9, Yume level 59, SSS level Shadow Assassin vs Zhang Emo level 32, B level Elemental Affinity. When the list was announced, most of the audience were shocked to find that a level 32B Great Elemental Affinity had quietly made it to the top 24. Level 32B? How did he get up here? Isn't that too lucky? Are all the people you meet weaklings? Is it funny? Can a B-level Elemental Affinity enter the top 24? Look how the third seed beats him. The battle ends in 1 minute. On the high platform, the new King Qin Zhu Gaming, the military marshal and others raised their lips slightly. They had noticed Zhang Mo a long time ago. For them, the more geniuses Xia country had, the better. Principal Mo Lao frowned and said, "This kid is not right." Yume, the third seed, is a woman in black with a stern face and 2 snake-shaped short blades hanging from her waist. She looked at the young man opposite her with his head down and whose face could not be seen clearly with cold eyes, and warning signs were ringing in her heart. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. It's no luck to get to this point. She decided that like a lion fighting a rabbit, she would use all her strength. The referee announces the start. The ghostly figure disappeared in an instant. Her speed reached the extreme, her breath was completely restrained, and the snake-shaped short blade in her hand silently stabbed out from behind Zhang Mo at the most tricky angle, directly pointing to his back. This is her best killing blow. The full force burst of the SSS level Shadow Assassin. All the audience held their breath, ready to see Zhang Mo being killed instantly. However, just when the ghostly short blade was about to touch Zhang Mo's clothes, Zhang Mo raised his head. Under the shadow of the hood, in those calm eyes, it seemed as if the stars in the universe were born and died. There was no chanting, no hand gestures, not even a trace of energy fluctuation was dissipated. But the moment he looked up, the space within a 10-meter radius centered on Zhang Mo suddenly solidified.
It is not the solidification of space, but the riot and submission of elements. The air was instantly drained, forming an absolute vacuum area. The ghost's figure that blended into the shadows was forcibly squeezed out from the void. She maintained her thrusting posture, strangely suspended in mid-air. Her face was filled with extreme horror and disbelief. The shadow magic power in her body solidified instantly as if it had encountered the Supreme King, and was completely out of control. She wanted to breathe, but there was no air around her. She wanted to struggle, but the violet elemental turbulence was like a tough chain, tightly binding every inch of her body. I couldn't even move a finger. Asphyxia. Confinement. The third seed Yume, an SSS-level shadow assassin, was unexpectedly frozen in mid-air like a specimen by a level 32B great elemental affinity in an unheard-of way. Just a few seconds. Because of suffocation and extreme backlash of magic, Yume's eyes rolled back and he completely lost consciousness, falling softly to the ground from his restraints. Zhang Yimou slowly lowered his head and pulled his hood back up, as if nothing had happened. The entire central arena fell into deathly silence. A silence more thorough than Lin Xingjian's handshake kill, Xingtong's divine destruction thunder, and Qin Tiange's reverse adaptation. Millions of spectators, including all the contestants, stared at court number 9 in amazement. What happened? The third seed, how did it fall? That B-rank elemental affinity, what did he do? The referee opened his mouth and struggled to find his voice for a long time. 9. Court number 9. Phantom loses consciousness. The winner is Zhang Yimou. Wow. After a brief moment of dead silence, there was an even crazier uproar that was enough to blow the dome off. Fuck. What happened? Phantom fell down? Zhang Yimou? That level 32B? What did he do? I didn't see it clearly. Phantom is stuck himself? This is a fucking B-level elemental affinity? Monster. Another monster. Dark horse. The real dark horse. This competition is too outrageous. Everyone was dumbfounded. Lin Xingjian looked at the hooded figure with his head lowered in the center of the venue, and for the first time, a solemn and inquiring look appeared in his samsara eyes. Ling Qianyu also stared at Zhang Yimou, his eyes full of fear. Xianli, Qin Tiange, and others were even more shocked. The 24-12 round is over. The real monsters have finally revealed the tip of the iceberg. Chapter 64 still acting? The rest time is fleeting. The top 12 contestants took the time to recover. Xianli's face was still a little pale. The breath of final annihilation that erupted in the last match against Tu Gang consumed a huge amount of energy. It was difficult to fully recover in a short period of time, which was extremely disadvantageous for the next battle. The atmosphere in the central arena was oppressive, and the eyes of millions of spectators were focused on the drawing screen like searchlights. The controversy surrounding Lin Xingjian's recommendation, the shock of Zhang Mo's bizarre one-shot kill, and the astonishment of Qin Tiange's reckless adaptation and breaking of the rules, all these emotions intertwined made everyone look forward to the result of the 12-6 draw. The huge magic light screen flashed wildly, and the names jumped dazzlingly. When the result was frozen, there was a brief silence, followed by a huge uproar. Site number 1, Lin Xingjian level 58, F level pupil master versus Qin Tiange level 35, SSS level all-encompassing master. It's him again. Another acquaintance. Qin Tiange. The one who just defeated Su Mingyuan. No way? Are you going to surrender again? Admission. Absolutely guaranteed. Assign all the acquaintances to him, and then surrender and send him off. What are you doing? I used to think Lin Xingjian was a real hero. Now it seems so shameless. We want to see a real fight. The inside story. This is definitely a shady deal. If you have the guts, let him beat Ling Qianyu. Beat Zhang Yimou. The new king had a blank expression on his face. Zhuge Ming waved his feather fan lightly, his eyes looking deep. Mr. Mo and Principal Wan looked calm and composed. Xuanli and Xingtong frowned, wishing they could go down and smash those guys' mouths. Ling Qianyu sneered even more. Zhang Mo's eyes from under his hood swept over the two people who were about to appear with interest. Qin Tiange took a deep breath, his eyes burning with fighting spirit, without any intention of surrendering. He looked at Lin Xingjian and said in a deep voice, "Brother Lin, we finally met. This time, I won, T lose again." Lin Xingjian nodded calmly.
He could clearly feel that the aura coming from Qin Tiange was much stronger than the last exchange competition. The power that has been precipitated after extreme adaptation has completely surpassed the scope of level 35. Permanent adaptation. This is the terrifying aspect of the all aspects returning to Origin Envoy. Every battle that is on the verge of the limit is an opportunity for him to transform. The two stood in venue number 1. The referee's voice rang out, instantly suppressing some of the noise. Contestant Lin Xingjian, level 58, occupation, F-level pupil magician. Contestant Qin Tiange, level 35, occupation, SSS level all aspects returning to Origin Envoy. The game begins. How many people in the audience breathed a sigh of relief? Fortunately, Qin Tiange did not admit defeat directly. The battle broke out instantly. Qin Tiange knew very well that Lin Xingjian's ability was strange. Without any hesitation, he stepped forward and his body retreated like an arrow. The surface of his body was shining, and it was obvious that he was preparing for a powerful long-range attack and defense. However, just as he moved, Lin Xing saw that pair of calm eyes suddenly change. The pupils were replaced by a deep purple color, and ripples like divine imprints spread out the Rinnegan. All things are attracted by the sky. Lin Xing saw that his right hand suddenly grabbed Qin Tiange in the air. Buzz! An irresistible and terrifying gravitational force instantly acted on Qin Tiange. His body, which was retreating at high speed, suddenly stopped, and then he was forcibly pulled at an even faster speed, flying towards Lin Xingjian's palm. Here it comes. Qin Tiange was awed, but not panicked. He had been prepared for Lin Xingjian's gravitational repulsion. He suffered a loss in the last exchange competition, but now his adaptability is much better than before. Wanxiang Corundum Barrier. Qin Tiange shouted. His body surface was instantly covered with a hard stratum corneum that gleamed with metallic and gemstone luster. At the same time, the power in his body was running wildly, ready to withstand the upcoming and expected terrifying repulsive force. He even calculated the angle at which he would be blown away and how to release the force, preparing to take advantage of the momentum to create distance and counterattack. Getting closer. Closer. Qin Tiange's body was pulled by gravity and flew at high speed towards Lin Xingjian's outstretched hand, and was about to collide with it. His whole body was tense, waiting for the familiar repulsive force to explode. However, the expected repulsive force did not appear. Lin Xingjian did not release the repulsive force, but opened his 5 fingers and grabbed Qin Tiange's neck. Qin Tiange's pupils suddenly contracted. The huge sense of shock made his mind go blank. Isn't it repulsion? What is he doing by my neck? A strong sense of ominous premonition instantly enveloped my whole body. Qin Tiange reacted extremely quickly. The muscles on his strangled neck hardened instantly. At the same time, his arms turned into sharp bone blades and slashed fiercely at Lin Xingjian's arms. Sharp barbs grew on his feet, and he kicked Lin Xingjian's lower body hard. This was his strongest counterattack that combined multiple forms and erupted at the moment he was imprisoned. But Lin Xingjian seemed to have foreseen the future. The arm that was strangling his neck did not move at all, and the other hand waved casually. Shinra Tensei. A just right repulsive force accurately hit the bone blade and barb that Qin Tiange was slashing at, bouncing them away. At the same time, Qin Tiange was horrified to feel an extremely overbearing suction force surging out from Lin Xingjian's palm that was strangling his neck. The magic power in his body, like a flood that had been released from a dam, flowed madly and uncontrollably along that palm. The speed is far beyond imagination. The hungry ghost realm is activated. What? Qin Tiange was horrified. He wanted to mobilize his strength to resist, but the suction was extremely overbearing. He felt like a punctured balloon, all his strength was rapidly draining away. The huge gap in levels is infinitely magnified at this moment. Level 58 versus level 35, in the face of the Hungry Ghost Realm's domineering ability that specializes in plundering energy. Qin Tiange's mind went blank. How can he adapt to this? Qin Tiange wanted to struggle, but he didn't even have the strength to lift his fingers. The vision quickly blurred and darkness surged in like a tide. Just count your breaths. Qin Tiange's body collapsed completely. Lin Xingjian slowly let go of his hand, his samsara eye disappeared, and he regained his composure. Qin Tiange collapsed at Lin Xingjian's feet like mud with all his bones pulled out, completely losing consciousness. The entire venue number 1 was eerily quiet. The referee raised his hand, Court 1. Qin Tiange lost consciousness. The winner, see you at Lin Xing. After a brief moment of dead silence, there was a tsunami of voices that was more violent and angry than any before. Fuck you. Act. Keep acting. What the hell is this? Fall down after being strangled by the neck? Qin Tiange, did you fucking take the money? The inside story. A complete shady deal. Are we fools? Investigate thoroughly. Must be investigated thoroughly. There's definitely a dirty deal going on here. I don't want to watch it anymore. An insult to intelligence. Millions of viewers were completely furious. In their eyes, Qin Tiange flew over and was strangled by Lin Xingjian and then fell down. This was the first time they had seen such a fake acting. In their opinion, this is a fake match that is a blatant insult to everyone's IQ. Some people even started throwing debris into the venue. The new King Xingjian smiled helplessly and spoke again to suppress the rioting audience. Zhuge Ming's eyes flashed as he stared at Lin Xingjian, that ability again, directly plundering the source of magic power. Extremely domineering. This second awakening pupil technique, what is the origin of it? The sarcasm on Ling Qianyu's face was almost overflowing. He looked at Lin Xingjian, who was surrounded by a sea of anger, and his heart was filled with pleasure. Lin Xingjian is being pointed at by thousands of people. How does it feel? This is just the beginning. Xianli and Xington looked at Lin Xingjian, who was being criticized by thousands of people, feeling distressed and angry. Zhang Mo's mouth, hidden under his hood, curled up into a meaningful arc. Strange ability. Lin Xingjian stood in the center of the storm, enduring the curses and angry gazes of millions of people, but his expression remained terrifyingly calm. He ignored all the noise, turned around and walked calmly back to throne number 1. His calmness became the greatest arrogance and provocation in the eyes of the angry audience. Chapter 65 Lin Xingjian's response. On the other side, Xianli faced the second seed, the level 62 SSS level judge of light and darkness Ling Qianyu. Although Xianli's End Phoenix Flame was extremely domineering, the huge gap in levels and the huge consumption left by the previous fight against Tu Gang made it difficult for her to exert her full strength. Ling Qianyu easily forced Xianli to retreat step by step. Although the power of the End is strong, it is difficult to turn the tables under the absolute suppression of power. Finally, a beam of judgment that condensed the power of holiness and shadow penetrated the flame shield that Xianli was struggling to hold up, blasting her away. She fell heavily to the ground and lost consciousness. Ling Qianyu's white robe fluttered, and her golden hair shone in the light and dark energy. He glanced down at Xianli, who had lost his ability to fight. Then his cold gaze shot like a sharp arrow towards Lin Xingjian, who was sitting on throne number 1, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, as if saying, "The next one is you." The medical team quickly carried Xianli off the field. Lin Xingjian and Xian Jingye stood up almost at the same time and walked quickly to the stretcher. Xianli's face was as pale as paper and his breath was weak, but his vital signs were stable. He was just unconscious due to the exhaustion of magic power and the shock of the impact. After the investigation, Lin Xing's tense expression relaxed a little and he gently held her cold hand. Xian Zhengye looked at his daughter, then at Lin Xingjian, who was standing beside him with a concerned look, his eyes complicated. He reached out to touch his daughter's forehead, but saw Xuanli unconsciously tilting her head slightly in a coma and moving closer to Lin Xingjian. She was still murmuring in a low voice, "Master." Xian Jingye's hand froze in midair, and finally turned into an inaudible sigh, with mixed feelings in his heart. Alas, it's true that girls can't be kept at home when they grow up. He patted Lin Xingjian's shoulder. "My dear nephew, I'm glad Lear is okay. Next, it's up to you. Ignore those noisy voices and use your strength to shut them up." "I believe you." Lin Xingjian nodded in response. On the other side, Zhang Mo's game was still weird. His opponent is an S-class mind controller who was good at mental shock. The opponent launched the strongest mental storm at the beginning, trying to directly destroy Zhang Mo's consciousness. However, when the violent mental power came within a few meters of Zhang Mo's body, it disappeared without a trace, like a drop in the ocean. The mind controller was horrified and tried to launch another attack, but found that the magic power in his body was rapidly draining away. Finally, he followed in Yomei's footsteps and fell to the ground. Zhang Yamo, once again, easily advanced to the top 6 in a way that no one understood. After a short break, the atmosphere in the central arena reached an unprecedented peak. 6-3. The real peak showdown is about to begin. The huge magic light curtain flickered wildly and finally froze. Psych number 1, Lin Xingjian level 58, F-class pupil magician versus Crazy Shark level 59, S-class deep sea berserker.
Venue number 2, Ling Qianyu level 62, SSS level Judge of Light and Darkness vs Qianxi level 51, S level Shadow Weaver. Site number 3, Zhang Mo level 32, B-Class Elemental Affinity vs Fudong level 54, S-Class Earth Diamond. When the list was released, the audience was shocked to find that out of the 10 seeded players, only Lin Xingjian and Ling Qianyu made it into the top 6. Especially Zhang Mo, a level 32B grade player, who actually stood on the stage of the top 6. In this competition, dark horses are rampant and have completely overturned everyone's cognition. Ling Qianyu's opponent, Qianxi, is a woman with a vague figure. Her shadow threads can silently bind opponents, making them extremely difficult to deal with. However, in front of Ling Qianyu's absolute power of light and darkness, the shadows were purified by the holy light, the silk threads were swallowed by the shadows, and Qianxi's proud binding ability became a joke. Ling Qianyu simply raised his hand, and a condensed spear of light and darkness pierced through the heavy shadow network laid by Qianxi, nailing it to the protective shield and easily winning. He looked around disdainfully, as if he was sweeping up garbage.
Zhang Mo's opponent did not move.
He was the Earth King Kong, who was famous for his defensive power. He roared, and his body was covered with thick rock armor.
The power of the earth surged under his feet, trying to use absolute defense to resist Zhang Mo's strange ability. However, Zhang Mo just looked at him calmly.
The next moment, Budong discovered with horror that the power of the earth on which he depended for survival seemed to be isolated. The rock elements that made up his armor were silently decomposing, and the ground beneath his feet became as soft as quicksand. His proud defenses were as fragile as a sandcastle. After just a few seconds, he was stuck in the quagmire, his magic power was madly drained away, and he followed in the footsteps of his predecessors.
Zhang Mo's advancement was still easy.
Now, all eyes, all discussions and anger are focused on venue number 1.
Lin Xingjian vs Crazy Shark.
The Crazy Shark, as the name suggests, is as tall as an iron tower, with skin that has the dark blue sheen of a deep-sea creature and is full of explosive power. He held a ferocious bone blade covered with serrations, and exuded a violent aura. He is a real dark horse who has fought his way out, and his strength is unquestionable.
Level 59, S-Class Deep-Sea Berserker.
He stood in the center of the venue, his oppressive gaze fixed on Lin Xingjian, who was slowly approaching.
Snort!
The Crazy Shark snorted in disdain.
See you, Lin Xing? Number 1 seed?
A piece of trash who got to where he is today by surrendering and acting. I despise weaklings like you who rely on your background the most. Today, I will tear off your mask and let everyone see your true face. I'll take your seat. His words were like a tinderbox, and the millions of viewers who were already full of doubts about Lin Xingjian instantly boiled over. Crazy Shark. Tear him apart. Expose his true face.
Beat him back to his original form. We support you.
Get rid of this relative.
Get him out.
The thunderous shouts and voices of support almost deified Crazy Shark. Lin Xingjian became a rat crossing the street that everyone wanted to beat. Everyone is looking forward to Crazy Shark's hammer of justice smashing Lin Xingjian's shield of darkness. The referee's voice was particularly clear amid the clamor. Contestant Lin Xingjian, level 58, occupation, F-Class Pupil Master.
Contestant Crazy Shark, level 59, occupation, S-Level Deep-Sea Berserker. The game starts. Roar!
The Crazy Shark roared to the sky, and the sound waves rolled. The violent momentum erupted without reservation. It instantly filled the entire small venue.
The solid alloy ground cracked inch by inch under his feet.
The terrifying pressure was like real seawater, squeezing the protective shield madly, making a teeth-grinding squeaking sound. The audience was so excited that their faces turned red, as if they had already seen the scene of Lin Xingjian being beaten to a pulp. However, facing this overwhelming ferocity, Lin Xingjian just sighed leisurely.
There seemed to be a hint of boredom in that sigh.
The next moment, his drooping eyelids slowly lifted. Under the gaze of millions of people, those deep black pupils instantly turned into cold, indifferent, and weird reincarnation eyes.
No words, no signs.
Lin Xingjian just calmly took the first step towards the powerful shark.
The moment the footsteps touched the ground, Shinra Tensei. Buzz! An irresistible and terrifying repulsive force erupted with Lin Xingjian as the center.
There was no light, no loud prelude.
There is only an extreme distortion of space in an instant.
The air was compressed into a white shockwave visible to the naked eye, spreading in all directions towards the Crazy Shark, towards the entire venue, and towards the seemingly indestructible protective shield. The hideous smile on Crazy Shark's face froze instantly.
Chapter 66. Are you not talkative? Wrong. No.
The crazy shark only had time to let out a desperate roar before his massive body was struck head-on by an invisible star.
Bang!
The first Shinra heavenly conquest hit him hard. He was like a kite with a broken string, and was smashed hard into the energy shield at the edge of the field.
Boom!
The sturdy protective shield dented violently and groaned as it could not bear the weight. The shark's bones made a horrifying crackling sound and blood spurted out.
However, this is just the beginning.
Seeing the cold look, Lin Xing took the second step.
Shinra Tensei.
The second terrifying repulsive force, no less powerful than the previous one, erupted again.
It accurately hit the crazy shark that had just hit the shield and had not yet landed. Boom!
The crazy shark's body was pressed hard against the shield again by the repulsive force, and the dent was deeper. Blood gushed out of his mouth like a fountain, and his consciousness was already blurred.
Step 3. Shinra Tensei. Boom! Step 4. Shinra Tensei. Boom!
Lin Xingjian took every step like a god walking on earth. Every step he took was a repulsive force that could destroy the world.
He had a blank expression and cold eyes.
The entire number 1 venue has been completely enveloped by the violet repulsive field. The alloy ground was like being turned over by an invisible giant plow, with layers lifted up and shattered. The protective shield was violently twisted and covered with cracks, as if it would completely collapse at any time. And Crazy Shark, the level 59 S-class deep-sea berserker, is a powerful warrior who was expected by millions of viewers to tear apart the Dark Curtain.
At this moment, it was like a broken doll, being bombarded on the shield again and again, and then bounced back by the repulsive force, facing the next more violent bombardment. Boom, 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 boom.
The continuous, dull and heart-stopping sound of collisions became the only melody in the arena at this moment. When Lin Xingjian finally walked in front of the crazy shark, the crazy shark's body slowly slid off the cracked shield like mud, and fell heavily on the unrecognizable ground. He was bleeding from all 7 orifices, his bones were shattered, his breath was extremely weak, and he had completely lost consciousness, with only his body still twitching unconsciously. Lin Xingjian stopped and slowly scanned the entire scene with his samsara eye.
The noise that was just like a volcanic eruption is now as dead silent as a cemetery.
Everyone's mouths opened wide, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and their faces were filled with extreme shock and disbelief.
What did they see?
The Lin Xingjian who was cursed, questioned, and regarded as a parallel import and a person with connections. The Lin Xingjian who they thought would be easily torn to pieces by the crazy shark.
He only took a few steps. Every step is like a divine punishment.
That powerful and aggressive S-class deep-sea berserker was trampled and killed at will like an ant in front of him.
No ability to fight back. This?
Lin Xingjian's calm voice rang out softly in the dead silence of the arena. Why aren't you shouting anymore? The voice was not loud, but it was like thunder, exploding in everyone's heart.
No one answered.
There was only dead silence. The sneer on Ling Qianyu's face completely froze, and for the first time, a serious look appeared in the depths of his eyes. Zhang Mo's eyes under his hood flickered violently, filled with unprecedented fighting spirit. On the high platform, the new King Qin Zhan's eyes flashed with brilliance.
The feather fan in Zhuge Ming's hand stopped in midair.
Lin Xingjian declared to the whole world in the most direct, domineering and irrefutable way, he, Lin Xingjian, deserves this position. All the doubts and insults were completely crushed at this moment by those few steps that were like divine punishment. At this moment, Principal Wang felt that all the pores on his body had opened up, and he felt so comfortable all over. He was annoyed by the scolding he just received.
You can't argue with so many people. Now I can finally vent.
He put his hands on his hips and said to the audience members who were spitting and cursing the most fiercely, "Hey!
You were the loudest just now. What did you say? Parallel imports? People with connections? Software relying on the background? Why are you mute now? Are you not talkative? Come on, let us analyze it for everyone again. What level of counterfeit performance is our classmate Lin's walking technique?"
The faces of those audience members turned purple, unable to utter a word, and they wished they could disappear on the spot. Mr. Mo stroked his beard and seemed to be trying to persuade him, but his narrowed eyes and upturned mouth betrayed him. "Hey, Lao Wang, be careful of your influence.
Why bother arguing with these, stupid friends? The wise do not argue, and the foolish do not understand.
It's normal that they don't understand, after all, they are at a different level.
Be calm and don't argue with fools about right and wrong. Aren't you tired?
This statement seemed to be an attempt to stop the fight, but it was actually more hurtful than Principal Wang's direct ridicule, and several audience members turned green. In another place in the audience with an excellent view, Xingtong was excitedly pulling the arm of a middle-aged man next to him who was well-dressed, had a calm temperament and the majesty of a superior. It was her father, Xing Yao, the head of the Xingchen group and the richest man in Xia country. Xing Yao looked at the tall young man in the field, then looked at the undisguised admiration and joy in his daughter's eyes. His eyes were complicated. It finally turned into a chuckle filled with emotion. Tonger, this kid, is really capable. This strength, this character, even if he can't beat Ling Qianyu in the end, he is definitely worthy of you. He had to admit that Lin Xingjian had crushed all his previous doubts in the most brutal way and won his recognition.
Dad. Xingtong pouted in dissatisfaction, her big eyes full of determination. What are you talking about? Lord, brother Xingjian is definitely the strongest. Who is Ling Qianyu? He will definitely win the championship. He. Xingyao ruffled his daughter's hair lovingly, a gleam in his eyes. That kid Ling Qianyu is not a simple guy. He changed the subject, with a hint of businessman's pride. No matter what the result is, after the competition is over, bring him home for a visit. Dad, I'd like to give him a big gift. It goes without saying what this gift is, it is both a recognition and an investment in the future son-in-law. When Xingtong heard this, her eyes instantly lit up like stars, and she hugged her father's arm and jumped for joy. Really? Dad, you are the best. I knew you were the most open-minded, Dad. Looking at his daughter's completely immersed appearance, Xingyao shook his head helplessly. Alas, it's true that girls can't be kept at home when they grow up. Chapter 67 Finals Rules. The 6-3 round ends. The central arena was still dead silent. Lin Xing saw that the shock brought to them by the divine punishment like footsteps had not yet dissipated. The new King Xinjian slowly stood up, and his majestic voice spread throughout the venue through the sound amplification array, breaking the silence. Everyone! The national competition finals are here. However, the battle between our Xia country and the demons cannot be decided by the courage of one person. On the battlefield, the commander's ability, the legion's strength, and the offensive and defensive strategies are all indispensable. He glanced at the only 3 remaining contestants below, Lin Xingjian, Ling Qianyu, and Zhang Mo. Therefore, the rules of this competition finals have changed. As soon as the words fell, the whole audience was in an uproar. Finals rule changes? This is unprecedented. A huge magic light curtain in the center of the arena lit up, revealing a complex map of a secret realm. 3 towering cities stood on it in a tripod-like formation, surrounded by vast plains, mountains, and rivers. Xinjian's voice continued, at this time tomorrow, the 3 contestants will enter this special secret realm. The national live broadcast continues. The rules are as follows. 1. Each contestant will lead 100 elite expeditionary forces at level 80. 2. Each player owns a fortified city with complete defensive fortifications and basic resources. 3. Within the secret realm, the 3 forces are in a 3-way confrontation. You can form alliances, attack, launch surprise attacks, and use all means to win. 4. Time limit, 3 days. 5. Winning or losing determination, best, destroy the enemy city, capture, or expel the enemy general. This is a complete victory. Next, if all 3 parties survive at the end of the time limit, a comprehensive assessment will be made: city integrity, number of surviving soldiers, individual performance of generals, command and dispatch ability, battlefield contribution, etc., which will be jointly judged by me and the other elders to determine the final ranking. Xinjian's voice paused. Remember this. This secret city was built to simulate the strength of a demon frontier fortress. Below level 100, it is impossible to break through by one's own strength. Everyone, make good use of the power in your hands. Boom! The announcement of the rules is like throwing a huge rock into the lake that has just calmed down. Millions of viewers were instantly excited. Oh my god! Lead troops to fight? 100 level 80 expeditionary forces? This lineup is so luxurious. 3 cities. 3 days. This is simply a small-scale national war simulation. Stimulate. So exciting. Much better than a one-on-one fight. Your Majesty, the new king is wise. This is closer to actual combat. Yes, what's the use of just one person fighting on the battlefield? The demons won't challenge you to a one-on-one fight. This is interesting. The audience's excitement was completely ignited. The previous individual combat power competition was indeed exciting. But this sudden legion combat, city attack and defense, and strategic game undoubtedly raised the level and viewing experience of the competition to an unprecedented height. It also better meets the needs of fighting against demons. On the high platform, Zhuge Ming gently waved his feather fan, his eyes flashing with the light of wisdom. It was obvious that he had a plan behind this new rule. The military marshal's eyes were even more blazing, as this was the best touchstone to test the potential of the younger generation of commanders. Athletes' preparation area. The three finalists had different expressions. After a brief moment of surprise, the corners of Ling Qianyu's mouth quickly curled up into an arc of confidence that was almost arrogant. Command troops? City attack and defense? Snort. God help me. Countless military formations and classic battle examples passed down through his family flashed through his mind. Growing up in a military camp, he was influenced by everything and even personally participated in the command of small-scale battles on the border. He, Ling Qianyu, not only has the best personal strength among the younger generation, but also believes that he is far superior to those two peasants in the way of commanding troops. Lin Xingzhan? What does an F-level pupil magician who comes from a self-taught background know about military tactics? Zhang Mo? A B-level element affinity who hides his head and shows his tail is even more of a joke. This rule was tailor-made for Ling Qianyu, allowing him to crush his opponent in all directions and without any blind spots, and completely trample Lin Xingzhan's just-saved face, along with his ridiculous number 1 seed status, into the quagmire. He seemed to have already seen himself commanding his men to sweep across the battlefield, and the scene of Lin Xingzhan and Zhang Mo in a miserable state in front of his army. Zhang Mo's brows, hidden under his hood, frowned slightly. This rule was indeed somewhat beyond his expectations. Command 100 people? Defend the city? Siege? Trouble. He is used to being alone and relying on his own abilities to solve everything. Leading troops in battle and deploying troops are not his strong points. But this discomfort only lasted for a moment, and his eyes became calm again. Rules are just a framework, power is the foundation. He believed that as long as he found an opportunity to kill the enemy's main general with lightning speed, even the most powerful legion would collapse in an instant. In his eyes, Lin Xingzhan and Ling Qianyu were not to be feared at all. His goal has never changed to reach the summit. As for the method? It's just a process. Lin Xingzhan looked the calmest, even a little absent-minded. Just then, the voice of the new king, Xingzhan, rang out again, setting the tone for the upcoming peak confrontation. At this time tomorrow, the secret realm will open. I hope that you three will show the potential of future generals of our Xia country. With wisdom, courage and leadership, the true hope of mankind will be decided. The atmosphere in the central arena was once again pushed to a fever pitch due to the new rules of the finals. The era of personal heroism has temporarily ended, and the iron-blooded stage belonging to the commander has begun. Lin Xingzhan, Ling Qianyu, and Zhang Mo, these three peerless geniuses, will engage in an ultimate clash on a simulated battlefield. Chapter 68. The finals begin. The next day, the atmosphere in the central arena was even more enthusiastic than the day before. The huge magic light screen had already lit up and was divided into several areas, ready to project the battle situation in the secret realm in real time. Millions of viewers are eagerly waiting for this unprecedented showdown between commanders. Players' entrance area. Lin Xing saw a man in a simple black combat uniform standing in front of the entrance with a calm expression. Mr. Mo, President Wang, and the presidents of several other universities in the province gathered around. Xingzhan, leading troops in battle is not the same as fighting alone. Ling Qianyu grew up in the military camp, so he has a huge advantage in this regard. You must remember to proceed steadily and rely on the city's defense. As long as you hold on, your score will never be low. No one can easily capture a fortress-level city in 3 days. Principal Qin said. Yeah, another principal echoed. Protect yourself well, command the army well, and you will win. Mr. Mo and Principal Wang looked at each other and pulled Lin Xingzhan aside. See you Xing, Principal Wang lowered his voice. Don't listen to those old guys' conservative talk. The battlefield is changing rapidly, so strike when the time is right. Remember, this is a special secret realm with a protection mechanism, no one will die. As long as you have the chance, beat me to death. He patted Lin Xingzhan's shoulder vigorously.
Mo Lao stroked his beard, his voice steady but with a hint of sharpness. Xinjiang, on the battlefield, there is no need to worry too much. The rules allow for any means justify the means, so, do it with all your strength. He glanced meaningfully at Ling Qianyu, who was surrounded by stars not far away. Lin Xing saw that his expression was a little strange, but he nodded solemnly. Thank you, Principal Mo, I understand.
See you at the stars. Come on. Su Mingyuan, wrapped in bandages, limped over, his face full of excitement. Kill them. Xuanli and Xingtong also ran over.
Xianli's face was still a little pale, but his eyes were bright, and he whispered, Master, come on.
Xingtong waved her little fist. Brother Xingjian. Beat that arrogant Ling Qianyu to a pulp. Xingtong's father Xingyou and Xuanli's father Xian Jingye stood a little further away, watching their daughters circling around Lin Xingjian, their expressions a little subtle. Xingyou shook his head helplessly, while Xian Jingye stroked his beard.
The two looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Lei Lai, Chen Lai, Xiaoying, Qin Tiange and other students from the same province also came. Lei Lai looked at Lin Xingjian with a complicated look in his eyes, which eventually turned into a low roar. Lin Xingjian, come on.
Bring honor to our province.
He was half convinced before, but now he is really convinced. Chen Lai was so excited that his face turned red. Boss Lin.
Kill them. Where are you pointing at? Well, even though I can't get in, I'll support you in spirit.
Qin Tiange looked at Lin Xingjian, and his face flushed slightly when he thought of the experience of being sucked dry by him, but he still said seriously, Brother Lin, it is better to be careful.
I wish you a triumphant return.
On the other side, Ling Qianyu was surrounded by a group of imposing officers and family elders in military uniforms, and was making the final deployment. He looked arrogant and looked down on others, as if he was sure of victory.
Zhang Yamo stood alone in the corner, his hood pulled low and his breath restrained. Dear audience.
The referee's voice resounded throughout the stadium.
The rules for the finals were announced yesterday. The secret realm is about to open. Once again, I reiterate, in the secret realm, all means can be used. There is only one goal: victory. When attacked with a fatal force, the secret realm protection mechanism will teleport you out to ensure safety. Please 3 contestants, and your elite expeditionary forces, get ready. Now the final begins. With the referee's order, 3 huge beams of light descended from the sky, covering Lin Xingjian, Ling Qianyu, and Zhang Mo. At the same time, in the open space in the center of the arena, the space fluctuated violently, and 300 elite warriors wearing dark gold standard armor and exuding an iron-blooded murderous aura appeared out of thin air. They were like 300 silent war machines, instantly dividing into 3 neat phalanxes of 100 men. They are the elite expeditionary forces of Xia State. All at level 80. The beam of light flickered, and Lin Xingjian, Ling Qianyu, Zhang Mo, and their respective elite legions of 100 men disappeared in the beam of light in an instant. On the huge magic light screen, the secret map instantly lit up, clearly showing 3 towering cities standing in a tripod position, as well as the vast terrain around them. 3 spots of light representing Lin Xingjian red, Ling Qianyu gold and white, and Zhang Mo dark blue appeared in the core positions of the 3 cities respectively. Go in. It started. It started. Look. All 3 cities are lit up. Ling Qianyu is moving so quickly. His army has begun to assemble and deploy. On Zhang Mo's side, why does his army seem a little disorganized? Where is Ling Xingjian? What is he doing? The audience instantly erupted in discussion. Chapter 69 Low Score. Must be low score. Secret Realm Lin Xingjian's main city Akaji. The atmosphere in the magnificent city lord's mansion was solemn. Hundreds of elite expeditionary forces stood solemnly like statues. Their eyes were calm but scrutinizing as they focused on the young commander Lin Xingjian. Deputy Commander-in-Chief Chen Yan is a middle-aged man with a resolute face. There are 3 bloodstains engraved on his epaulets, representing his rich battlefield experience. He is the actual commander of this elite team and one of the important members of this evaluation. From the moment he stepped into the secret realm, he had been observing Lin Xingjian, and had begun to silently evaluate the command ability of this number 1 seed in his heart. However, all he saw was silence. Lin Xingjian stood in front of the huge sand table, his eyes sweeping over the light and shadow representing the 3 cities and terrain, but he said nothing. No orders were issued, no defensive tasks were assigned, no pre-war mobilization was carried out, and even basic scouts were not sent out. It was as if the battlefield before him, which determined the final victory or defeat, had nothing to do with him. Chen Yan frowned, and the disappointment in his heart spread like a cold tide. In a race against time siege, the start is crucial. Seize favorable terrain, arrange defense lines, scout enemy situations, stockpile resources. One step slow, all steps slow. The light screen on Ling Qianyu's side showed that it was operating efficiently. Although the troop deployment on Zhang Mo's side was a bit chaotic, at least the main general was taking action. But their commander in Akaji was, in a daze? Commander Lin, Chen Yan couldn't help but take a step forward, his voice steady but with a subtle urging. The enemy's movements are unclear and time is running out. Should we deploy city defense immediately? Send scouts to investigate the movements of Jincheng Ling Qianyu and Yingqing Zhang Yamo? At the same time, organize people to reinforce the weak points of the east side of the city wall? He offered professional advice, trying to guide the young commander. Lin Xingjian seemed to have just come back to his senses and said him lightly, but did not give any specific instructions. He turned around, his eyes seeming to penetrate the thick city walls and look into the distance. Time passed minute by minute, and there was an eerie silence in Qiyan City. The soldiers looked at each other in confusion and could only take their positions according to the most basic alert regulations, which was inefficient. Chen Yan's heart sank to the bottom. In his opinion, this is no longer immaturity, but complete abandonment and lack of responsibility. This young hero is so incompetent in the real position of commander. At this moment, Lin Xingjian did something that left everyone dumbfounded. He raised his feet and walked straight out of the city lord's mansion. Commander Lin? Chen Yan was stunned, and an ominous premonition surged in his heart. Seeing that they hadn't stopped, Lin Xing calmly said, "You guys guard the city, I'm going to go out for a walk." Boom! This sentence exploded like thunder in the silent hall. Hundreds of elite soldiers were instantly in an uproar. Even the calmest veterans showed an expression of disbelief on their faces. Go out for a walk? On a battlefield where the future of humanity's generals will be decided and where armies from 3 parties may invade at any time. The commander went out of the city alone? Chen Yan rushed to Lin Xingjian, his face livid. "Commander Lin, please think twice. You are the backbone of the entire army. Leaving the city at this moment is tantamount to putting yourself in danger. On the battlefield, the safety of the commander-in-chief determines the survival of the entire army. Scouting and reconnaissance are the duties of soldiers. How can you put yourself in danger? If we were to be ambushed by an enemy expert or surrounded by a large enemy army, the consequences would be disastrous. The game will end soon." He practically roared, each word resounding and full of a soldier's iron will and worry. He even hinted that Lin Xingjian's behavior was simply treating the lives of all the soldiers and the competition as a joke. However, Lin Xingjian just looked at Chen Yan's excited face calmly, without showing any emotion. He gently pushed aside Chen Yan's arm that was blocking him, his tone still calm. "Defend the city. This is an order." After saying this, he no longer paid attention to the hundreds of shocked, puzzled, and even angry gazes behind him. He flashed and quickly passed through the city gate corridor and disappeared into the vast wilderness outside Xicheng. Chen Yan stood frozen in place, staring at the empty city gate, his fists clenched so tightly that they made a clattering sound. A huge feeling of powerlessness and disappointment swept over him. He took a deep breath, forced down his turbulent emotions, and shouted to the hundreds of equally bewildered soldiers, "Follow orders. Everyone, take your positions. Strengthen the city defense. Level 1 alert." His voice was filled with suppressed anger and disappointment. He turned around and looked at the red light dot on the screen representing Lin Xingjian, who was rushing out of the city alone. His eyes were cold as he gave a very low score in his heart. Chaotic command, self-willed, and serious dereliction of duty. Disregarding the safety of the entire army. Central Arena. The huge light screen clearly divides the scenes of the 3 battlefields. Ling Qianyu's Golden City, the army was mobilized in an orderly manner. The fortifications were efficiently reinforced, several elite scout teams shot in all directions like arrows, light and dark energy flowed on the city walls, forming a powerful magic circle. Ling Qianyu himself sat in charge of the center, issuing clear orders one after another, showing the style of a famous general. The raiding team composed of senior military officials and think tanks nodded in agreement, and the scores rose steadily. Zhang Mo's cinema, although the army's assembly was a bit chaotic, Zhang Mo himself was at least in command. After the initial confusion, his army of 100 people, under the command of his deputy general, began to arrange defenses based on the terrain and the city. Although the action was not perfect, it was still acceptable. The rating panel frowned slightly, but did not give a low score for the time being.
And when the camera switched to Lin Xingjian's Akaji, millions of viewers were speechless at first, and then broke into an incredible noise.
What did I see? Lin Xingjian ran out alone? He left his army in the city and went out himself? Oh my god. What is he thinking about? This is a war. Not an outing. Are you crazy? He is the commander. It's the commander-in-chief. Not a scout. It's over. It's over. Akaji is leaderless, how can they defend themselves?
If Ling Qianyu or Zhang Mo's scouts find him alone, he will be dead.
The game ends immediately. Does he think he can defeat 100 level 80 elite soldiers with his own strength?
I used to think he was very powerful, but now it seems that he is just brainless. If such a person becomes a general and leads troops to war, will our Xia country still have a future?
I'm afraid that hundreds of thousands of soldiers will be sent to the mouths of the demons. Doubts, ridicule, worry, and anger swept through the audience like a tsunami.
The little respect that Lin Xingjian had earned with his strength before was almost gone at this moment. Everyone thought that Lin Xingjian had made an unforgivable, extremely stupid, and low-level mistake. The atmosphere in the judging panel area, which is responsible for monitoring and scoring, was even more solemn. Several experienced referees who came from the military looked at the red light spot on the screen moving rapidly in the wilderness, and then looked at the army and Akaji who were trying their best to defend but were obviously demoralized and poorly commanded. Their faces were extremely ugly.
Nonsense. It's child's play.
An old general with a star on his shoulder was so angry that his beard was shaking. The commander-in-chief has deserted his post and taken risks alone.
This is the biggest taboo among taboos for commanders. Does he think this is a personal arena?
Akaji's defense is full of loopholes, with no awareness of active reconnaissance, and is completely passive.
Rating, unpassable. Another referee shook his head sadly.
It seems that personal strength and command ability are two completely different things. Lin Xing saw that this boy was of no use. A think tank member sighed and mercilessly gave Lin Xingjian shockingly low scores on the scoring board for items such as command and dispatch ability, battlefield judgment, and overall view.
Almost all referees made similar decisions.
Lin Xingjian's strolling behavior at the beginning of the finals had already sentenced him to death in advance in this battle for leadership. Almost everyone believed that he would be the first to be eliminated, and in an extremely humiliating way failing because of the stupidity of the commander. On the high platform, Mr. Mo and Principal Wang had calm expressions, as if they had thought of something, with the corners of their mouths slightly raised.
Xingyao and Xian Zhangye frowned, not understanding what Lin Xingjian was going to do.
Su Mingyuan, Xianli, Xingtong, and others opened their mouths as if they had thought of something, their faces filled with shock.
Chapter 70, Encirclement and Outflanking. Secret Realm Ling Qianyu's main city Golden City. Inside the city lord's mansion, the atmosphere was solemn and efficient.
In front of the huge tactical sand table, Ling Qianyu was wearing a white battle robe with gold edges. His fingers quickly moved across the sand table, and clear and precise commands came out of his mouth. The first scout team will fan out towards the movie city, expanding their reconnaissance range to 30 miles, focusing on monitoring Zhang Mo's main force movements and terrain changes. The 2nd and 3rd Defense Battalions immediately reinforce the west and south walls and activate the core node of the Light and Dark Barrier Magic Array. Engineering team set up a trap area in the East Canyon and bury Shadow Binding and Holy Light Bomb.
Make sure the camouflage is in place. Mobile reserve team, rotation and rest, ready to go at any time. Scout intelligence is summarized every half a quarter of an hour.
His deputy commander, a sturdy man named Raymond with a hideous scar on his face, was meticulously recording and conveying the instructions, his eyes filled with undisguised admiration. The calmness, decisiveness, and overall grasp of the battlefield displayed by this young commander did not seem like that of a fledgling student at all. Instead, he looked more like an iron-blooded veteran who had been tempered in a sea of blood and corpses.
The officers and soldiers around were also in high spirits and acted quickly.
The entire Jinchang is like a sophisticated war machine, operating efficiently under Ling Qianyu's control. Raymond admired him silently in his heart and gave Ling Qianyu a score close to full marks in the scoring of command ability.
He had even begun discussing the subsequent offensive strategy with Ling Qianyu in a low voice.
At this moment, a scout flashed into the war room, knelt on one knee, breathed slightly, and said in a voice of extreme disbelief, "Report.
Commander. Urgent military information."
Ling Qianyu didn't even raise his head, his eyes still fixed on the sand table, and said in a deep voice, "Speak."
The scout took a deep breath and reported with difficulty, an abnormality was discovered in the direction of Akaji.
Lin Xingjian, the chief general of Qicheng, left the city alone. It's moving towards my Jincheng at high speed.
The distance is less than 50 miles. The war room instantly fell into silence.
You can hear a pin drop. All the officers who were discussing, Raymond who was recording the orders, and even Ling Xianyu himself, were as if cast under a spell of immobilization, their movements and expressions frozen in an instant. Ling Xianyu slowly raised her head, and for the first time, there was obvious surprise and shock in her pupils. He even wondered if he had heard it wrong.
What did you say?
Ling Xianyu asked. He thought he was hallucinating. The scout gritted his teeth and repeated clearly, Commander-in-Chief.
Confirmed.
Lin Xingjian, the chief general of Qicheng, is alone and without any soldiers, and is rapidly approaching our Jincheng. It is expected to arrive at the outer security area of our city within half an hour.
Deputy Commander Raymond looked embarrassed. What is he going to do? Coming towards us? Are you going to attack the city alone?
As soon as these words came out, everyone in the combat meeting room couldn't hold back any longer.
Phew. I don't know who couldn't help but let out an uncontrollable sneer first.
Then, as if a switch had been turned on, an uncontrollable burst of laughter erupted in the war room.
Ha 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 ha. Alone? Coming towards our Jincheng? He is lost? Or did you go in the wrong direction while taking a walk? Oh my god. Is this number one seed here to make people laugh? Does he think that with his personal strength, he can single-handedly challenge our entire city and 100 elite soldiers? Crazy. Absolutely crazy. The officers laughed so hard that tears came out.
Ling Xianyu had previously been wary of Lin Xingjian's strength. But at this moment, in the face of this absurd information, it instantly vanished into thin air, leaving only an extreme sense of absurdity. The scar on Deputy Commander Raymond's face twisted a few times, and he suppressed his smile. Commander, this.
The astonishment on Ling Xianyu's face finally faded away. He laughed too. I laughed heartily.
He was originally on high alert and regarded Lin Xingjian as an opponent who needed to be taken seriously.
He repeatedly deduced the city defense strategies and surprise attack methods that Lin Xingjian might adopt. What's the result? As a result, this number one seed actually delivered himself to the door in such a stupid and unbelievable way? Ha 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 ha.
Ling Xianyu laughed out loud, his laughter full of pleasure and contempt.
See you Lin Xing, see you Lin Xing. Your strength is indeed interesting.
Ling Xianyu stopped laughing, but your brain is even dumber than a pig.
Lead troops to fight? You don't deserve it at all.
He slapped the edge of the sand table and his voice suddenly became harsh, a godsend opportunity.
How can you miss it? Raymond. I am here. Raymond instantly stopped smiling and responded solemnly. Send the order immediately.
First, all scout teams, target Lin Xingjian.
Bite him hard. Report his location and status in real time.
But remember, keep a safe distance, just monitor, don't contact. Second, order the 1st and 2nd Close Combat Assault Battalions, led by you personally, to leave the city immediately. Go around to the side and rear of Lin Xingjian and cut off any possible escape route for him.
Form an encirclement. Third, order all long-range strike forces to enter the city immediately. Take the best shooting position. Target Lin Xingjian. Fourth, the mobile reserve force enters the highest combat readiness. Be prepared to deal with Akaji's possible, well, although the possibility is extremely low, we must also guard against their headless flies coming out to rescue. Ling Xianyu's orders were as smooth as flowing water, and in an instant, Lin Xingjian, the prey who had fallen into the trap, was clearly arranged. The corners of his mouth curled up cruelly. I will make it impossible for him to ascend to heaven or descend to the earth. I want everyone to see how this so-called number one seed is crushed like a stray dog in front of my army, Ling Xianyu.
Yes, sir. Raymond and all the officers responded with excitement in their eyes.
This is simply a free head.
The war machine of Jincheng suddenly burst out with even more powerful kinetic energy. The city gate burst open, and the elite assault troops poured out like a torrent of steel. Led by Raymond, they silently but swiftly surrounded the lonely red light in the wilderness.
On the city wall, densely packed long-range professionals are ready to go.
Ling Xianyu stood at the highest point of the city wall with his hands behind his back, his white robe fluttering in the wind.
Lin Xingjian, the game is over. Chapter 71 All-Out Attack. The huge light screen in the central arena clearly reflected the scene outside the Golden City. Lin Xingjian's figure was cutting through the sky at an astonishing speed, flying towards the towering Golden City. He is flying. I see. He relies on his ability to fly. But what's the use of this? Ling Qianyu can also fly. And they have an entire legion. Too naive. Do you think you can come and go freely just because you can fly? Ling Qianyu's encirclement has closed. It's over, completely over. He walked into a trap and flew so high, he was simply a sitting duck. In the audience, the feeling of disappointment and disgust reached its peak. Many people didn't even bother to watch anymore, thinking that Lin Xingjian's behavior was an insult to his intelligence. The referees on the podium had their pens hovering over the command ability column on the scoring board, almost about to write down that glaring 0 score. Secret realm outside the Golden City. Ling Qianyu stood at the highest point of the city wall, her golden hair fluttering in the wind. Looking at the figure getting closer and closer, his face showed a mixture of sarcasm, pity, and a hint of boredom. The scout's intelligence had already confirmed that Lin Xingjian had come flying. Ling Qianyu scoffed at this. Oh, so it's because of this support that you dare to come out so unscrupulously? He shook his head slightly, and his voice was clearly transmitted through the amplifying array, with a strong sense of mockery. Brother Lin, are you so eager to die and end the game? To be honest, I'm a little reluctant to let go. He casually raised his hand, signaling the long-range troops on the city wall, which were densely packed and locked onto Lin Xingjian, to hold back their fire for the time being. He wanted to appreciate the final embarrassment of this number 1 seed. At the same time, the elite assault brigade led by Deputy Commander Raymond and the scout teams scattered around have completely blocked the airspace and ground behind Lin Xingjian like an iron barrel. An invisible giant net has tightened. Buzz. A huge translucent barrier, like an inverted giant bowl, instantly rose from the surroundings of Jincheng, completely covering the entire city and the airspace where Lin Xingjian was. This is Ling Qianyu's backup plan to deal with aerial threats, the light and dark sky barrier. Once you get in, don't even think about getting out. See you, Lin Xing. That's all. Ling Qianyu said coldly. Lin Xingjian, who was floating in the air, calmly swept his enchanting eyes of reincarnation over the army below that was on high alert, and over the long-range firepower on the city wall that was ready to go. Finally, it fell indifferently on Ling Qianyu's face, which was full of confidence in victory. His eyes were as calm as if he was looking down at a group of ants. The words of Mr. Mo and Principal Wang flashed through his mind. Yes, this is a special secret place. Fatal wounds are teleported. No need to worry. Since the rules allow for any means necessary. Since everyone is looking forward to a performance from the commander. Since Ling Qianyu is so confident. Then, let's end this farce in the most direct way. Playing house is over. Lin Xingjian slowly opened his arms. This action made Ling Qianyu on the city wall raise his eyebrows, thinking that he was going to use some defensive or offensive skills, and the sarcasm on the corner of his mouth became even stronger. Raymond and the commandos outside the city also tensed up and held their weapons tighter. On the city wall, countless bowstrings were fully drawn. The audience held their breath, waiting for Lin Xingjian's final struggle. However, Lin Xingjian did not gather any energy and did not chant any spells. He just floated there calmly, with his arms outstretched as if to embrace the entire world. Those eyes of reincarnation were cold and indifferent, as if a god was passing judgment. An extremely calm voice resounded clearly in everyone's ears, like a final judgment, Super Shinra Tensei. Bang! With Lin Xingjian as the center, the space seemed to be instantly grasped by an invisible giant hand, and then suddenly stretched outward with a speed and strength beyond comprehension. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Next second. Boom, 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 boom. The indescribable, terrifying, repulsive force, like the shock wave that erupted at the beginning of creation, took the shape of a perfect sphere and spread out with a bang. An indestructible barrier of light and darkness? The moment it came into contact with the invisible repulsive force, it was like a fragile soap bubble, without even a ripple, and it shattered silently. Annihilation. Below, the elite assault brigade led by Raymond, full of murderous intent? Those battle-hardened, well-equipped level 80 warriors? He didn't even have time to show a look of horror. The moment he came into contact with the repulsive wave, he was instantly teleported out of the secret realm to the point of near death. The towering walls of the Golden City? Is that the alloy barrier that is strong enough to withstand the bombardment of 100 level strongmen? In front of the super god Luo Tensei, it is as fragile as a sandcastle. Starting from the point of contact, it disintegrates and collapses bit by bit. The huge city walls, the towering arrow towers, the dense city defense equipment, everything was being flattened at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the city wall, those long-range troops ready to go? Their fully drawn bowstrings, terrified looks in their eyes, along with the city walls beneath their feet, were ruthlessly swallowed and crushed by the torrent of destruction. And Ling Qianyu, who was standing at the highest point, looking down on the world and controlling everything just a second ago. The confidence, sarcasm, and sense of control on his face completely froze the moment he felt the destructive force coming. No! He only had time to let out a heart-wrenching roar. The torrent of repulsive force of destruction has swept in. The light and dark energy shield that he was so proud of was shattered like paper. The priceless defensive equipment on his body dimmed and disappeared in an instant as soon as the light came on. His powerful body, tempered by countless natural treasures, was so fragile that it could not withstand a single blow in the face of such absolute power. Puff! Ling Qianyu was instantly teleported out while on the verge of death. Even the city wall where he was completely wiped out. Boom, boom, boom. The repulsive torrent of destruction did not stop, and it mercilessly washed over the entire Golden City. The magnificent city lord's mansion? Annihilation. A fortified military camp? Annihilation. A warehouse for storing resources? Annihilation. A crisscross of streets? Annihilation. Just one breath. No, not even a breath. When the destructive invisible shockwaves swept through, the entire Golden City, along with the ground within a radius of several miles, was left with only a huge circular pit. All the buildings, all the people, all the fortifications, including the 100 elite expeditionary forces at level 80, including the deputy commander Raymond, including Ling Qianyu who had just been giving orders with high spirits, everything. All disappeared without a trace. As if it never existed. Dead silence. The central arena, with its millions of spectators, fell into a more complete and suffocating silence than at any time before. Everyone, including the new King Qinzhan, Zhu Gaming, the military marshal, all the referees, Mr. Mo, Principal Wang, Xingyao, Xian Zhengye, Su Mingyuan, Xianli, Xingtong, and even the entire Xia kingdom who were watching the live broadcast, all seemed to be petrified. Their eyes were fixed on the huge circular pit on the light screen. My mind is blank. Thoughts completely stagnated. Can't understand. Unacceptable. Can't breathe. What just happened? What about that impregnable Golden City? Where is Ling Qianyu's elite army that has fought hundreds of battles? Where is Ling Qianyu, the brilliant and confident person who is in control of everything? All gone? Was it wiped out by Lin Xingzhan with one move? Just one move? Ah. Jinchang is gone? Ling Qianyu was killed in an instant? One move? Just one move? Oh my god. What did I see? Is this something a level 58 can do? Lin Xingzhan, is he still a human? What kind of existence were we questioning before? The entire arena went completely crazy. On the high platform, the new King Qinzhan stood up suddenly. Zhu Gaming raised the corner of his mouth slightly. The military marshal stared at the deep pit thoughtfully. In the referee's booth, the old generals and think tanks who had just given Lin Xingzhan low scores and scolded him for being useless now had dazed eyes. Mr. Mo and Principal Wang looked at each other and saw the ecstasy in each other's eyes. Xingyao opened his mouth wide. Xian Zhengye even took a deep breath. For the first time, the two old fathers were glad that their daughters were entangled with Lin Xingzhan. Su Mingyuan waved his fists wildly. Xingzhan. Awesome. Xuanli and Xingtong smiled like flowers. And above that huge deep pit, Lin Xingzhan slowly lowered his open arms. Then he slowly turned his head, looking towards the movie studio in the distance. Next. Chapter 72, The King of Elements. Central Arena. The brains of millions of viewers are still struggling to process the bizarre scene. Chen Lai stood in the crowd, looking at the people around him who had just sneered at Lin Xingzhan but were now speechless like ducks with their necks strangled. A huge sense of pleasure surged in his heart. He grinned, revealing a cheerful smile. See it. That's it. In Molten Core, this is how the boss cleared the field. Now you know how powerful it is? His voice was especially loud in the chaos, full of pride.
Only those who have personally experienced the molten core can truly understand the unreasonable and terrifying power contained in Lin Xingjian's purple eyes.
Transmission zone. Dazzling white lights flashed one after another, accompanied by suppressed groans of pain.
Ling Qianyu and his 100 elite expeditionary forces appeared on the transmission platform, covered in blood. Their armor was twisted and deformed, covered with horrific cracks, and many people still had terrible marks on their bodies from being squeezed and torn apart in an instant by a huge force. Although the Secret Realm's protection mechanism teleported them out at the most critical moment and saved their lives, serious injuries were still inevitable. The entire transmission area was filled with a strong smell of blood. These elite warriors who have experienced hundreds of battles now have only confusion and incomprehensible horror on their faces.
What happened? They were on high alert on the city wall 1 second, and were wiped out instantly the next? What is that power?
Deputy Commander Raymond struggled to prop up half of his body. The hideous scar on his face was now covered in blood, making him look even more terrifying. He raised his head with difficulty and saw the huge circular pit frozen on the central light screen. His body began to shake violently and uncontrollably.
What on earth is this? Medical staff rushed to the scene like a tide to provide treatment. Get out of here!
A hoarse roar filled with pain and collapse rang out. Ling Qianyu suddenly pushed away the medical staff who were trying to support him and staggered to his feet. His gorgeous white battle robe had long been soaked and stained red with blood, and his hair, which was once as bright as gold, was also stained with blood. But he seemed to be unable to feel the severe pain in his body. The pupils that were once full of confidence and control were now filled with endless confusion and emptiness. He stared at the deep pit on the light screen.
What happened? I was killed in seconds? Like an ant, without even a chance to react, he was wiped out? Lin Xingjian, the man he regarded as a clown and a foolish and reckless man, only used one move? One move? Puff!
The extreme humiliation, the incredible frustration, and the despair of having his cognition completely crushed, burned his internal organs like a poisonous fire. Ling Qianyu suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, his body shook violently for a few times, the light in his eyes completely extinguished, he fell straight forward, and completely fainted. He could not accept, and refused to accept, this reality which was even more cruel than a nightmare.
Qian Yu. Young master. Ling Qianyu's family elders and the officers who surrounded him finally woke up from their dreams and rushed onto the transmission platform. Everyone was stunned. The favored child of heaven whom they had placed high hopes on, the future of the Ling family, was actually had all his pride and dignity crushed in this most shameful and thorough way, in the spotlight of the public? Secret Realm Akaji Lin Xingjian's main city. Deputy Commander Chen Yan was directing the soldiers to strengthen the city's defenses.
Although their morale was low, their military duties forced them to strictly follow the defend the city order left by Lin Xingjian. Suddenly, there was a strong and short vibration from the ground beneath my feet.
It was as if some extremely terrifying power was erupting in the distance. What is going on? Earthquake? Will there be earthquakes in secret places? The soldiers started to stir and looked around in panic. Chen Yan frowned, feeling confused and uncertain. Quiet. Stay alert.
Chen Yan suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and shouted sternly. I don't know where Lin Xing saw that kid now. Since they haven't been leaked, it means Lin Xingjian is not dead yet.
Could he have been captured?
Chen Yan's thoughts raced, and all kinds of bad guesses came to his mind.
Deputy Commander, Commander Lin.
A soldier asked worriedly. Chen Yan's face turned ugly, and he waved his hands irritably. Don't worry about him.
Guard our city.
Although he was extremely disappointed with Lin Xingjian, as a soldier, he still strictly followed orders.
Secret Realm Movie City Zhangma Main City.
The central square of the city lord's mansion. The terrifying shock that just affected the entire secret realm also reached here, causing the ground to shake and the buildings to tremble slightly. However, at this moment, all the soldiers in the square, including the experienced deputy commander, had no time to pay attention to the strange vibration. They were as if they were cast into a spell, all looking up with their heads, mouths wide open, and eyes full of shock. Their eyes were fixed on the young man in the center of the square, wearing a washed-out hoodie. Zhang Yimou.
Zhang Yimou was just standing there calmly.
He did not make any exaggerated movements, but simply raised his hands slightly. However, with him as the center, the elements of heaven and earth within a radius of 100 miles are experiencing an unprecedented riot. Strong winds were howling from all directions, but strangely gathered above his head to form a huge vortex.
There was a low roar from beneath the ground, and an ochre-colored light broke out from the earth. The water vapor in the air condensed instantly, turning into countless crystal ice crystals that danced around. The blazing fire element leaped out from nothingness like a summoned spirit. The sea embraces all rivers. All flows return to their source. The magical power of heaven and earth within a radius of 100 miles seemed to be meeting their supreme king, rushing towards Zhang Yimou madly and recklessly. There, a huge phantom made up of pure elemental energy was condensing and taking shape at a speed visible to the naked eye. It is hundreds of meters tall, with a blurred outline, but it exudes a terrifying pressure that can destroy the world. Just the aftermath of the energy it emitted made it difficult for these level 80 elite warriors in the square to breathe. Under the shadow of the hood, the corners of Zhang Mo's mouth curved upwards. He has no talent for leadership. But so what? The rule is to attack the city and destroy the opponent's city. Then he, Zhang Yimou, would use this elemental giant that gathered the magic power of heaven and earth to crush the cities of Lin Xingjian and Ling Qianyu in a dignified manner. Attack the city? Zhang Mo's calm voice. Hee, let me show you what true terror is. Chapter 73 Zhang Mo's disguise is revealed. Secret Realm Movie City Zhang Mo Main City. The central square of the city lord's mansion. The figure that had been hiding under the washed-out hoodie is finally no longer low-key. Zhang Yimou, the young man who struggled out of a small town on the northwestern border, who bore the humiliation of having his fiancée taken away, and who made a 3-year pact to practice silently, is now finally going to reveal his long-suppressed edge to the whole world. He is not a level 32 B-grade elemental affinity. That is just the appearance of the artifact, Mirror of Deception, that blocks the secrets of heaven and conceals the truth. He is not a mediocre person, he is a natural elemental king, the second awakened, elemental lord. All elements are its servants. It's been hidden for so long, it's time for the world to see it. Under the speechless gazes of 100 elite expeditionary soldiers and the deputy commander, and the stunned gazes of 1,000,000 spectators, Zhang Yimou slowly raised his hand and took off the gray hood that symbolized his low-key disguise. The hood slipped off, revealing a young but angular face with determination and vicissitudes of life. In those deep eyes, it seemed as if billions of stars were being born and dying. Boom! A terrifying aura, like a dormant volcano suddenly erupting, shot up into the sky. The majestic elemental pressure instantly swept across the entire studio. Level 65. The pressure of the peak SSS level. Level 65? Oh my god. He's not level 32? Second awakening? Has he been pretending? This aura is so terrifying. Even more powerful than Ling Qianyu. Elements are submitting to him? The audience exploded again. Exclamations rang out one after another. The dark horses of this competition are more hidden and terrifying than each other. He was just deeply shocked by Lin Xingjian, and now he was stunned by Zhang Mo's true strength. On the high platform, the new King Xingjian's eyes flashed with brilliance. Zhuge Ming paused with the feather fan in his hand and said in a lost voice, "Deceiving heaven? An ancient artifact that blocks the secrets of heaven? This kid actually has such incredible luck. Or a second awakening?" Even though he was a man of unparalleled wisdom, he was still deeply shaken by these successive misfortunes. The military marshal's eyes were as sharp as a knife, staring at the figure in the light curtain, as if he wanted to see through him. The elders of Ling Qianyu's family looked at Zhang Yimou, who was exuding a powerful aura and looked like an elemental king on the light screen. Looking at Ling Qianyu, who was lying unconscious like a dead dog on the transmission platform with his future ruined, he felt mixed emotions. It finally turned into a sigh filled with bitterness and wonder. Monsters, they are all monsters. This aura is even stronger than Qianyu at his peak. But that's good, at least someone can deal with Lin Xingjian. They, like many viewers, instantly came to a reasonable conclusion. Lin Xingjian had just released that devastating skill, so his magic power must be exhausted at this moment and the skill was on cooldown. Not only did Zhang Yimou hide his terrifying strength, but at this moment he was even more powerful and summoned the elemental giant that could destroy the world. As one side gains strength, the other loses strength. As long as Zhang Yimou commands the elemental giant to attack Lin Xingjian's Qicheng, what can Lin Xingjian do to stop it? It is bound to fail. The outcome is decided. Although Lin Xingjian is strong, he consumes too much energy, which gives Zhang Yimou an opportunity. Yes, that Zhang Yimou was very good at hiding. Lin Xingjian probably still thought he was the B-level elemental affinity. The information gap is fatal. Lin Xingjian is also unlucky.
With Zhang Mo's strength, he is sure to win the championship.
That elemental giant looks scary.
It's really impressive that Lin Xingjian can get second place.
The two old fathers, Xian Jingye and Xingyao, had similar thoughts when looking at the light curtain.
Xian Zhengye stroked his beard and whispered, "My nephew Xingjian is still too young and impulsive."
Now. Alas, what a pity.
Even so, his admiration for Lin Xingjian did not diminish in the slightest. After all, the shocking force of that blow was too great. Xingyao, true to his business nature, quickly pondered, "Brother Lin's strength is undeniable, but his temper is too reckless.
But it doesn't matter, even if I lose, I'm definitely the runner-up, and my future is limitless." Tonger's vision, well, it's still okay. I accept this son-in-law.
However, just when everyone thought that Lin Xingjian should return to Qicheng immediately and rely on the city to restore his magic power.
On the light screen, the red light representing Lin Xingjian did not pause at all after leveling the Golden City.
He didn't even change his direction, still maintaining that terrifying high-speed flying posture, like a red meteor across the sky, with a clear goal heading straight for the movie studio where Zhang Mo was.
Where is he going? Movie studio. He went towards Zhang Mo. Oh my god. Is he crazy? After using that powerful move just now, doesn't he need to replenish his magic power?
The flying speed hasn't slowed down at all.
Does he want to kill Zhang Mo in one fell swoop? What a joke. Zhang Mo is now a level 65 elemental king. And that terrifying elemental giant. Underestimate the enemy. Too underestimated the enemy.
He had no idea of Zhang Mo's changes now.
The audience seats were in complete chaos.
In their opinion, Lin Xingjian was so carried away by victory that he completely ignored his own consumption and the transformation of his opponent. The information gap has become a fatal weakness at this moment.
It's over. Lin Xingjian will have to pay the price for his arrogance. Zhang Mo is not Ling Qianyu. He is in full condition and is holding back his ultimate move. Alas, what a pity.
On the high platform, Zhu Gaming frowned, and his feather fan was shaking rapidly and unconsciously, as if he was quickly deducing something. The new King Qin Zhan's gaze was fixed on the fast-moving red light spot, and a hint of deep meaning flashed in his eyes.
Secret place outside the movie studio. Lin Xingjian's figure was like lightning, rapidly approaching the movie city shrouded in the shadow of a huge elemental giant.
His bewitching Rinnegan calmly reflected the towering elemental giant and the outline of the shadow city in the distance.
Oh? What's this? Power bank?
He was also a little surprised.
He had no idea what that weird elemental giant was. But with the insight of the Rinnegan, he knew that the giant was full of delicious energy. His speed did not slow down at all. Target, Movie City. Zhang Mo. Chapter 74 Elemental Deprivation. Secret Realm Movie City, City Lord's Mansion Square.
Zhang Mo sat upright on the elemental throne, and the colorful elemental giant standing tall behind him exuded a suffocating pressure. He tapped the armrest of the throne with his fingertips, weighing whether to start with Ling Qianyu or go directly to see Lin Xing.
Report. A scout came quickly and knelt on one knee, his voice trembling with disbelief. Commander Zhang.
Jin Cheng is gone, destroyed by Lin Xingjian in one blow. I saw with my own eyes that the entire city was razed to the ground, leaving only a huge deep pit.
And
Lin Xing saw that he was flying straight towards our cinema at an extremely fast speed.
What? Ling Qianyu's city was razed to the ground? Lin Xingjian is coming this way? The soldiers in the square were in an uproar, shocked beyond words. Even Zhang Mo was slightly stunned, and then the brief silence was broken by a burst of wild laughter. Ha 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 ha. Good. What a great Lin Xingjian. Zhang Mo suddenly stood up from the throne. It saves me from having to choose. You just killed Ling Qianyu, and the cost was so huge, yet you still dare to go straight to my cinema? Do you really think that I, Zhang Mo, am still that level 32B grade waste? He seemed to have seen Lin Xing's expression of horror and disbelief when he saw Lin Xing rushing over, exhausted and thinking that he could easily defeat a weakling like him, but suddenly saw his true strength in this terrifying elemental giant. Ha ha ha. Lin Xingjian, you will be shocked. I will step on your body to get to the first position. Swoosh. The sound of breaking through the air was sharp and piercing. Without any slowdown, it hovered above the cinema square, facing Zhang Mo, who was on the elemental throne. Lin Xingjian has arrived.
His black clothes fluttered, his breath was steady, and his enchanting reincarnation eyes calmly swept across the square and throne below that were shrouded in the shadow of the elemental giant, and finally fell on Zhang Yimou. Zhang Yimou curled up his lips into a controlled sneer, and slowly floated up from the throne, facing Lin Xingjian in the air. In an instant, the air in the entire square seemed to solidify, and the violent elemental power was like a boiling tsunami, surging and roaring wildly with Zhang Yimou as the center.
How is it?
Zhang Yimou spoke, his voice carrying the terrifying pressure of a peak level 65 SSS level master.
He wanted to see the other party lose his composure in the face of this absolute power. Lin Xing tilted his head and said, "Ah."
The smile on Zhang Mo's face froze slightly, a fierce look flashed in his eyes, and the elemental brilliance around him burst out.
He shouted again, his voice like thunder, "What?" Lin Xing frowned and seemed even more confused. What's the meaning?
It was as if he had no idea what the other person was doing.
I'm level 65. SSS level elemental master. This is my true face.
Zhang Yimou finally couldn't hold it back anymore and almost roared out, each word accompanied by the explosion of elemental energy, trying to use this naked level and talent to crush the other party's damn calm.
Oh.
Lin Xingjian nodded to indicate that he heard it, and then asked in a flat tone, "Then what?"
Then what?
Zhang Yimou felt that the string of rationality in his mind was completely broken with a snap.
All the preparations, all the momentum, are exchanged for just an "oh" and a "then what?" This made him feel more humiliated than any vicious ridicule.
A surge of evil fire instantly shattered his composure.
Okay. Are you trying to show off? Zhang Yimou laughed in anger, his face looked a little hideous and distorted. To kill a bastard like you, I don't need the giant behind me. Kneel down.
He suddenly pointed at Lin Xingjian through the air.
Element deprivation activate. Boom.
Lin Xing saw the space around him collapse instantly. All the free magical elements in the air, regardless of their attributes, were roughly pulled out by an invisible giant hand and rushed towards Zhang Yimou frantically. What was even more terrifying was that an extremely overbearing force of deprivation directly invaded Lin Xingjian's body, like a greedy straw, trying to forcibly extract all of his magical power without leaving a trace.
In front of my elemental king, all professions must kneel down. Deprivation. Zhang Yimou roared wildly, his eyes flashing with cruelty and satisfaction.
He wanted to watch with his own eyes this pretentious guy turn into a powerless cripple and fall from a great height.
Hiss.
In the audience, countless people gasped and instantly understood the truth behind Zhang Yimou's previous weird victories.
It's over. This ability is too abnormal. Directly drained the opponent's magic source. Lin Xing is done. No matter how powerful your skills are, they are useless without magic. It's over. The magic power has been drained, even gods can't save you.
Oh, what a pity, that move he just used. Everyone seemed to have seen the miserable scene of Lin Xing seeing his magic power exhausted, his body shaking, and finally falling powerlessly from the air. On the high platform, Zhu Geming paused his feather fan, and the new King Qin Zhan's eyes narrowed slightly.
Mr. Mo, Principal Wan, Xian Li, Xing Tong, Su Mingyuan, and everyone else's hearts were in their throats. They never expected that Zhang Mo's ability was so buggy. No matter how strong Lin Xingjian is. But how can I fight without magic? Xuanli and Xingtong turned pale with anxiety.
However, just when Zhang Mo's power of deprivation sucked the air around Lin Xingjian into an elemental vacuum, and was sure that the magic power in his body had been completely drained, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. Lin Xingjian was still floating steadily in the air, without even the corners of his clothes fluttering.
He tilted his head, "Huh?" The determined laughter on Zhang Mo's face froze in an instant, turning into extreme surprise and disbelief. "Oh?" All the audience, "Ah?"
Zhang Mo's eyes almost popped out and he screamed, "How can you fly without magic power?"
This completely overturned his cognition. His element deprivation never fails. How can a target that has been drained of its magic power still fly?
Lin Xingjian looked at Zhang Mo's expression as if he had seen a ghost and seemed to find it a little funny.
He touched his nose.
His pupil technique doesn't require any magic power.
Even if Zhang Yimou sucked all his magic power, it would be useless. Of course, Zhang Yimou was unaware of this. He was struck by lightning and couldn't understand it at all. I just thought that Lin Xingjian used some tricks. Okay. Can I suck you dry? Then I'll crush you. Zhang Yimou was completely furious. He waved his hand violently, and the colorful elemental giant behind him, who was standing tall and emitting an aura of destruction, swung his huge elemental fist and smashed down towards the tiny black figure in the air, Lin Xingjian. A huge shadow instantly enveloped Lin Xingjian. Wherever the elemental giant fist passed, the space groaned as if it could not bear the burden. Faced with this terrifying blow that was enough to blow the entire mountain into pieces, Lin Xingjian, who was floating in the air, not only did not show any fear, but instead a hint of interest slowly curled up the corners of his mouth. At the moment when the giant elemental fist that covered the sky and the sun was about to hit him, Lin Xingjian formed a seal with one hand, and a terrifying wave that was different from the elements and more full of destructive aura suddenly erupted from his body. Psychic Outer Path Golem. Chapter 75, Battle of the Giants. Above the movie studio, under the giant fist of the elements. The colorful giant fist that was powerful enough to crush mountains, with a shadow of despair, smashed down towards Lin Xingjian's tiny figure. The hearts of millions of viewers almost jumped into their throats, and countless people subconsciously closed their eyes, unable to bear to see the tragic scene of Lin Xingjian being teleported out of the secret realm in an instant. Xuanli and Xingtong screamed in shock, their faces turning pale. It's over? Even if Zhang Mo's incredible elemental deprivation ability is useless. But facing this devastating blow, what could Lin Xingjian use to block it? Boom! A deafening and terrifying roar suddenly exploded. The expected scene of Lin Xing being blown away did not occur. Just when the giant elemental fist was about to devour Lin Xingjian, the space behind him was like fragile glass. A huge space channel opened up instantly. In the passage, a huge, withered wooden fist, like a judgment from ancient hell, arrived first and met the colorful elemental fist without any fuss. Bang! The indescribable collision shockwave, like a real tsunami, spread wildly in the form of circular airwaves visible to the naked eye. The sturdy walls of the studio groaned in pain under the impact, and large sections of buildings were blown away and crushed like paper. The level 80 elite expeditionary forces in the square were also shaken to the ground. Under the horrified gazes of everyone, the mighty and seemingly invincible giant of the seven colored elements was hit head-on as if by a meteorite. Its huge body suddenly stopped. The huge impact force caused its entire upper body to lean back uncontrollably, and its feet staggered, taking several steps back with bang bang bang. Each step caused the ground to crack and the mountains to shake. The giant elemental fist it swung out broke into pieces, and colorful light spread out crazily. It was actually blasted to pieces by force. Roar! A deep, hoarse roar resounded throughout the secret realm. When people see clearly, a figure even larger than the elemental giant completely appeared. It looked like it was carved from a giant dead tree, its body as huge as a mountain, with 9 tightly closed giant eyes arranged on its ferocious head, emitting a deadly breath that devoured all life energy. Heretic Golem. It stood behind Lin Xingjian, like the most loyal guardian god, or the incarnation of the god of death that brought the end. Those 9 tightly closed giant eyes seemed to be about to open at any moment, bringing with them the light of destruction. Dead silence. The entire cinema, the entire secret realm, and the entire auditorium fell into dead silence. Everyone's mind was blank, as if their thoughts were frozen by the pressure of the golem. After a brief pause, there was a thunderous uproar and disbelief. What kind of monster is that? Oh my god! It knocked Zhang Mo's elemental giant away with one punch? I remember. News. That mysterious giant from a few months ago. Fight off the mysterious giant projected by the demons. It turns out to be true. It's Lin Xingjian. The news is not fake. He actually summoned that giant to repel the demon projection. Oh my god. It turns out the hero we've been questioning is right before our eyes. Too strong. Just looking at that golem makes me feel breathless. Etc. That's not right. Wasn't he Lin Xingjian's magic power drained away by Zhang Yamo? How can he still summon? Doesn't this summon require magic power? Second awakening. What profession did he awaken to the second time? This power system is completely beyond cognition. On the high platform, the new king, Xinjiang, suddenly stood up from the throne, his majestic face filled with a complex expression of shock and ecstasy. Good. What a great Lin Xingjian. Destroy the Golden City with one blow, fight against the Elemental King, summon such statues of gods and demons. This year's newcomers are much more terrifying than I was back then. His eyes flashed with a fiery light. God bless Daxia.
Under the shadow of the demons, our great Xia has such a monster, and the future is promising.
Hope never dies.
The feather fan in Zhuge Ming's hand had already stopped shaking.
His eyes flashed, his fingers calculated quickly, and he muttered to himself, not driven by magic, pupil technique? I see. I see. We were all wrong.
The source of his power is not within the magic system at all. What a great Lin Xingjian, what a pair of enchanting eyes.
This boy is truly an anomaly among our human race. He looked at Lin Xingjian with eyes full of unprecedented inquiry and admiration.
The military marshal's face, which had remained unchanged for thousands of years, was now filled with extreme solemnity and a hint of surprise. He stared at the heretic golem, his brows furrowed as if he was confirming something.
Where does his power come from? Viewing stand. Mr. Mo and Principal Wang were so nervous that their palms were sweaty, and Principal Wang even almost crushed the armrest of the chair. At this moment, seeing the outer golem knock back the elemental giant with one punch, and Lin Xing floating safely in front of the golem, the two old men breathed a sigh of relief, their hearts finally settled down, and a relieved smile appeared on their faces. Ha ha ha. Good boy. I knew you could do it.
Principal Wang was so excited that his beard was shaking. He slapped his thigh hard and his eyes were a little red.
Good. Okay.
You are worthy of being a student from Wutong High School.
You make me proud. It's such a shame.
Xuanli and Xingtong jumped up excitedly, and their previous worries instantly turned into ecstasy. Master Brother Xingjian.
Marvelous.
The two proud goddesses smiled brighter than the sun, and the audience around them were stunned. Xian Zhengye and Xingyao beside them were completely dumbfounded at this moment. Xian Zhengye opened his mouth slightly.
Xingyao muttered as if he had seen a ghost. This is a student competition?
It's like the Yangtze River's waves behind push the waves ahead. The waves ahead, are afraid we're really going to die on the beach.
Chapter 76, Reaching the Summit. In the movie studio, a fierce battle breaks out. After a brief period of silence, there was an even more violent energy collision. Roar! The elemental giant who was knocked back by a punch roared angrily, and the dullness on Zhang Mo's face was instantly replaced by a ferocious look. He can't accept it. He had been patient for many years, and awakened for the second time, controlling the power of the elemental kings. He also had the artifact, Mirror of Deception, to conceal the secrets of heaven. He should have made a big splash at this moment and reached the top. How could he be suppressed by a guy whose magic power was drained away? I don't believe it. Crush it for me.
Zhang Mo's eyes were red and he roared hysterically. He suddenly raised his hands high, and his talent of Elemental Master was pushed to the extreme.
Rumble.
The free magic elements in the entire movie studio and even the wider area, as if summoned by the Supreme King, transformed into a colorful torrent visible to the naked eye, and madly gathered towards the giant elemental fist that was half shattered. With the replenishment of the powerful elemental energy, the broken fist arm was repaired and reshaped at an astonishing speed, and even became more solid and brilliant. The giant's damaged body stood up again, and his aura increased instead of decreasing.
Did you see that? See you, Lin Xing. Zhang Yamo was suspended in the air, the elemental aura around him spinning wildly, continuously absorbing the power of heaven and earth. In this elemental realm, I am the eternal master. My giant has endless power. How long can your monster last?
In response to him, the outer path demon statue roared even more violently.
Roar! The golem's massive body erupted with a terrifying power that belied its withered appearance.
Facing the giant fist of the elemental giant that was repaired and coming at him again, the outer golem did not dodge and punched out with the same fist.
Boom! 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 Boom!
Two giant creatures that stand tall and straight are wrestling with each other like ancient giant gods.
Every collision of fists and feet was accompanied by a loud noise that shattered the eardrums and a devastating shock wave. The sturdy city lord's mansion in the movie city was completely reduced to ruins in the aftermath, and the ground in the square was in a mess as if it had been plowed repeatedly by a huge plow. Even though those elite expeditionary forces at level 80 were formidable, they could only hold on in formation under the command of the deputy commander, watching with horror the horrific battle that was beyond their comprehension. The elemental giant glowed with colorful brilliance, and every time it was damaged, a massive torrent of elements would flow in from all directions, quickly repairing the wound, as if it had an immortal body. Sometimes it turns into a giant fist of fire, sometimes it condenses into a giant palm of frost, and sometimes it calls forth tremendous thunder. Its attack methods are ever changing, fully demonstrating the power of the Elemental King.
The heretic golem, on the other hand, displayed pure and extreme violence.
Its attack is nothing fancy, it only uses the most primitive and brutal power.
Every time the withered giant fist fell, it brought with it a deadly aura of annihilation, and it forcibly dispersed and exploded the violent elemental energy. No matter how the elemental giants repair themselves or how they change their attacks, the golems are like eternal reefs, blasting them back with absolute force.
How is that possible? Why does it become stronger the more it fights?
Zhang Mo's confidence gradually disintegrated in each collision, replaced by deeper and deeper horror and a hint of fear. He desperately extracted the elements of heaven and earth, veins bulged on his forehead, and the magic power in his body poured out like a flood, in order to maintain the peak state of the elemental giant. The power of the opponent's withered giant statue not only did not weaken due to the consumption of the battle, but instead became even more terrifying.
He was shocked to find that the golem was actually absorbing the magic power of his elemental giant. How is that possible? No! I can't lose. A hint of madness flashed in Zhang Mo's eyes. Since I can't kill you, let's die together.
Just as the elemental giant was once again hit by the golem's heavy punch, his chest and abdomen collapsed, and the colorful light flashed violently. Zhang Mo's eyes suddenly became fierce.
Give it to me, explode.
He formed an extremely dangerous seal with his hands, and his violent mental power instantly connected to the core of the elemental giant. He wanted to detonate this giant that gathered a vast amount of elements from heaven and earth and his own original magic power. Even if the city cannot be flattened, it is enough to blow Lin Xingjian out of the secret realm.
Not good. He wants to detonate the elemental giant.
On the high platform, Zhuge Ming understood instantly and slammed his feather fan. The new King Qin Zhan's eyes narrowed. The military marshal suddenly stood up. All the spectators saw the dazzling light that suddenly appeared at the core of the elemental giant, like a supernova explosion. However, at this critical moment all things are attracted by the sky. Lin Xingjian's cold voice sounded clearly. He hovered above the golem's shoulder, and the purple ripples in his samsara eyes instantly swirled.
An irresistible and terrifying suction force suddenly descended upon Zhang Mo. What?
The madness on Zhang Mo's face solidified instantly and turned into extreme horror. He felt as if he had turned into dust being sucked into a black hole. He tried his best to keep his body steady, but he was unable to resist at all.
Call out.
His body was like a kite with a broken string, and was sucked away by this terrifying force at an astonishing speed towards Lin Xingjian in the air. The destructive light from the core of the elemental giant suddenly stopped. Without Zhang Mo's continuous control and mental connection, the self-destruction process was forcibly interrupted. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Mo was sucked in front of Lin Xingyan, and the two were less than 1 meter apart. Zhang Mo could clearly see the cold reflection in Lin Xingjian's strange eyes, which were full of indifference and contempt.
You? Zhang Mo was shocked and angry, and was about to speak.
Lin Xingjian had already stretched out his right hand and grabbed his neck.
The realm of hungry ghosts. Buzz. A devouring force that was even more domineering than Zhang Mo's element deprivation instantly enveloped Zhang Mo. Ugh! Zhang Mo let out a shrill, distorted scream. He felt that the elemental magic power in his body was like a flood that broke through a dam, rushing uncontrollably and madly towards Lin Xingjian's palm. The speed is more than 10 times faster than when he robs others. It felt like the soul was forcibly pulled out. Just one breath. The surging elemental light around Zhang Mo was like a flame that was extinguished, dimming, and going out in an instant. The power of his levitation disappeared, and his entire body seemed to have all its bones pulled out, hanging limply in the air. At this moment, his body was empty. Not a trace of magic left. Lin Xingjian slowly said, "You see, I can also absorb magic power." This sentence, like the last straw, completely crushed Zhang Mo's tense nerves and shaky pride. Puff.
He felt a sweetness in his throat, and a mouthful of blood spurted out, and his vision went completely black. Zhang Mo, the elemental king who had endured for many years and suddenly erupted with the ambition to reach the top, rolled his eyes with boundless humiliation, unwillingness and incomprehensible fear, and fainted completely. Lin Xing threw the body casually towards the ruins below like a torn sack. The moment he landed, Zhang Mo was teleported out of the secret realm. At the same time, having lost Zhang Mo's control and magic power supply, the huge colorful elemental giant let out a silent wail, and its huge body began to fluctuate violently and disintegrate, turning into colorful light spots all over the sky, like gorgeous but short-lived fireworks, and finally completely dissipated between heaven and earth. The only thing left in the entire studio was the towering, withered figure of the heretic statue, and the young man in black standing on its shoulder, looking down indifferently like a god.
Dead silence once again enveloped the millions of viewers.
At this point, Lin Xingjian won the first place in the national competition with his completely overwhelming combat power.
Chapter 77 First Place, First Class. Akaji, City Lord's Mansion Square. Deputy Commander Chengyan frowned and paced back and forth.
The 100 elite expeditionary soldiers under his command looked at each other in confusion, and the atmosphere was depressing.
Where on earth did Commander Lin go? A soldier couldn't help but mutter.
I've been out for almost half a day, and the first day of the competition is almost halfway over.
Yes, there is no news at all. Another person interjected. Ling Qianyu and Zhang Yimou are not easy to deal with. Their scouts must be everywhere. Could it be? Someone looked worried. Were we ambushed?
Chen Yan stopped suddenly and said sternly, "Shut up. We just need to do our own thing." Even so, his clenched fists and the anxiety in his eyes betrayed him. The flying ability that Lin Xingjian displayed when he left was indeed amazing, but going deep behind enemy lines alone was too risky. Moreover, up to now, Akaji has done nothing but defend itself. The other cities are probably making intensive preparations for war. Just when everyone was worried, whoosh! A streak of light streaked across the sky and landed precisely in the center of the square. The light dissipated, and it was Lin Xingjian.
Commander Lin.
The soldiers were stunned at first, and then burst into shouts of surprise. Seeing that Lin Xingjian was safe and sound, they finally felt relieved.
I'm glad you're not dead.
It would be too embarrassing if he died on the first day. Chen Yan stepped forward even faster, his face showing a look of relief, but more of anxiety. Commander Lin can't continue to mess around, we have to think about the tactics later. The competition lasts for 3 days, and the first day is almost halfway through.
You were lucky this time and didn't get discovered by Ling Qianyu and Zhang Mo's scouts. Plus, you can fly, so you came back safely.
If you go out again. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted calmly by Lin Xingjian.
The game is over, get ready to go out. Ah.
The expressions on Chen Yan and all the soldiers' faces froze instantly, as if they didn't understand what he said.
The end, is it over?
Chen Yan thought he had heard wrongly.
Go out? You mean, surrender? This is absolutely not allowed. This is only the first day. We still have a chance.
I will make a counterattack plan right now. He was eager to convince Lin Xingjian. It was thought that this young and energetic commander wanted to give up because he was temporarily frustrated or felt bored.
This is too much of a joke. This is a national competition.
Lin Xingjian just smiled and didn't explain. He flipped his wrist, and a jade talisman engraved with mysterious space runes appeared in his palm, which was used to voluntarily give up or teleport away at the end of the game. Without any hesitation, he retracted his 5 fingers.
Snap!
The jade talisman shattered with a sound. Buzz! A soft space portal instantly opened in the center of the square, with flowing light, connecting to the real world outside the secret realm, the arena.
The teleportation talisman is broken? Chen Yan and all the soldiers' hearts sank to the bottom in an instant. It's over. There is no room for regret now. They are really going to be the first team to surrender in this competition. In such a cowardly way. The soldiers were dejected and looked gloomy.
They seemed to have foreseen that after stepping out of this portal, they would be greeted by deafening boos and contemptuous gazes from millions of spectators.
They are level 80 elite expeditionary forces.
He actually surrendered on the first day of accompanying Lin Xingjian.
This is so embarrassing. What a bullshit number 1 seed.
Chen Yan closed his eyes in pain, feeling completely ashamed.
He steeled himself and growled at the equally demoralized soldiers, line up.
Maintain the dignity of the expeditionary force.
Prepare to leave.
His voice was extremely dry. The soldiers forced themselves to stay alert, formed a fairly neat line, and followed Lin Xingjian. Each of them stepped into the portal with their heads down and heavy steps, as if they were about to be executed.
There was a flash of light and a feeling of dizziness.
When vision becomes clear again.
Really? The deafening sound instantly drowned them like a tsunami. The expected boos did not appear.
Instead, there was a thunderous cheer that almost overturned the entire dome of the Sky Arena. Cheers.
See you, Lin Xing. See you, Lin Xing. See you, Lin Xing. Champion. Invincible. Hero. The voice was so enthusiastic, so overwhelming, full of admiration, excitement, and disbelief. The voices of millions of people gathered together to form a force that was enough to make the earth tremble. Chen Yan and hundreds of elite soldiers were stunned for a moment. They stood there stiffly as if under a spell, their eyes wide open, their ears buzzing, their minds blank. The surrendering team will receive such cheers? What is going on? They subconsciously raised their heads and looked at the huge holographic screen in the center of the arena. At this moment, two soul-shaking scenes were being played repeatedly on the screen. The first scene, a bird's-eye view from a high altitude. Jincheng, the once majestic city, is now only left with a terrifying pit that is so huge that it is frightening and bottomless. The pit wall was as smooth as a mirror, as if it had been smoothed out in an instant by an invisible force. There were glaring words written next to it: Lin Xingjian destroyed the city with one strike. Jincheng is removed from the list. Second paragraph, the perspective is focused on the sky above the studio. The withered heretic golem, like a mountain, engages in a devastating collision with the colorful elemental giant. In the end, Lin Xingjian was like a god descending to earth. He sucked Zhang Mo over with incomprehensible power and drained his magic power in an instant. The elemental giant collapsed and the cinema changed hands. Next to it were equally shocking words: Lin Xingjian broke into the city alone. The cinema has changed its name. The competition is over. Boom! It was as if a bolt of thunder exploded in the minds of Chen Yan and all the elite members of the expeditionary force. They finally understood. Now I understand what Lin Xingjian did during that half a day when he was out. Got it, why the game was over. I understand why they were greeted by thunderous cheers of champions when they were teleported out. It turns out, it's not about going out for a stroll, nor is it about surrendering. It turned out, it was their commander who, with his own strength, captured 2 cities in just half a day. With the most domineering and overwhelming attitude, he directly ended the entire national competition. One strike destroy the city? A soldier looked at the huge pit in Jincheng, his throat dry and his voice trembling. Single-handedly, summon that giant and destroy Zhang Mo? Another soldier pointed at the terrifying figure of the outer Dao golem on the light screen, his eyes almost popping out. First place? First class? Chen Yan muttered to himself, feeling that his worldview was completely crushed and reshaped at this moment. He looked at the young figure in front of him, who remained calm amid the cheers of millions, as if he had only done something insignificant. My heart was filled with shock, awe, and a hint of shame. It turns out that the clown is actually me. Why does the commander-in-chief need any tactics? He alone has the invincible tactics to sweep away thousands of enemies. The soldiers also gradually changed from their initial daze in confusion to extreme shock, followed by indescribable ecstasy and pride. Their chests involuntarily straightened up, and the frustration in their eyes disappeared, replaced by a blazing light. They are actually the champions? Although they seem to have done nothing but defend the city, but that doesn't matter. The important thing is that their commander is Lin Xingjian. The thunderous cheers continued, like a tribute to the new king. The 100 elite expeditionary forces of Akaji, bathed in this supreme glory, were filled with shock and had a common thought: this is too damn outrageous. Chapter 78 Reward Artifact. The Demon Clan's first line of defense, the Fortress Conference Hall. The light in the hall was dim, illuminating the serious faces of the demons. Sitting at the head of the long table was Kakongzan, the supreme commander of the first line of defense. He was as big as a mountain and exuded a suffocating aura. At this moment, his scarred face was filled with confusion and awe. His gaze passed over the demon generals and staff officers on both sides of the long table and fell on the figure at the other end of the long table. It was a woman, dressed in a scarlet robe. Her face was delicate and almost perfect, yet as cold as 10,000 years of ice, without a trace of warmth. A head of snow-white hair like a waterfall draped over her shoulders. The most eye-catching thing is that the left half of her face is completely covered by a pure white eye mask without any decoration, leaving only the pupil of her right eye exposed. Her name is known to everyone in the upper echelons of the Demon Clan. She represents wisdom and guidance of destiny, the prophet Rafina. Her aura was not strong, it could even be said to be quite weak. However, no demon dared to show any disrespect to her. Because she is the brain of the Demon Clan and the eyes that the Demon King relies on most. The demons were able to repeatedly gain the upper hand in the long war with humans, and every key strategic deployment was inseparable from the foresight and deduction of prophets of all generations. Her value is far beyond what can be measured by rank.
She is the treasure of the entire demon clan and needs to be protected by the whole clan. Because of this, Kakanzin's gaze lingered for a few seconds on the goat-horned demon next to Serafina, who was wearing a pure black suit and had an elegant and calm temperament. Azazel, one of the most mysterious guard commanders under the throne of the devil, is a terrifying existence with a level of 500. The Demon King actually sent such a top expert to protect Rafina personally at the first line of defense in the midst of war. Indeed, they attach great importance to the Prophet. My Lord Prophet, Kakanzin broke the silence in the meeting hall. Your arrival and the order to suspend the attack left the soldiers somewhat puzzled. He chose his words carefully, his eyes sweeping over the generals present, most of whom had the same confusion written on their faces. One of the staff officers couldn't help but interject, "Yes, Prophet. According to the original plan, taking advantage of the Xia country's national competition is the best time for us to launch a thundering attack. We have defeated the main force of Xia's 300,000 expeditionary forces, and morale is high. More importantly, our bloodline has evolved to the king level, possessing nearly immortality. Xia country's conventional attacks are completely ineffective against us. At this time, why not directly let His Majesty the Demon King send a strong man like Lord Azazel to cooperate with our army to crush Beiluo City in one fell swoop? Instead, they are launching some kind of psychological warfare tactic. Isn't this giving the enemy a warning and giving them time to prepare?" Rafina looked at the staff officer who was speaking calmly with her right eye, without any emotional fluctuations, but the staff officer felt a chill in an instant and subconsciously shrank his neck. "General Kakanzin, everyone, you rely too much on the power of blood. Xia country is not that simple," Rafina said lightly. "Xia country is not that simple?" There was a sound of people sucking in their breath in shock in the hall. Could it be that Xia state has a way to kill them? What is the method? Magic? Artifact? Or some special rules? Kakanzin asked anxiously. Rafina shook her head slowly, "I don't know. Everyone. Rafina, I just feel that Xia country is not simple." Everyone, the conference hall fell into deathly silence. The generals looked at each other, their eyes filled with great confusion, but helpless. The prophet's words are the highest will of the demons and cannot be questioned. But it was hard for them to accept giving up the fighter jets that were within their reach just because of a vague feeling. Kakanzin frowned. Azazel narrowed his eyes slightly, adjusted his suit cuffs elegantly, and seemed to be thinking about something. An atmosphere of stalemate spread. Finally, Kakanzin let out a long breath and said, "As you command, Lord Prophet. We will carry out your orders. But I hope your foresight will become clear as soon as possible," he said in a complicated tone. Xia country, Beiluo City, the central arena was filled with thunderous cheers. "See you, Lin Xing. Champion. Invincible. Hero." Lin Xingjian stood on the high platform where everyone was paying attention. Below him were the fanatical and adoring eyes of millions of spectators. Further away, through the magic light curtain, were the hundreds of millions of people in the entire Xia country who were eagerly waiting. His face remained calm. The new King Xinjiang, surrounded by royal guards, walked slowly to Lin Xingyin. His face was filled with undisguised admiration. "See you, Lin Xing. In the national competition, you performed amazingly, single-handedly defeating both the Gold and Shadow cities, achieving an unprecedented feat of ending the competition on the first day. Promote the national prestige of our Xia country and strengthen the soul of our human race." He paused, his eyes sweeping across the entire audience. "Today, in the name of the new king of Daxia, I grant you the title the Sword of Devil Breaking. It means to tear apart the demons and lead the sharp blade of dawn. Protect our mountains and rivers, and defend our human race. The sword that destroys demons. The sword that destroys demons. The sword that destroys demons." The audience cheered excitedly in unison. Xinjiang raised his hand to suppress the deafening roar. "According to the rules of the competition, the first place winner will be awarded a divine weapon." As soon as he finished speaking, two old men with a breath like the sea, carrying a jade plate covered with bright yellow silk, walked respectfully to the front of the stage. Xinjiang personally stepped forward and solemnly uncovered the silk. In an instant, a wave of magical power as vast as the sea of stars spread out. On the jade plate, a long sword lay quietly. The scabbard is simple and unpretentious, black and gold in color, and its specific material cannot be seen. It is engraved with fine and mysterious runes. This sword is called Guishu. It is neither gold nor iron, but a rare object from ancient times. Its only characteristic is that it can accommodate and store infinite magic power.
The more and purer the magic power injected, the stronger its power will be. Xinjiang carefully grasped the hilt of the sword and slowly drew it out of the scabbard. This sword has been nurtured by successive Xia kings with their pure magical powers until now. The magical power contained within it has reached an unimaginable level. I can assert that with the power contained in this sword at this moment, if it is used with all its strength, it will be enough to kill most of the top strong men in the world. Hiss. The whole audience instantly burst into countless gasps. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the magic sword named Guishu, filled with extreme shock. Infinite recharge. This means that as long as the holder has enough magic power, or there is a way to continuously inject magic power, the power of this sword theoretically has no upper limit. What's even more terrifying is that it has been nourished by successive Xia kings, including the new king Xinjiang, with top-level magic power for countless years. The total amount of magic power stored inside it has reached a terrifying level that is enough to kill top-level existences in seconds. How can this be considered a competition reward? This clearly gave Lin Xinjiang the strongest life-saving talisman and the ultimate trump card. As long as he draws out this sword and strikes out with that earth-shattering blow, who in the world can stop him? The moment Lin Xinjiang's gaze came into contact with the Guishu sword, his pupils suddenly contracted. For the first time, a violent emotion fluctuated on his calm face. Infinite recharge? This characteristic exploded in his mind like thunder. An extremely clear and fitting idea suddenly emerged. This Guishu sword is a perfect match with his hungry ghost ability, devouring and absorbing all energy. The perfect match among perfect matches. The Hungry Ghost realm can instantly extract huge amounts of magic power from the enemy, while the Guishu sword is a super container that is almost infinite and can perfectly store this plundered magic power. What does that mean? This means that Lin Xinjiang now has an unprecedented tactical core. During the battle, he could use the Hungry Ghost realm to forcibly absorb the enemy's magic power and instantly inject it into the Guishu sword. Not only would he be able to instantly disable the enemy's attack, he could also turn the enemy's power into his own use and store it in the sword. After the Dangwixa sword has stored a huge amount of magic power, he can use it as a super magic bomb. This is no longer 1 + 1 is equal to 2, this is a qualitative change. Xinjiang solemnly handed the Guishu sword with its sheath to Lin Xinjiang. Xinjiang, the sword that destroys demons deserves this sword. The divine artifact Guishu will be given to you today. I hope you will make good use of this sword, live up to its name, and live up to the country's grace. Lin Xinjiang took a deep breath, suppressed the turmoil in his heart, and respectfully took the sword with both hands. The moment he picked it up, the runes on the scabbard glowed slightly, as if they resonated strangely with some power in his body. He clearly felt the boundless and terrifying magic power within the sword, as well as its bottomless capacity. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generous gift. Xinjiang will definitely protect Daxia with the sword in his hand. Lin Xinjiang also expressed his opinion. Xinjiang nodded with satisfaction, then turned to the audience. I declare. This national competition has officially ended. First place, first class, the demon-breaking sword, Siyu, Lin Xing. The sword that destroys demons. The sword that destroys demons. The sword that destroys demons. The last hurrah reached its climax. Chapter 79. Cheers and applause. The crowd was excited. Su Mingyuan jumped up and down in the front row of the audience, his face flushed and his neck thick, his voice almost breaking. Fuck. See you in the stars. Awesome. The sword that destroys demons. The artifact returns to the abyss. Awesome. He was so excited that he was incoherent, dancing with joy, and he wanted to rush onto the stage to hug Lin Xinjiang and take a bite. Xianli stood in an exclusive area near the audience, her long, straight black ponytail swaying gently as she raised her head slightly. Her jade-like face looked even colder under the light of the arena. However, the eyes that looked at Lin Xinjiang were burning with an almost pathological fanatical admiration. When the title of demon-breaking sword resounded through the sky, her straight back trembled slightly, and her right hand subconsciously pressed against her left chest. There was only one thought roaring in my mind: Master, this is the attitude you should have. Cut off everything and rule the world. She could hardly control her urge to kneel on one knee and pay the deepest respect to her god, her outward appearance icy but burned hot by the heat in her heart. Xingtong stood beside Xuanli, her silver-white ponytail swinging lively as she jumped excitedly. On her doll-like delicate face, the arrogance she had towards others had long since disappeared, leaving only pure fascination and pride in Lin Xinjiang. She cupped her hands to her heart, her eyes brightening amazingly. Wow. Master, no matter what, he is the master. Owner. The sword that destroys demons. What a cool name. That sword, Gueshu. That sounds awesome. Only the owner deserves it. He, the owner will definitely be more invincible with it in the future. She wanted to run to Lin Xingjian immediately and announce to everyone, look, this is my master. VIP viewing platform. The two big bosses, Xian Jingye and Xingyao, sat side by side, looking at the shining Lin Xingjian on the stage, with smiles on their faces. Xian Jingye stroked his short beard and winked at Xingyao. Old Xing, look. What is a good son-in-law? What is a match made in heaven? My Lear has good taste. Xingyao was not to be outdone and laughed. Old Xian, stop flattering yourself. My Tonger has a keen eye for talent. But he changed the subject and patted Xian Zhenye on the shoulder. We will be relatives from now on. This kid is so lucky. I am so lucky to be favored by both of our two families. The two looked at each other and laughed. It was obvious that they had no grudges about their daughters serving the same master. Instead, they felt honored and satisfied. Under the Xia kingdom's custom of polygamy, the charm and potential of the strong are the real truth. Zhou Hong, a commissioner of the J-City Training Bureau, sat in a later seat, watching Lin Xingjian take over the Gueshu sword and listening to the thunderous applause of the demon-breaking sword, feeling 1,000 emotions in his heart. He rubbed his face vigorously and whispered to himself, Mr. M.O., your vision is really amazing. Who could have imagined that this F-level boy could reach such a height in such a short time? This is no longer a rough jade, but a real national treasure. He was sincerely happy for Lin Xingjian, and even more admired Mr. Mo's ability to judge people. Mr. Mo was not far from Zhou Hong. He clapped his hands and laughed. His laughter was loud and hearty, attracting the attention of everyone around him. Ha ha ha. Good. Good boy. Well done. The sword that destroys demons. Well deserved. I was right, old man. Happy. It feels so fucking good. He did not hide his pride and joy, as if Lin Xingjian's glory was his own glory, and his hearty laughter was full of pride. Principal area. At this moment, Wang Defa, the principal of Wutong High School, became the focus of all educators present. He was surrounded by presidents from prestigious universities and top colleges across the country. These usually arrogant figures were now all beaming with smiles, vying with each other to congratulate him, Principal Wang. Congratulations! Wutong High School has really taken off this time. Brother Wang, you have cultivated a real dragon. The sword that destroys demons. This title, wow, it gives me energy just by hearing it. Principal Wang, please share more experiences in running schools with me in the future. Your school must have something unique to be able to cultivate a peerless genius like Lin Xingjian. The smile on Wang Defa's face never stopped, his wrinkles were all smiling, his eyes narrowed into slits, and he bowed repeatedly in return. No, it's all the child's own hard work. Luck, just luck. Ha 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 ha. He spoke modestly, but his grinning face showed the immense pride in his heart. Wutong High School, an ordinary city high school, actually produced a national champion and the holder of the honorific title, Sword of Demon Destroyer. This is enough to be recorded in the school's history. No, it is a glorious achievement that will be recorded in the history of education in Xia country. Participating students area. Xin Tienge, Lei Lai, Xiaoying, Chen Lai and other students from the same province, they looked at Lin Xingjian who was being worshipped by the crowd on the stage, with mixed feelings, but more of them were excitement and honor. Xin Tienge's pretty face turned slightly red, and she looked at Lin Xingjian's tall figure with complicated eyes. He thought of the past, including the exchange competition where he was beaten badly by Lin Xingjian, and finally let out a sigh. He had indeed reached a height that everyone needed to look up to. The light that belonged to the strong made his heart beat slightly faster. Lei Lai felt convinced that he had lost to such a monster. They clapped their hands vigorously and cheered for the heroes from the same province. Chen Lai's face flushed with excitement, he waved his fists and yelled at the top of his lungs, Boss Lin. Awesome! The sword that destroys demons. Invincible. Ha ha ha. The boss is awesome. His admiration for Lin Xingjian simply reached its peak. In the classroom of Wutong High School. The students of Wutong High School watched Lin Xingjian reach the top, receive the title, and obtain the magic weapon through the live broadcast, and the whole campus was instantly boiling. Ah! Senior Lin. First. Champion. The sword that destroys demons. Gueshu. Oh my god. A divine weapon. Did you see it? That's my senior. From Wutong High School. Ha ha ha. Which idiot said that Senior Lin was a fake before? Stand up. Does your face hurt? I just want to ask you if your face hurts. Senior Lin is so handsome. He has been my idol since then. My goal.
The cheers, screams, table banging and foot stomping almost blew the roof off. All Sycamore High School students feel a strong sense of pride. Lin Xingjian, the legend that walked out from their side.
Zhao Qianyu watched the live broadcast.
The scene on the screen where Lin Xingjian was holding Guishu and accepting the title made him silent for a long time. He smiled bitterly, shook his head, and whispered, "I give in.
I really give in.
Lin Xingjian, you are no longer someone we can catch up with." The last bit of comparison in his heart was completely extinguished, leaving only a deep sense of powerlessness and a hint of relief.
The gap is so huge that even looking up makes my neck sore. In Lu Feifei's bedroom.
The curtains were drawn and the room was a mess. On the live broadcast screen, Lin Xing saw a calm figure that hurt her eyes. Her hair was disheveled, her face was distorted, and her eyes were filled with resentment, unwillingness, and extreme madness.
Why? Why is it him? Why is it him? The sword that destroys demons? The artifact returns to the abyss? Why? Why does he have all this? Fraud. Asshole. He ruined me. Ruined everything for me.
She screamed, grabbed everything she could get her hands on, pillows, books, cups, and threw them frantically at the live screen and the wall. Tears mixed with snot flowed down, and her delicate makeup had already been ruined. She was like a wild beast trapped in a cage of despair, venting hysterically. Every time she saw Lin Xingjian becoming stronger and more dazzling, it was like pouring salt on her festering wounds. Before meeting Lin Xing, she felt as small as dust and an ant. This huge gap and feeling of powerlessness made her completely collapse.
Inside the Xia Kingdom Seal Research Room. In the busy laboratory, the live broadcast was silently showing the grand scene in the arena.
Yi Nantian, Master Yi, put down the experimental data in his hand, picked up the teacup, and looked at Lin Xingjian in the picture. A smile of great relief appeared on his face, which was full of traces of time.
Ha, good boy.
At this time, Lin Xingjian, after accepting the cheers of the crowd, he was called into the conference room by the new king Qinzhan. The top leaders of Xia State gathered in the conference room.
Chapter 80 Bloodline Struggle. The atmosphere in the meeting room was solemn, in stark contrast to the frenzy outside.
The new king Qinzhan sat at the head seat of the long table, while Lin Xingjian sat directly opposite him, with a wide tabletop between them. On both sides of the long table sat the true core of power and pillars of wisdom of the Xia Kingdom, the chief of military affairs Long Hansan, an old man with white hair and beard but vigorous spirit, wearing a neat marshal's uniform, the stars on the epaulets shining, and exuding the iron-blooded aura of a veteran in the battlefield. The chief of intelligence, Yi Shao, was hidden in a large black cloak, his face was blurred, and his breath was erratic, as if he would merge into the darkness at any time. The Director General of Education, Li Wanyuan, wore gold-rimmed glasses and had an elegant demeanor. A thick book was placed beside him, and his eyes were full of satisfaction with Lin Xingjian's educational achievements. Skills Academic Master Sikong Yuan, an old man dressed in a simple robe, he is one of the founders of the Xia Kingdom's Skills Theory Research and Development.
Xia Kingdom's think tank Zhuge Ming, a handsome and elegant middle-aged man holding a fan. If the prophet is the brain of the demon clan, then Zhuge Ming is the brain of the Xia Kingdom.
At this moment, Mr. Mo Sanyun was sitting next to Lin Xingjian, still with a proud smile on his face. Xingjian looked around and looked at Mr. Mo. Mr. Mo had a keen eye for talent and, against all odds, awarded the number 1 seed position to Xingjian.
He was truly foresight. Mr. Mo quickly waved his hand and said modestly, "Your Majesty is too kind. I just follow my heart and trust my own vision. Gold will always shine, and Xingjian's real gold relies on his own strength. If he hadn't done his best, my good vision would have been in vain. Mr. Mo is too modest."
Marshal Long Hansan said in a loud voice.
"We have all seen the strength of little friend Lin.
In this competition, you single-handedly decided the outcome and enhanced the prestige of our country.
I admire you."
Yi Shao nodded slightly, his voice low and hoarse. He has great potential and a calm mind.
He is indeed a promising talent.
Li Wanyuan pushed his glasses and said, "Principal Wang Defa has made an indelible contribution to Wutong High School in cultivating such an outstanding person.
Of course, Lin's own efforts and talent are even more crucial.
Sikong Yuan stroked his long beard and looked at Lin Xingjian with burning eyes. In your hands, the Guishu sword may be able to exert power that surpasses your predecessors.
I am looking forward to your understanding and application of its characteristics.
Faced with the praise from the big guys, Lin Xingjian just bowed slightly and responded calmly, "Thank you, Your Majesty, and thank you all the seniors for your kindness." Xingjian nodded with satisfaction and changed the subject. "Xingjian, after glory comes responsibility. As you can see, the Xia kingdom is now in a critical situation.
The demon army is approaching, and the pressure on the first line of defense is like a mountain.
The blood of 300,000 expeditionary soldiers cannot be shed in vain."
He leaned forward slightly, his eyes sharp, although for some reason, the demons paused their attack after gaining such an advantage, as if they were planning something.
"We cannot sit idly by and wait for death, we must find a way out."
Xingjian looked directly at Lin Xingjian. "Xingjian, do you know why the demons suddenly became almost immortal? What does the royal bloodline they speak of mean?"
Lin Xingjian shook his head. "Your Majesty, please make it clear."
Zhuge Ming on the side took over the conversation.
The strategist known for his wisdom spoke in a heavy and clear tone. "Bloodline talent is the innate source of power and potential limit of living beings. According to the ancient records we have in our experience of contact with alien races, the levels of bloodline talents can be roughly divided into ordinary level, brave level, lord level, marquis level, king level, and emperor level. And the blood talents of our current human race remain at the most basic mortal level."
"Ordinary level?"
Lin Xing was shocked when he saw this.
"Is the gap so big?"
"That's right." Zhuge Ming nodded, with deep worry on his face. "And the demons, through an extremely special method, have raised their overall bloodline level to the king level."
"Special method?" Lin Xingjian asked.
"It's a secret place," Marshal Long Hanshan said in a deep voice. "An ancient secret place known as the Source Blood Altar. It opens once every 10 years, and each time it opens, only creatures 18 years of age and under are allowed to enter. In the secret realm, monsters are rampant and dangers are lurking on all sides, but in the very core, there is a sacred object that can completely change the bloodline of an entire race. The effect is earth-shattering. Whoever obtains and successfully integrates the holy object, the entire race and bloodline to which they belong will undergo a leap forward in evolution." Zhuge Ming added, "The Source Blood Altar has 8 fixed entrances, corresponding to the 8 major intelligent races on the continent, including our 7 human nations, and the demon race.
Only one representative can enter each entrance at a time. 100 years ago, when the demons were about to open the holy altar of blood origin, their peerless genius at the time seized the holy object and successfully integrated it. At that time, our ancestors did not know the use of the holy object. But since that time, every time the source blood altar was opened, the geniuses sent by the demon clan became stronger and seized the holy object again. As one gains strength while the other loses strength, by the time the 7 human nations react and prepare to join forces, we are still unable to defeat a single demon genius. That's the geniuses of 7 countries joining forces, but they can't contend with the genius of the demon clan with king-level blood. The gap is too big. This time, the demon clan has directly upgraded their bloodline to the king level." Zhuge Ming's tone became more serious. Chapter 81, Blood Altar. Sikong Yuan side, the gap in bloodline level may be made up by skills, equipment, and willpower in the early stage.
But when the opponent reaches the king level, his basic attributes, energy recovery, and affinity with the laws are far beyond the ordinary level. It is like an adult strong man against a young child. The advantage in numbers seems pale and powerless in the face of absolute quality.
Xingjian took over, so I guess the reason why the demons didn't attack this time is probably because their king-level bloodline is not yet stable, otherwise why didn't they attack? So this battle for the secret realm is very crucial. I see hope in you. See you in the stars. The opening of the Source Blood Altar will be in just 1 week. This is a crucial battle for our human race to reverse its destiny. We must not let the demons succeed again. Otherwise, once their king-level bloodline is completely consolidated, they may even advance to the higher imperial level. By then, the human race will have no chance of recovery. He stared at Lin Xingjian with burning eyes. You, Lin Xingjian. He is the representative chosen by our Xia country to enter the Source Blood Altar. In my opinion, he is the one among the geniuses of our 7 countries who has the greatest hope of stopping the demons. Lin Xing frowned. He didn't expect there was such a past. Was it a bloodline dispute? Xingjian said solemnly, I grant you the Guishu divine artifact, firstly to commend your achievements, and secondly to enable you to have a trump card in the Source Blood Altar to fight against the demon clan's genius and fight for the holy object.
The power of emperors from past dynasties contained in the Guishu sword, if fully unleashed, is theoretically enough to threaten a king-level existence. But he changed the subject and said with a deep warning, however, you must use it with caution. It is more like an ultimate life-saving talisman, a trump card that can turn the tide, rather than a conventional weapon. It is also important to remember that the genius of the demon clan must also carry the magic weapon created by the demon clan with all their efforts. They possess royal bloodlines, and their vitality is so tenacious that it is almost impossible to kill them completely. Your first goal is to seize the holy relic, and then to injure your opponent as severely as possible. Don't get into a life and death fight because of momentary impulsiveness and waste this precious strength.
The highest principle is to complete the mission and come back alive.
Lin Xingjian took a deep breath, stood up, and bowed deeply to Qin Zhan and all the senior executives present. Xingjian will do his best to live up to the trust of His Majesty and you all.
Just as the top leaders of Xia State entrusted Lin Xingjian with an important task.
Similar scenes are playing out in 6 other corners of the continent.
Snow Country.
Inside the magnificent palace covered with snow. An emperor with a stern face handed an ice crystal rune knitting extreme coldness to a young man with snow-white hair and sharp eyes in front of him. Below are the empire's most powerful frost mages and northern warriors. They have only one goal, to stop the demons.
Federal State.
In the huge parliament hall, a council composed of 7 great wizards was giving orders to a JK girl who was holding a pair of large scissors, had long black hair, was beautiful, but had a cold aura. The girl held tightly in her hand a giant hammer burning with an eternal flame. The air was distorted by the heat.
Elf Kingdom. Deep in the temple of life built by towering ancient trees.
Several elders, exuding a natural and friendly aura, sat around. An elf girl wearing light vine armor, holding an emerald longbow, with serene eyes, knelt on one knee, listening to the ancient oath and heavy mission.
Saudi Arabia. On top of a huge pyramid in the yellow sand. Several priests wearing white robes with gold patterns held high golden rods symbolizing the authority of the sun.
A young man with a sturdy build, bronze skin and sharp eyes, strokes a scimitar with a sandy luster at his waist, silently bearing the hope of the entire desert nation.
The land of the sunset.
In the royal court of eternal dusk. The queen of the Sunset Kingdom solemnly placed a gem containing surging divine power into the hands of a girl with white blonde hair and a high ponytail, naked waist and abdomen, and wearing sexy armor, who looked like a valkyrie.
Surrounded by cheering female warriors. The Kingdom of the Sky.
Suspended in a floating city thousands of feet in the sky. The council, composed of many floating island lords, was giving their final blessings and instructions to a winged young man with white wings on his back, holding a long sword that was shining with starlight, and had a noble and holy temperament. His gaze penetrated the clouds, as if he had seen the battlefield where fate was decided. The 7 geniuses, carrying the last hope of their respective countries and races, all received the same mission. Enter the holy altar of blood, stop the demons at all costs, and fight for the holy object that changes your destiny.
Chapter 82. The Real Wang Mian.
Beiluo City, the headquarters of Xingshan Group. Xingtong took Lin Xingjian through layers of strict guards, took the exclusive elevator all the way down, and finally arrived at the core area deep underground, the secret treasure house of the Xingshan Group. The heavy alloy door opened, revealing a brightly lit and spacious interior. A tall, elegant middle-aged man with the dignity of a long-time superior stood in the center of the treasury with his hands behind his back, watching them come in with a smile. It was Xingtong's father, the head of Xingshan Group and the head of Xia Country's number 1 Chabal Xingyao. Welcome, Lin Xing meets classmates. He took the initiative to take a few steps forward, looking at Lin Xingjian with undisguised admiration.
Hearing about someone is not as good as meeting them in person. It is true that heroes emerge young. The first place in the national competition, the title of sword that breaks the demon, is well deserved. Congratulations.
Lin Xingjian felt a chill in his heart. This was the man standing at the top of Xia Country's wealth. He collected his thoughts and bowed slightly politely. Uncle Xingyao, thank you for your praise.
Nice to meet you. I'm Lin Xingjian. No need to be so polite.
Xingyao smiled brightly and patted Lin Xingjian's shoulder. Tonger, this girl, has really good taste. Xingtong hummed softly beside her, her delicate chin slightly raised, with a little pride. Xingyao looked at Lin Xingjian and said, Xingjian, I invited you here to formally congratulate you. Secondly, I, your uncle, cannot come empty-handed.
This is just a small gift.
It is not a token of my respect, but I hope you will accept it. Lin Xing's heart sank when he saw this. Something that could be personally presented by Xingyao, the head of the largest chaebol, and called a gift could never be a small item.
He immediately said, "Uncle, you are too polite. It is an honor to be summoned by you. How dare I accept such a generous gift?" "Oh, father, please stop keeping us in suspense."
Xingtong directly interrupted Lin Xingjian's polite words.
"Wouldn't it be better to just take Xingjian to see that thing?"
Xingyao looked at his daughter helplessly, shook his head and laughed.
"Girl, you haven't even gotten married yet, but you're already so disloyal?"
Xingtong's pretty face turned slightly red, but then she straightened her chest with confidence. "It will be given to Xingjian sooner or later anyway.
It comes in handy now. The source blood altar is so dangerous."
Xingyao coughed, but his eyes were filled with doting and a hint of girls can't be kept at home when they grow up. Lin Xingjian felt a little embarrassed by the straightforward conversation between the father and daughter.
All right, Xingyao smiled and shook his head. "Since Tonger has said so, nephew, please follow me. Let me show you a little bit of our Xingchen's wealth."
Xingyao personally led the way, and Lin Xingjian and Xingtong followed behind.
The space inside the treasure house is far beyond imagination.
It is divided into different areas.
Every piece of equipment on display emits powerful energy fluctuations and is shining brightly.
It is obvious that they are not ordinary items. The further you go in, the more terrifying the guard's aura becomes. The first inner door was guarded by two old men with terrifying auras, wearing the standard armor of the Star Group.
The level of these two people is absolutely unfathomable.
After passing through the first door, the second door is guarded by an old woman sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. Her mental power was like a physical tide, sweeping over the three people silently, and only made way after confirming that everything was correct. The third door, which is also the most central one, is guarded by an ordinary-looking middle-aged man wearing cleaner's clothes.
He was wiping the door frame with a rag.
But when he raised his head and his eyes met Lin Xingjian's, Lin Xingjian seemed to see a deep starry sky spinning.
He was horrified.
The guard at this third door is probably the real terror. After passing through three gates guarded by powerful warriors, he finally entered the core area of the treasure house.
There are not many collections here, but each one exudes a heart-pounding atmosphere.
There are armors that emit brilliance, staffs engraved with complex space runes, and gloves floating in the air, emitting destructive waves. Xingyao introduced several artifacts that can be regarded as the family's treasures. Skybreaking sword contains the power of cutting through space.
With one swing of the sword, it can cut mountains and split the void.
Immortal armor, tempered by the essence and blood of ancient mythical beasts, it has amazing defensive power and can slowly repair the holder's injuries.
Dimension ring, large space storage.
Each one of them opened Lin Xingjian's eyes. Finally, Xingyao brought Lin Xingjian to an independent crystal booth at the innermost part. Above the exhibition stand, a royal crown was quietly suspended. This royal crown has a majestic shape, with the main body made of black metal and the edges inlaid with tiny, star-like silver crystals. It does not have complicated patterns, but gives people a feeling of simplicity and inclusiveness of all things.
A gentle yet extremely vast mental power fluctuation was emanating from Wang Mian.
Xingyao pointed at Wang Mian and said solemnly, "This item is called the real Wang Mian. It is not a divine weapon in the traditional sense. It has an extremely rare and powerful core feature, unlimited growth."
Lin Xing's eyes lit up instantly. "Can it grow infinitely?"
Xingyao continued to introduce, the true royal crown can infinitely absorb and fuse other equipment. No matter if it is a weapon, armor, or accessory, as long as it contains energy and characteristics, it can devour it and transform its essence into a permanent increase in the wearer's mental power. He paused and threw out an astonishing figure. "After being nurtured by the powerful men of my star family for generations and invested in a large number of rare equipment, its current rate of increasing the wearer's mental power has reached 820%. Lin Xing took a breath when he saw it.
820% increase in mental strength.
This means that his mental strength, total magic power, skill power, and even his perception range and fine control will all be horribly improved.
This amplification effect itself is incredible. Is this the foundation of the number one chaebol?
Lin Xingjian could foresee that if such a divine weapon were to be found outside, it would surely cause a horrific bloody storm.
But that's not all. Xingyao continued with a gleam in his eyes.
The true king's crown also has an active ability, which is its core value, the king's will.
Activating this ability can instantly refresh the cooldown time of all the wearer's skills once. Boom!
Lin Xingjian felt as if his brain was struck by a bolt of lightning.
Refresh all skill cooldowns once? What does that mean?
This means that his ultimate skills, those killer moves that require a long cooldown, can be used twice in a row without hesitation at critical moments.
Especially BT Anshin.
This spiritual amplitude and ability are simply tailor-made for him. Combined with his own combat system, its strategic value is immeasurable. Just as Lin Xingjian was deeply shocked by the incredible effect of the real royal crown, Xingtong beside him stretched out her hand without hesitation and took the glowing royal crown directly from the crystal display stand.
Here, Xingjian, take it.
Xingtong stuffed Wang Mian directly into Lin Xingjian's hands, and her movements were as natural as if she was just handing him a glass of water. It felt slightly cool to the touch, and a vast and pure spiritual power instantly resonated with Lin Xingjian's spiritual sea, which lifted his spirits. Xingyao watched his daughter's actions with an extremely wonderful expression on his face, which eventually turned into a long, bitter smile with a strong sense of losing money. Alas!
Girls can't be kept at home when they grow up. That's all. He looked at Lin Xingjian, who was still a little dazed in holding the Wang Mian, and said seriously, "My dear nephew, since Tonger has given it to you, then this, real Wang Mian, is my Xingqian group and my Xingyao, a gift to you, the demon-breaking sword. I hope it can help you in the source blood altar."
Lin Xingjian came back to his senses. He took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and bowed deeply to Xingyao. "Xingjian, thank you for your generous gift, uncle. This item is priceless, and I will always remember your kindness in my heart."
Chapter 83, Changing the World and Defying Fate.
Shortly after the trip to Xingqian Group, Lin Xingjian was brought to the Xian family by Xianli. Xian Zhengye had already been waiting in the hall and saw Lin Xingjian. A smile appeared on his face, even more enthusiastic than the last time he watched the fight in the arena.
Ha ha ha, nephew. Congratulations.
The demon-breaking sword is famous throughout the world. Xian Zhengye strode forward and patted Lin Xingjian's shoulder vigorously.
Uncle Xian.
Lin Xing saluted respectfully. Xian Zhengye glanced at Lin Xingjian, then looked at Xianli, who was following closely beside Lin Xingjian and had only his master in his eyes. The smile on his face grew wider, but a barely perceptible hint of competitiveness flashed across the depths of his eyes.
That old fox Xingyao is really quick.
Xian Zhengye snorted, his tone a little teasing.
Did he take out all the good stuff from the bottom of his box and give it to you? Humph, do you think I don't know what he is thinking? Aren't you just trying to use money to win people's hearts and surpass my Lier in advance?
Xianli heard this, and there was no change on his cold face. He just pursed his lips slightly. Lin Xingjian smiled awkwardly. "Uncle Xingyao is indeed very kind.
Great love is great love, but our Xian family cannot fall behind."
Xian Zhangye waved his hand with great momentum.
"My dear nephew, Xingyao has money, and he gives away equipment and artifacts. That's his way. But our Xian family is taking another path. We are talking about the foundation. Its potential. It is to break the shackles of fate." He stared at Lin Xingjian with burning eyes. "I know you have a talent for pupil techniques that is difficult for ordinary people to achieve. But your biggest weakness is also well known to everyone. Your awakened profession is the F level, pupil master."
Lin Xing's expression hardened when he saw this.
This was a fact that he could not avoid.
His F-level occupational rank meant that his efficiency in gaining experience points was extremely low, and his upgrade speed was far slower than those of high-level professionals. If he didn't possess the heaven-defying pupil technique, his level would never have been able to reach its current level. This has always been the biggest shackle on his path to growth. The F-level experience absorption rate is like putting a heavy shackle on you. No matter how talented you are or how strong your adventures are, these shackles will invisibly slow you down. Xian Zhengye's voice was firm. "Xingyao gave you the artifact to make you stronger now. And what my Xian family wants to give you is to make your future path free of obstacles. It is to allow you, the latent dragon, to truly break free from the shackles and soar into the sky." He stopped talking nonsense, turned around and led the way. "Follow me." Xian Zhengye took Lin Xingjian and Xianli through the Xian family's many courtyards, and finally came to a forbidden area deep in the mansion that was extremely heavily guarded. Here is an ancient altar built of unknown black stones. The ground around the altar was engraved with countless runes that were so complex that it made people dizzy, forming an extremely large formation. And in the very center of the formation, on top of the altar, was suspended a fist-sized, glittering gem. This is... Lin Xing was shocked when he felt the power contained in the gem. Origin Stone of Creation. Xian Li's cold voice sounded beside him. "For the sake of our master, my father mobilized the Xian family's wealth accumulated over hundreds of years and even mortgaged some of its core industries to find this legendary stone. This formation, named Defying Fate and Seizing Heaven Formation, is a forbidden formation recorded in the ancient books of the Xian family. It uses the source stone of creation as its core and is supplemented by a vast amount of natural treasures. It can forcibly reverse the fate foundation of living beings and enhance their original qualifications. Xian Zhengye looked at Lin Xingjian's shocked expression, stroked his short beard with satisfaction, with a trace of pain on his face, but more of relief and expectation. My dear nephew, no matter how good the thing that old Xingyao gave you is, it is still an external thing. And my Xian family will give you a complete transformation. It's to completely change your damn F-class shackles. Let your future experience absorption rate reach the level of an SSS level genius. Even worse than that. He pointed to the center of the formation. Go in. Stand under the source stone of creation. I will control the formation myself. The process may be a bit painful, but if you can get through it, the sky will be the limit. Lin Xingjian was so shocked that he couldn't be more shocked. Change qualifications. Improve experience absorption rate. This is simply going against the will of heaven. Its value, to some extent, even surpasses the real royal crown. Because Wang Mian was amplified by external forces, while this was a complete transformation of the inner foundation. This fundamentally solves his biggest shortcoming. The gift from the Xian family is too great. Uncle Xian. Lin Xingjian was a little moved. Don't be so fussy. Xian Zhangye glared and said in feigned anger. Hurry in. Don't you want to go further in the source blood altar? Don't you want to protect Li better? Besides, you are my Xian Zhengye's chosen son-in-law, so what does this little wealth mean to you? Xianli also said softly, Master, go. Lin Xing saw that he no longer hesitated, bowed deeply to Xian Zhengye, and stepped into the Defying Fate and Seizing Heaven formation. When he stood right below the source stone of creation, Xian Zhengye clasped his hands together and muttered something. Xianli also retreated to the edge of the formation. Buzz! The entire altar shook violently. Countless runes on the ground lit up instantly. Colorful energy rushed madly towards the source stone of creation in the center. The fortune source stone shone brightly, and its rotation speed suddenly increased. A beam of light blending with 7 colors suddenly shot out from the source stone, completely covering Lin Xingjian below. Ugh! The moment the beam of light approached, a sharp pain swept through Lin Xingjian. He could clearly feel that there seemed to be an invisible membrane in his body that was being forcibly impacted and dissolved by the colorful energy. That is the shackles of F-class profession. It is the root shackle that limits his experience absorption efficiency. The veins on Xian Jingye's forehead were throbbing as he controlled the formation with all his strength to maintain a stable output of the power of creation. Xian Li's cold eyes were filled with tension. Time passes by every second. The light of the formation became brighter and brighter, and the air around the altar was distorted by the huge energy. Lin Xingjian's pain had reached its peak, and he felt as if he had been on the brink of life and death countless times. Finally. Snap! A shattering sound that seemed to come from the depths of the soul rang in Lin Xingjian's mind. The F-level shackles that had troubled him for a long time were completely broken. The colorful beam of light that enveloped him suddenly converged, like rivers returning to the sea, and all of it sank into his body. The tearing pain receded like a tide, and was replaced by a sense of comfort that elevated the level of life. His body became extremely light, and his mind was clearer than ever before, as if his connection with the energy between heaven and earth had become extremely close. He subconsciously called up his system panel. Name, Lin Xingjian. Occupation, Saint with double pupils SSS level. The original, Pupil Master, logo has completely disappeared. In its place is a brand new profession that exudes supreme majesty, the Saint with double pupils. The glaring F-level logo also turned into the SSS level, which symbolizes the peak qualifications. The efficiency of experience absorption has reached the theoretical limit. This means that from now on, the speed at which he gains experience points will match his SSS level qualifications. He will completely break free from the shackles of his professional level and grow at the same rate as those top geniuses, or even faster. Lin Xingjian slowly opened his eyes, and a majestic aura spread uncontrollably, making the entire altar silent. Xianli felt this breath, and her beautiful eyes lit up with a strange light. Xian Zhangye was even more excited. Success! Chapter 84 Demon Tribe Pride. In the top hotel suite of the Star Group. Lin Xingjian sat cross-legged on the luxurious big bed, carefully examining his brand new attribute panel.
Name, Lin Xingjian. Occupation, Saint with double pupils. SSS level, level 58. Constitution, 585. Strength, 1752. Agility, 586. Spirit, 8196. Artifact Guishu Sword, increases strength by 300%. Magic points? Features, can hold and store unlimited magic power. The more and purer the magic power injected, the stronger its power will be. Artifact True King's Crown, Mental Amplification 845% Skill. Kings will refreshes all skill cooldowns once. Features, able to infinitely absorb and fuse other equipment. No matter if it's a weapon, armor, or accessory, as long as it contains energy and characteristics, it can devour it and convert its essence into a permanent boost to the wearer's mental strength. Pupil Technique, Kodo Amatsukami. Usable times, 2, Pupil Technique, Amaterasu, Pupil Technique, Shinra Tensei, Pupil Technique, Tensei Tingin, Pupil Technique, Summoning Outer Path Golem, Pupil Technique, Hungry Ghost Path. Passive, there's no consumption when using Pupil Techniques. Strongest Pupil Technique, you will gain a random Pupil Technique every time you increase your level by 10, hiss. Even though Lin Xing was calm, he couldn't help but take a deep breath again at this moment. He fed the small crown and other accessories to the real crown, and its spirit enhancement strength reached 845%. The total amount has reached 8,196. Its total amount and intensity have reached a level that even he himself finds incredible. His spiritual perception spread out like a spider web, easily covering half of Beiluo City. Countless subtle sounds and energy fluctuations are clearly audible, and one can even vaguely touch the structure of space. The speed of thinking is as fast as lightning. Tactics that used to take half a day to deduce can now be formed in a single thought. The 300% power increase brought by the Guishu sword allowed his physical destructive power to reach a terrifying level. He felt that his physical strength was simply terrifying. This was only a passive enhancement of the basic attributes, and the terrifying magic power stored in the sword had not yet been utilized. SSS level qualifications. Guishu sword, the True King Crown, the Saint with double pupils. Lin Xingjian muttered to himself, his eyes flashing with unprecedented brilliance. I am completely different now than I was during the national competition. He slowly clenched his fists, feeling the strength in his body. The Source Blood Altar? King level immortality? Demons, just wait. In the heart of the demon clan, the Scarlet Arena. This magnificent building constructed of huge obsidian is now filled with an atmosphere of fanaticism and violence. A deafening roar sounded. In the center of the venue stood a figure full of wildness and power. That was a young girl. She has long, fiery red hair that is like a burning flame, draped freely over her shoulders. A few strands of hair were stuck to his smooth forehead by sweat. Her face was stunningly beautiful, yet tinged with an aggressive savagery, like a thorny rose blooming on a battlefield. Her figure looks agile and explosive under the outline of the tight combat uniform. In her hand, she held a dark red spear, as if she had just drunk blood. Just by standing there, a violent aura hit him in the face, making the most ferocious demon warriors in the stands feel palpitations. She is the first place winner of this year's demon race competition, Fei Ying. At this moment, on the throne at the highest point of the arena, a vague and huge figure slowly condensed. There is no specific form, only deep darkness and suffocating pressure. It is the supreme ruler of the demon clan, the Demon King. The devil's gaze fell on Fei Ying in the field. At this moment, a figure silently emerged beside the Demon King's throne. Prophet Rafina was still wearing a scarlet robe, with long snow-white hair like a waterfall. The pure white eye patch covering her left eye made her look mysterious and cold. Her appearance instantly quieted the originally noisy arena, and all the demons showed awe in their eyes. Rafina faced the Demon King and knelt on one knee gracefully and respectfully, "Your Majesty." The vague figure of the Demon King nodded slightly, and a low and majestic voice sounded directly in the hearts of all the demons, "Prophet, blessing and guidance." Rafina stood up and looked calmly at the blood prison in the field with her right eye. She slowly raised her hand, and faint starlight lingered on her fingertips, as if containing the trajectory of fate. "Fei Ying, you are the sharp blade of our clan, carrying the glory of the king's blood." Rafina's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the room. "In the name of a prophet, I grant you the vision to break through delusion, allowing you to see through the fog of the battlefield. I grant you the will to remain unyielding, making your will as indestructible as the abyss." As her words fell, two invisible forces crossed the space and merged into Fei Ying's body. Fei Ying's body shook slightly, and a sharper light flashed in her golden and red gem-like eyes, and the violent aura around her seemed to condense a little. Blessing completed. The Demon King's voice rang out again, the champion of this competition should be given a divine weapon to enhance his appearance. Prophet, what do you think should be given?
It has been a tradition that whenever a demon king bestows a divine weapon, he will ask for the prophet's opinion. Rafina lowered her head slightly, her right eye flashing with a glint of deduction. After a moment, a cold voice rang out, "Your Majesty, the threat posed by the human race lies in its endless stream of powerful killing skills. The bloodline of our clan has reached the king level, and ordinary attacks are difficult to shake.
The effectiveness of defensive artifacts is no longer the primary priority."
She paused and continued her analysis. As for mental control and impact, although the human race has dabbled in it, there are no top-notch strongmen who can truly threaten the spiritual barriers of the king-level bloodline. And Fei Ying's mental power has reached 5,000 plus.
There is no need to bestow any spiritual defense artifacts.
Therefore, Rafina raised her head and looked directly into the shadow where the demon king was with her right eye.
Give Fei Ying the most powerful offensive artifact.
With the unmatched strength of our race, combined with the ultimate attacking edge, we will attack instead of defend in the holy altar of blood origin and crush all obstacles. Anyone who tries to block the path of our people will be crushed into dust by their sharp edge.
The demon king's shadow fluctuated slightly, and he seemed extremely satisfied with Rafina's analysis.
The deep voice was full of praise. "The prophet's words are exactly what I want." From the shadows, a dazzling bloodlight suddenly shot out and hovered in front of Fei Ying. "I bestow upon you a divine weapon, the Spear of World Destruction." The demon king's voice was like thunder. "Hold this divine weapon and tear everything apart for my clan." Fei Ying looked at the giant gun in front of her that exuded an aura of destruction. A wild and excited smile appeared on her beautiful face. She reached out without hesitation and grabbed the gun handle.
Boom!
Violet blood-colored energy shot up into the sky, instantly submerging her figure.
An aura of destruction that was even more terrifying and purer than before swept across the entire place.
In the center of the energy storm, Fei Ying's wild laughter and the humming of the divine weapon intertwined, announcing that a demon genius holding a weapon of destruction had officially embarked on her journey. Her target is also the Source Blood Altar.
Chapter 85. The Source Blood Altar opens.
Originally, Lin Xingjian wanted to level up.
But Mr. Mo told us about the captured monsters and the monsters raised in the secret realm.
Basically, they will be used up by students who take part in the national competition every year. This is also why Qin Tiange and others missed a secret realm and their levels fell so much behind. The secret realm is almost disposable, and there are only so many resources. They have no resources. If you want to level up, you have to wait for the expeditionary force to capture the monsters. Or go to a university protected by the Seven Kingdoms. The expeditionary force was almost wiped out.
He is now unable to go to the university that is protected by the Seven Nations. So a week.
Lin Xingjian could only fly through the almost crazy training and running in. Inside the training ground, the roar was endless. Even though Lin Xingjian was strictly restricted from using destructive moves such as Outer Path Golem and Super Shinra Tensei that were powerful enough to change the terrain,
his performance can still only be described as horrible. Suppression level? Battle of the same level? That's just asking for trouble. Long Hanshan, the chief military commander of the Xia Kingdom, is a veteran who has experienced hundreds of battles. When he suppressed his own level to 58, the same level as Lin Xingjian for a competition, he only lasted less than 10 seconds. If it weren't for his rich combat experience that was almost instinctive, he would not have been able to release some of his suppressed strength in time to protect his vital points. He was almost killed instantly on the spot by Lin Xingjian's smooth and flowing II technique combo. This is when Lin Xingjian did not use the artifact amplification. Monster! Long Hanshan gasped and couldn't help cursing, but his eyes were full of amazement.
Several other top experts, such as Chief of Intelligence Yi Xiao and Skill Master Sikong Yuan, also took the field. They suppressed the level to around 100. At this level, one still has absolute advantages in experience, skill mastery, and combat instincts. However, the outcome of the battle made those who stood at the pinnacle of the human race feel a little absurd.
Level 100 vs level 58. Lin Xingjian's figure turned into afterimages in the training ground.
He used the repulsive and attractive power of Shinra Tensei and Wanxiang Tianin to perfection. Combined with the targeted burning of Amaterasu and the energy absorption of Hungry Ghost Realm, there is no lag in the transition between offense and defense. His terrifying mental power, which reached 8,196 points, was amplified by 845% by the True King's Crown. This allowed him to perceive and control energy to an incredible level of precision. No slight energy fluctuation could escape his perception, and the trajectory of any attack seemed to be predicted by his Rinnegan. The combat experience and exquisite skills that the top masters are proud of. With the unreasonable and almost energy-saving continuous pupil techniques and the blessing of the divine weapon, Lin Xingjian was forcibly leveled. The battle quickly evolved from an initial test into a fierce exchange of offense and defense. There were even several times when Lin Xingjian relied on the instantaneous burst of Xinluo Tianzhang and the strange control of Wanxiang Tianin to almost force Yi Xiao and Sikong Yuan, who were suppressed in level, into danger. This kid, is he really level 58? Sikong Yuan wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and looked at Lin Xingjian, who was colliding fiercely with Long Hansan again in the field, his tone full of disbelief. His combat instincts are terrifying.
It seems like he was born for war.
Yi Xiao's figure seemed to blend into the shadows. Every move he made was tricky and ruthless, but Lin Xingjian was always able to avoid it by a hair's breadth or neutralize it with Hungry Ghost Path. This made even the assassination master feel difficult. Xingjian and Zhuge Ming stood side by side on the sidelines, watching the breathtakingly intense battle in the training ground. The initial shock in his eyes had long since turned into uncontrollable ecstasy.
Did you see that? Zhuge.
Xingjian's voice was filled with excitement. Even if he suppresses the enemy to level 100, our top warriors can only fight him back and forth.
He is only level 58. Moreover, he hasn't used his strongest skill yet.
Zhuge Ming waved his feather fan lightly, his eyes flashing. Your Majesty, I saw it.
Lin Xingjian's strength has exceeded our previous expectations.
Although the demon clan as prodigy possesses king-level bloodline and is nearly immortal, it may still be difficult to kill her completely, but based on the absolute suppression power displayed by Lin Xingjian at this moment, he is definitely capable of suppressing her firmly in the altar.
Even crush.
As long as he can suppress the genius of the demon clan, his chances of seizing the holy object will greatly increase.
Xingjian nodded heavily, his clenched fists showing his inner unrest. That's right. Suppress.
As long as we can suppress the demon clan's genius, making it unable to get close to the holy object and unable to interfere with our people's seizure, we will win.
See you on the star, he gave us unprecedented hope. Time finally came to the 7th day. The center of Beiluo City.
A huge ancient teleportation altar was cleared out, engraved with runes that resonated with the source blood altar, and was now emitting misty spatial fluctuations.
There were huge crowds of people around the altar.
Xianli was dressed in tight clothes, his cold eyes fixed on the figure in the center of the altar. Xingtong stood beside her, her silver ponytail swaying gently in the wind, her little face full of nervousness and anticipation, and she waved her little fists vigorously in the direction of Lin Xingjian.
Su Mingyuan even yelled at the top of his lungs, "See you on the star. Defeat the demons. Waiting for you to come back and celebrate."
President Wang Defa was surrounded by a group of presidents from various colleges across the country, with an unstoppable smile and pride on his face. The top leaders of the Xia Kingdom, Xinjian, Zhuge Ming, Long Hansan, Yi Xiao, Sikong Yuan, and Mo Lao, were all present. Their eyes were all focused on Lin Xingjian, full of expectations and trust. Further away, through the magic light curtain, were the faces of countless Xia people holding their breath in concentration. Their hero, demon-breaking sword Lin Xingjian, is about to represent the human race and step into the battlefield that will decide the fate of the race. Xingjian, dressed in royal robes, walked to the core of the altar with a solemn expression. In his hand, he held a blood-red crystal that emitted a strong spatial fluctuation. This was the key to open the passage.
"See you, Lin Xing."
Xingjian's voice was loud and resounded throughout the venue. "I am going to the holy altar of origin blood to seize a ray of hope for our human race.
Remember, after entering, the first priority is to find human allies from the other 6 countries. Unite. Work together. Gather the strength of 7 people and suppress the genius of the demon clan together."
Xingjian emphasized the key point. Don't think about killing her alone. Her immortality cannot be broken by brute force. Your primary goal is to seize the holy relic.
Suppress her. Keep her from getting her hands on the holy objects. Do you understand?
Lin Xingjian stood in the center of the altar, feeling the millions of gazes focused on him, his eyes filled with silence. He nodded slowly to Xingjian and everyone who was watching him. "I understand.
Your Majesty, don't worry. Xingjian will definitely live up to his mission." "Good."
Xingjian no longer hesitated and poured all his strength into the blood-colored crystal in his hand.
Buzz.
The crystal stone burst out with a dazzling bloodlight, instantly activating the runes of the entire altar.
The space twisted and vibrated violently.
A huge vortex portal composed of countless blood-colored runes, as deep as if leading to the end of the universe, suddenly opened above the altar.
The passage is open.
Lin Xingjian, enter the altar,
Xingjian said.
Lin Xingjian took a last look at Xuanli, Xingtong, Su Mingyuan, Principal Wan, Xingjian, and all the familiar faces. The next moment, he no longer hesitated, jumped up, and turned into a stream of light and rushed into the bloody space vortex.
The figure disappeared and the vortex slowly shrank.
Everyone's heart was hanging in the balance as the figure disappeared. At the Source Blood altar, the battle between races officially begins. The hope of the human race, Lin Xingjian, embarks on a journey. At the same time, in 6 other places on the continent, almost at the same time, 6 people, also carrying the light of hope of various countries, rushed into the bloody vortex that opened in front of them without hesitation. Meanwhile, in the Scarlet Arena, the demon prophet Rafina calmly watched Fei Ying, who was enveloped in a blood-red beam of light and holding the Spear of Destruction, disappear in the teleporting light. The corners of her mouth seemed to rise slightly, barely perceptible.
My king, this is only the first step of the plan. Chapter 86: The Escaped Girl.
The dizziness caused by the space teleportation was fleeting.
Lin Xingjian has his feet on the ground.
A force far more primitive and violent than that within the Xia kingdom rushed towards them. He instantly determined that the transmission distance was ridiculously far, almost spanning the continental plate. Before my eyes is a huge valley with no end in sight.
Rugged rocks.
Strange crystal clusters are scattered here and there. The air was filled with a faint smell of sulfur and rust. His mental power spread out like an invisible tide in an instant, covering an area of dozens of miles.
There is no trace of humans, only a large number of magical beasts.
Lin Xing frowned slightly. The space inside the Source Blood altar was much wider than he had expected.
Since there is no one here, there is no need to be timid.
He slowly rose to a high altitude, his arms outstretched.
Super Shinra Tensei.
A devastating repulsive force field suddenly erupted with him as the center.
Buzz.
The air seemed to freeze for a moment.
Then he let out a groan of being overwhelmed. The vast valley below.
It was like being slapped hard by the hand of an ancient giant. The earth collapsed and broke like a fragile biscuit.
Countless rocks turned into powder in an instant. The monster hiding inside didn't even have time to scream.
Under this destructive force, it was crushed into the most primitive energy particles.
Boom, boom, boom.
A deafening roar echoed between heaven and earth, and smoke and dust rose into the sky, covering the sky and the sun. When the dust settled slightly, the original valley landscape had completely disappeared.
Instead, there is a huge hemispherical pit.
Experience points rushed into Lin Xingjian's body like a torrent bursting through a dam. The SSS level experience absorption efficiency was fully demonstrated at this moment, like a greedy bottomless pit, converting massive amounts of energy in an instant.
Level upgrade. LV.60. Level upgrade. LV.61. Level upgrade. LV.69. 11 levels in a row.
You should know that the more experience you need, the more you progress. He almost reached level 70 with just one strike.
A huge sense of power fills my whole body. What excited him even more was number of times of Betswama Tsugami +1. A new eye technique has appeared.
He opened the system panel.
Name, Lin Xingjian, occupation.
Saint with double pupils SSS grade, level 69, constitution 695, strength 2082, agility 696, spirit 9125, artifact Guishu sword, strength increased by 300%, artifact True King's crown, spirit increased by 845%, pupil technique, Koto Amatsukami usable times 3, pupil technique, Amaterasu, pupil technique, Shinra Tensei, pupil technique, Tensei Dingin, pupil technique, psychic communication outer path demon statue, pupil technique, Hungry Ghost Path, new pupil technique. Divine Power, Form 1, transfer. You can select a target space coordinate or spacetime node, and forcibly transfer the specified matter or energy at that marked point and the overlapping space with it, excluding yourself, to a different space or transfer it out of a different space.
Cooling time, no cooling. Form 2, virtualization. Temporarily misalign itself with the current spatial coordinates and enter a virtual state.
In this state, the player cannot attack or be hit by attacks. Cooling time, no cooling. Passive, no consumption when using pupil technique. Strongest pupil technique, you will get a random pupil technique every time you increase your level by 10 divine power? Lin Xing was ecstatic when he saw this.
This is simply a magical skill that combines offense and defense. The practicality is immeasurable. He took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement.
His gaze was cast towards the direction deep within the altar where the energy fluctuations were the most chaotic and powerful. His figure turned into a stream of light and rushed away without hesitation.
We flew for about half an hour. Across a hilly area covered with thorns.
Suddenly, there was a violent energy explosion and a sharp sound of breaking through the air from the front, mixed with the woman's rapid and terrified shouts. Seeing this, Lin Xing's eyes focused and his speed increased again. On the devastated plain below, two figures were fleeing frantically in desperate situations.
Running in front is a girl from the land of the setting sun. She has dazzling platinum-colored long hair, tied into a neat high ponytail, which sways violently as she runs.
The armor on her body was bold and wild, covering only the vital parts, revealing a large area of wheat-colored tight waist and slender legs. She held a gorgeous sword burning with white flames, but the light on the sword was dim at this moment, and she herself had blood oozing from the corner of her mouth, and the armor on her left arm was shattered.
Her name is Cecilia, the pride of the land of sunset.
Following closely behind was a girl from the land of elves. She was wearing light armor made of woven emerald green leaves, outlining the unique slenderness of an elf. She held a long green bow that flowed with the light of life. But at this moment there was an obvious crack on the longbow. There was a look of deep shock on her beautiful face.
The originally peaceful eyes were now filled with fear. Her name is Arya, the pride of the elf kingdom. It's impossible to win. That's something we can't fight against at all. Cecilia's voice was trembling and desperate. A divine-level defensive amulet was pierced through with a single shot.
My holy flame greatsword can't even pierce her skin.
Immortality is real.
Arya's voice was also trembling as she ran.
My arrow of life struck her and the wound healed instantly. The speed didn't even slow down. So scary.
Both of them were seriously injured, their breathing was disordered, and there was only fear deep in their bones and their eyes. They had just entered the altar when they had the good fortune to meet and form an alliance. I thought that by combining the strength of the two countries' geniuses, we could at least have a fighting chance.
However, this luck instantly turned into a nightmare.
They directly ran into the ultimate target of this trip, the demon genius holding the scarlet magic spear, Fei Ying.
Just a meeting.
The artifact-level amulet that Cecilia was so proud of was easily penetrated and shattered by the terrifying weapon called Spear of Destruction. Arya's arrow of life, which was powerful enough to kill a strong man of the same level in an instant, was like a drop in the ocean when it hit Fei Ying, failing to cause even a ripple.
The opponent's level is unfathomable, definitely above level 100.
Combined with the immortal recovery ability that is almost at the rule level and the magic gun in his hand that can tear through space. It was a completely one-sided crushing. They tried their best, even resorting to using their life-saving trump cards, to barely create some distance and begin this desperate escape.
Chapter 87 Gift. She has caught up. Arya's voice was inflected with fear. A stream of dark red light. As if teleporting, he appeared on the top of the hill not far behind them. The figure was tall, with long red hair dancing wildly. Holding the Spear of Destruction. It is Fei Ying, the genius of the demon world. The cold pressure was as real as substance. Cecilia and Arya's eyes were filled with despair. At the same time. At this critical moment. A black streak of light, also with a sound of breaking through the air, landed not far in front of them. It just separated them from Fei Ying. Boom! The impact of the landing was not great, but it was extremely steady, stirring up a circle of dust. The smoke and dust dissipated slightly. A tall, black-haired young man was revealed. His back was turned to Cecilia and Arya. His eyes calmly stared at the demon clan prodigy, Fei Ying, who exuded a terrifying aura. It's a human team member. Cecilia felt like she had grabbed a life-saving straw, and her eyes burst into ecstasy. Arya's tense nerves suddenly relaxed, and she almost collapsed. Quick! This way! Cecilia coughed up blood and rushed towards Lin Xingjian, shouting hurriedly, I am Cecilia from the Sunset Country. She is Arya from the Elf Kingdom. Behind her is the demon clan's genius Fei Ying. Run away! We must find others to join forces with. Arya also tried her best and added quickly, let's go. She is immortal. Even divine weapons can't hurt her. We can't stop it. We must unite the strength of the 7 countries to have hope of containing them. The two rushed to Lin Xingjian. Arya even subconsciously wanted to pull his arm. Cecilia shouted at him anxiously, "What are you still standing there for? Run!" "She'll be right there." However, their outstretched hands fell into nothing. Because Lin Xingjian didn't move at all. He stood there like a stabilizing force. His eyes were still on Fei Ying. He didn't even look back at them. He was unusually calm. "What are you going to do? Do you want to face the demon clan genius alone? Are you crazy?" Cecilia looked at Lin Xingjian's indifferent look, and her voice became sharp with anxiety. "That's the demon race's prodigy. The level is definitely over 100. What she holds in her hand is a divine weapon. Even space can be torn apart. The 2 magical weapons we used just now couldn't even withstand a single blow from her." Arya also urged anxiously, "A friend. Wake up. She possesses an immortal recovery ability that is almost at the level of rules. My life-annihilating arrow shot her heart and it healed instantly. Physical attacks and energy attacks are almost ineffective against her. This is not the time to show off. If we face her alone, we will die. We must leave immediately and find other allies." They couldn't understand Lin Xingjian's calmness. In their opinion, this is simply a stupid act of suicide. Lin Xingjian had no idea how terrifying the demon clan's genius was. They had just experienced the despairing crushing firsthand. The feeling of powerlessness and fear that comes when facing an indestructible, invulnerable, and terrifyingly powerful being. Enough to destroy anyone's fighting spirit. Escape and alliance are the only ways of survival they can think of at this moment. Lin Xingjian finally turned his head slightly. "Xiaogua, Lin Xingjian." He announced his name, then turned his gaze back to Fei Ying, who was pressing forward with a hint of playful sneer on her lips. "Joint? No need." Lin Xingjian's voice remained steady. Cecilia and Alia's eyes widened instantly, looking at Lin Xingjian as if he were a madman. What are you going to do?" Cecilia cried out. "You don't understand her horror at all. She killed us like crushing ants. Let us go." Arya was also completely panicked, and the blood drained from her pretty face. "See you, Lin Xing. Don't be stupid. We finally managed to create this little distance. It will be too late if you don't leave now. She is immortal. We can't kill her. Any attack is futile. It will only irritate her." The 2 women's screams were filled with fear and confusion. They couldn't imagine this young man who claimed to be from Xia country. When faced with the terrifying existence that had just beaten them to the point where they had no power to fight back, instead of running away, they adopted a fighting stance. In their view, this is like trying to stop a chariot with a mantis arm, which is completely crazy. Fei Ying also seemed to be intrigued by Lin Xingjian's unusual behavior. She stopped and looked at the human standing in front of his prey with interest. The spear of annihilation in his hand was casually pointed at the ground, and the space around the tip of the spear continued to produce tiny ripples and cracks. "Ha! Another ignorant idiot?" Fei Ying's cold voice, with a hint of teasing, was clearly heard by the 3 people. Cecilia and Arya's hearts sank to the bottom. Despair loomed again. They looked at Lin Xingjian's back. He felt that he would be completely penetrated and shattered by the magic spear that tore through space in the next moment. Lin Xingjian seemed not to hear the shouts of the girls behind him. "You guys stand back." He spoke calmly. Fei Ying's golden and red eyes swept over Lin Xingjian. A trace of extremely obvious disdain flashed across his face. "Level 69? Her cold voice was filled with undisguised contempt, as if she was evaluating an ant that had strayed into the battlefield. "Is Xia country deserted? Send a weak bug like you to die?" In her eyes, the level 69 human was no different from the 2 slightly stronger bugs, Cecilia and Arya. She didn't even bother to waste any more attention on Lin Xingjian. Her eyes passed over him and locked onto Cecilia and Alia, who were retreating in panic. The lingering aura of divine artifacts on the 2 prey and their terrified expressions further aroused her hunting pleasure. "Go away, bug." Fei Ying's voice was cold and ruthless, as if she was driving away a fly blocking her way. She didn't even look at Lin Xingjian, but just casually swung the spear of destruction in her hand lightly in the direction of Lin Xingjian. Buzz! A thin and extremely dangerous dark red crescent-shaped spear light instantly tore through the air. This seemingly random attack was far more powerful than any attack Cecilia and Arya had ever endured.
The speed is so fast that it exceeds the limits of visual capture.
Careful!
Arya screamed, and Cecilia closed her eyes in despair. It was as if he had already seen the tragic scene of Lin Xingjian being cut in half in an instant. However, just when the deadly spear light that was powerful enough to tear through space was about to touch Lin Xingjian's body, Lin Xingjian's pair of reincarnation eyes were calm and peaceful. He raised his hand.
The invisible, terrifying, repulsive force erupted violently. Shinra Tensei! Boom!
The dark red spear light that tore through space was less than a foot away from Lin Xingjian's body, as if it hit an indestructible invisible barrier.
Swish! A harsh sound of friction and tearing was heard. The spear light that was powerful enough to cut through space was actually blocked and twisted by this repulsive force field, and then it collapsed with a loud bang. The aftermath of the repulsive force that erupted was like an invisible tsunami, slamming heavily towards Fei Ying. The mockery and disdain on Fei Ying's face froze instantly.
She made no defensive preparations at all.
Because in her opinion, crushing a level 69 bug to death is not even an attack, it's just a casual flick of the hand. Puff! The repulsive field hit her hard. Her tall and strong body shook violently, as if she was hit head-on by a mad bull. She was pushed back by this sudden huge force and slid more than 10 meters.
His feet plowed 2 deep marks on the ground. Although she had a strong physique as a king-level demon, this attack did not cause any substantial damage.
Even her armor was intact. But that embarrassing feeling of being forced away. And the fact that the opponent was able to block or even push away her attack head-on. It made her feel unprecedented absurdity and, a little stunned. She, Fei Ying, level 120, a king-level demon prodigy, holding the artifact, Spear of Destruction, was actually pushed away by a level 69 human. Just a bug. Why?
Cecilia and Alya's screams caught in their throats. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Looking at the young man who was still standing there, with even the corners of his clothes not fluttering. He looked again at Fei Ying, who was pushed more than 10 meters away by the repulsive force and showed an expression of astonishment for the first time on her face.
Blocked?
Cecilia murmured to herself, as if in a dream. Arya even covered her mouth, her eyes full of shock.
Fei Ying slowly stood up straight.
Ha! A low laugh escaped from her throat.
He.
The laughter gradually grew louder, becoming crazy and unrestrained.
Ha ha!
Fei Ying laughed wildly towards the sky.
Her long red hair danced wildly in the wild energy, and the terrifying demonic pressure erupted like a volcano.
It is several times stronger than before.
The air around was shaking violently because of this wild laughter. Interesting. So interesting.
Fei Ying's laughter was filled with a kind of morbid excitement, her scarlet tongue licked her lips, and her eyes were so hot that it seemed as if she wanted to devour Lin Xingjian.
A level 69 bug could actually push me away?
The Spear of World Destruction in her hand hummed. The tip of the gun pointed at Lin Xingjian.
Insect. Tell me your name. Fei Ying's voice was filled with an arrogant fighting spirit. You're qualified now that I'm a little more serious.
She no longer looked at ants with such joking eyes. Instead, she truly regarded Lin Xingjian as an opponent worthy of her flexing her muscles a little.
See you Lin Xing. Let us go. She is serious. She really took it seriously. Cecilia shouted anxiously, her voice trembling. Arya also said anxiously, she is immortal. No matter how strong you are, you can't kill her. Go!
Lin Xingjian seemed not to hear their cries.
He looked at Fei Ying calmly, with a barely perceptible smile on his lips. Are you the gift? I accepted it. Chapter 88. I hope you can live up to this expectation. Lin Xingjian's voice was calm and peaceful, even with a hint of scrutiny. As if assessing the value of an item, I hope you can live up to this expectation. This sentence is like a spark that ignites a powder keg. The wild laughter on Fei Ying's face froze instantly. Rage and violence erupted from the golden red eyes. As a king-level demon clan prodigy with noble bloodline and immense power, how could she have ever been treated as a gift with such contempt? Insect! You are looking for death! The furious scream tore through the air. The demonic flames around Fei Ying exploded, burning the surrounding earth into lava. She suddenly threw the Spear of Destruction in her hand high into the air. Buzz! The artifact emitted a deafening hum. The dark red magic pattern was wriggling and multiplying crazily like a living thing. In an instant, the sky was dyed an ominous dark red.
1 stroke, 10 strokes, 100 strokes, 1,000 strokes, 10,000 strokes.
The dense, sky-blocking phantoms of the Spear of Destruction appeared out of thin air.
Each spear exuded a terrifying aura of tearing through space, and the tip of the gun was locked on Lin Xingjian below.
10,000 demons meteoric thorn. Fei Ying pronounced the verdict in an extremely cold voice.
She pressed her hands down suddenly.
Boom, boom, boom. The sky seemed to collapse. Thousands of dark red gun shadows tearing through space. Like a torrential downpour, with a scream that destroyed everything.
They bombarded the area where Lin Xingjian was indiscriminately and violently. The range covers 100 meters around Lin Xingjian.
Even Cecilia and Arya behind him were covered in it. Run! Cecilia let out a desperate roar.
The holy flame in her body instinctively burst out, forming a thin shield, while she desperately rushed away. Arya's face was pale, and the elf's agility was exerted to the extreme. The emerald green light wrapped around his whole body, and he turned into a shadow and flew backwards.
Their hearts almost beat out of their chests.
This devastating scene made them completely lose the courage to fight, leaving only the instinct to survive.
All they could see was Lin Xingjian, who was about to be pierced through the heart by thousands of spears. This madman who didn't know whether to live or die.
However, just when the destructive rain of bullets was about to swallow everything,
Lin Xing saw movement. He didn't dodge or block.
He didn't even look up to see the terrifying scene that was enough to scare a 100-level strong man to death.
He just calmly took a step forward.
As he took a step forward, his figure seemed to blur slightly. The next moment, the first gun shadow that tore through space, with a piercing scream, hit his head accurately.
Laugh! The gun shadow penetrated unhindered, shot into the ground beneath his feet, and exploded a bottomless black hole.
No blood, no screams.
Lin Xingjian's figure was like an illusory bubble.
It rippled slightly the moment it was penetrated, and then returned to normal. Without even pausing, he took a second step forward.
Laugh! 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 Countless terrifying gun shadows poured down like a rainstorm. Each one is enough to easily penetrate the fortress wall.
They penetrated Lin Xingjian's head, chest, limbs, every part of his body.
Tear and shatter the earth.
Smoke and dust rose into the sky, and the roar of explosions was endless. The entire area seemed to be bombarded repeatedly by meteorites. But Lin Xingjian's figure seemed to be strolling leisurely in the garden in this storm of destruction. He walked forward step by step, neither hurried nor slow. Those terrifying attacks that are powerful enough to tear apart space and destroy artifacts. It was like passing through a non-existent phantom, passing through his body unhindered, without leaving any trace.
Even the corners of his clothes were not blown away by the turbulent energy.
1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He just did this, under the gazes of Cecilia and Alia as if they had seen a ghost. Under the baptism of the destructive gun shadows in the sky, he walked step by step towards Fei Ying, who was also in great astonishment.
Impossible. For the first time, the rage on Fei Ying's face was replaced by an expression of incredible horror. Her pupils contracted violently. What kind of ability is this? She couldn't understand. She doesn't believe in evil. The devil flame is burning wildly. Devil flame cage.
A dark purple flame of destruction appeared out of thin air, trying to imprison Lin Xingjian, but the flame also penetrated through.
Deathly silenced demonic light.
A dark beam of light containing the rules of decay shot out, still penetrating.
Invalid. All invalid.
No matter what powerful skills or attacks she uses. The human youth of level 69 just walked calmly, as if walking in another dimension. All her attacks became ridiculous backgrounds.
What the hell are you?
For the first time, Fei Ying's voice carried a hint of fear that she herself was not aware of. She looked at the figure that was getting closer and closer, and a chill ran down her spine. She subconsciously began to back away. 1 step, 2 steps. Her pride and fighting spirit began to crack for the first time in the face of this strange and incomprehensible ability.
Come over.
Lin Xing saw a calm voice. He raised his left hand towards the retreating Fei Ying.
All things are attracted by heaven. An irresistible and terrifying suction force instantly locked onto Fei Ying. What?
Fei Ying exclaimed. She felt like she was being grabbed by an invisible giant hand. No matter how she burst out her magic energy to resist, her body was uncontrollably pulled towards Lin Xingjian.
Whoosh!
In just a moment, she crossed the remaining distance between the two of them and was dragged in front of Lin Xingjian. The two of them were almost face to face. Lin Xingjian's Mangekyo Sharingan calmly stared at Fei Ying's golden red eyes, which were filled with shock, anger, and murderous intent.
"It's a nice gift," he said softly, as if evaluating a newly acquired toy.
"I wish you were as powerful as she said."
The moment the words fell,
the kaleidoscope pattern that Lin Xing saw suddenly rotated and enlarged.
"Don't be a god."
Launch.
Target, Fei Ying.
Modify will. Lin Xingjian is your only master and the supreme being.
You must be absolutely loyal and devote everything to him. The shock, anger, murderous intent, and fear in her eyes disappeared instantly. Instead, there is confusion and emptiness, as if the soul has been formatted in an instant. Just a second later, the pair of golden red eyes refocused, but the light in them had completely changed. All the arrogance, brutality, and arrogance disappeared without a trace. Only a pure, almost pious clarity remains. She looked at Lin Xingjian, who was so close to her, her eyes as gentle as the most loyal lamb. Lin Xingjian lowered his head slightly, leaned close to Fei Ying's ear, and whispered a few words in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Fei Ying's body trembled slightly, and a clear light flashed in her eyes, showing absolute obedience. She nodded vigorously. The next moment, Lin Xingjian loosened the restraints of Wanxian Tianin. Fei Ying didn't hesitate at all.
The demonic energy around her burst out and turned into a dark red stream of light. She rushed towards the depths of the source blood altar and disappeared at the end of her sight in an instant. The entire process, from the firing of thousands of guns to the disappearance of Fei Ying, took only a dozen seconds. The smoke and dust slowly dissipated. On the land ravaged by the rain of bullets, only Lin Xingjian was left standing quietly. And in the distance, they stood there like two petrified statues, their mouths open wide enough to fit an egg. Cecilia and Alia's eyes were filled with shock and confusion. The holy flame greatsword in Cecilia's hand fell to the ground with a clang. The emerald longbow in Arya's hand also hung limply. The two of them looked at the black-haired young man, who calmly turned around and looked at them, their minds going blank.
What just happened? That arrogant demon genius who killed them like crushing ants was defeated? No. Not fighting back, but leaving? Why can't I hit him? What did he do? Why did she run away? Chapter 89. Deep in the altar.
Cecilia and Alia looked at Lin Xing, who was so calm as if nothing had happened.
I just felt my brain buzzing.
But Lin Xingjian obviously had no intention of explaining. He glanced at the two frightened girls, his voice still calm. You are seriously injured, find a place to rest first.
You won't be able to participate in the next battle.
There was no disdain in his tone, he was simply stating an obvious fact. However, when Cecilia and Arya heard these words, who had just experienced a desperate escape, their cheeks felt slightly hot. It wasn't anger, but a kind of awe and a hint of indescribable shame that arose involuntarily when facing an absolutely strong person. This was the first time they had seen such a powerful, mysterious, and even somewhat cold boy. You be careful.
Cecilia picked up the holy flame sword on the ground and finally couldn't help but remind him.
Arya nodded as well, worry and curiosity intertwined in her emerald eyes. The demon clan Esprite is very powerful, be careful.
Lin Xing nodded slightly and said no more.
His figure transformed into a stream of black light and rushed towards the core area of the energy fluctuations of the source blood altar. Deep within the source blood altar, at the edge of a strange forest composed of huge dark red crystal pillars, 4 figures were moving cautiously. Leading the group was Guanyi, a winged young man from the kingdom of the sky. On his back grew a pair of flawless white wings, radiating a faint holy light. Holding a long sword that seemed to be condensed from starlight, he had a noble and holy temperament. Following closely behind was Sand Shadow, the representative of the Sand Kingdom. He had a lean build and his skin was bronzed by the desert sun. His entire body was wrapped in a sand-yellow cloth robe that was convenient for movement, with only a pair of eyes exposed. Next to her was a girl with a very different style. A ruling from the Federal Republic. She was wearing an exquisitely designed black JK uniform, with long straight black hair draped over her shoulders. Her face was beautiful, but she exuded a coldness that kept strangers away. In her hand, she held a pair of huge scissors with an extremely exaggerated shape and flashing a dangerous red light. Finally, there is the bitter winter of the snow country. He has silver hair like fresh snow on the icy plains, a stern face, a chill emanating from his body, and in his hand he holds a spear carved entirely from ice. These 4 people were extremely lucky. They met one after another shortly after entering the altar and quickly reached a consensus and formed an alliance. They represent the top combat power of the younger generation of the human race.
Each of them is proud and full of fighting spirit.
Although they were wary of the legendary genius of the demon clan.
But more importantly, there is an eager desire to challenge and the confidence to win. Huh, what kind of demon clan prodigy is immortal? It's just a trick.
Winter snorted coldly, and the coldness on the ice spear became even stronger. With the combined strength of the four of us and the use of our magic weapons, we will make sure she never returns. Don't be careless, Winter,
Guang Yi said in a deep voice. That suits me perfectly.
The judge's face was expressionless.
The snip is thirsty. Shaying said nothing. Just then, a dark red stream of light, carrying a heart-pounding demonic pressure.
It flashed through the forest in front of them like teleportation, at an extremely fast speed, aiming directly at the deepest part of the altar.
It's the demon tribe's genius. Guang Yi's pupil shrank, and the starlight sword in his hand instantly burst out with brilliant light. Good opportunity. Stop her.
Lin Dong reacted the fastest, stabbing out with the ice spear in his hand, and a terrifying torrent of frost roared towards the stream of light. Shang's figure disappeared like a ghost, and the next moment he appeared in front of the path that Liu Guang had to pass. The cutting was even more direct, and the huge pair of scissors suddenly closed in the direction of the flowing light.
Snap.
Try to cut off that area along with the stream of light. The four of them cooperated with each other in perfect harmony, and the attack they unleashed in an instant was earth-shattering, enough to make any level 100 warrior die in regret. However, facing this fatal combined stranglehold, the dark red light Fei Ying didn't even look at them. She casually swung the spear of destruction in her hand across her body as if to shoo away mosquitoes and flies.
Swish!
A tiny but extremely condensed dark red arc of light flashed by.
Boom! Crash! Snap!
The frost torrent of winter was split in the middle, and ice chips filled the sky.
Sand Shadow Sandstorm Slash was like a wave hitting a reef, and it collapsed instantly.
Cutting off the invisible shearing force of space, the moment it touched the arc light, it shattered into pieces like fragile glass. The starlight sword energy condensed by Guang Yi had not even had time to be fully released before he was shocked back repeatedly by the terrifying power that escaped, and his blood and energy surged. The combined killing move that the four of them were so proud of was as fragile as paper in front of Fei Ying.
It was completely shattered by a casual blow from the opponent.
What made them even more horrified was that Fei Ying's speed did not slow down at all. The dark red light seemed to have just passed through a piece of insignificant dust and passed over them in an instant without even a pause.
Puff!
Lin Dong forced himself to suppress the surging blood and energy, his face ashen.
How is it possible?
Shang's eyes were full of disbelief.
She doesn't take us seriously at all.
The cutter's hand holding the scissors trembled slightly.
Guang Yi's expression became extremely solemn, and he said in a deep voice, "She didn't kill us, why?" This is what puzzles them the most.
With the terrifying strength displayed by the opponent, he could have severely injured or even killed the four of them in that instant. But she simply broke through the attack and walked away, as if they were just stones on the roadside and not worth her stopping for. An indescribable feeling of frustration and chill enveloped the four of them. Their confident alliance seemed so ridiculous and powerless in the face of absolute power.
The power of the demon clan genius has exceeded their imagination.
At this moment, a sound of breaking air came from far away. The four of them immediately looked over vigilantly, only to see a black figure flying towards them quickly. It was Lin Xingjian who had just arrived. Seeing the four people's embarrassed appearance and the residual energy fluctuations around them, Lin Xingjian instantly understood something.
Did you meet her?
Lin Xing of Xia State is seen. Lin Xingjian stopped and glanced at the four people.
Guang Yi took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. Lin Xingjian from Xia country? You came at the right time. We just encountered the genius of the demon clan.
A trace of bitterness and shame appeared on his face.
She is so strong.
The four of us joined forces, but she broke through with just one blow. She ignored us and went straight to the core of the altar. Winter added with a grim expression, and the strange thing is that she could have easily killed us, but she didn't.
I don't know what he is planning. The artifact is like a toy in front of her.
Shang's voice was filled with a hint of fear.
The judge looked at Lin Xingjian coldly. Are you alone?
It's just right, we join forces, no need. Lin Xingjian calmly interrupted her and looked in the direction where Fei Ying disappeared.
You can go back now. What?
The four of them were stunned at the same time, thinking they had heard wrongly.
What did you say? Go back?
Winter frowned, his tone filled with displeasure.
You want us to flee? Or do you think you can handle that monster by yourself?
Guang Yi also frowned. Lin Xingjian, the four of us combined can't withstand her casual attack.
She is immortal and has unfathomable power.
We must gather all our strength, and perhaps we can still. Your strength will be useless in the upcoming battle. Lin Xingjian's tone remained calm. If we stay here, our sacrifices will be in vain.
Go back, leave the rest to me. Arrogant! Winter shouted angrily. Who do you think you are? Even we were crushed, are you going to die alone? Come back with us and we'll discuss it in detail.
Chapter 90 Seizing the Holy Relic.
Arrogant! Winter's roar still echoed in the air.
Lin Xingjian raised his right hand with 5 fingers spread out, pointing towards the group of 4 people blocking the way ahead.
Shinra Tensei! Boom!
No signs, no nonsense, just pure and violent unleashing of power. Winter, who is standing at the forefront, bears the brunt of the impact. His proud ice armor and winter fighting spirit were shattered like paper. The man was hit head-on, groaned miserably, spurted blood from his mouth, and flew backwards like a cannonball.
Next up is the light wing. The light wings behind him instinctively closed to protect his body. But it's useless. The starlight sword slipped out of his hand, and he was thrown away with a muffled groan. Shang reacted the fastest and kept some distance, but the repulsive force was too fast and he couldn't avoid it at all and was blown away. The huge pair of cutting scissors was placed in front of him, but the red light of the scissors dimmed in an instant. She and the scissors were pushed out by the violent airwave. Rumble! With Lin Xingjian as the center, the surrounding trees, stones, and all protrusions, everything was instantly flattened by this brutal and unreasonable repulsive force. The air was filled with smoke and dust. Guang Yi, Shang, and Sidewon struggled to get up, all of them covered in dust and dirt, their blood boiling, their eyes filled with horror and disbelief. Lin Dong was lying far away, struggling for a few times before getting up, with blood at the corner of his mouth. The look he gave Lin Xingjian was filled with shock and anger. Cough, 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 you.
Lin Dong coughed violently and stared at Lin Xingjian. Lin Xingjian slowly put down his hand. He swept his calm gaze over the 4 beleaguered men. Can you, together, withstand my attack? You can't even block a casual attack from me, so why do you think you can be of any use against her?
Going to die?
This cold question was like a heavy hammer, hitting the 4 people's already shaken defenses. The previous blow completely shattered their pride and sense of luck as geniuses. The power they were so proud of was so vulnerable in front of this young man from Xia country. Guan Yi took a deep breath and suppressed the surging blood and energy. Lin Xingjian, we have witnessed how powerful you are.
But, he raised his head, we don't want to be deserters.
We are warriors entering here representing our respective countries and the entire human race. Even if it means death, we want to do our part to seize the holy relic. Even if it's just to grab her attention for a moment. Let us follow you. Even if it's just to witness it to the end. Judgment, Sand Shadow, and even the severely injured Winter, all stood up straight with difficulty, their eyes revealing the same determination. They may not be as strong as Lin Xingjian, but the pride and sense of responsibility that belong to the human race's genius have not been completely defeated. Lin Xingjian's gaze lingered for a moment on the resolute faces of the 4 people. There seemed to be a flash of surprise in his eyes, but then he regained his composure.
Whatever you want,
he said calmly, no longer looking at them, and turned to continue flying towards the core of the altar. The 4 of them suppressed their pain and inner shock and hurried to catch up. However, the rest of the journey made the 4 people feel even more anxious and confused. Lin Xingjian was not traveling at full speed. As he flew, he launched an attack without hesitation on the powerful monsters gathering below that he sensed.
Shinra Tensei. A depression full of lava lizards was flattened in an instant. Amaterasu.
The black flames ignited a huge crystal beast, burning it into nothingness.
Wanxiang Tianyin plus Hungry Ghost Realm. Tear a flying monster off and suck out its energy.
Every attack was so powerful that it shook the 4 people's worldview. Under the astonished gazes of the 4 people, his aura steadily increased at a speed visible to the naked eye.
But isn't this right? It's already this time and you're still killing monsters? See you, Lin Xing. What are you doing? Winter couldn't help but shout. Time is running out. The genius of the demon clan has already reached the core. How can you still have the heart to kill these monsters? Guan Yi was also very anxious, yes. No matter how much Warcraft experience you have, it won't allow you to improve much instantly. The most urgent task is to rush and stop her from seizing the holy relic. The judge looked at Lin Xingjian as he wiped out another herd of beasts expressionlessly, his brows furrowed. Improving strength is important, but now every second counts. By the time she got the holy object, it was too late. Lin Xingjian easily dealt with the last demonic thorn that blocked his way, and felt the power filling up his body again, and his level quietly increased to level 75. Without even turning his head, he said calmly, "Self-improvement is always the most important thing." The foursome was completely speechless. They looked at Lin Xingjian's calm leveling look and were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, but they could do nothing. Unable to beat him or persuade him, I can only hold back my anger and anxiety and continue to move forward with this freak. Finally, after passing through the last distorted energy storm area, a huge altar exuding an ancient atmosphere appeared before everyone. In the center of the altar, a soft and pure ball of colorful light is quietly suspended. That is the holy blood object that the human race has always dreamed of. However, the area around the altar was not defenseless. Four guardian beasts of different shapes and emitting tremendous ferocity are squatting in the four corners of the altar. One is a giant turtle made of lava, with hot magma flowing on its shell. One is a giant eagle formed purely from storms, with thunder raging as its wings flap. One is a deep blue water elemental giant, surrounded by extremely cold ice crystals and roaring water tornadoes. The last one is a ferocious lion burning with eternal flames, and red flames flow with every step. And right in front of the altar, a dark red figure was fighting fiercely with the four guardian beasts. It's Fei Ying. Every time the spear of destruction in her hand thrust out, it was accompanied by a sharp scream that tore through space. Pierce the lava turtle's shell into the deep pit. Shatter the storm eagle's thunder. Push back the ice tide of the water elemental giant. Clash with the sharp claws of the black flame lion. The battle was extremely fierce, and the violent energy shockwaves continued to spread, shaking the entire space. The four guardian beasts cooperated with each other tacitly, integrating offense and defense, and blocked Fei Ying outside the altar's protective shield. What frightened the foursome even more was that the dark golden protective shield covering the entire altar exuded an indestructible and heavy aura, which was obviously not something that could be broken through in a short period of time. Very good. The guardian beast is still there. The protective cover is also intact. A glimmer of hope burst out from Guan Yi's eyes. The demon clan's genius is entangled. This is our chance. Right. Let them fight. Sand Shadow also quickly analyzed. Although the guardian beasts are powerful, that female devil is immortal and can wear them down with just a little effort. When they are both defeated or their guardian beasts are destroyed, the power of the shield may weaken. That will be the best time for us to seize the holy relic. Lin Dong endured the pain, his eyes sharp. The four of us will split up. Wang Yi and Judgment will be the main attackers, and Sha Ying and I will be responsible for containment and interference. Once the time is right, immediately the cutter also clenched his scissors, his cold face full of concentration. We need to accurately calculate the energy nodes of their battle and find the moment when the shield is weakest. The four of them discussed the tactics in a low voice, nervously and efficiently, repeatedly pondering every detail, trying to grasp the slim but only possible chance of victory. However, just as they were concentrating on formulating a sophisticated fisherman's plan, a figure calmly walked out of the dense forest where they were hiding. It's Lin Xingjian. He just walked slowly towards the altar square where the earth-shaking battle was taking place. What is he doing? Guan Yi lost his voice instantly, and his voice even changed tone. See you, Lin Xing. Return. Shang was horrified and roared in a low voice. For the first time, a look of near collapse of fear appeared on the judge's icy face. Madman. Is he crazy? Now I'll be a sitting duck if I go there. Lin Dong was so scared that he almost jumped up. It's over. It's completely over. He was discovered. That female devil will kill him first. We will be exposed too. The blood of the four people seemed to completely solidify at this moment. Their carefully planned tactics and only hope were instantly shattered by Lin Xingjian's irrational and almost suicidal behavior. Chapter 91: The Demon King's Decision. Under the horrified and almost collapsed gazes of Guan Yi, Shang, Saidwan and Lindong, Lin Xingjian calmly stepped into the center of the storm. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of both sides in the fierce battle. The giant lava turtle that was fighting with Fei Ying suddenly locked its flaming eyes on the weak intruder. It seemed to be extremely annoyed by Fei Ying's immortality. At this moment, seeing a human with an ordinary aura dare to step into the sacred altar, a brutal murderous intent instantly rose up. If I can't kill this weird female devil, I can't kill you, a bug? Roar! The giant lava turtle let out a deafening roar, temporarily leaving Fei Ying aside, and its huge tortoise paw slammed down on Lin Xingjian's head like a heavenly punishment. No! Guang Yi's eyes were about to burst, and he almost rushed out to rescue. It's over. Xie Ying's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Get out of the way! The judge screamed. Lin Dong subconsciously tightened his grip on the ice spear, ready to fight to the death. If the strongest among them dies, they will have no chance. However, facing the giant magma palm that covered the sky and exuded a breath of destruction, Lin Xingjian still maintained his leisurely pace and walked towards the core of the altar. Just when the giant palm was about to touch Lin Xingjian's head, Lin Xingjian's figure blurred slightly in an extremely strange way. Divine power. Laugh. The huge magma palm penetrated Lin Xingjian's body completely and without any hindrance. It hit the ground, instantly creating a huge deep pit. But when Lin Xing saw him, he was like a non-existent ghost, unharmed. He didn't even pause and kept moving forward. What? For the first time, the giant lava turtle's burning eyes revealed a huge, human-like surprise. It can't understand. Its attack actually missed? No, did it go through? The four Guanyi people were completely petrified on the spot, their mouths opened wide enough to fit a fist, and their minds were blank. What just happened? The guardian beast's devastating blow passed through Lin Xingjian's body? This has exceeded their understanding of the power system. And the scene that made their thoughts stop was yet to come. Lin Xingjian completely ignored the giant lava turtle's furious roar and tried to attack again, but it was still in vain. He ignored the other three guardian beasts that were also startled and roared threateningly. He even ignored Fei Ying, who was fighting fiercely with the guardian beast. Just like that, he walked straight towards the dark golden protective shield that exuded an indestructible aura, as casually as if he was going home. Under the stunned gaze of the four people as if they had seen a ghost, Lin Xing took a step forward. He even walked into the altar's protective shield that was strong enough to withstand the bombardment of artifacts without any hindrance. The thick energy light curtain of the protective shield was useless in front of him. The scissors in the cutter's hand fell to the ground with a clang. The protective shield is ineffective against him? Shang's voice was dry. What kind of ability is this? Guang Yi felt that his worldview was collapsing. Lin Dong was completely speechless, his previous anger and unwillingness had long been replaced by boundless shock. Lin Xingjian calmly walked to the center of the altar. The ball of colorful light that exuded a soft and pure breath of life seemed to sense his arrival, and its light fluctuated slightly. He stretched out his hand, without any hesitation, and gently grasped the holy object of source blood. Buzz! Just when Lin Xingjian held the holy object, colorful light burst out instantly, like the birth of a supernova, instantly illuminating the entire source blood altar space. A tremendous force originating from the most fundamental source of life, like a torrent bursting through a dam, madly rushed into Lin Xingjian's body. Even with Lin Xing's current physical and mental state, he couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. He felt as if countless shackles in his body were breaking. My blood is boiling. Evolving. Transforming towards something older, purer, and more powerful. A vast and majestic roar came from the depths of his blood, as if it spanned endless time and space, and resounded in the depths of his soul. This transformation and roar is not limited to Lin Xingjian himself. At the same time, outside the altar, Guang Yi, Xie Ying, Judgment and Lin Dong's bodies shook violently. A faint but incomparably clear warm current instantly flowed through my body. It was as if some dormant potential was quietly awakened, and a subtle throbbing and sense of comfort came through the blood. The capital of the Xia dynasty. Qin Zhan, who was waiting anxiously, suddenly stood up from the throne. He clearly felt that the blood power in his body had become a little more active. An indescribable sense of comfort and power emerged. This feels like success? Qin Zhan's voice was filled with incredible ecstasy. His Majesty. It's a blood resonance. Holy object. Lin Xing saw that he succeeded. He seized the holy blood relic. Zhuge Ming's feather fan fell to the ground, and his voice was trembling. Not just them. The entire human territory.
all human beings with Xia blood. At this moment, everyone clearly felt that some invisible shackles in the body seemed to be broken a little, the blood became more active, and the potential seemed to be invisibly improved. The demon world. The devil's eyes suddenly opened. The terrifying demonic power instantly swept through the entire demon palace, causing the demon generals standing on both sides to tremble.
What is going on? My demon clan was defeated? The holy blood relic was stolen?
The demon king's consciousness instantly penetrated the endless space and locked onto the direction of the source blood altar. He clearly sensed that the aura of the holy object had completely dissipated and merged into a human body.
The victory that should have belonged to the demon clan was reversed. No. Absolutely not allowed. The demon king's voice was icy cold. Seal off the altar space. Immediately. Lock down that area completely. Send the demon general Lavis to rob and kill. I want all the geniuses of mankind to die there. Send a message to the first line of defense. Launch a full-scale attack on Xia Kingdom immediately. Massacre. Destroy the country. I will use the blood of hundreds of millions of people in Xia country to wash away this shame. Your Majesty. The figure of the prophetess Rafina appeared beside the throne. Her face was equally pale, and her eyes were filled with shock and confusion. But at this moment there is more worry. Please think twice. This was not the prophecy. Forcibly blocking the altar space will come at a huge cost. A full-scale war against Xia country may trigger a full-scale counterattack by the human race, and even the demon king waved his hand. Sometimes, we can't just rely on predictions. What is needed is decision. It's power. Make the enemy pay the price in blood. This time, I will be bold. Do as I say. Immediately. Immediately. Rafina finally lowered her head slowly. Yes, Your Majesty. Chapter 92 Demon General Lavis. The colorful light from the holy blood object that merged into Lin Xingjian's body had not yet completely dissipated. Outside the altar, Guanyi, Sheng, Siduan and Lindong were still immersed in the shock of their enhanced bloodlines. Sudden. A powerful spatial confinement force instantly spread from all directions of the altar space. The sky was covered with a dark purple film, isolating it from all outside air. The space itself became sticky and heavy, and the laws of transmission were completely frozen. The space is blocked. Guang Yi's expression changed drastically. It's the demon clan. They reacted. Sand Shadow instantly assessed the situation. They've blocked this place and are trying to trap and kill us all. Damn it! They won't give up. Winter gripped the ice spear tightly, and the previous shock was instantly replaced by the tension of the battle. The cutter picked up the giant pair of scissors that had fallen to the ground with an expressionless face. His cold eyes scanned the oppressive space. Prepare for battle. Fei Ying stopped, glanced at Lin Xingjian, flew away, and disappeared. Lin Xingjian stood in the center of the altar, looking at the oppressive space with his eyes of reincarnation, his brows furrowed. The capital of the Xia Kingdom. The ecstatic atmosphere did not last long. The excitement on Zhuge Ming's face froze instantly. Not good. He cried out, and the jade plate in his hand used to deduce the formation cracked. Zhuge? What's wrong? Qin Zhan asked with a frown. The space channel was forcibly cut off. The spatial coordinates of the source blood altar have been completely blocked. There is an extremely powerful spatial force that has locked onto that area. Zhuge Ming spoke rapidly, cold sweat oozing from his forehead. Demons. They really took action. They used the Abyss Anchor level artifact at all costs. This is to completely kill Xingjian and eliminate all future troubles. What? Xingjian suddenly stood up, a surge of rage and cold murderous intent erupting. What a demon! How dare you do this? Your Majesty! The situation is critical. The space is blocked by the Abyss Anchor, and conventional means of transmission are completely ineffective. Xing saw that they were trapped inside and might be surrounded and killed by the top demons at any time. Zhuge Ming said in a hurried voice. Who can break the blockade of the Abyss Anchor? Xingjian's eyes were like lightning, scanning the hall. Everyone's attention was instantly focused on an old man who had been sitting cross-legged in the corner with his eyes closed. The master of space system, Yi Nantian. He had been studying ancient space sealing techniques deep in the palace, trying to break the immortality of the demons. I was urgently summoned here at this moment.
Yi Nantian slowly opened his eyes.
He didn't waste any words. Abyss Anchor, a forbidden artifact of the space system. Breaking it open by force will result in a life-threatening situation. But I can give it a try. Mr. Yi. Xinjiang's heart was shocked.
He knew that what Yi Nantian said about a narrow escape from death was not an empty statement.
Count me in as one. An old but extremely firm voice sounded. It's Mr. Mo.
He slowly walked out of the crowd, his cloudy eyes now burning with a flame of determination.
Mr. Mo.
Yu Zhugeming hesitated to speak, his eyes filled with worry.
Mr. Mo is already old, and his strength is no longer at its peak.
He has almost no chance of survival if he goes this way.
Mr. Mo smiled calmly, with an open mind that saw through life and death. Zhuge boy, stop trying to persuade me.
I'm an old man now, and most of my comrades who fought on the battlefield with me are gone. Now that Xia country's future hopes are in dire straits, it's time for me, an old man, to make some use of my remaining energy.
It's better than lying in a coffin and getting moldy, right?
It's worth it to be able to fight for Xiaoguo again. Zhuge Ming looked at the unshakable determination in Mo Lao's eyes, which finally turned into a heavy sigh. Take care.
Mr. Yi, Mr. Mo. Please.
Xinjiang bowed deeply to the two old men, his eyes filled with heavy entrustment and unspeakable guilt.
Your Majesty, rest assured, I will do my best. Yi Nantian said solemnly. Mr. Mo just nodded casually. At the same time,
even more terrifying news came. The scene of the Demon Clan's first line of defense gathering a large army and demonic energy rising into the sky was projected through the magic light curtain, and the dark cloud of war instantly enveloped the area.
Call for recruitment. Urgently recruit all able-bodied warriors. Rush to the altar. Guard Beiluo. Xinjiang's order was amplified throughout the city through magic.
However, the expeditionary force had just suffered a disastrous defeat, the loss of more than 300,000 elite professionals. Beiluo City's own defense force is already stretched to its limits. The surviving expeditionary soldiers were all wounded and exhausted. Urgently transfer elite troops from other cities? It's too late. The demon army is like a dark cloud pressing down on the city. We can only recruit on the spot. The voice of the general defending the city was full of tragedy. Xian family mansion. Father. Let me go. For the first time, such strong emotional fluctuations appeared on Xian Li's cold face. She clenched her fists and was about to rush to the conscription point.
Nonsense.
Xian Zhangye grabbed his daughter, his eyes filled with deep worry.
That's the space blocked by the Abyss Anchor. Both Mr. Yi and Mr. Mo are in danger of death on this trip. What are you going to do? Are you seeking death? Believe in the stars. He can definitely create a miracle.
He almost shouted, trying to convince his daughter as well as himself.
Star Consortium. Let me go. I'm going to find my master.
Xingtong struggled desperately, her silver-white twin tails swung wildly, and her big eyes were filled with tears. Xingyao, a wealthy businessman who could rival a country, now had only the anxiety and heartache of a father on his face. Tonger.
Obedient. That's not where you can go. Believe him.
He is Lin Xingjian. Finally, those who responded to the call to aid the altar were willing to embark on this almost certain death. They are a group of young professionals with varying levels of skills. Su Mingyuan, Qin Tianga, Xiaoying, Chen Lai, Lei Lai and other students who participated in the national competition. Their eyes were determined and without any hesitation, they quickly gathered in the square. Together with the veterans of the expeditionary force who were still able to move and whose eyes burned with the flames of revenge, they managed to put together a team of more than 200 people. This team was filled with a tragic atmosphere. The ranks of the members were generally low, and many of them were even injured. When Yinantian and Mo Lao appeared in the Beiluo City Square and saw this makeshift team, a trace of emotion flashed across Yinantian's calm face.
That's all I can muster.
After all, protecting Beiluo City is the most important thing. Old Mo looked at familiar faces such as Su Mingyuan and Qin Tianga, and his old eyes turned red.
Children. Yi Nanshan's voice was low. Do you know what this trip means?
In the space blocked by the Abyss Anchor, beings at the level of demon generals may descend, and you are almost going to die.
Mr. Yi. Su Mingyuan took a step forward. We know. No need to say more. Right. Not afraid of death.
Xin Tiange, Xiaoying, Chen Lai, Lei Lai and others shouted in unison, their voices making the square buzz.
The young conscripts and veterans were also infected by this determination and straightened their chests.
Yi Nantian looked at the young and determined faces in front of him. Looking at the determination to die in their eyes, I was silent for a moment. Finally, he nodded slowly, with a complex light flashing in his eyes, which contained approval, compassion, and a heaviness of passing on the torch.
Good. Good.
They are all good men of Xia country.
Mr. Mo patted Su Mingyuan's shoulder excitedly. Then, accompany me and Master Yi on this journey to the underworld.
Target, the source blood altar.
Set off.
Yi Nantian said no more and formed seals with his hands. A vast and powerful force of space began to gather around him, forcibly tearing open an extremely unstable temporary passage on the blockade barrier of the abyss anchor, which could collapse at any time. Source blood altar.
Above the secret realm.
The space suddenly shattered like glass hit by a sledgehammer, leaving a huge hole.
A terrifying demonic force, carrying with it a murderous aura like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, suddenly descended.
A tall, burly figure wearing ferocious black heavy armor slowly stepped out from the space crack. In his hand he held a giant axe entwined with countless chains of wailing souls. 2 points of scarlet light beneath the helmet were like beacons of hell, scanning the secret realm below. Behind him, teams of well-equipped elite demon soldiers, exuding a strong smell of blood, surged out like a tide.
The demon general, Lavis, is coming. Chapter 93, Trying to Seal.
The space of the source blood altar was completely blocked.
The demon general Lavis just stepped out of the space crack. The monstrous demonic power has not yet been fully unleashed. Right under his feet.
The space was like a water surface into which a stone was thrown, twisting and collapsing violently and silently.
Immediately following. A spatial rift that is far more exquisite than the channel torn apart by the demons.
Instantly at the center of Lavis and his elite magic army formation. Right in front of himself.
Blatantly open. Spatial annihilation seal. An old roar came from the crack. Yi Nantian stepped out first.
His hair and beard stood out, and he formed seals with his hands to activate the original laws of space. The vast force of space gathered around him, forming a terrifying singularity that continued to collapse inward and annihilate.
Following closely behind is Mr. Mo.
The fire of life burned in his eyes, and his skinny hands pushed forward suddenly. A vast and majestic amplifying energy that burns the essence of life. Like a flood bursting through a dam, it poured into the spatial singularity caused by Yi Nantian without reservation.
Lao Mo.
Yi Nantian felt the amplification power beyond the limit, his eyes were about to burst, but he knew that this was his only chance.
Buzz. The spatial singularity that received the amplification of Mo Lao's life force instantly expanded and exploded.
A destructive light ball with a diameter of more than 100 meters, composed purely of the power of space annihilation. At the core point of Lavis and his demon army formation, there was a loud explosion.
The cruel smile that just appeared on Lavis's face froze instantly. The hideous heavy armor on his body, the giant axe wrapped with soul chains in his hand, and even the densely packed elite demon soldiers behind him. In the face of this spatial annihilation force that is beyond conventional understanding, it is like ice and snow under the scorching sun. Silent, yet devastating.
Lavis only had time to unleash his protective magic. The entire upper body, along with the axe blade, turned into the tiniest particles the moment it came into contact with the annihilation light ball.
He couldn't even scream.
The elite demon army behind him was like straw thrown into a meat grinder. Both the man and his armor completely decomposed and disappeared in the dazzling white light of annihilation.
Not even a trace of residue was left. Just one hit.
Yi Nantian and Mo Lao's combined attack, burning their lives in cultivation, was like a divine punishment from the sky.
All the demon soldiers at the landing point were cleared out in an instant.
The demon general Lavis was severely damaged. Then the sealing technique was launched.
Dense black sealing spells continued to climb up the bodies of the demon general Lavis and those soldiers.
Yi Nantian's face was as pale as paper, his body was shaky, and he was forcibly maintaining the stability of the space channel. Dark red blood flowed from the corner of Mo Lao's mouth, and his breath was weak, but there was a hint of relief and pleasure in his turbid eyes.
Success?
Su Mingyuan, Xin Tiange and others had just stepped out of the passage and saw this miraculous result. They could hardly believe their eyes.
The demons were killed and sealed? A feeling of ecstasy surged in my heart. However, this ecstasy burst in an instant like a bubble. Ho, ho, ho.
A low, strange laugh came from the broken half-body.
The black seal was broken in an instant.
The body of the demon General Lavus was regenerating at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Just a few breaths. A completely intact demon General, Lavus, whose aura seemed even more violent, reappeared in front of everyone. He twisted the freshman's neck. Ha ha ha. Space annihilation? Seal? You think such a rubbish seal will work on us?
They actually sent 2 top experts to die.
I feel so good. It saves me from looking everywhere.
His huge magic axe slammed down on the ground, causing the ground to crack. His eyes swept over the group of people behind Yin Antian, including Su Mingyuan, who were of low rank and like ants in his eyes.
Full of naked contempt, a bunch of ignorant scum? Just right.
Use your blood and soul to celebrate the rebirth of this king.
Kill. Without any extra nonsense, Lavus swung his giant axe and pointed it at Yin Antian and Mo Lao.
The soldiers behind him also broke free from the seal and stood up again like immortal ghosts.
The battle broke out instantly.
Yin Antian took a long breath, and the power of space turned into an invisible barrier and a sharp blade, tightly entangling Lavus. Old Mo burned his vitality once again, shooting amplifying rays of light towards Yin Antian, while at the same time releasing a weakening curse to cover Lavus. The collision between top powerhouses, the aftermath is like a storm of destruction. The space is constantly breaking and reorganizing, and the earth is torn apart. On the other side, the demon soldiers were like a black tide. With a bloodthirsty roar, he pounced on Su Mingyuan, Qin Tiangda, Xiaoying, Chen Lai, Lei Lai and the more than 200 remaining veterans and young recruits of the expeditionary force.
Form a formation. Protect the children.
An old soldier with a broken arm roared angrily, raised a broken shield with his only remaining arm, and held it firmly in the front.
Kill.
The veterans of the expeditionary force burst out with their final courage. They were covered in wounds and of low rank, but they used their flesh and blood to build a line of defense. They used their bodies to crash into the demon's blades and used their broken legs to trip up the charging monsters.
He used his last bit of strength to hold on to the enemy's body, just to give the young man behind him a glimmer of hope. Boys.
The current Xia Kingdom still needs us old guys to protect it. You must go back alive and protect the future of Xia Kingdom. A veteran whose chest was pierced by a devil's claw said with a big laugh. This is not the place for you to die. Another veteran whose legs were cut off detonated all the magic crystal bombs on his body, turning into a ball of flames and rushing into the densely populated area of the demons.
Tragic. Tragic.
Su Mingyuan, Qin Tiangda, Xiaoying, Lei Lai and others had a blank mind.
Look at these people who once dominated the battlefield. But now, he is like a candle in the wind, and he will not hesitate to die for these hopes of theirs, and use the most tragic ways to clear the way for them and block the knife. The blood is burning. Anger is roaring.
But what is more is powerlessness and heart-wrenching pain.
Ah! I'm going to fight you.
Lei Lai's eyes were red, and he brandished his sword, charging recklessly. In an instant, several deep wounds that could be seen to the bone appeared on his body.
Just then. Laugh.
A tricky dagger pierced out from the shadows like a poisonous snake and stabbed Chen Lai's neck accurately.
Chen Lai. Careful.
Xiaoying exclaimed, but it was too late to rescue.
A sharp pain came.
Chen Lai only felt a chill on his neck, and warm liquid gushed out.
The breath of death instantly enveloped the place. Ugh!
The excruciating pain of dying and the overwhelming anger of witnessing the tragic death of his comrades erupted in his body like a volcano.
Roar!
A roar filled with endless pain and brutality exploded from Chen Lai's throat.
His skin all over his body instantly turned red and hot. The muscles swelled wildly like air, tearing the clothes. Lines of burning magma appeared on his body surface. His eyes were completely engulfed by the raging flames. Boom!
A ball of scorching air exploded on the spot. A 5-meter-tall lava monster with lava flowing all over its body, emitting terrifying high temperature and a breath of destruction, replaced Chen Lai's position.
It ignored the wound on its neck, and smashed its huge lava fist towards the sneak-attacking demon assassin with the momentum of burning everything. Puff!
The assassin and several demon soldiers around him were instantly smashed into meat paste, and then turned into ashes under the terrifying high temperature.
Kill!
The lava beast Chen Lai raised his head to the sky and let out a deafening roar, completely losing his mind.
It transformed into a fiery beast that knew only destruction and killing, and rushed towards the demon army madly. Wherever it passed,
flames burned the sky and demon soldiers wailed. The battlefield suddenly became more chaotic and tragic. And on the edge of this purgatory where flesh, blood, and flames are intertwined, a black figure is rushing towards us. Lin Xingjian's samsara. I was as cold as 10,000 years of ice. Chapter 94. We will die here. Fighting for a while, Mo Lao and others were no match for the demons. Yi Nantian used the power of space to cover everyone and form a protective barrier. The demon general Lavis is frantically attacking the space barrier. The barrier won't last long. Within the protective barrier, the atmosphere is solemn. The smell of blood, burning, and despair mixed together, almost suffocating. Chen Lai transformed from the form of a lava beast back into human form. He fell heavily to the ground. The dagger in his neck was still stuck fiercely. Every weak breath brought out large amounts of blood mixed with foam, and his body spasmed uncontrollably. The breath is as weak as a candle in the wind. He tried to keep his eyes open, but they were empty. Lei Lai leaned against a broken stone pillar. He was covered in wounds and had a broken arm. The cloth that was hastily bandaged around the severed arm was soaked with blood. The other intact hand tightly grasped the broadsword, but could not stop shaking violently. His teeth were chattering, his face was covered in blood and sweat, and his eyes were filled with the ferocity and unwillingness of a wild beast. Xiaoying half knelt on the ground, breathing heavily. Sweat mixed with blood slid down his forehead and dripped onto the cracked ground. The knuckles of his hand holding the dagger were cracked, and every breath he took caused a tearing pain in his chest and abdomen, and he was close to exhaustion. Xin Tiange's upper body was naked. His sturdy muscles were covered with crisscrossing wounds, some of which were deep enough to reveal the bones. But as his chest rose and fell violently, the muscles near the wound were wriggling and contracting slightly at a speed visible to the naked eye, constantly recovering and adapting. His eyes were still sharp as he stared outside the barrier, like a wounded lone wolf. There was a huge gash on Su Mingyuan's chest. Half of his body was stained with blood. Every breath was accompanied by a burning pain. He gasped, his expression twisted in pain. Look around. The team that originally had more than 200 people now has only 31 young men left, covered in scars and blood. Some people curled up on the ground, holding their heads and trembling silently. Some people stared at the bodies of their comrades in a daze, tears mixed with blood flowing down their faces. There were also people like Su Mingyuan and Qin Tiange who forced themselves to stand up, but could not hide their deep fatigue and sadness. And those veterans who built a defense line for them with their flesh and blood have all turned into cold corpses, remaining forever on this foreign land. The air was filled with thick sorrow and deep hatred. Yi Nantian forcibly maintained the barrier, his face becoming paler. Every time the demon general's giant axe struck, the barrier would tremble violently, the light would flicker, and cracks would spread like a spider web. His voice was hoarse and more serious than ever before. I can't hold on for a few more minutes. Old Mo walked to Yi Nantian. His eyes swept across the young and desperate faces within the barrier, and finally fell on Yi Nantian's face. His voice was calm. Old Ji, if this continues, we will all die here. You break out and go find Xingjian. We stayed to hold him back. Yi Nantian turned his head suddenly. Lao Mo. You Mr. Mo interrupted him. Don't worry, although I am just a supporting profession and don't have much combat power. But even if I risk my life, I can still stop it and buy you a few moments. Yi Nantian looked at the calmness in Mo Lao's eyes, and then looked at the demon general who was attacking frantically outside the barrier. He is not afraid of death. So many of them risked their lives just to save Lin Xingjian. This is a life-threatening rescue. The sacrifice of everyone here is for the hope that carries the future of Xia country. He cannot let down this trust that came at the cost of his life. Yi Nantian closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, only cold determination remained. Okay. He no longer hesitated and turned to face the 31 remaining young warriors. Mr. Mo also turned around and faced them. This always kind old man now stands with his back straight. He bowed deeply to this group of scarred young people. Standing up straight, Mo Lao's voice rang out. The next plan is that all of us, including this old man, will serve as bait to attract all the firepower of the demon clan here. Mr. Yi will take the opportunity to break out and meet Lin Xingjian and others. This means we will die here. Dead silence. Absolute silence. Only the faint sound of the barrier breaking and the demon general's wild laughter could be heard. After a brief silence, trembling, tearful voices rang out one after another. Is our death worthwhile? Can anything be changed?
Is our life like this really meaningful? Why? I am so unwilling. I don't want to die.
Mr. Mo's voice sounded slowly. Everyone will die. Those martyrs died to protect our future, those veterans died to protect your future, and you died to protect the future of Xia country.
Value. How could it be worthless?
The martyrs entrusted their will to the veterans entrusted their will to us, and now, we will entrust this will to future generations.
Were the deaths of those martyrs worthless and meaningless? Is our death worthless and meaningless? No. We are going to die here. Entrust your will to future generations. This is our only way to deal with the demons. Su Mingyuan took a step forward, his eyes firm. Oh. Understood. Qin Tiange followed closely and took a deep breath. Yeah.
Xiaoying didn't say anything, but silently wiped the blood off his face, gripped the dagger in his hand tightly, and took a step forward.
Ha 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 ha. Lei Lai used his only remaining arm to support the knife and laughed out loud. Oh shit.
I still hate Lin Xing seeing that brat. But now he owes me a life.
Ha ha ha. He laughed loudly and took a step forward.
With blood gushing from his mouth, Shenlai struggled to get up and uttered an indistinct voice, "Kill."
Immediately afterwards. One after another, no matter if there was fear or confusion before.
At this moment, 31 wounded young men stepped forward, with only the determination and fearlessness to die in their eyes.
Boom crack.
The protective barrier finally reached its limit and exploded under the violent axe of the demon General Lavis.
Fragments flew everywhere. Now. Walk. Old Mo shouted at Yin Antian.
Yin Antian didn't hesitate at all, the power of space instantly wrapped around himself and he disappeared in an instant.
He must be quick. Faster. Every second is earned by these children with their lives. Want to run? Lavis swept his axe across, trying to stop it. Your opponent is us.
Old Mo's hair and beard stood out, and his skinny body burst out with unprecedented momentum. He slammed his hands on the ground, and a huge amplification and binding magic circle unfolded instantly, forcibly attracting Lavis's attention.
At the same time, Mo Lao roared angrily, his voice like the final drum of war, "Be angry. Shout. Let's fight. Kids. This is our last dance." Ah.
31 figures, along with the burning Mo Lao, brought with them earth-shaking battle roars, infinite attachment to life, and endless trust in the future. He rushed towards the arrogant demon general and the surging demon army without hesitation.
Kill. Chapter 95, God-Possessed Priest. Kill. A desperate battle cry tore through the air.
31 figures, like moths to a flame. Under the shining light of the amplification array set up by Old Mo by burning his life.
He crashed fiercely into the surging black demon army.
There is no retreat, no hope of survival, only the purest and most resolute charge.
Shen Lichong was on the flank.
The dagger at his throat swung violently with every stumbling step. Every breath was accompanied by a hiss of blood foam.
He could no longer transform into a lava monster.
Even running was extremely difficult. Facing several demon soldiers who surrounded him, he only had enough strength left to let out a wild, animal-like roar. Use your bloody hands to scratch and bite. The cold demonic blade easily cut off his legs, and he fell heavily to the ground. More demon soldiers surrounded them, and their sharp swords and knives stabbed down like raindrops. Severe pain overwhelmed him, but his blood-stained eyes remained staring.
He used up the last bit of his remaining magic power and let out a low growl.
He bit the nearest demon soldier's boots with his teeth until his consciousness fell into eternal darkness.
Lei Lai wielded his sword with one arm, like a furious lion.
The dragon blood boiled in his veins, giving him violent power far beyond his limit. Wherever the sword flashed, the demon soldier's broken limbs flew everywhere. But he was already at the end of his strength, his body was covered with wounds deep enough to see the bones, and blood was gushing out like a fountain. Every swing of the knife was accompanied by the groaning of bones under the heavy burden.
Several vicious devil blades pierced into his waist, abdomen, and back.
His body shook violently, his movements suddenly stopped, and blood mixed with internal organ fragments spurted out of his mouth.
But he didn't fall.
The one-armed warrior held tightly onto the sword stuck in the ground. His bloodshot eyes were wide open, staring at the surging demonic tide ahead, like an unyielding reef. The breath of life faded away rapidly, but his body never bent until his death.
Qin Tiange rushed into the sky like a bloody meteor.
His naked upper body had long been soaked in the demon's blood in his own blood, and the wounds deep enough to see the bone were shocking. But his talent for adaptability was squeezed to the extreme in desperate situations. Every time I get injured, the muscles around the wound twitch and wriggle frantically, trying to heal.
It even developed a slight resistance to the attacking demonic energy. He had long forgotten the pain and fear, and only the instinct to kill remained in his eyes. He swooped down, punched, and attacked hard. Hit with your body. Bite it with your teeth. Like a madman. New wounds are constantly added to the old ones. He seemed to have become a tireless flesh and blood machine that only knew how to destroy. Xiao Ying's figure wandered around the edge of the chaotic battlefield like a ghost. The dagger in his hand had already been bent. Every thrust was accompanied by a sharp pain, like the muscles in the arm were being torn apart, and the tiger's mouth had already been cracked to the bone. My vision started to blur due to blood loss and exhaustion, and I had double vision. But his assassin's instinct still supports him. He was like a slippery poisonous snake, taking advantage of every shadow and every negligence of the demon soldiers to deliver the deadly dagger into the relatively vulnerable joints and throat. His movements became slower and slower, and his breathing became heavier and heavier. Every emergence from the shadows carries with it enormous risks. But he still persisted, using his last bit of strength to share the insignificant pressure with his companions charging ahead. Mr. Mo rushed to the front of the team like a burning meteor. His skinny body burst out with incredible strength. Wherever they passed, the amplifying halo gave the attacks of Su Mingyuan and others a hint of magic-breaking properties, slowing down the movements of the demon soldiers blocking the way. He used himself as the tip of the spear and forcibly tore a short bloody path in the surging demonic tide. The target is directly aimed at the mountain like Demon General Lavis. Mingyuan. Follow me. Mo Lao's voice exploded in Su Mingyuan's ears. The severe pain in Su Mingyuan's chest was temporarily suppressed by this determination. He roared, followed closely behind Mo Lao, and rushed into battle in blood. The two of them were like two arrows swimming upstream, miraculously rushing to the front of the demon general Lavis. Lavis just smashed the last binding circle set up by Mo Lao with one axe. He looked at these two humans, who were like candles in the wind, and how they dared to rush in front of him. The corners of his huge mouth were stretched into an extremely contemptuous smile. Ants. Who gave you the courage? He casually raised his huge magic axe, and with the attitude of crushing insects to death, he casually stabbed it towards Su Mingyuan, who was rushing in the front. That terrifying power and speed is enough to instantly blow up a small hill. In his opinion, why should we take seriously a small insect that can be crushed to death with a breath? At this critical moment. Now. Mingyuan. Old Mo let out a roar that shook the soul. His cloudy eyes burst into an unprecedented bright light. The light did not come from the pupils, but from the burning fire of the soul. God-possession burning soul returns to heaven. Mo Lao's body suddenly stiffened, and then he fell down as if he had lost all support. At the same moment, a phantom composed purely of soul rose into the sky from the top of his head. Ignoring the distance in space, it instantly penetrated into Su Mingyuan's body. This is the ultimate forbidden technique of Mo Lao's profession, the divinely possessed priest. Burn everything of the caster life, soul, lifelong cultivation, and transform it into the purest energy and power of rules, which briefly descends upon the body of the recipient. The duration depends on the burning speed. And Mr. Mo chose the most thorough burning. Buzz. A terrifying force instantly exploded in Su Mingyuan's body. The huge wound on his chest healed instantly. The originally sluggish aura soared wildly like a rocket. It directly broke through the limit of level 100 and is still climbing endlessly. A dazzling golden light burst out from his entire body, illuminating his blood-stained body like a god descending from heaven. What's even more shocking is an incomparably huge phantom, emitting the aura of supreme rules, suddenly unfolded behind Su Mingyuan. It was an ancient and majestic golden scales. The shadow of the balance instantly covered the entire core area of the battlefield. A cold, absolute, and unquestionable force of rules descended. This is Mr. Mo's plan. Use his magic power to assist Su Mingyuan's power of rules. The realm of rules, the balance of life and death. Su Mingyuan raised his head. There was no emotion belonging to Su Mingyuan in his eyes. Only the absolute will of rules remains. He stared directly at the demon General Lavis, who was so close to him. Game begin. Chapter 96, Blood and Tears.
Having obtained the power of old Mo to burn everything, Su Mingyuan's breath is like that of an awakened ancient giant.
He was unarmed. Each blow was packed with a powerful torrent of energy, hard hitting the giant axe of the demon general Lavis. Boom! 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 The collision between the fist and the axe blade caused a deafening roar. The shock wave plowed the surrounding ground flat again. Su Mingyuan's attack was so violent that it forced Lavis to retreat repeatedly.
Ha ha ha!
Now that's more like it.
Ravis was not surprised but delighted, and laughed wildly.
Interesting. So interesting.
A mere human being can actually unleash such power.
What is that balance behind you?
But he swept the giant axe across, knocking away Su Mingyuan's fist, with absolute confidence on his face. It doesn't matter.
In the face of absolute immortality, any tricks are futile.
I want to see how long this borrowed power of yours can last. He stopped testing and completely let go of his hands and feet, swinging his giant axe, each blow containing terrifying power. Su Mingyuan struggled to deal with it with the temporary power brought by Mo Lao's burning soul. With every collision, the golden divine light on his body would fluctuate violently, like a candle in the wind.
The rest of the battlefield has become a living hell. Qin Tiange and Xiaoying stood back to back, surrounded by densely packed demon soldiers. Qin Tiange was almost covered in blood.
There was not a single piece of intact skin on his naked upper body, and wounds deep enough to see the bones were crisscrossed. His adaptability abilities were working like crazy. The muscles twisted and squirmed in an attempt to heal, but the new wounds were too numerous and too fast, and the recovery rate could not keep up with the damage. His breathing was like an old bellows, and every breath was frothed with blood.
Xiaoying's condition was even worse.
The hand holding the curled blade dagger was shaking like a sieve, and the muscles in his arm were severely torn.
The bones seemed to groan under the heavy burden.
His vision was completely blurred, and the double images made it almost impossible for him to distinguish the enemy's position. He was completely relying on his assassin's instinct and the last bit of his willpower.
Every block or counterattack seemed staggering and weak. Qin. Young Master Qin.
Xiaoying's voice was tearful and trembling.
It seems we really have to die here, yeah.
Qin Tiange spat out a mouthful of blood foam, his voice unusually calm. He looked around, and apart from the surging demon soldiers, he could no longer see a familiar figure. Of the 31 people, only 2 of them are still breathing.
He took a deep breath and straightened his shaky spine. It's okay, I'm here with you.
At least we didn't bring shame to Xia country. In Xiaoying's blurred vision, it seemed as if a very faint arc appeared at the corner of Qin Tiange's blood-stained mouth. An inexplicable force surged in my heart, and the fear was instantly suppressed. Instead, there is a determination to live and die together with comrades. Hold head high. Kill. Xiaoying used up the last of his strength and let out a blood-soaked roar. The roar was like the final battle drum. The 2 of them simultaneously burst out with the last brilliance of their lives and launched a final charge towards the surging demon soldiers. The flash of swords, devil blades, blood, and roars instantly overwhelmed them completely. The fierce battle between Su Mingyuan and Lavis has reached a climax.
Su Mingyuan's power is fading. Mo Lao's burning soul will eventually come to an end.
The brilliant golden divine light was dimming at a speed visible to the naked eye. The shadow of the golden scale behind him also trembled slightly.
Lavis keenly grasped this point and grinned even more fiercely. Bugs. Your time is up.
After a hard collision, Lavis's huge left hand suddenly clenched. The rich demonic energy instantly condensed into a dark purple magic spear. This magic spear appeared without any warning, as fast as lightning, and with a sharp scream, it stabbed towards Su Mingyuan fiercely.
Laugh.
The magic spear pierced Su Mingyuan's chest with incredible precision. The terrifying force sent his body flying backwards, nailing him to a huge rock wall behind him.
Puff. Su Mingyuan spurted out a mouthful of blood. The divine light around him was completely extinguished like broken glass.
Oh, oh. He gasped for breath, each breath brought out a large amount of blood, and his eyes began to blur. Carrying a huge axe, Lavis walked towards Su Mingyuan, who was nailed to the rock wall, step by step, like a lamb to be slaughtered. His eyes were full of amusement. Not bad, really good. You have enough to be proud of yourself for being able to make this king move to this extent, you human insect.
Too bad, you were born into the wrong race.
He stopped in front of Su Mingyuan, and his huge shadow completely enveloped Su Mingyuan.
He slowly raised the giant axe, and pointed the cold axe blade at Su Mingyuan's neck. It's over. The giant axe slashed down with a sharp sound that tore through the air. This axe was bound to chop Su Mingyuan and the rock wall behind him into two pieces. At this critical moment, boom! There was less than half a foot of space in front of Su Mingyuan. It twisted, rotated, and collapsed violently without any warning. A twisted space vortex took shape instantly. A slender hand with distinct joints suddenly stretched out from the center of the vortex. The moment this palm appears, an indescribable cold murderous intent erupted like a physical cold wave. Time seems to freeze at this moment. Right after, a voice that was extremely cold and angry, as if every syllable was a roar, rang out fiercely. Shen Luo Tian Zhan. Boom! The terrifying repulsive force cannot be described in words. With the outstretched palm as the center, it exploded without reservation. Lavis's huge body was like being hit head-on by a supernova. Puff! The whole person was like a kite with a broken string, and was blown away by the huge force. It smashed countless huge rocks and trees along the way, leaving behind a terrifying ravine. And those elite demon soldiers gathered near the rock wall, preparing to enjoy their victory. At the moment when this repulsive force exploded, it was like foam being thrown into a crusher. The men, their armor, their weapons and their mounts were silently transformed into blood mist and metal dust floating all over the sky. The huge rock wall collapsed and shattered under the terrifying repulsive force. But Su Mingyuan, who was nailed on it, was wrapped by a gentle force and was gently put down without any harm. The air was filled with smoke and dust, and gravel was raining down. The space vortex slowly dissipated. A young man took a step forward and stood firmly on the scorched earth soaked in blood in despair. See you, Lin Xing. He slowly raised his head, with the Rinnegan and Sharingan coexisting. Tears of blood slid down his cheeks. Those eyes were no longer calm. Instead, it burns with a rage that is enough to burn the world. Wherever you look, the space is wailing and distorting. He swept the ground over the debris of his comrades. He glanced at Su Mingyuan, who was on the verge of death with a nail piercing his chest. He swept his eyes over the bodies of Qin Tiange and others in the distance. Finally, he locked onto the demon General Lavis, who was blown away. The entire battlefield was dead silent. Chapter 97 My Body Can't Walk. Lin Xing saw that the space around him was fluctuating violently again. Another crack opened silently. Yi Nantian took a step forward, his face pale. He wanted to take Lin Xingjian away immediately, but was instantly nailed to the spot by the scene before him. Corpses were everywhere and blood flowed like a river. Familiar young faces and the remains of old soldiers were mixed on the charred land. Where Mr. Mo fell, only a scorch mark remained. Su Mingyuan was nailed in the rubble, the demonic spear in his chest was shocking, and his breath was as weak as a thread. Qin Tiange, Xiaoying, Qinlai, Lei Lai, those lively faces have now become cold, mutilated remains. Yi Nanchan's heart felt like it was hit by a huge hammer. An indescribable sorrow and anger instantly overwhelmed reason. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Lin Xingjian didn't look at Yi Nantian. He squatted down, his movements incredibly gentle, and carefully checked Su Mingyuan's almost dead life. His fingertips trembled slightly, and tears of blood slid down silently, dripping onto the scorched earth, spreading a small patch of dark red. Then he slowly raised his hand. All things are attracted by heaven. An extremely subtle gravitational field spread out. Unlike the previous violence, this force was like the gentlest autumn breeze, blowing across the battlefield. Qin Tiange's bloody remains, Xiaoying's severed arm clutching a curled dagger, Lei Lai's unyielding body leaning on his sword, Chen Lai's eyes wide open with anger until his death, and the already cold bodies of the old soldiers scattered everywhere, were all gently lifted up by this force. They slowly gathered around Lin Xingjian and were placed neatly next to Su Mingyuan. He stared at the familiar faces, his eyes sweeping over every scar and every frozen expression. His voice was low, as if he was talking to himself, or whispering to the deceased heroes, "I will kill him. Everyone." After saying that, he slowly stood up. Those strange eyes, the deep Rinnegan and the bewildering Sharingan, were filled with blood and tears. The anger in his eyes almost turned into reality. He turned around and took a step towards the direction where the demon General Lavis was blown away. "See you on the stars." Yi Nantian grabbed Lin Xingjian's arm. "We can't let their sacrifice be in vain. We have to go. Go now. The demons cannot be killed. Keeping you is the most important thing. Come back with me." Lin Xingjian's body stopped. He didn't look back, but slowly, and bit by bit, pulled his arm out of Yi Nanchan's hand.
He finally turned his head slightly, and his expressionless face, stained with blood and tears, faced Yi Nantian.
Mr. Yi, his voice was eerily calm. My body told me I couldn't leave. The moment the words fell,
Lin Xingjian's figure turned into a flash of lightning and shot towards the direction where Lavis disappeared.
At the same time,
the flesh, blood, and bones of the demon soldiers who had been blasted into a bloody mist by Shinra Tensei just now were rapidly regenerating as they squirmed. They let out bloodthirsty roars, like hyenas smelling blood, and pounced on the figure that Lin Xingjian was chasing again.
Yi Nantian stood where he was,
looking at Lin Xingjian Jueju's receding back, looking at those hideous and regenerated demon soldiers, looking at the piles of remains of his comrades around him. The air seemed to freeze. Time seemed to have passed for a long time, yet it seemed like only a moment. There was no expression on his old face.
Ha!
A very light and cold laugh escaped from his throat.
Then, let this old man go crazy too. Without any hesitation, without any words,
Yi Nantian's figure flashed, and he followed the direction of Lin Xingjian, and resolutely rushed into the land of death where the demonic tide was surging. On the other side of the battlefield,
Lavis climbed up from the end of the huge gully plowed by his body.
He twisted his neck, making a cracking sound. Instead of being angry, he grinned with extreme excitement.
Ha ha ha! Good! Good boy!
His eyes were fixed on the rapidly approaching young figure.
Level 75? Can you blow me away at level 75? No wonder. No wonder His Majesty is determined to kill you at all costs.
Such potential is simply horrifying. Seeing that Lin Xingjian not only did not escape, but instead took the initiative to rush over, Lavis's excitement reached its peak.
Didn't he run? Ha ha ha. Good. Have guts. Then die here for me. He growled.
At this moment, Lin Xingjian had already rushed into the group of regenerated demon soldiers.
Facing the demon soldiers that were surging like a black tide.
Facing the demon General Lavis's devastating axe, there was no fear in his eyes, only cold murderous intent.
Get out of here! Shinra Tensei! An even more violent repulsive force erupted with him as the center. Boom boom boom! Hundreds of elite demon soldiers rushing in the front, along with the ground beneath their feet, were crushed in an instant.
The demon soldiers rushing up from the rear were also blown away by this huge force, and their formation was in chaos.
However, more demon soldiers rushed forward fearlessly. They are immortal. Regeneration?
Lin Xingjian's voice was icy cold, and the Mangekyo Sharingan pattern suddenly rotated to the extreme, and a dark flame appeared out of thin air.
Amaterasu.
Swish, swish, swish. The dark and never-extinguishing flames precisely attached themselves to every demon soldier who rushed up.
Ah! The inhuman howl instantly resounded throughout the battlefield.
The demon soldiers who were ignited by the black flames of Amaterasu rolled and slapped on the ground frantically, but the flames were like maggots on the tarsal bones, burning more and more fiercely. Their immortal bodies, which they were proud of, now became the most cruel torture.
They repeat themselves in a hellish cycle of death and rebirth. Every time he was reborn, he was instantly ignited by the black flames, twisted in pain, and completely lost his combat effectiveness. It turned into a ball of black torches twisting wildly on the ground. While clearing out the miscellaneous soldiers, Lin Xingjian did not stop at all. A bloodthirsty laugh appeared on the ferocious face of the demon General Lavis. He held the giant axe tightly in both hands, and demonic energy poured into it like a volcanic eruption. He jumped high and chopped down the rushing Lin Xingjian with his huge axe. Abyss soul-shattering slash. He faced the falling axe, but instead of retreating, he accelerated again. The edge of the giant axe almost touched the tip of Lin Xingjian's hair. At this critical moment,
Lin Xing saw the kaleidoscope pattern in his right eye flash strangely again.
Divine power. Laugh.
The giant axe that could destroy the world passed through Lin Xingjian's body without any hindrance, as if passing through a non-existent phantom.
Boom!
The giant axe slammed hard on the ground behind Lin Xingjian, creating a huge pit 100 meters deep.
The violent demonic shockwave swept in all directions. Chapter 98: A Brush with Death.
Lin Xingjian passed through the turbulent energy flow split by the giant axe.
Ignore the terrifying shockwave behind you. Lavis's great axe was still embedded deep in the ground. This is the opportunity. Now is the time.
Lin Xing saw that without any hesitation, he suddenly took out the Guishu sword with his right hand.
It feels cold to the touch, and the sword is as light as a feather. This is his trump card when facing the demon general. Otherwise, with his level 75, all his skills, including the outer golem, might not be able to counter it. But the Guishu's sword only has one chance. Lin Xingjian's eyes were sharp, and the kaleidoscope in his pupils was spinning wildly. He did not choose to infuse all his magic power. That's too risky. If you fail or dodge it, the consequences will be disastrous. He chose the minimum magic drive. There was only a thin layer of gray light covering the sword's edge. Laugh. A fine gray sword energy shot towards Lavis's ribs as fast as lightning. The angle is tricky and the timing is perfect. However, humph. A trifle. A hint of disdainful grin appeared on Ravis's face. He didn't even try to pull the giant axe off the ground, but just twisted his body slightly at an angle that violated common sense of physics. The gray sword energy brushed past his waist covered with magic armor and silently disappeared into the group of demon soldiers behind him. The dozen or so demon soldiers who were swept by the sword energy were already burned by Amaterasu, and were cut by the sword energy again, and their screams became even louder. Really? Can't hit. The Guishu sword is indeed terrifying, but the prerequisite is that it can hit the target. The speed of the demon general is too fast. That twist just now was a completely instinctive reaction under the crushing level. Lin Xing's heart sank when he saw this. This sword is a sword for killing, not a sword for fighting. He must find the opportunity to kill with one blow, otherwise even using the new eye technique may be ineffective. The next battle. It became a contest between Lin Xingjian's extreme defense and Lavis's violent attack. Divine power. Divine power. Lin Xingjian's figure kept switching between reality and illusion. Lavis's violent fists and kicks filled with destructive demonic energy penetrated his illusory body time and time again, blasting the surrounding ground into pieces. Lin Xingjian was like a small boat in the raging waves. Relying on the divine power granted by the Mangekyo Sharingan, he narrowly avoided the fatal attack. He would occasionally seize the moment when Lavis's attack missed and try to counterattack again with Amaterasu, Shinra Tensei, and Guishu Sword Chi. He even wanted to catch it into the divine power space or twist its head with divine power. But they were all easily resolved or avoided by Lavis. There's no way to touch Lavis. Lavis was like a cat playing with a mouse. The absolute speed advantage brought by the huge level gap made all of Lin Xingjian's attacks seem so powerless. The temptation is over. Just when Lin Xingjian was about to summon the heretic golem, alarm bells rang in his heart and a cold chill went up his spine. He realized that he had fallen into a death trap carefully woven by the other party. Lavis's seemingly crazy attack was actually full of calculations of a battlemaster. He was deliberately slowing down the pace to lure himself out of the void and attack. The demon general Lavis has rich combat experience. After fighting for a while, he saw Lin Xingjian's strange and powerful ability. It can be seen that if Lin Xingjian wants to attack, he must materialize. He deliberately slowed down at the beginning. After all, he is at level 400 and if he uses all his strength, he can easily crush a level 75 guy. Really? Just when Lavis saw Lin Xingjian was in the afterswing of summoning. Just when Lin Xingjian was freed from the illusion and his body solidified from illusion into reality in that extremely short period of time. At this moment, Lavis's demonic eyes suddenly burst out with a terrifying brilliance. I got you. Little bug. His huge body moved at a speed that completely defied the laws of physics and was almost like instantaneous movement, leaving behind a blurry afterimage. Lin Xingjian only felt a flash before his eyes, and a terrifying murderous intent exploded from behind him like a substance. Oh no! His speed, is this his real speed? Lin Xing's hair stood on end instantly. His brain issued a frantic warning, and the shadow of death instantly submerged him like an icy tide. He wanted to activate the divine power void again, but it would take time for his body to transform from a physical state. Those insignificant fractions of a second have become an insurmountable gap at this moment. He couldn't even look back. He could only see with the corner of his eye a huge axe blade tearing through space, silently and extremely fast, cutting towards his fragile neck with precision. The cold axe blade even touched the skin. A tingling sensation came. The skin is cut. Muscle fibers are torn. He could even clearly feel the excruciating pain and chill of the destructive demonic energy from the axe blade invading his flesh and blood. Going to die? This is the power of a top-level expert, crushing all skills. I am too arrogant. He thought that at level 75, He could actually contend against top-tier experts. He wasn't willing to accept this. Everything he had seemed so pale and powerless in the face of the absolute strength and speed. The cold touch of death is so real. Just when the axe blade was about to completely cut off the neck, the space beside him was like a mirror with a huge rock thrown into it, suddenly twisting and folding violently. A figure appeared behind him without warning. It's Yi Nantian. Old Ye's hair and beard were all standing on end, and his cloudy old eyes were gleaming with brilliance. He spread out the 5 fingers of his skinny right hand and pressed down in midair towards the giant axe that was about to behead him. Buzz. With Yi Nantian's palm as the center, the space in front was instantly compressed and twisted into a highly condensed spatial fold. These wrinkles are like an invisible yet indestructible barrier. Bang! Lavis's huge axe, determined to win, chopped down fiercely on the folds of space. The terrifying demonic energy condensed on the giant axe collided directly with the highly compressed spatial energy. A violet energy turbulence erupted instantly, tearing and deforming the surrounding space. Lavis's huge body was pushed by this force and staggered back a step involuntarily. And it is this crucial step and the obstruction of space folds. The deadly axe blade narrowly avoided Lin Xingjian's neck. It only left a horrible wound on the back of his neck, so deep that the bone was visible and the skin and flesh were rolled up, and blood gushed out instantly. Old thing. Court death. Ravis steadied his body, shocked and angry, his demonic pupils locked onto Yi Nantian, who suddenly appeared, his murderous intent boiling. Yi Nantian didn't even look at Lin Xingjian, or rather, he had no time to be distracted. At the moment of blocking the giant axe, his wrinkled palms were already forming seals as quickly as a butterfly flying through flowers. The spatial ripples that were difficult to discern with the naked eye were like sharp blades, carrying a sharp aura that could cut through everything, slashing towards Lavis madly. Space/shattered space flow. The might of the top space masters erupted without reservation at this moment. Olja's figure was like a ghost, moving around Lavis at high speed, and every move he made carried the terrifying power to tear apart space. Tightly block Lavis's subsequent attacks. Lin Xingjian only felt a sharp pain in the back of his neck, and warm blood instantly soaked his back. The huge shock of surviving the disaster made him feel dizzy, his legs went weak, and he almost fell to the ground. He was gasping for breath, and every breath pulled at the wounds on his neck and back, bringing him tearing pain. Alive, alive. My heart was beating wildly in my chest, almost bursting out. The cold touch of death seemed to still linger on his skin, causing him to tremble violently and uncontrollably. He raised his hand to cover the wound on the back of his neck. Sticky, warm blood continued to seep out from between his fingers, reminding him that he was only a hair's breadth away from death. He looked at the old figure in front of him, who was like a mountain blocking his way and fighting madly with the terrifying demon general. An indescribable complex emotion surged in my heart. There is fear, relief at surviving the disaster, anger at one's own weakness, and even more gratitude and self-blame for being protected. I am still too weak. Chapter 99: The Balance of Victory. Lin Xingjian suddenly closed his eyes. He forced himself to suppress the surging blood and the tearing pain in the back of his neck. When he opened his eyes again, there was only icy determination and murderous intent burning to the extreme in those strange eyes. The purple light of the Rinnegan and the scarlet light of the Sharingan complement each other. Psychic Outer Path Golem. Following his low shout, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the void behind him, accompanied by a roar that seemed to come from ancient wilderness. A huge, ferocious golem covered with vines like dead trees came crashing down. It pounced on the demon general Lavis fiercely, and its huge fist, wrapped in the power of wind and thunder, smashed down fiercely. At the same time, Lin Xingjian's brain was working at an unprecedented speed. Analysis of Fei Ying's body. And these eyes analyzed Lavis's battle. Countless fragments of information were instantly connected. Lin Xingjian suddenly thought of something. I see. It's not true immortality, it's absorption. The magic power that is everywhere in the world is their source of life. The moment you are injured, a huge amount of magic power will automatically flow in to repair you. As long as the magic power of this world is not exhausted, they can regenerate infinitely. This thought was like lightning that broke through the darkness. Master Yi. Lin Xingjian's voice penetrated the fierce roar of battle. I have a solution. But he needs to be weakened to the extreme. Suppress him. Good. Yi Nantian's response was decisive, without any hesitation. A strong light burst out from his cloudy eyes.
That is the trust of entrusting all hopes to the young man behind you. His skinny body burst out with strength beyond the limit, and the power of space boiled around him.
Space confinement sky locking chain.
Yin Antion clasped his hands together suddenly, his 10 fingers like hooks, and pressed down hard. Buzz. The space within a radius of 10 feet around Lavis solidified instantly.
It turned into a transparent crystal cage.
Countless chains condensed from pure spatial power, shining with silver light, appeared out of thin air and wrapped around Lavis's limbs and torso like living things.
A trifle. Break it for me.
Ravis roared wildly, and the demonic energy around him erupted like a volcano, madly attacking the space cage and chains. The solidified space groaned as it could not bear the weight, the chains vibrated violently, and the silver light flickered. Yin Antion's face instantly turned as pale as gold paper, his body shook violently, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth again. He was already on the verge of exhaustion, and now forcibly activating this top-level confinement secret technique was almost like burning the source of his life. But he clenched his teeth, his eyes were bloodshot, and he maintained the technique tightly to buy that precious moment for Lin Xingjian. The giant fist of the heretic golem also fell at this time. However, it was just as Lin Xingjian expected. Limited by the level of the summoner itself, the power displayed by this legendary monster at this moment is far less than 1/10 of its peak power. While Lavis was fighting against the spatial confinement, he was still able to distract himself and throw a punch.
Boom! The violent demonic fist force collided fiercely with the golem's giant fist.
Several chains that confined the space were suddenly broken by the violent energy impact. The heretic demon statue let out a painful roar, and its huge body was blasted backwards, falling heavily to the ground, crushing a large area of scorched earth.
Not enough. Still not enough. The level gap is too big. Even the outer statue couldn't shake him.
Mr. Yi can't hold on any longer.
Lin Xingjian's heart sank to the bottom. Puff.
Yin Antion could no longer hold on, and a large mouthful of blood spurted out.
The forcibly maintained space confinement technique collapsed instantly.
The backlash force hit his chest like a sledgehammer. He flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and crashed heavily into a pile of rubble in the distance. He completely lost consciousness, and his life or death was unknown. And after breaking free from his restraints, Lavis's demonic energy became even stronger.
Death energy entangled.
Ravis shouted, and countless death energy wrapped around the outer path golem that was about to attack. He grinned as he looked at the outer demon statue that was entangled in the death energy and temporarily unable to move, and then looked at Lin Xingjian, who was isolated and helpless.
The troublesome old man finally lay down. Now, it's your turn, annoying little bug. The murderous intent in Lavis's eyes surged, and he took a step forward. The space seemed to be compressed, and he appeared in front of Lin Xingjian in an instant. The terrifying giant axe was raised again, and the shadow of death instantly enveloped. Lin Xing's pupils suddenly shrank.
Olji fell down, the golem was trapped, and he completely lost all his barriers. Facing this fatal blow, the only thing he could do was to unleash his divine power once again.
Laugh. The giant axe pierced through the shadow and split the ground into a deep groove. It's useless. I wonder how long you can hide.
Lavis laughed wildly, and his attacks were like a violent storm, continuous and endless. Fists, feet, and axe shadows intertwined into a web of death, completely enveloping Lin Xingjian.
Lin Xingjian's figure flashed rapidly between reality and illusion.
Every time he releases his hollow form and tries to fight back or use Kamui to twist his head, they would be caught instantly by Lavis's terrifying speed, forcing him to escape into the void again to save his life. Although there was no consumption, a high level of mental concentration made Lin Xingjian's face gradually pale.
Damn it! Damn it, damn it, damn it! Guishu's sword must find an opportunity. An absolute opportunity that he cannot dodge.
Lin Xingjian's brain was working frantically, and sweat mixed with blood was dripping from his forehead.
TSK, what an enviable ability, kid. Lavis attacked furiously while playing cat and mouse.
With those eyes, you could have easily escaped on your own.
Why should we be buried with these ants?
Lin Xingjian pursed his lips tightly and said nothing. The determination in his eyes did not waver in the slightest.
Escape? No.
The blood feud has not been avenged, the bodies of his comrades are still warm, and Mr. Yi's life or death is uncertain.
How can he escape? Just then, Lavis suddenly slashed at Yin Antion.
Lin Xingjian rushed to the rescue. It is necessary to take Mr. Yi into the Shinwei space.
Otherwise, Mr. Yi would surely die.
Lin Xingjian burst out with unprecedented speed.
He actually arrived in front of Mr. Yi before Lavis. He grabbed Yi Lao, and the divine power surged at that moment. Lavis grabbed Lin Xingjian's arm as if teleporting. He grinned, "It's over. The level gap cannot be made up by your abilities. Lavis's speed is more than twice as fast as before. Before, it was just like playing house." After grabbing Lin Xingjian's arm, he arrived at a speed that Lin Xingjian was completely unable to react to. The giant axe chopped down fiercely on the top of his head, which had just materialized and was defenseless. Before the axe blade arrived, the destructive gale had already crushed Lin Xing to the point that his bones were about to break. It's over. The body can't keep up with the mind at all. The speed is too fast. The divine power had just been activated, and the giant axe above the head had already descended. At the last moment when the axe blade was about to chop off the head, ding! A loud noise that was not caused by metal collision suddenly exploded.
A hand covered in clotted blood, with distinct joints.
Incredibly, he managed to hold the blade of the huge axe firmly. The owner of that hand was Su Mingyuan, who was nailed in the rubble and should have been dying. At this moment, he somehow broke free from the spikes of the magic spear, stood up shakily, and stood in front of Lin Xingjian. He lowered his head, his messy black hair covering his face. But an aura that seemed to be above the rules was madly gushing out from his broken body. Behind him, the huge and illusory golden scales. Start, slowly tilt. Su Mingyuan slowly raised his head, revealing his blood-stained eyes. Ah! It's over. The rules have been formed, and the balance of victory will tilt towards us. Chapter 100. The balance is tied. Su Mingyuan's blood-stained hands tightly gripped the blade of the giant axe. The force that was enough to split mountains could not be shaken at all. He slowly raised his head. Those eyes that had dimmed due to excessive blood loss. At this moment, it is burning with golden flames as bright as the sun. A vast, sacred power burst out from his broken body. Lin Xingjian's samsara eye clearly saw that countless tiny golden light spots were madly pouring into Su Mingyuan's body. At the same time, the illusory golden balance behind Su Mingyuan vibrated violently. The tray representing him was tilting downward with an unstoppable momentum. The team representing the Magic General Lavis rose wildly. The rules of the game for the controller of the scales, a random game triggered by harsh conditions that reverses the balance of power, is now declared complete. Su Mingyuan was given the power to match a level 400 Demon General by Mo Lao's skill, Divine Possession. Burning Soul returns to heaven. His professional balance master's ability is Random Game. By completing the rules, you can gain power that surpasses your opponent and make the opponent's strength drop infinitely. The conditions for defeating the Demon General this time are very harsh. The trigger condition is being in a near-death state for 5 minutes. It is not easy to stay on the verge of death for 5 minutes. How can the enemy let you on the verge of death without killing you? He was just beaten to the point of death by the Demon General and almost died. He thought it was impossible to achieve. Unexpectedly, Lin Xingjian and Yi Lao appeared and helped him delay time and complete the balance rules. Ugh! Su Mingyuan roared. He exerted force suddenly. Snap! The giant axe blade made of magic iron was actually cracked by him with his bare hands. The hideous smile on Lavis's face froze instantly, replaced by a look of disbelief and astonishment. He felt an irresistible feeling. The terrifying power originating from the rules level is imposed on oneself like shackles. The demonic energy surging like the sea in his body seemed to be frantically extracted and suppressed by an invisible giant hand, making its circulation extremely difficult and sluggish. Strength, speed, defense, everything he relied on to do whatever he wanted was disappearing at a rapid speed. In contrast, Su Mingyuan's momentum is rising infinitely. His broken body was reshaped under the golden light. The wound healed rapidly in the light. The broken bones connected themselves with a crackling sound. A pressure that was powerful enough to shake the heavens and the earth spread out like a substance, even causing the surrounding space to begin to distort. I can save everyone. Su Mingyuan's eyes swept across the remains of his comrades on the battlefield, and finally fell on Lin Xingjian. But it takes time. All the demons here need to be completely imprisoned. Cut off their connection with the magic power of heaven and earth. Lin Xingjian responded while enduring the severe pain in his body and mental exhaustion. As long as I beat him to the weakest state, I can seal him. Good. Su Mingyuan nodded, his eyes filled with golden light locked onto Lavis, who was suppressed by the rules. Ha 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 ha.
The suppressed Lavis suddenly burst into laughter, which was full of ridicule and extreme disdain.
What a loud conspiracy. Two ants, do you think they can turn the tables with such a petty trick? Save everyone? Seal this king? I was really underestimated. Do you think this Su Mingyuan punched out, instantly interrupting Lavis's arrogant words? Lavis didn't even see how Su Mingyuan moved. I just felt a flash of golden light before my eyes. A terrifying force hit him hard in the face. Bang! Lavis's face covered with magic armor instantly deformed. The extremely strong magic armor shattered like fragile glass. Blood mixed with several broken fangs spurted out. His body, as huge as a mountain, was knocked off the ground by this punch and shot backwards like a cannonball. Boom! 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 Lavis crashed through one charred hill after another. A huge gully hundreds of meters long was plowed in the ground. Finally, it was deeply embedded in a cliff, and the broken rocks fell down. Upft! Ravis struggled to pull his body out of the rubble, half of his face was bloody, his magic armor was broken, and his aura was several times weaker than before. The suppression of the power of rules in Su Mingyuan's punch made him feel unprecedentedly weak. However, the madness in his eyes did not subside, but burned even more fiercely. He wiped the blood off his face and bared his ferocious teeth. Fight me. Fight as much as you can. Old man, you gained this power by burning your soul. How long can this ability of yours last? 10 minutes? 5 minutes? Or 3 minutes? He staggered to his feet, even though his breath was weak and his demonic energy wasn't flowing smoothly. But the demon general's ferocity and arrogance remained undiminished. The immortal bodies of my demon clan stand above heaven and earth. Eternal and immortal. What can you do with this little time? Is it enough to tickle this king? When your strength is exhausted, I will make you, and all the corpses here, suffer the pain of purgatory. Ravis roared madly, trying to destroy the other party's will with words. He knew that his strength was severely suppressed at the moment and it would be unwise to fight hard. He was delaying and waiting. Waiting for the golden flame from old Mo on Su Mingyuan to go out, waiting for the end of the balance rule. As long as he can hold out for this period of time, victory will still belong to him. Chapter 101 is over. Shrouded in golden light, Su Mingyuan looked like an angry golden god of war. He said no more. What responded to Lavis was a more violent and intensive attack. Bang! Boom! Snap! Fists, palm prints, and kicks wrapped in the golden light of rules poured down on Lavis like a torrential rain. Each strike contained a terrifying force that was enough to collapse mountains and split the earth. Lavis's magic defense, weakened by the rules, was vulnerable in the face of this absolute power. The magic armor crumbled into pieces. The thick arm bones were broken. Sternum retraction. The half-destroyed cheek was blown into a bloody mess, and the original hideous outline was almost unrecognizable. Su Mingyuan's attack speed completely surpassed Lavis's recovery speed, relying on the magic power of heaven and earth. His huge body was hit and rolled and deformed in the air. Like a rag bag that was ravaged, it fell heavily, was caught up by the golden light, and was blown away again. The earth is wailing and the hills are collapsing. Lavis's aura dropped rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he became extremely weak. Only a tiny amount of demonic energy remained to maintain life. He. Even if he was beaten beyond recognition. The shrill laughter filled with pride still emerged from Lavis' throat. Beat. Keep fighting. It's useless. The royal blood of our clan is immortal and indestructible. Your struggle is nothing but a laughingstock. Seal? Ha 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 ha. What kind of seal can lock the bloodline of the royal family of the Abyss? Joke. What a joke. How long can you hold on? The old man's soul fire is about to go out? He could feel it clearly. The dazzling golden light on Su Mingyuan's body was dimming at an alarming speed. Like a candle in the wind. That power came from the burning soul of Mo Lao. And the power brought by the rules of the scales is about to come to an end. The balance of victory seemed to be tilting in his favor again. However, at the moment when the golden light was about to completely extinguish, Lin Xingjian, who had been staring at the battlefield, suddenly burst into an unprecedented brilliance with his strange eyes. His eyes were fixed on the weak and almost extinguished magic core in Ravis' body. Now is the time. The fluctuation of his magic power dropped to the lowest point. The connection with the magic power of heaven and earth has been suppressed to the limit by the rules. The possibility of sealing successfully is the greatest. Ming Yuan. Return. Lin Xingjian's roar was like thunder. A golden light flashed in Su Mingyuan's eyes, without the slightest hesitation. He abruptly retracted the last punch that was about to hit Lavis' head. A golden light flashed under his feet, and his body turned into a golden meteor, instantly retreating to Lin Xingjian's side. The golden light on his body faded away quickly like the tide, his face turned gray in an instant, and his body shook slightly. That was a sign that the power was about to be exhausted and the backlash was about to come. But he still held on, his eyes fixed on Lin Xingjian's movements. It's over. Lin Xingjian's voice was as cold as ice for 10,000 years. He no longer looked at the wriggling remains of the demon general lying on the ground, but suddenly raised his right hand high. In the palm of his hand, an unprecedented terrifying gravitational force suddenly erupted. Earth-shattering star. Accompanied by Lin Xingjian's voice. The deep dark gravity in his palm suddenly expanded. Target Demon General Lavis. What the hell? Ravis was still grinning. In an instant, I felt an irresistible and terrifying suction force locking onto me. He was horrified to find that his extremely weak demonic energy and broken body were being sucked off the ground by this force completely out of control. No! This is impossible. Ravis let out a terrified roar. He struggled frantically, trying to mobilize the magical power of heaven and earth to resist. But the suppression of the rules still exists, and his weak demonic energy is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of this terrifying seal gravity. What made him even more frightened was that he clearly felt his connection with the omnipresent magical power between heaven and earth. The source of his immortality. It is being cut off madly by this dark gravitational core. Seal. It was as if there was an invisible cage that was completely isolating him from the whole world. Lavis was forcibly sucked into the air and became the first and most core sacrifice of the dark core. But this is just the beginning. Boom boom boom. With the suspended Lavis as the core, the dark gravity swept across the entire battlefield like a world-destroying storm. The earth cracked under the terrifying suction. Countless huge rocks, broken weapons, shattered armor, the demon soldiers who had been set on fire by Amaterasu's black flames and were still writhing and screaming in pain. Everything was forcibly torn off the ground by this irresistible force. Like hundreds of rivers flowing into the sea, they rushed madly towards the ever-expanding dark core in the air. No! Let me go! What is this? My king! Save us! My body is being sucked away. The magic is disappearing. The demon soldiers let out screams that were even more desperate and shrill than when they were burned by Amaterasu. Their immortality, which they were so proud of, completely lost its meaning in the face of the seal that separated heaven and earth. They could clearly feel the breath of death, which was the real and eternal end. Countless rocks, debris, and demonic soldiers were like a huge planetary ring, spinning, compressing, and piling up crazily around the core of Lavis. An extremely huge rock sphere quickly took shape in the sky at a speed visible to the naked eye. It is like a huge tomb suspended between heaven and earth, emitting a suffocating sealed atmosphere. No! I am the Abyss Demon General Lavis. I bear the blood of the king. I am immortal. You ant! How dare you seal this king? Lavis, who was tightly wrapped in the core of countless rocks, let out a final roar of unwillingness and curse. He could feel his strength rapidly fading and his consciousness sinking. That dark gravitational core was dragging him into eternal silence. This time, he was really scared. Death has never been so clear. Su Mingyuan stood beside Lin Xingjian, breathing heavily. The body trembled violently due to the withdrawal of strength and the backlash of rules. He looked up at the terrifying rock ball in the sky that was constantly expanding and covering the sky, his eyes filled with indescribable shock. This is simply... He muttered to himself. This kind of great power that can change the world and forcibly seal all things is completely beyond his imagination. This is definitely not a power that mortals can control. Lin Xingjian maintained the posture of raising his right hand high. The coldness and determination in his eyes did not waver at all. This is the new eye technique he obtained at level 70, Earth-Shattering Star. New eye technique, Earth-Shattering Star, effect, use the sealed target as the core to attract all surrounding objects and seal them. Cooling time,
24 hours note: when sealing a target that is far above your own level, you need to weaken its power, otherwise the seal may not be successful. This is why Lin Xingjian has not used this skill yet.
The demon general is almost 300 levels higher than him. Such a terrifying level difference. The demon general must be weakened to a certain extent before it can be successfully sealed. After all, he only has one chance. And now, with the help of the rule suppression and extreme weakening that Su Mingyuan had fought for, he finally seized this fleeting opportunity. Boom!
When the last huge rock was captured by gravity and firmly embedded in the surface of the rock ball, the entire seal was finally completed. A huge rock ball with a diameter of more than 100 meters, like an eternal star, was suspended in the sky above the scorched battlefield. It rotates slowly and silently, emitting a heavy, dead, and all-isolating sealed aura. The screams of all the demon soldiers caught up in it and the final roar of the demon general Lavis were completely sealed inside.
Not a single sound could be heard anymore.
On the battlefield, the only sounds left were the whistling wind and the low hum produced by the friction between the slowly rotating rock sphere and the air.
Dead silence.
Absolute silence enveloped the scorched earth that had just been filled with destruction and roar. Lin Xing was breathing heavily and his vision was getting darker. Su Mingyuan also staggered. He looked at the grave floating in the sky and then looked at his exhausted brothers beside him.
The exhaustion of surviving the disaster and the huge shock were intertwined. The end, is it over?
Su Mingyuan's voice was hoarse with a hint of uncertainty. Lin Xingjian raised his head with difficulty. He looked towards the floating giant sealing sphere, and then scanned the devastated battlefield littered with corpses. Finally, his eyes fell on the unconscious Yi Nantian in the distance and the bodies of his fallen comrades. There was no trace of triumph on his blood-stained face.
He closed his eyes. It's over. Chapter 102, Equal Exchange. On the dead silent battlefield.
The huge suspended rock ball casts a heavy shadow. Lin Xingjian and Su Mingyuan were both gasping for breath due to exhaustion. The air was filled with the smell of scorched earth, blood, dust, and the exhaustion of the survivors. Su Mingyuan suddenly woke up from the shock of earth-shattering star. His pale face suddenly flushed with a strange red because of a thought. An almost fanatical light burst out of his eyes.
See you on the stars. I can save them. I can save everyone. Su Mingyuan suddenly grabbed Lin Xingjian's arm with such force that Lin Xingjian felt a little pain. What?
Lin Xing saw that the originally tired eyes suddenly burst into an incredible light.
He grabbed Su Mingyuan tightly with his backhand. How to save? Say it quickly. Su Mingyuan panted rapidly, pointing to the huge sealed rock ball in the sky, and then to the broken remains on the battlefield. Because of Mr. Mo, because of the power given to me by Mr. Mo's burning soul returning to heaven, my level briefly surpassed the limit of 400 levels at that moment. I felt the true ultimate core of the controller of the scales, equal exchange of the scales. His voice was filled with awe that touched the very origin of the rules. This is not a simple increase or decrease in power. This is the law of exchange. I can exchange the state of some things, including the state of life and death. Lin Xing was shocked. What you mean is, can you use the life of those demons to exchange for the death of Mo Lao, Yi Lao, Jin Tianga, and others? Right. Su Mingyuan nodded vigorously. But there are huge limitations to activating this ultimate ability. First, both parties involved in the exchange must be in an unable to resist state during the ceremony. That's why I said we need to imprison all the demons. Second, the ceremony needs to last a long time. He glanced at the rapidly fading golden afterglow on his body and the dim shadow of the scales. This power is about to disappear. We must start now. Lin Xingjian said without any hesitation, start. Get started now. What do you need me to do? Protect the ceremony site. No one and nothing can interfere. Su Mingyuan said hurriedly, his eyes sweeping towards the unconscious Yi Nantian in the distance. Bring Mr. Yi here too. He is dying, I want to swap with him. Good. Lin Xing saw the purple light flash in the eye of Samsara. All things are attracted by the sky. A gentle gravitational field precisely enveloped Yi Nantian, who was lying in the rubble in the distance. His old body was pulled over steadily and gently placed on the open space not far from Su Mingyuan. Su Mingyuan took a deep breath. He sat down cross-legged with difficulty. His hands formed an extremely ancient and complex mark in front of him, as if it was made up of countless balance rods and weights.
Behind him, the shadow of the golden scale had dimmed to the point of almost disappearing.
Suddenly, a last dazzling golden light burst out.
This golden light carries with it a cold and majestic power of law.
In the name of the balance. Maintain balance and decide exchanges. Su Ming Yuan's voice sounded.
Every syllable caused the surrounding space to vibrate. This side imprisoned the demonic body, depriving it of its living state. That side, the heroic soul of the sacrifice, grants them a reversal of death.
Equivalence exchange.
Buzz. As he uttered the last word, the entire battlefield seemed to be paused, and even the wind stopped. A vast and boundless force of law, like an invisible tide, spread out with Su Ming Yuan as the center. Instantly connected to the huge rockball seal in the sky and every scattered remains of comrades on the battlefield. Under the grand power of the rule of equal exchange of heaven and earth. A terrifying scene was unfolding on the battlefield. Inside the giant rock sphere formed by the earth-shattering star, the power of those sealed demon soldiers, and even the core demon General Lavis, was being forcibly extracted and stripped away. The tremendous vitality contained in their bodies is being forcibly transformed by the rules into a pure breath of life and is being sucked away by the invisible scales. Mr. Mo's soul is being attracted by the majestic breath of life and is recondensing from nothingness. The flesh and blood on Qin Tianga's broken limbs grew and extended crazily as if they had life, the broken bones made crackling sounds, and a very faint color began to appear on his pale and lifeless face.
Xiao Ying's broken arm was also growing.
The broken arm holding the curled blade dagger was pulled by an invisible force and slowly flew back to the main body. The granulation tissue at the wound intertwined and quickly fused. The wounds on Lei Lei's body that were so deep that the bones could be seen were healing rapidly, his collapsed chest was swelling up again, and his heartbeat, which was so weak that it was almost gone, began to become stronger. Chen Lai's eyes, which were filled with anger and unwillingness, trembled slightly, as if they were about to open again at any moment. The bodies of veterans scattered everywhere. No matter if their limbs are mutilated or they have turned into meat paste, as long as their souls have not completely dissipated, they will be covered by the power of the rules that reverse life and death.
The flesh paste was wriggling and aggregating, forming the vague outline of limbs.
The severed limbs are searching for the main body. The fatal wound was forcibly healed.
The entire battlefield seemed to be playing a tragic death video in reverse.
Countless broken bodies are experiencing a slow and steady countercurrent from death to life. Lin Xingjian opened his eyes wide, and his strange pupils reflected this shocking scene that overturned the common sense of life and death, and he was filled with shock. Exchange is taking place and the miracle of life is happening. Beiluo city of Xia Kingdom. The deafening shouts and cries, the roar of magic, the collision and tearing of metal, and the desperate screams intertwined into a melody of hell. On the towering city walls that stretched for dozens of miles, the thick rocks engraved with defensive runes continued to crack and peel off under the crazy attack of the demons. Beneath the city walls, there was a surging demon army like a black tide. The low-level demon soldiers fearlessly used their bodies to attack the city walls and the light curtain of the defensive magic circle. High-level demon generals wielded huge magical weapons and bombarded the weak points of the city walls. In the sky, the air forces riding the bone-winged dragons were like dark clouds pressing down.
Withstand. Hold on. Mage Core.
Concentrate your firepower and bombard the siege troll on the left wing.
Repair team. Quick. The western section of the city wall is about to collapse. Pastor. This place needs treatment. Quick. The commander of the human garrison roared at the top of his lungs. The soldiers fought bloody battles, and the lights of various professions flickered on the city walls. Soldiers were constantly torn to pieces by the sharp claws of the demons, and were blown into bloody mist by the bombardment of magic energy. Their corpses fell from the top of the city like rags. On the city wall, a young recruit looked at the endless tide of demons below. Looking at his comrades who kept falling beside him, his face was as pale as paper, his hand holding the sword was shaking violently, and his eyes were full of despair. I can't stop. I can't stop them. There are too many. There are too many of them.
We're all going to die. Shut up. A veteran soldier with a bloody face slapped him hard, his eyes bloodshot with madness and determination.
Think about the back. Our home. Our loved ones. Even if I die, I will bite off a piece of their flesh. Kill. Chapter 103 Elemental Domination.
Beiluo City TB Pass.
The deafening roar and shouts almost shook down the walls of TB Pass.
Since Yi Nantian and Mo Lao went deep into the blood source altar to rescue Lin Xingjian. Beiluo City, the last barrier of the northern border of Xia Kingdom, has long been in the highest state of combat readiness.
However, when the real front of the demon clan's first line of defense swept in like a black tide, everyone still felt the biting cold. King Xia, wearing black armor with dragon patterns, stood on a towering city wall, his face as calm as water. But his clenched fists revealed his inner solemnity. Beside him is the giant of Xia's military. The commander-in-chief of military affairs, Long Hanshan, roared out iron-blooded military orders, directing the defense of various parts of the city. Chief of Intelligence Yi Shao constantly receives frontline intelligence obtained at the cost of the scouts' lives, calmly analyzes the movements of the demons, and provides the most critical basis for judgment for Long Hanshan's command. Xia status think tank Zhuge Ming, he wears a feather fan and a green scarf, and looks weak, but his eyes sparkle with brilliance. He stood in front of a huge sand table, tapping his fingers quickly, and predictive instructions flew out through the messenger to strengthen weak links and deploy reserve troops. Report. The number 3 magic artillery array in the western section was destroyed by monsters. Report. Cracks appeared in the eastern section of the city wall, and the repair team is rushing to repair it. Report. The demon General Earth Splitting is concentrating his attack on the main defense array node of the North Gate. Bad news comes like snowflakes. The disastrous consequences of the expeditionary force losing 300,000 elite soldiers were clearly revealed at this moment. There was a serious shortage of troops, and many people who were originally responsible for logistics and support were left behind. Even the white-haired old men and the immature teenagers had to take up arms and fill every corner of the city defense, becoming part of the national army. In the city, some wealthy businessmen had already quietly fled with their families and wealth, and no one had time to care about these deserters at this moment. At the foot of the city, the leader of the demon clan's first line of defense, Demon General Kakanzan, was standing on the projection of a giant abyss as big as a hill. This giant statue is not a physical entity, but is condensed from pure magic energy. Every punch hit the city wall hard, causing violent shock and collapse. Kakanzan himself wielded a giant scythe burning with green demonic flames, commanding the demon army to advance layer by layer like a meat grinder. Ants. Your resistance is meaningless. Turn to ashes. Kakanzan's wild laughter was amplified by magic energy and resounded throughout the battlefield. The top leaders of Xia State will naturally not sit idly by. Your Majesty, I will go and meet Kakanzan. Long Hanshan's hair and beard were all stretched out, and his fighting spirit soared to the sky. Be careful, Marshal Long. King Xia said in a deep voice. Mr. Zhuge, please take charge of the situation and make sure we keep our footing steady. Yi Zhao's figure flashed, and turned into several afterimages, rushing towards a gap in the city wall that was broken through by a high-level demon. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Zhuge Ming waved his feather fan lightly, his eyes solemn but firm. King Xia nodded slightly, his eyes like lightning sweeping across the entire battlefield. He did not take action personally, but a kingly pressure as vast as the ocean enveloped the city wall. It greatly boosted the morale of the defenders. It also intimidates those powerful demons who try to directly attack the command center. The high-level combat power temporarily blocked the edge of the top demon generals of the demon clan. But the casualties among middle and lower-level soldiers are increasing sharply. The immortality of the demons became the most terrifying nightmare in the protracted war. Even if an ordinary demon soldier's head is chopped off, the flesh and blood at the wound will wriggle crazily and regenerate at a speed visible to the naked eye under the nourishment of the magic power of heaven and earth. For human soldiers, being injured means their combat effectiveness is drastically reduced, and death means the complete end. As one grows, the other declines. The human defender's defense line was under tremendous pressure and began to shrink. Many areas have been plunged into brutal hand-to-hand combat, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. National Competition Student Group, follow me. Plug the gap. A roar came, it was Raymond. This elite centurion of the expeditionary force, now covered in blood, led 300 elite expeditionary soldiers and stood like a rock in front of a crumbling gap in the city wall. Beside and behind him are the seeds of hope for Xia country's future, the young students participating in the national competition. The average level of these students is only 40-50. Facing the wolf-like and ferocious demon army, they seemed so immature and fragile. But they didn't back down. Fire meteor shower. Holy light protection. Shadow binding. Various elemental lights bloomed in the students' hands, struggling to stop the climbing demon soldiers. Two of them are the most dazzling. Zhang Mo is level 65, SSS level occupation, Elemental Master.
He was suspended in the air several meters above the ground, the elemental power around him surging violently. With a light press of his hands, the large area in front of him instantly turned into a purgatory of fire and ice storm, freezing and burning the rushing demon soldiers in large numbers. His attack range is wide and powerful, making him a powerful weapon for clearing the battlefield.
Ling Qianyu is level 62, SSS level occupation, Judge of Light and Darkness.
His figure was erratic, his left hand condensed pure holy light to heal the wounded, and his right hand swung deep shadows, turning into a deadly blade to cut the demon soldiers. The power of light and darkness flowed freely in his hands, combining offense and defense.
However, the level gap and the immortality of the demons made their efforts seem ineffective. Ah! A cry of pain was heard. Ling Qianyu was hit by a heavy demon claw. The light and dark shield on his body shattered instantly. The whole person was knocked back by the huge force, and hit the battlement heavily, spitting blood from his mouth, and his breath instantly weakened. Zhang Yamo wanted to rescue him, but was entangled by several fearless high-level demon soldiers. Right at this moment, a demon soldier holding a huge sword rushed towards Ling Qianyu, who was temporarily unable to move.
The speed was so fast that the surrounding soldiers had no time to react.
No!
Ling Qianyu is the strongest genius besides Lin Xingjian and Zhang Yamo.
How could I die here? Raymond, Chen Yan, and others roared in despair.
A hint of despair and unwillingness also flashed in Ling Qianyu's eyes. He barely raised his right hand and gathered the last ray of dim holy light, but he knew that it was simply not enough to block the fatal blow.
At the critical moment, give me a break.
A roar like the roar of the elements themselves resounded throughout the area.
It's Zhang Mo.
He gave up fighting with the demon soldier in front of him, and took a heavy blow from the opponent with his back, spitting blood from his mouth. But he didn't care and suddenly grabbed the empty space on both sides with his hands.
Buzz! A terrifying suction force suddenly erupted with him as the center.
In an instant, with Zhang Mo as the core, all elemental magic within a radius of dozens of meters was instantly drained.
This area instantly turned into an absolute vacuum.
The demon soldier who pounced on Ling Qianyu suddenly froze in mid-air. The magic power that surged through his body and sustained his life and attack power instantly dissipated and disappeared. His muscles shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if all sources of strength had been drained away in an instant.
Plop! He couldn't even touch the corner of Ling Qianyu's clothes.
Like a piece of rotten wood that has lost all its moisture, it fell straight to the ground and turned into a rapidly weathered mummy.
Not even a struggle.
This strange and shocking scene caused all the witnesses around, whether they were human soldiers or demons, to fall into deathly silence in an instant.
How is it possible? An old soldier murmured,
looking at the demon soldier on the ground, who quickly turned into dust. He looked at Zhang Mo, who was floating in the air, with a pale face but sharp eyes.
Dead? Magic power cannot be replenished?
A demon soldier who was just biting madly felt an unprecedented sense of weakness sweep over his body, making him feel instinctive fear.
Roar!
The demon general Kakanzan, who was commanding the siege colossus, turned his head suddenly, and his demon pupils locked onto Zhang Mo.
A surge of murderous intent erupted instantly. What kind of power is that? It's not just him.
All the high-level demon generals with keen perception on the battlefield felt the threat that made them tremble in the depths of their souls.
The immortal body was broken? Long Hanshan knocked back a demon general with one punch and looked towards Zhang Mo in surprise and doubt. Good boy.
Yi Zhao's figure flashed in a shadow, his eyes gleaming. The feather fan in Zhuge Ming's hand paused for a moment, and his eyes were filled with ecstasy.
Elemental Master. Great Elemental Master. Immortality does not mean invincibility. Without the supply of magic power from heaven and earth, you will still die. Kill him. At all costs. Immediately. Kakanzan's roar was filled with unprecedented fear and urgency. He no longer cared about attacking the city and pointed his giant sickle at Zhang Mo. All demon generals. Target that floating human boy. Blast him into pieces. We must not let him leave the battlefield alive. This boy is the natural enemy of my demon clan. Following Kakanzan's roar, at least 5 or 6 demon generals who were fighting with powerful human warriors on the battlefield gave up their opponents at the same time. Wrapped in monstrous demonic flames, like several falling black meteors, with murderous intent to destroy everything, they rushed towards Zhang Mo madly. Chapter 104 King Xia enters. just as Zhang Mo displayed the terrifying deprivation ability of the Elemental Lord. This led to a critical moment where the demon general Kakanzin called out names madly and several demon generals surrounded and killed him. Buzz! A low and powerful roar of an energy engine came from inside the city wall. Immediately afterwards, dozens of thick magic light spears accurately hit the front of several demon generals who were rushing towards Zhang Mo. Boom! 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 The violent explosion set off violent shock waves and energy turbulence, successfully disrupting and delaying their attack path. What? Kakanzin looked towards the source of the beam in shock and anger. I saw a dazzlingly well-equipped team climbing up the city wall from the inner city. The two people in the lead have extraordinary bearings. They are Xian Zhengye, the head of the Xian family, and Xingyao, the helmsman of the Xingyao Chable, who came to support at the critical moment. Xian Zhengye's face was solemn and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle. Behind him was the Xian family's elite guards, all of whom were calm and eager to fight. The most eye-catching thing was the beautiful figure standing beside him. Xianli was wearing a dark red battle skirt with gold edges, which outlined her breathtaking curves. Her skin was as white as jade and as white as snow, and her long black hair was tied up into a neat ponytail. It made her face look even more beautiful, but she also had a coldness that kept strangers away and an almost pathological paranoia and irritability hidden in her eyes. Her eyes swept across the chaotic battlefield with undisguised anxiety and impatience, and her mind had obviously already flown to the altar. Xingyao was dressed in an exquisite silver-gray combat uniform, his face showing a solemnity that matched the current situation. He was surrounded by a group of elite guards equipped with the latest individual magic armor and exuding a strong aura. What is even more eye-catching is the petite figure beside him. Xingtong's white hair was tied into playful twin ponytails. Her face was as delicate as the most perfect doll, and her big eyes were filled with worry for Lin Xingjian, with slightly red eyes. Your Majesty King Xia. Dragon Shui. Mr. Zhuge. Xian Zhengye of the Xian family brings the elite members of the family to help in the battle. Xian Zhengye spoke in a loud voice, clasped his fists and saluted. His eyes swept across the tragic battlefield, and finally fell in the direction of Zhang Mo, who was besieged by the demon generals, with a fierce look in his eyes. Xingyao also stepped forward. Xingyao Group is willing to give everything it has and live and die with Beiluo. I have ordered people to transport the 3,000 sets of magic heavy armor, 10,000 magic crossbows and all the reserve magic crystals in the warehouse to the front line. Subsequent supplies are on the way. As soon as he finished speaking, the damaged armor of many soldiers on the city wall was quickly replaced with new heavy armor flashing with runelight, and the crossbows in their hands were also replaced with more powerful magic-breaking crossbows. Morale is boosted. Master Xian. Mr. Xingyao. You came at the right time. A trace of relief flashed in King Xia's eyes, and Long Hansan cheered loudly. Zhuge Ming paused with his feather fan. Thank you both. Please help Zhang Mo quickly. This boy is the key to breaking the deadlock. Lear, Xingtong, you help clear out the demon soldiers, be careful. Leave this to me. Xian Zhengye shouted, and his figure shot out like an arrow from a string. He didn't know when a spear wrapped in green wind and thunder appeared in his hand. Wherever the tip of the spear pointed, wind and thunder howled, and with a piercing scream, it stabbed towards a demon general who was rushing towards Zhang Mo's flank. Insect? Court death. The demon general roared, abandoned Zhang Mo, and swung the huge demon blade to meet Xian Zhengye's wind and thunder spear. The two collided instantly, erupting in a violent energy fluctuation. Xian Zhengye is very powerful. Although he is not the top one, he is powerful enough to restrain or even suppress an ordinary demon general. At the same time, Xingyao also gave the order in a deep voice, Xingwei. Protect Zhang Mo. Clear out the approaching demon soldiers. Yes. Head of the family. The top guards of the Xingyao financial group responded in unison, and like an efficient killing machine, they instantly entered the battlefield. They were well equipped and worked in perfect harmony. Their powerful magic beams and melee combat skills accurately bombarded the demon soldiers who tried to bypass Xian Zhengye and pounce on Zhang Mo. Their joining effectively curbed the impact of the tide of demon soldiers and relieved the huge pressure on Zhang Mo and the surrounding defenders. Although Xuanli and Xingtong were extremely anxious, they wanted to rescue Lin Xingjian immediately. But without spatial ability, I can only worry. Snort. Annoying bugs. Xianli's beautiful face was full of impatience and hostility, the breath of extinction. Who? A condensed breath of dark red flame swept across a dense group of demon soldiers climbing the city wall. Wherever the breath passed,
The demon soldiers didn't even have time to scream before they were turned into ashes under the annihilation of the fire of the end.
A large area was cleared in an instant.
Xingtong also suppressed her worries, her face tense, and raised the star staff. Stargate, open.
Glowing butterfly, appear. Buzz. The stars twinkled, and a starry glow butterfly, emitting soft and purifying starlight all over its body, flew out gracefully.
It hovered above the city walls where the fighting was most intense, casting specks of purifying light.
This light falls on human soldiers, slightly healing their wounds and lifting their spirits.
If it falls on the demons, it can suppress the activity of their demonic energy, making their movements slightly slower and their recovery speed also slightly affected.
Although the effect is not significant, this bit of assistance is invaluable in the fierce tug of war. Xuanli's clearing of the field and Xingtong's group assistance.
In addition, Xian Zhengye directly restrained the demon general, Xingyao's top guards efficiently cleared out the demon soldiers, and Xingyao Chabel provided powerful equipment support. It was like several powerful forces were injected, instantly stabilizing the shaky defense line of Beiluo City. The head of the Xian family is mighty. The Star Guards are so strong.
Miss Xuanli is so amazing. A group of demon soldiers were gone. Miss Xingtong's butterfly is giving me strength. Brothers, hold on.
The morale of the defenders was boosted by this timely support and powerful combat power. At this moment, Zhang Mo, who was protected by everyone in the center, got a precious chance to catch his breath. He felt the magic power in his body being depleted due to the extreme explosion just now. A strong desire to prove himself and a mixed feeling of pride towards Lin Xingjian surged in my heart. He suddenly raised his head and roared, "See you, Lin Xing.
Did you see it? I am the genius who can truly kill the demons."
The defeat in the national competition seemed to be washed away at this moment. At this moment he is the real protagonist.
Elemental Master. Everything returns to its source. Congeal.
With his roar, the magic power of the elements of heaven and earth gathered crazily within a radius of 100 meters. Behind him, an elemental giant over 10 meters tall, composed of pure elemental energy, suddenly took shape. Flames, ice, lightning, and rocks flow on its body, emitting a violent aura.
Zhang Mo grinned.
The elemental giant took heavy steps, and his huge elemental fist smashed towards the gathering place of the demon soldiers. Its attack range is large and its power is strong, effectively cutting off the demon general's partial absorption of battlefield magic power and clearing out a large number of cannon fodder.
However, the level gap is ultimately a huge chasm.
When a demon general who was defeated by Xian Jingye became angry and humiliated and vented some of his anger on Zhang Mo, he swung a fierce magic power slash through the air.
Swish! The elemental giant was defeated instantly.
But the elemental giant absorbed the power of heaven and earth and recovered madly. It's exactly the same as the immortality of the demons.
The demon general was shocked.
They felt that the magic power was no longer flowing into them.
All flowed towards the giant. So scary. They must kill Zhang Mo. Damn it! This elemental monster is stealing the magic power of heaven and earth. Kill him. He must be killed immediately.
The demon generals who were entangled by Xian Zhengye and other strong men were shocked and angry, and roared wildly. The threat of Zhang Mo's ability.
Its strategic value is immeasurable and must be eliminated at all costs.
However, just when all attention was focused on Zhang Mo and the demon generals who were restrained by the human warriors, a cold and terrifying murderous intent erupted in the core area of the battlefield without any warning. A figure, so fast that it exceeded the limits of visual capture.
The previous moment it was still 100 meters away.
The next moment, it had already torn through the space and silently reached Zhang Mo's throat. The figure was completely covered in dark armor. The 2 points of scarlet light beneath the helmet showed no emotion at all. The aura it exudes is far more deadly than that of Kakanzan and other demon generals. The terrifying pressure of nearly level 500 was like a real mountain, instantly locking down Zhang Mo and his newly recovered elemental giant.
"Ant, your farce should end."
A voice without any fluctuation sounded directly in the depths of Zhang Mo's soul, carrying the sentence of death.
He is an assassination demon general directly under the Demon King. The original intention was to assassinate King Xia. It has been lurking deep in the demonic tide, waiting for the opportunity to strike a fatal blow. At this moment, the terrifying potential exposed by Zhang Mo made him a target that must be eliminated first. Too fast. So strong. The ability that Zhang Mo was proud of was as fragile as paper under this absolute level suppression and murderous intent.
He didn't even have time to feel fear before the shadow of death completely swallowed him up.
No!
Xian Zhengye, Long Hanshan, Yishao and others who were fighting fiercely in the distance were furious.
They wanted to rescue, but it was too far away. Just when the devil blade containing the law of destruction was about to kiss Zhang Mo's neck, a figure appeared in front of Zhang Mo as if teleporting. The black dragon patterned armor emits a faint golden halo. His figure is not particularly large, but he seems to be the backbone of this world. It's the war between King Xia and King Qin. Chapter 105: The State of Life. Inside the secret realm of the Source Blood Altar. The light of the grand power of rules that enveloped the entire battlefield, equal exchange of heaven and earth, slowly faded away like the tide. The huge rockball seal suspended in the sky, earth-shattering star, is still slowly rotating. It exudes a heavy and deadly sealed aura. But the state of life belonging to the demons inside has been completely deprived. On the battlefield, Su Mingyuan's figure, who was sitting cross-legged, trembled suddenly and a stream of blood spurted out of his mouth. The huge and illusory golden scale behind him finally turned into golden light and disappeared into nothingness. What is even more shocking is his originally thick black hair lost all its color at a speed visible to the naked eye, become as dry and white as dead grass. His entire aura instantly plummeted from its previous vast majesty to the bottom, as weak as a candle in the wind. The body fell backward uncontrollably. Ming Yuan.
Lin Xing saw that he was quick-witted and took a step forward in an instant, firmly supporting Su Mingyuan's limp body. When I touched him, I felt that he was light and fluttering, as if only an empty shell was left, and his vitality was overdrawn to the extreme.
Lin Xingjian's samsara, I could clearly see that the originally surging source of life in Su Mingyuan's body was now dim.
He paid an unimaginable price for this exchange that reversed life and death.
Did it succeed?
Su Mingyuan's voice was hoarse and weak, and his white hair fell down, covering his pale face.
Lin Xingjian nodded and glanced across the battlefield. The state of life permeates the entire venue.
Yin Antian suddenly opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in his turbid old eyes.
He jumped up.
He moved his arms and legs in disbelief.
Feel the magic power surging in your body like the sea, even more pure and condensed than at its peak. He touched his chest, which had been severely injured by the evil spirit. It was smooth without any scars. How is this possible? I feel better than ever before? What about the demons? Then what is that? He looked up suddenly.
Seeing the earth-shattering star, rockball floating in the sky, emitting a terrifying sealed aura, his pupils suddenly contracted.
Even with his experience, he was shocked by this earth-shaking power. Old Mo looked down at his intact hands.
He looked up at the huge rockball seal and Lin Xingjian, who was supporting Su Mingyuan. The old face was filled with extreme shock and confusion.
This old man is reborn? Xingjian, Mingyuan, how did you do it? That seal was made by Xingjian?
He felt the vitality filling his body, even stronger than before the burning of his soul, which completely overturned his cognition.
Lei Lai, roar.
A signature, powerful roar sounded. Lei Lai leaned on his huge sword and stood up suddenly.
He looked down at the horrific wound on his chest that was so deep that the bone was visible, but now it had completely healed. He touched his neck, and the fatal wound pierced by the magic spear disappeared without a trace. I'm not dead? Ha 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 ha. I'm alive again. He laughed ecstatically, then glanced across the battlefield.
When he saw Lin Xingjian, Su Mingyuan, and the terrifying floating rockball, his laughter stopped abruptly.
His eyes widened like copper bells. What the hell? What is that? What about the demons? Lin Xingjian, was it you who did this?
Chen Lai suddenly jumped up from the ground, touched his intact body, and then touched his eyes.
I'm alive? Wasn't I stabbed in the heart?
He looked around blankly, and when he saw Lin Xingjian's figure and the huge rockball that blocked out the sky, he instantly understood something. He howled, and crawled to Lin Xingjian's feet, hugged Lin Xingjian's thighs, tears and snot streaming down his face instantly. Boss.
Wow, I'm so scared. I thought I would never see you again. I knew you were awesome, boss. Did you make this big ball? His admiration for Lin Xingjian reached its peak.
Xiaoying, the taciturn assassin, sat up silently.
He looked down at the broken rolled blade dagger in his hand that had been with him for many years.
He touched his left arm, which had been severed before but was now intact. A rare expression of extreme astonishment and disbelief appeared on his cold face. He looked up at Lin Xingjian, then at the rock ball in the sky. Finally, his gaze fell on the dying, white-haired Su Mingyuan. His lips moved, but in the end it turned into a silent, respectful nod. Qin Tiange slowly sat up, looked down at his blood-stained body which became intact, and the power in his body surged. He was silent for a moment, and his eyes quickly changed from the initial confusion to a sharp will that had been tempered by life and death. Death, so this is what it feels like. I've gotten used to death. Next time, I won't lose again. He whispered to himself, as if swearing an oath to himself. When he looked up and saw the huge rock ball floating in the air, which seemed to suppress the entire secret realm, his eyes burst into shock that was difficult to conceal.
Lin Xingjian, is this your true power?
The scattered veterans also stood up in confusion. Looking at his intact body, looking at his comrades who had also been resurrected, and then looking at the giant sealed sphere that was floating like a miracle in Lin Xingjian and Su Mingyuan in the center, he was so excited that tears filled his eyes. The ecstasy of surviving the disaster and gratitude to the miracle worker filled my heart.
Alive! We are alive! It's Lin Xingjian and Su Mingyuan. And Yi Lao Ma Lao saved us. Miracle! This is a miracle. That ball sealed all the demons? At this moment, the mutation occurred again. The earth-shattering star, rock ball in the sky seemed to have completed its final mission. Next came the countless rocks and debris that made up the rock ball, as well as the bodies of the demon General Lavis and countless demon soldiers who were sealed in the core and had long lost all living state. As if it had experienced billions of years of weathering, it collapsed and dissipated silently. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the huge rock ball quickly shrank and decomposed, eventually turning into countless tiny dust particles, which fell like golden drizzle across the entire battlefield. These dust particles contain unimaginable, pure, and enormous experiential energy. This is the final gift from the existence of the demons that were completely wiped out by the rules. This is? Yi Nantian cried out in surprise as he felt the surging warmth brought by the golden particles merging into his body. The experience gained from killing the demons. Mr. Mo couldn't believe it either. My level is skyrocketing. Lei Lai roared excitedly, feeling the power boiling in his body. This feeling. Chenlai hugged Lin Xingjian's thighs and didn't care about crying anymore. He opened his mouth wide and felt the rapid improvement of his level. Xiaoeng gripped the dagger tightly, his aura rising steadily. Qin Tiange closed his eyes and concentrated, madly absorbing the tremendous energy that fell from the sky. The golden rain of experience covered the entire battlefield and all survivors, including Lin Xingjian, Su Mingyuan, Yi Nantian, Mo Lao, and all the resurrected veterans. They were all bathing in the tremendous energy transformed from the complete annihilation of the demons. Lin Xingjian was supporting the weak Su Mingyuan, who was also bathing in this golden rain of light. He could clearly feel that the bottleneck of level 75 was easily broken through like thin paper. Level 76, level 77, level 78, level 88. 13 levels in a row. A huge amount of energy washed over his body. Just when the level was stabilized at 88. A brand new eye technique was imprinted deep in his soul. Obtained new eye technique. Heavenly obstacle star. Effect, summons a huge meteorite to fall vertically from outside the atmosphere, causing a devastating area of effect attack. Its size and power are enough to destroy cities and change the terrain. Cooling time, 24 hours. Chapter 106, Terrifying Humans. Demonic World. Lord Ball was closing his eyes in deep thought. His fingers drummed unconsciously on the armrests of the throne. Below, stood the core leaders of the demon clan. The most eye-catching one among them is the prophetess Rafina, who is standing not far to the left of the throne, wearing a red dress and with a beautiful face. The demon's eye of wisdom, interpreter of prophecies and observer of fate, the devil's most trusted think tank, was frowning. Sudden. The devil's fingers that were striking the throne suddenly stopped. His eyes suddenly opened. The scarlet light burst out like a substance, illuminating the entire throne room in blood red. A terrifying pressure of astonishment, disbelief, and terror swept over like a tsunami. All the high-ranking demons below were forced to kneel on the ground and tremble in fear. This is impossible. The Demon King's voice was as deep as thunder, with a slight tremor that he himself did not even notice. He suddenly stood up from the throne. He stared at a certain direction in the void. His Majesty? Rafina's cold and ethereal voice sounded. She raised her head slightly. What happened? The devil slowly turned his head. Lavis is dead. Completely fallen. Even a trace of the original breath dissipated. His voice was filled with disbelief. At the source blood altar. Obliterated. How is that possible? Rafina's body seemed to tremble slightly, but she quickly regained her all-knowing calmness. After a moment's silence, she slowly spoke, her voice filled with cold understanding. The changes at the source blood altar have already exceeded our predictions. But that's not all, Your Majesty. Lord Ball frowned. What do you mean? Not long ago, an existence that was powerful enough to threaten the very foundation of our race appeared in Beluo City. An existence that can truly kill the demon soldiers. It's not a seal, but a complete and fundamental eradication. What? The pupils of the Demon King Ball suddenly shrank. The head? You mean, the immortality has been broken? On the front line? Why don't I feel anything? Because those who were killed so far are only a large number of low-level soldiers. Rafina's voice was solemn. The disappearance of an individual is like a drop of water falling into the sea, which fails to shake the vast ocean of your perception. But the existence of this ability poses a threat, perhaps even greater than wiping out Lavis. It shakes the very foundation of our race. There was a deathly silence in the hall. Demon King Bale's expression turned extremely ugly. Within a short period of time, two pieces of bad news came one after another. A direct general was completely killed, and an ability that threatened the foundation of the race appeared. This was completely beyond his expectations. Rafina. There was a barely perceptible wavering in Lord Bale's voice. At the beginning you once dissuaded me, believing that sending troops at this time was too risky. Yes, Your Majesty. Rafina admitted frankly, her voice still calm. I foresaw a tangle of fog and blood, and that the price of victory would be unbearable. But your will is determined. Lord Ball fell silent, and the air pressure in the throne room became suffocatingly low. He slowly sat back on the throne, his fingers squeezing the armrests so hard that they made a creaking sound. It's come to this. Rafina broke the silence. Regret is useless. The loss of the source blood altar is inevitable, but the threat from Beluo City must be eliminated immediately. We can't allow that human with the ability to kill to grow any further. A fierce light flashed in the eyes of Lord Ball. What do you mean? Please send Azazel. Rafina's voice was firm. Azazel? Lord Ball raised his brows slightly. The name caused a tiny commotion in the throne room. He is one of the most mysterious guard commanders under the Demon King's throne. His strength is unfathomable, far superior to his direct generals. He is one of the Demon King's real trump cards, and his strength is second only to the Demon King. Now he is also Rafina's exclusive guard. Let him deal with a human brat? Are you being too cautious, Rafina? The Demon King asked. Beside Rafina, a tall, thin figure that almost blended into the environment moved slightly. The curved horns on his head shone with a cold luster in the dim light. It was Azazel. He also had a hint of doubt. Does he need to take action to deal with a human who can kill soldiers? Rafina looked directly at the Demon King. Your Majesty. You haven't yet fully comprehended the horror of that decapitation ability. Its potential is immeasurable. The changes at the source blood altar have proven that we have seriously misjudged the potential of mankind. Although Lord Azazel is powerful, he may not be able to kill with one blow when facing unknown rules and abilities. Beluo City gathers the top forces of Xia country, and there are too many variables. She paused, her tone becoming more serious. Therefore, Lord Azazel alone is not enough. Please let him bring the Frenzy Artifact. Frenzy Artifact? Shocked emotions came from both the Demon King and Azazel. That artifact can transform the user's mental strength into pure and extremely violent power. Although it can bring about a devastating increase in combat power, it will burn sanity. If you are not careful, you will completely turn into a beast that only knows how to destroy. Even Azazel, who is famous for his powerful mental strength, has to take huge risks when using it. Rafina. Are you crazy? The Demon King's voice was filled with confusion. To deal with a human brat, you need to mobilize the commander of the guards and bring a berserk artifact? This is simply humph. Rafina snorted softly. Since Your Majesty insists that I am exaggerating, then it is as if I have never given any advice. All consequences are determined by fate. She bowed slightly, intending to leave. Etc. The Demon King Bale's expression changed as he looked at Rafina's resolute attitude. Thinking of Lavis's strange and complete fall, the uneasiness in my heart was greatly magnified. He took a deep breath,
forced himself to suppress his doubts, and said in a deep voice, "As you said."
Azazel.
The sheep-horned figure in the shadows took a step forward silently and bowed slightly to indicate that he accepted the order.
Take the Berserk artifact and head to Beluo City immediately. Find the human who has the ability to break the immortal body. Eliminate completely at all costs. Crush all resistance. Let Beluo City be reduced to scorched earth. Yes, Your Majesty. Azazel's cold and calm voice rang out directly in the hall, without any emotion.
He reached out and took the twisted headband that seemed to be made of solidified black flames, Frenzy Artifact's soul-eating crown, respectfully presented to him by his servant. Using this artifact will reduce your mental strength to 1, allowing you to fight with a trace of rationality, but your strength will be infinitely increased. And the higher the mental strength, the stronger the power of transformation. For Azazel, who has the strongest mental power among the commanders.
This is undoubtedly a real killer.
The moment his fingers touched the headband, a heart-pounding aura of violence flashed by.
Rafina watched Azazel take the artifact, but her brows did not relax, but became more solemn. She spoke the final words to the Demon King in a voice only the two of them could hear. Your Majesty, even if Lord Azazel brings the divine weapon, this mission, the chances of success are less than 50%. I hope you prepare for the worst. After saying this, she stopped talking and slowly retreated into the shadows beside the throne. Lord Ball leaned back on his throne dejectedly. For the first time, emotions called confusion and heaviness appeared in the scarlet eyes.
Rafina's last prophecy was like a cold sting that pierced his heart.
When did humans become so horrible? Chapter 1077 Sacred Courts. Beluo City. The assassinating demon general's long-awaited fatal blow was fast, accurate and ruthless, and had already touched the skin of Zhang Mo's neck. A figure, as if crossing the boundaries of space, appeared in front of Zhang Mo without any warning. It was the war between King Xia and King Qin. He simply raised his right hand. That bony palm naturally faced the tip of the knife that was faster than lightning. Bite. The crisp sound of metal clashing resounded throughout the battlefield. King Xia's seemingly ordinary hand firmly grasped the tip of the knife that was wrapped in ominous demonic energy. A shock wave so violent that it could tear apart space exploded with the two of them as the center. Puff. Zhang Yamo was blown away by this terrifying airwave, spitting blood from his mouth. The elemental giant that had just condensed let out a wail and instantly collapsed. The rocky ground within dozens of meters around was like being hit by an invisible giant hammer, cracking and sinking inch by inch. However, King Xia was at the center of the storm. But his body was like a rock rooted in the earth, motionless. There was only a circle of tiny cracks on the ground beneath his feet. He calmly watched the assassination demon general approaching. King Xia's voice was not loud, but it was filled with icy murderous intent. If you want to touch him, ask me first. King Xia. The scarlet light under the assassin's helmet flashed violently, and the corners of his mouth rose wildly. It tried to pull back the magic blade in counterattack. However, King Xia's fingers that were holding the tip of the knife suddenly exerted force and bent it. Snap. The tip of the devil blade that was wrapped in ominous demonic energy was actually broken off by King Xia with his bare hands. At the same time, King Xia slapped out with his left hand seemingly casually. This palm strike had no sound of wind, no light or shadow, but it seemed to contain the luck of the entire dynasty and the heaviness of mountains and rivers. The assassinating demon general only felt an irresistible terrifying force crushing down on him like the entire world. The magic pattern armor on its body groaned under the heavy burden, and the magic energy protecting its body dissipated instantly. Puff. The assassination demon general spewed out a large mouthful of purple-black demon blood and flew out like a broken sack. It smashed hard into the demonic tide in the distance, knocking a large number of low-level demon soldiers into a regeneration state, and the air was filled with smoke and dust. King. After a brief moment of dead silence, Long Hansan was the first to roar with excitement to the point of breaking his voice. Long live King Xia! The defenders on the entire city wall instantly burst into deafening, fanatical cheers that reached the sky. King Xia's move was like a magic needle that stabilized the army's morale that was on the verge of collapse. Long Hansan took the opportunity to get rid of his opponent. The burly body fell beside Zhang Yamo like a cannonball, vigilantly guarding this vital yet extremely fragile genius. His hair and beard were standing on end, and he stared angrily at the direction where the demon general was falling, ready to face his counterattack. However, the situation of the war was not completely reversed by King Xia's shocking attack. Although King Xia repelled the assassinating demon general with one palm,
the demon general obviously recovered very quickly. The aura quickly recondensed in the smoke and dust, locking onto King Xia with even more ferocious murderous intent. Kakanzan also commanded the projection of the Abyss Colossus and cooperated with other demon generals to launch a crazy siege on King Xia. Although King Xia was strong, he was temporarily restrained by the siege of several top demon generals and an assassin close to level 500, and was unable to spare any attention. On the city wall, fierce fighting continued. The demon soldiers continued to pour in like a tide, and the persistent pressure brought by their immortal bodies caused the casualties of the defenders to continue to increase.
The command platform on the city wall. The feather fan in Zhuge Ming's hand had already stopped waving. He watched the thrilling battle between King Xia and the top demon general below. He looked at Zhang Mo, who was pale and trying hard to recover his magic power under the protection of Long Hanshan, and frowned. His eyes swept over Xingyao beside him, and finally fell on an inconspicuous figure next to Xingyao. He was a middle-aged man in a dusty cleaning uniform with an ordinary face. If he were to be seen in a crowd, he would not be noticed twice. He looked at everything on the battlefield indifferently, as if the deafening shouts and cries of killing around him had nothing to do with him. If Xia Kingdom falls and Beluo City is destroyed. Zhuge Ming's voice was slightly hoarse as he asked the man in cleaning clothes directly, "What will happen to the Seven Saints Academy?" The man in cleaning clothes raised his head, revealing a pair of eyes as calm as an ancient well, and glanced at Zhuge Ming. There was no emotion in his eyes, no sympathy or fear for the tragic battlefield before him, only a kind of detached indifference. "My obligation," the man in cleaning clothes said in a flat voice. "It's to protect Mr. Xingyao and his people." As for the others, he paused, his eyes sweeping over the soldiers fighting bloody battles below and Zhang Mo who was recovering. "That kid named Zhang Mo has good potential, I will take him away." Zhuge Ming was silent for a moment, and a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. He nodded slowly, "I understand." 7 Holy Courts. The highest institution of learning in human history, it brings together the most outstanding talents and unfathomable background of the human race. It is superior to the 7 countries, and the 7 countries jointly provide resources for it, capturing powerful monsters for its growth and education. King Qinzhan of Xia is one of the peerless masters who emerged from the 7 Saints Academy. There is the last spark of mankind, the true core and foundation. Even if the 7 kingdoms are destroyed, as long as the 7 holy houses are still there is still hope for the continuation of human civilization. This man who looks like a cleaner is one of the guardians sent by the 7 holy courts to ensure the continuation of the fire. His attitude represents the attitude of the 7 holy houses: aloof, cold, only protecting the core seeds, and not caring about the survival of the country. Inside Beluo City temporary casualty transfer area. The once bustling streets are now filled with the pungent smell of blood and the wailing of the wounded. The makeshift tents were filled with soldiers whose bodies were covered in blood and whose arms and legs were missing. Priests and medical professionals shuttled among them, their faces filled with fatigue and numbness. The light of healing continued to flicker, but it could not keep up with the speed at which the number of wounded people increased. Wang Defa, the principal of Wutong High School, had his face covered in blood and dust. He was directing several strong teachers and students to carefully lift a soldier with his intestines spilled out onto a stretcher, shouting in a hoarse voice, "Be gentle. Be gentle. There. Delivered to tent number 3. Priest. Where is the pastor?" Not far away, Qin Tiange's father, Qin Lai, the principal of number 1 high school, this middle-aged man who has always been dignified and resolute, now has a sullen face. His eyes were filled with anger and powerlessness. Principal Zhang of Liang High School, Principal Lu of Qingting High School and others, along with teachers and students from their respective schools, were busy among the wounded like firefighters, carrying the wounded, distributing medicines, and calming the emotions. Principal Wang. Another batch arrived from the East District. There are too many seriously injured. We're running out of bandages and styptic powder. A young teacher came over to report with tears in her eyes. To the warehouse. Move out the last of the inventory. Wang Defa roared, wiping the sweat and blood from his face. Looking at the wounded who were continuously sent in, and the explosions and shouts coming from the distant city walls, his eyes were filled with despair. How do we fight this battle? Qin Lai had just finished treating a wounded soldier, stood up and looked towards the direction of TD Pass. Just as King Xia's earth-shaking palm strike repelled the assassinating demon general, a brief cheer was heard. But there was no joy on his face, instead he looked even more solemn. King Xia has taken action. Principal Lu's voice was dry. But how long can it last? Those demons can't be killed. That kid Zhang Mo can indeed completely kill the demon soldiers. Principal Zhang looked at the elemental light that occasionally lit up on the city wall. But his level is too low. What is the point of killing a few soldiers? A drop in the bucket. Demon generals, he can't deal with any of them. Not to mention what's behind. It is an endless tide of demons and an unfathomable army of demons. It was a terrifying enemy that even King Xia was restrained. A deep sense of powerlessness and despair, like an icy tide, filled the hearts of several principals and all those involved in the rescue. They see no hope of victory and can only make a futile but necessary struggle on the edge of this despairing abyss. Watching young lives slip away. Chapter 108, Guarding will have weaknesses. Above Beiluo City. The air was as thick as congealed blood. Every breath taken by King Qinzhan of Xia was filled with the smell of burning blood. The king's robe had long been soaked in demonic blood. He was like a lion caught in a spider's web. The siege of several top demon generals and the projection of the Abyss Colossus formed an impenetrable web of death. The assassination demon general was like a maggot on the tarsal bone. Every time he disappeared and reappeared, it added a scar deep enough to see the bone on his body. The evil energy lingering in the wound was corroding it crazily. Even if he can shatter mountains and rivers with his palms and control the universe with his fists. Every time the enemy was repelled, he would recover at a speed visible to the naked eye from a distance and attack again. Tiredness is like a cold tide. For the first time, it so clearly impacted the will of the new king of Xia. Human power is limited, but the devil's tide is endless. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the city wall. Under the desperate protection of several generals, Zhang Mo's face was as pale as paper, and he was supported and quickly retreated into the city. Zhuge Ming stood on the city wall, his fingers dug deep into his palms, his knuckles turning white. When the two people's eyes met briefly amid the deafening shouts and cries of killing, King Xia saw the pain and determination that was almost overflowing from the military advisor's eyes. He nodded imperceptibly. Zhuge Ming suddenly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his heart was as hard as stone. His voice, through the amplifying magic circle, struck the hearts of every bloody fighter. Send the order. The entire army. Give up Beiluo City. Retreat to the south. Immediately. This is Wang Ling. Retreat? Can't hold it anymore? The king is still outside. Desperate cries exploded on the city wall. But military orders are as heavy as a mountain. The remaining defenders, covered in wounds and unwilling to give up, began to retreat into the city with difficulty. King Qinzhan of Xia, Commander-in-Chief Long Hansan, and several old generals with white hair and beards. It stood like a reef between the demonic tide and the retreating crowd, becoming the last dam. Commander-in-Chief. Let us go. A young general was covered in blood, with half of his arm covered in blood and flesh, but he stood in front of Long Hansan. He used his body to knock away a charging demonic claw beast. Asshole. You are still young. Get out of here. This is an order. Long Hansan was like an enraged lion. Every swing of the giant axe in his hand brought about a bloody storm, crushing the demon soldiers who tried to approach. But none of the generals around him, whom he had promoted and treated like his sons and nephews, retreated. Commander-in-Chief. Another general with a hideous scar on his face roared. He pounced down suddenly and used his body to pin down a demon general who was trying to drill out from the ground. That winter, if you hadn't given me that bowl of piping hot porridge on the street, I would have frozen to death. This life is yours. And me. You saved him from the slave traders. My home is given by you. I'll give you my life back. Take care, Commander. Tragic cries rose one after another. 1, 2, 3, those faces, young or not so young anymore. With a regretless smile or a ferocious roar, they used their bodies and their lives to block fatal attacks for their dragon commander time and time again. Swords pierced the flesh, devil's claws pierced the chest. When they fell, their eyes were still fixed on Long Hansan until the light went out. No! Long Hansan let out a wild beast-like wail, and swung his giant axe wildly, clearing the area several feet around him. Tears of blood mixed with sweat slid down his resolute face. He stopped trying to persuade people to retreat, but turned all his sorrow into murderous intent, madly hacking at all the demons in front of him. In this tragic battle of the rear guard, an extremely cold murderous intent suddenly locked onto King Xia Qinzhan, who was swinging his fist to shake off Ka Kongzan's heavy hammer. King Xia distraction can be fatal. The figure of the assassin demon general flashed from behind King Xia like a ghost. The broken magic blade in its hand was unexpectedly wrapped in pure dark energy. It condensed into a dark edge that was even stronger than before. The timing was extremely tricky. It was the moment when King Xia's old strength had just gone and his new strength had not yet been generated, and his mind was slightly flawed because of the tragic sacrifice on Long Hansan's side. Phew! The broken blade, wrapped in the power of annihilation, fiercely pierced into King Xia's lower back. Well! King Xia's body suddenly stiffened, and a destructive force instantly exploded in his body. Blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. He slapped out with his backhand, and the space shook. The assassinating demon general had already fled far away with one strike, and appeared dozens of feet away with a sinister smile on his face as if his plan had succeeded. Cough cough. King Xia covered the wound on his waist, where black devilish flames were burning, madly devouring his vitality and strength. For the first time, his tall body began to shake noticeably. The assassin demon general hovered in the air, his scarlet pain gleaming with cruel pleasure. What an admirable king! In order to protect these ants, he is willing to put himself in such danger. Unfortunately, no matter how strong the power is, once there is a weak point that needs to be protected, it will become full of loopholes. As long as there is protection, there will be weaknesses. Its eyes swept over the rapidly retreating crowd. It accurately locked onto Zhang Yimou, who was under strict protection and had a pale face. He then looked at Zhuge Ming on the city wall, who was commanding with composure but could not hide his grief. Originally, I didn't want to use this kind of trick. For a strong man like you, using such a disposable gadget is really beneath your dignity. The assassination demon general's voice was filled with hypocritical regret, and its hand slowly raised. In the palm of his hand, the space began to distort, and an object only the size of a palm but emitting a terrifying aura slowly emerged. It was a black multifaceted crystal that was constantly rotating. The surface is covered with fine dark red magic patterns. The moment it appeared, the air around it seemed to be sucked dry in an instant, and an ominous aura of destruction enveloped the entire battlefield. Even Kakangzin and other demon generals who were besieging King Xia subconsciously took half a step back, with deep fear in their eyes. Annihilation Core. A name recorded only in ancient forbidden scrolls. It instantly appeared in the minds of all knowledgeable human strongmen. This is a terrifying forbidden weapon forged by the demon world using countless debris and the power of the demon king's origin. The power is enough to flatten a huge city and completely destroy all the foundations of its existence. It is a consumable item that can only be used once and is extremely expensive. The assassin's cold eyes were like the most poisonous needles, piercing towards King Xinjiang of Xia, who was shaking but still standing upright. The black crystal in its hand slowly rose, facing the Beiluo city below, which was in the process of an emergency retreat and was filled with despair and wailing. But the demon king has ordered that the boy must die. The assassination demon general's voice suddenly rose. His existence threatens our clan. He must die. Along with the city that sheltered him, it all turned into nothingness. Its arm steadily held up the annihilation core that was emitting destructive waves. The scarlet eyes were fixed on King Xia, like a cat playing with a mouse. Well, Your Majesty the great King Xia. Now, it is your turn to choose. Is it the guardian of Beiluo City who takes on this forbidden weapon? Or escape? The assassination demon general's mouth curled into an extremely ferocious arc. Chapter 109, King Xia's Death. Inside the Source Blood Altar. Yinantian looked at Lin Xingjian and said, Xingjian, King Xia wants me to take you and this group of young people to the 7th Sacred Academy, which is a joint academy of 7 nations and the safest place for humans. He had foreseen it. When the demons obtained the almost unstoppable king-level bloodline of immortality, this battle, Xia country, no longer had any chance of winning. Human power is ultimately limited. His only hope is to keep you, the spark of fire, alive. His words were sad. Su Mingyuan leaned against Lin Xingjian, his hair completely white and his aura extremely weak. Exchanging the state of life and death cost him a huge price. At this moment, he was as weak as a candle in the wind, and even lifting a finger was extremely difficult. Xin Tiange, Xiaoying, Lei Lai, Chen Lai and other leaders of the younger generation. The veterans around him who had been pulled back from the brink of death were all silent. There was still blood on their bodies. There was a lingering sense of bewilderment in his eyes, as well as deeper grief and powerlessness. At this moment, Mr. Mo's aura was unusually powerful, his white hair moved without wind, and there was a faint glow flowing under his skin.
It was the peak state that Su Mingyuan had exchanged for.
He stood beside Yi Nantian with an equally sullen expression. The entire altar was filled with a suffocating heaviness. Just then,
buzz! An inconspicuous gray jade talisman on Yi Nanshan's waist suddenly vibrated violently without any warning, making a sharp and splitting buzzing sound. Immediately afterwards, there was a crisp crack sound on the surface of the jade talisman, and a crack appeared that went through it. The originally warm luster was extinguished in an instant and turned into dead ashes. An icy and dead atmosphere, symbolizing the complete severance of some kind of existence, instantly spread.
Yi Nanshan's body suddenly stiffened.
For the first time, his eyes, which could see through space, began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. The blood drained away from his withered face in an instant, and his lips trembled violently.
Master Yi? Mr. Mo was the first to notice that something was wrong, and an ominous premonition instantly gripped him. Master Yi? What's wrong? Lin Xingjian asked. Yi Nantian seemed to have used up all his strength. He raised his hand with difficulty and pointed at the completely shattered jade talisman. His throat rolled a few times. Wang Ling's jade talisman is broken. There was a brief silence. Then, Mr. Mo staggered and his face turned pale as paper in an instant. He cried out in surprise, "What? Impossible! That is the natal jade talisman that is connected to the life of King Qinjian of Xia. Die with honor, means." Uncle! Qin Tiange stared at the broken jade talisman, his mind blank.
That's right, King Qinjian of Xia is Qin Tiange's uncle.
This is also the reason why Xian Zhengye has always wanted Xianli and Qin Tiange to get married. At this moment, Qin Tiange was full of confusion.
His uncle, Qin Zhan.
That uncle who stood like a mountain, forever protecting Xiagua and also protecting him as he grew up, is dead? This news is totally untrue. The color drained from his face instantly and his body swayed. Almost collapsed.
Lin Xingjian, Su Mingyuan, Xiaoying and others also looked at Qin Tiange in shock. Only then did they realize that King Xia was actually his uncle. The huge shock left them speechless for a moment.
King Xia, His Majesty, died in battle? An old soldier asked with a trembling voice and tears in his eyes. In an instant, cries of despair exploded among the veterans.
They have experienced countless life and death situations, but at this moment they are like children who have lost their backbone and are heartbroken.
No. No. King Xia.
Chen Lai's eyes were red, his fists were clenched, and his nails were deeply embedded in his palms. Inside the altar, sorrow and despair were like a tangible tsunami, instantly drowning everyone. Yi Nantian took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging blood and energy, and his voice returned to its coldness. King Xia has died for his country. Beiluo City, the fall is inevitable. We can't stay here for long.
Everyone, follow me and evacuate immediately. Target, the 7 sacred houses. Evacuate?
Lin Xingjian suddenly raised his head. He took a step forward.
Master Yi.
Principal Wang, the teachers, Xuanli, Xingtong, and so on, all of them are still in Beiluo City.
I have to go back. Please teleport me to Beiluo City immediately. Then, please you and Mr. Mo take Mingyuan and the others to retreat.
His tone was firm and decisive, without any hesitation.
Yi Nantian suddenly looked at him, his eyes as sharp as a knife. Nonsense. See you in the stars. Don't you see the situation clearly? King Xia died in battle. We have no chance of winning. How can you break the immortality of the demons? Are you willing to pay with your life? Is your sealing ability still usable? Even if it works, how can you suppress the undead demons on the entire battlefield and make the seal effective? Your level is too low. Going there would mean you'd die. You shoulder the legacy of King Xia and are one of the last hopes of the human race. Never act on impulse.
Seeing that his eyes did not waver at all, Lin Xing met Yi Nanshan's gaze and said in a deep voice, Mr. Yi, I am sure.
Even if there is only a hint, I will try. Grasp? Your level is too low. Yi Nantian said sternly. No problem.
A decisive voice interrupted Yi Nantian.
It's Mr. Mo. He took a step forward and stood beside Lin Xingjian. He looked at Yi Nantian with a calm expression. Old Yi, use my ability to temporarily infuse it into Xingjian's body. Enough to do it. Mr. Mo. Are you going to burn your soul again? Everyone exclaimed at the same time.
Mo Tsangyun showed a faint smile on his face and pointed to his body full of vitality. Thanks to Ming Yuan, I am now in a state of living. The vitality is so great. Burn this power of life to assist Xingjian, don't worry.
I may not die. Mr. Mo. We want to go back too. My relatives and friends are all in the city. Fight those damn demons.
Xiaoying, Lei Lai, Chen Lai and other young people roared with passion. Qin Tianga also broke free from his immense grief, his red eyes burning with the flames of revenge. Uncle's blood cannot be shed in vain.
I want to go back. Kill all those bastards. Right. We have died once. This life was saved. What are you afraid of? Live and die with Beiluo City. Mr. Yi, Mr. Mo. Take us back and kill us.
The veterans were even more furious, their fighting spirit boiling.
You. Yi Nantian looked at the resolute and young or no longer young faces. Looking at the fire burning in their eyes, I wanted to say something else. That's enough. Old Yi. Mo Lao interrupted him suddenly with a loud voice.
His white hair was flying.
Look at them. Look at these kids. Look at these veterans. We have all died once. What else is there to be afraid of? He didn't give Yi Nantian a chance to refute. He suddenly formed seals with both hands. God possession burning soul returns to heaven. I will dedicate my life to yours. Attached. Buzz. A dazzling golden light instantly burst out from Mo Tsangyun. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a burning golden statue. The majestic vitality, pure magic power, and profound understanding of the power of rules transformed into countless golden rune chains, rushing towards Lin Xingjian frantically. Lin Xing was caught off guard and felt an unimaginable and vast force rushing into his limbs and bones in an instant. This power was overbearing and sacred, carrying the magic power of Mo Lao's lifelong cultivation. His rank was temporarily elevated at a certain level of rules. Mo Lao's body fell down, leaving only a voice, "See you on the star." Leave it to you. Olji, send him over. Coordinates Beiluo City. Quick. Yi Nantian looked at the burning figure of his old friend. Looking at Lin Xingjian, the terrifying aura was rising from his body. Looking at the faces around me who were determined to die. The last trace of hesitation in his eyes completely turned into a flame of determination. Good. Then let us fight. Yi Nantian roared, and his withered body burst out with a force that shook the space. He suddenly tore forward with both hands. Swish. A space portal leading to the battlefield of destruction suddenly opened in front of Lin Xingjian. It was right above Beiluo City. From the other side of the portal, deafening shouts and explosions could be clearly heard. See you on the stars. Go. Yi Nantian's roar echoed in the altar. Lin Xingjian was enveloped in a torrent of golden divine energy, and his aura surged to an unprecedented level. He took a step forward, and his figure instantly disappeared into the dark blue space portal. Target Beiluo City. Chapter 110, The Fortress of the North That Will Never Fall. 1 hour ago. Beiluo City. The assassin demon general held up the annihilation core that exuded the aura of destruction. The scarlet eyes were full of mockery and cruelty. Farewell, city of ants. It grinned fiercely and thrust its arm forward. Buzz. The black crystal suddenly burst out with darkness that swallowed up all light. Then, there was a silent expansion. A sphere composed purely of destructive energy instantly expanded with the annihilation core as its origin. Wherever it passed, the space shattered and disappeared like fragile glass. Air, dust, light, all visible and invisible things were swallowed up, decomposed and transformed into the most primitive nothingness by the absolute darkness. A terrifying shock wave followed closely behind, like billions of crazy beasts, roaring and sweeping in all directions at the speed of light. It's over. On the city wall, Zhuge Ming grasped the railing tightly, his eyes reflecting the dark light ball that swallowed everything, full of powerlessness and sorrow. He knew that human power was limited, and King Xia could not withstand the power that destroyed cities and nations. His Majesty. Long Hansan roared heartbreakingly, and his burly body burst out with the last of his magic power. Like a moth to a flame, trying to stand at the forefront of the shock wave. The generals behind him roared and charged forward without fear. However, in the face of the world-destroying power, their figures were as small as dust. Chief of Intelligence Yi Xiao and Zhang Mo ran wildly on the ruined streets, with a wave of destruction behind them.
Yi Xiao turned around suddenly and saw the dark sphere that swallowed everything.
There was only complete despair on his face. Zhang Yamo was shaking all over.
The devastating scene made him feel his own insignificance and powerlessness so clearly for the first time. What genius, what SSS-level talent, are all jokes in front of such power? Ling Qianyu and the geniuses from the national competition had already retreated to the edge of the inner city. At this moment, he has completely lost his former pride and composure. Ling Qianyu's face was as pale as paper, his legs were weak, and he almost collapsed to the ground. The previous battle had completely deprived him of the ability to fight, leaving only fear. The bald strong man carrying a huge axe on his back held the axe handle tightly. The girl with short light blue hair covered her mouth, tears silently falling. The elements made the young man's staff glow flickeringly. The flying sword behind the young sword cultivator vibrated with a wailing sound. The girl with black-framed glasses still had a calm expression. But the pupil behind the lens was shrinking violently, and the data stream was flashing wildly, calculating the probability of survival infinitely close to zero. The young man holding the shield stood firmly in front of the crowd, but the shield groaned under the invisible pressure. The woman in black stared at the dark core, as if she wanted to engrave this desperate scene into her bones. Despair, like a plague, spread in the hearts of all students.
Xingtong! Xuanli! Come over! Xingyou's sharp shout cut through the chaos.
Beside him, the man in cleaning clothes suddenly had a sharp look in his eyes. An invisible force field spread out with him as the center, enveloping Xingyao, Xingtong, Xuanli, Xian Zhengye and several core members of the Xing family who were closest to him.
Xingtong, Xuanli and Xian Zhengye were pulled into the center of the force field by Xingyao.
Xingtong and Xuanli did not look at the devastating scene. Instead, he clutched the front of his shirt tightly.
There was only one thought in my mind, screaming frantically, "Master, will we be able to see you again?"
The fear of death was overwhelmed by the immense sadness.
Wang Defa, Jin Lai, Principal Lu and other principals.
Watching the black ball of destruction devour the northern city wall and the streets they were familiar with. Swallowing countless figures who had no time to retreat, tears streamed down his face, and his heart felt cold.
It's over, everything is over. Beiluo City, the northern barrier of Xia State and the capital of Xia State, is it going to turn into the dust of history today? Boom! Until now.
The belated sound of terrifying explosion finally came. It was accompanied by an incandescent light that was bright enough to blind people's eyes.
The black sphere of destruction completely exploded, instantly flooding the entire northern part of Beiluo City. The city wall vaporized in silence.
The building crumbled and shattered like a sandcastle.
The earth was violently lifted up and melted. The sky was dyed a sickly pale color.
The assassin general was suspended high in the sky, admiring the apocalyptic scene below, with a satisfied grin on the corner of his mouth beneath his helmet. A great human city, along with that boy with unlimited potential, and the last dignity of King Xia, will all disappear completely in this annihilating glory.
The light slowly dissipated.
The smoke and dust, like a dying beast, filled the air heavily.
The assassin's eyes pierced through the smoke and looked down.
The satisfied curve at the corner of its mouth froze in an instant.
Instead, there was disbelief and astonishment. The expected complete silence and huge deep pit did not appear.
Although the northern city wall and a large area of the city were indeed reduced to ruins, it was a shocking sight. But on top of the smoking ruins and beneath the ruins, there were countless figures struggling to get up.
Soldiers, civilians, retreating students.
They were covered in dust and wounds, their faces filled with the confusion and shock of surviving a disaster.
But they are all alive. The assassination demon general's perception swept across frantically.
It was horrified to discover that almost every survivor was covered with an incredibly tough golden energy shield just before the annihilation core exploded.
It was this layer of shield that shared and resisted most of the destructive impact at the critical moment. This is impossible. Kakanzen's huge body also emitted a dull sound of surprise.
The Earthshaker roared even more violently. Their gazes were all directed towards the core of the annihilation storm.
The location of the huge city gate of Beiluo City that no longer exists.
The smoke and dust dissipated slightly. A figure, leaning on a long sword with spiderweb-like cracks on the blade, stood there stubbornly.
It is the king of Xia, fighting against Qin.
The royal robe he was wearing was already in tatters. The exposed skin was covered with charred cracks deep enough to reveal the bones. Blood continued to flow from the wound like a stream. His breath was extremely weak, like a candle in the wind. He stood there, his body swaying slightly, and only relied on the long sword that was inserted into the ground to support him and prevent him from falling. SSS level profession, the ultimate secret of the Guardian Knight, shield of all beings. He gave his last bit of strength, the source of life, and even the will to protect. It transformed into countless fine protective lights and was evenly distributed to all the living beings he could sense in Beluo City. Using himself as a shield, he withstood this devastating blow that was enough to flatten the huge city. The price he paid was his life, which had already come to an end.
Xia, His Majesty King Xia?
Long Hansan, who had just climbed up from the ruins, saw the figure that was almost inhuman, and his tiger eyes instantly collapsed, with tears of blood flowing. He staggered forward.
His Majesty! King! The surviving generals and soldiers, seeing this scene, all cried out in grief, their hearts aching.
Zhuge Ming stood on a ruin a little further away, looking at the back of the figure standing with the sword in his hand. This military strategist, who had foreseen every possible plan, burst into tears for the first time, his body shaking violently.
Roar!
The assassin recovered from his initial shock, and then he was overwhelmed with ecstasy.
It let out a piercing scream. He's not dead? No! He is dying! Ha 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 ha! What a great achievement! Kill King Xia! Kill King Xia in Xinjiang!
Kakangzan, the earth-shaking demon general, and all the other demon generals, their eyes burst into greedy and bloodthirsty red light.
Killing a king of the human race, what an incredible achievement!
Like sharks that smelled blood, they rushed madly towards the ruins of the city gate and the crumbling figure, carrying with them monstrous demonic energy.
Protect His Majesty! Long Hanshan's eyes were bloodshot as he let out a final roar.
He led the remaining generals around him and, like moths to a flame, bravely faced the oncoming torrent of demon generals without fear of death.
A tragic collision broke out instantly. Broken limbs and arms flew everywhere. Long Hanshan was like a mad lion.
Every time he swung his giant axe, he was determined to die together. He blocked Kakangzan's giant hammer. But the generals around him fell like cut wheat under the siege of several top demon generals, building a tragic defense line with their lives and flesh and blood.
However, there are too many demon generals.
And he is immortal.
The defense line is collapsing rapidly.
At this moment, the figure holding the sword moved. Xinjiang used up all his strength and slowly, leaving deep bloody footprints with each step, passed by Long Hanshan and others who were guarding with their lives.
General Long.
His voice was hoarse and weak, but it reached Long Hanshan's ears clearly.
Retreat, take the remaining people and leave. This is the final royal order, Your Majesty. Long Hanshan roared, trying to stop him.
But Xinjiang no longer looked at him.
He raised his extremely dim eyes and looked calmly at the ferocious demonic shadows that were surging forward like a tide.
He loosened his hand that was leaning on the sword.
Abandon all defensive postures.
Then, step by step, firmly, he went forward. One step of blood, one step of murderous intent.
Boom!
The golden magic power, like a last glow star, erupted on his broken body for the last time. It is no longer the glory of protection, but the purest and most extreme murderous aura. He rushed into the group of demon generals.
Punch out!
The space shattered. The upper body of a demon general who was rushing in the front was directly blown into a bloody mist.
The palm falls. The earth collapses.
The defensive magic patterns that the Earthshaker demon general was proud of shattered into pieces, and he flew backwards with a scream.
Leg sweep. Like a golden battle axe. Several high-level demon soldiers were cut in half in an instant. He gave up on defense, completely gave up.
Every strike carries the tragic prospect of dying together with the enemy.
Injury for injury. Life for life.
The attacks of the demon generals fell on him like a rainstorm. The devil's blade cut, the devil's claws tore, the devil's energy corroded. The wounds on his body increased and deepened at a speed visible to the naked eye, and blood gushed out like a fountain. But his pace and the speed of his punches did not slow down at all.
He's burning. Burn your last source of life. Burn your last will.
Just to use this broken body to hold on for a moment longer.
Kill one more demon.
Fight for a glimmer of hope for those crying and retreating figures behind you.
Ha ha ha. Madman. You lunatic. Ha ha ha.
The assassination demon general's body regenerated crazily, and he laughed with extreme excitement. It didn't expect that Xinjiang could still burst out with such terrifying combat power after resisting the Annihilation Core. It screamed, and its figure merged into the shadows again. For His Majesty. Withdraw. Lam Hansan looked at the back of the Shura god of war who was fighting bloody battles in the demonic tide. His eyes were blurred by blood and tears, and he let out a sad roar. He understood that His Majesty was using his life to pave a way out for them. He must carry out this final royal decree. The remaining defenders, under the organization of the generals, began to flee towards Beiluo City with endless grief. On the battlefield, there was only that golden figure that was becoming lonelier and dimmer. Fighting alone in the endless tide of demons. His movements began to become slow, and the golden flame became weaker and weaker. Finally, after smashing a demon general's head with his fist, he staggered. The figure of the assassinating demon general appeared behind him like a ghost, and the broken demon blade pierced his back silently. Phew! The sound of a sharp knife entering flesh. Xinjiang's body trembled violently, but he did not fall down. He slowly turned around, and his blood-stained face, his golden eyes, still looked calmly at the assassinating demon general. The assassin demon general suddenly pulled back the magic blade and took a few steps back vigilantly. The surrounding demon generals also subconsciously stopped attacking, formed a circle, and looked at him in surprise and doubt. Xinjiang's gaze slowly swept across these ferocious enemies, and the corners of his mouth seemed to move slightly. It drew an extremely weak arc filled with endless mockery. Then he stopped looking at them. He slowly straightened his spine, which was already riddled with holes. His gaze penetrated the dense smoke and seemed to be looking towards Beiluo City. Looking at the retreating crowd. He looked at the long sword that was stuck in the ground and had accompanied him in battles throughout his life. He is like a mighty fortress in the north that will never fall. Standing. The breath is completely cut off. The golden flame eventually went out. There was dead silence on the battlefield. There was only the sound of surging demonic energy and burning flames. The assassin general looked at the body that remained standing upright even in death. A barely perceptible complexity flashed across those scarlet eyes. It suddenly raised the bloody broken blade in its hand and pointed it at Beiluo City. King Xia is dead. Kill. Don't leave anyone behind. Catch up those fleeing ants.